Chapter 73. The world shifted once again. The familiar emptiness of the void gave way to a cracked stone courtyard bathed in dim, eerie light. Dark red streaks stained the ground, pooling in uneven grooves. The group's eyes darted around the desolate space, their unease growing with every detail that came into focus. Then they froze. Crow and Tai were on the ground before them, their corpses mutilated beyond recognition. The man stood over Tai's severed arm, which he casually brought to his mouth, biting into the flesh with a sickening crunch. He chewed slowly, devouring the limb with grotesque fervor. Wet, disgusting sounds filled the air as the demon feasted, a twisted smile playing on its blood-stained lips. Ruby's knees buckled as she let out a choked sob, tears streaming down her face. Young caught her, wrapping her arms around her sister in a desperate attempt to provide comfort, though her own face was pale and horrified. Nora, her voice trembling, whispered, "This is growing worse by the moment. How do you find peace in this nightmare?" The demon lifted its head, its expression gleeful as it noticed Crimson standing at the edge of the courtyard. It spoke excitedly. "So, you're the one I've been waiting for," it said as it threw the arm away. Continuing, it sneered. "You've got their scent all over you, friends of yours, huh? They were weak, pitiful, not worth a proper fight." Crimson's grip on his weapon tightened, and soon after, the fight erupted. The demon lunged with terrifying speed, its fists blasting through the air with deadly power. Crimson parried the blows effortlessly, his strikes methodical and unrelenting. The demon was excited throughout the battle, but Crimson remained silent, his focus unbroken. The fight didn't last long. Crimson's blade found its mark, cleaving through the demon with a final, decisive blow. Crow exhaled heavily, his expression a mix of relief and disgust. "Good riddance," he muttered. "Happy to see that freak die." Before anyone could respond, the haunting note of the biwa echoed once more. "Not again," Crow groaned, rubbing his temples. The world shifted, the courtyard dissolving into nothingness. When the scene reformed, they stood in a lavish chamber adorned with macabre decorations. They saw the heads of Ruby, Yang, and Summer, meticulously preserved and displayed like trophies. At the center of the room stood a man with an unsettlingly serene smile, his pale features framed by silver hair. He gestured grandly to his grotesque collection. The group recoiled, unable to stomach the sight before them. None of them could speak, their gazes averted from the nightmarish display. The demon spoke proudly of his collection, and another fight began. Doma's mastery over ice was evident as he conjured deadly shards and blizzards with ease. The room became a battlefield of frost and steel as Crimson faced him, his movements growing sharper and more aggressive. For the first time, the group saw something shift in Crimson's demeanor, an undercurrent of fury beneath his stoic exterior. He was angrier this time, Ren observed quietly. The others nodded, watching as Crimson's strikes became fiercer. Doma's strength was undeniable, but it wasn't enough. Crimson delivered the final blow, shattering the demon into fragments of ice and ash. The group exhaled collectively, their tension momentarily eased. Another biwa note sounded. But this time, Crimson moved. As the world around him began to change again, Crimson charged forward, his blade flashing. He reached the woman playing the biwa and struck her down before she could complete her melody. The group let out a collective sigh of relief as the oppressive sound ceased, and the world stabilized. They found themselves in a deserted town in the middle of the night. There were no lights, no moon, no stars. The quiet streets and empty buildings were a stark contrast to the horrors they had just witnessed. Finally, Yang muttered, her shoulders sagging. "Something normal." But Crow's expression darkened. "Something's wrong." The group tensed as Crimson began walking through the town. They saw them themselves and many others. Their corpses littered the streets, mangled and lifeless. Pira's body lay crumpled against a wall, her spear shattered beside her. Weiss's arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, her face frozen in anguish. One by one, they saw each of their lifeless forms, distorted and broken in ways that made them avert their gazes. Ruby clutched Yang's arm tightly, trembling. Crow turned away, muttering a string of curses under his breath. "When is this nightmare going to end?" he growled. But no one had an answer. The group watched as Crimson detected a man atop a building and headed toward him. Once the two stood face to face, the man sneered, mocking humans with a voice dripping with contempt. He declared himself a superior and perfect being before beginning to transform. Another battle started, but this was no ordinary fight. The demon's power was overwhelming, each blow it landed sending shockwaves that shattered the buildings around them. Crimson fought valiantly. But it was clear he was being pushed back. The group watched with growing anxiety as the demon's attacks became more relentless, each strike tearing through the environment. Then it happened, the demon landed a direct hit. Crimson's kimono was torn, the fabric fluttering away in tatters. The demon laughed, a mocking sound that made the group flinch. But Crimson didn't respond with words. Instead, he sheathed his sword. The atmosphere changed instantly, a chilling tension filling the air. Most of the group knew what was coming next. Crimson's body began to transform. His eyes, once sharp and human, multiplied, 6 glowing orbs now glaring with an unearthly light. His aura shifted, becoming something monstrous, primal, and utterly terrifying. A sinister sword grew from his hand, a grotesque, fleshy weapon covered with eyes. Pira's mother gasped, covering her mouth in horror. What is he? Chiron's expression darkened, his voice low and grave. This can't be a semblance. Raven's body trembled, her hands gripping her arms tightly as memories of her own trauma surfaced unbidden. The fight resumed with renewed intensity. This time, it was Crimson who held the upper hand. His movements were faster, more brutal, and each swing of his sword left devastating trails of destruction in its wake. The town crumbled under the weight of their battle, entire buildings reduced to rubble as Crimson and the demon clashed. The demon's arrogance faltered, its confidence replaced with desperation. It fought back with everything it had, but it was no match for Crimson in this form. With one final, monstrous strike, Crimson cut the demon down. As the creature turned to ashes, it called Crimson a monster and told him to accept his nature. The group watched silently. They barely had time to feel relief before the sound of rushing liquid reached their ears. They looked around in horror as a flood of blood surged through the town, swallowing everything in its path. Crimson leapt to the top of a nearby building, standing silently as the crimson tide washed over the ruins. The group's relief turned to terror as the world around them changed. The town was gone, replaced by an endless sea of blood. The sky above was an oppressive jet black, pierced only by the light of a sinister red moon that hung low in the center. And then the corpses began to rise. The blood churned and bubbled as mutilated bodies emerged, their lifeless eyes staring blankly ahead. Some were disfigured beyond recognition, while others retained horrifyingly familiar features. Ruby's trembling voice broke the silence. I see my schoolmates, and those merchants from Vale. Crow's voice was grim, his gaze fixed on the endless sea of corpses. This must be every person Crimson has ever met or seen in his life. The group clung to each other, unable to tear their eyes away from the horrific scene. And then they noticed Crimson. His 6 eyes scanned the sea of blood. Their breath hitched as his gaze seemed to settle on them, but Crow shook his head. No, he said, his voice tight. He's not looking at us, he's looking, behind us. The group turned slowly, their hearts pounding in their chests. Standing there, silent and menacing, was another Crimson. The group froze, their minds racing as they tried to comprehend what they were seeing. Another, Crimson. Young whispered, her voice barely audible. The demon began tempting Crimson to let go of his humanity. Crimson declared that humans could defeat them with enough will. To which the demon laughed, saying only they could beat themselves. The group couldn't help but agree with the demon. They didn't believe humans working together could defeat Crimson, not when he was transformed. People you trust will betray you, they can never understand you, and those you swore to protect. They feared you the moment they saw your strength. Its words made the group feel guilty. They truly didn't understand Crimson, and when he transformed in Haven, they feared him. To their shock, Crimson transformed back to his human self. Their hearts skipped a beat, especially as the demon expressed delight. What I know, you know, what I will be, you are the mirror of me, and I am the reflection of you, human versus demon, let's put it to the test, Crimson said calmly. He is going to fight that, Ruby said in a shocked tone. The others had similar reactions. The demon's laughter added to their unease as it described itself as Crimson's superior. Ruby and the others looked grim, unable to believe Crimson could take on such a creature. Their fears were justified, it was a one-sided fight. The demon easily kept Crimson on the defensive, pushing him back without allowing him to strike. Then, Crimson started closing the gap between them and finally landed a strike, surprising even the demon. Ah, I see, you've managed to see a transparent world even as a mere human, the demon said mockingly as its sword transformed, sending Crimson flying with a single strike. Doesn't it infuriate you? Ruby and Young get to live, to get old, while you are running out of time because of them, you're dying, human, you know it. What is that thing talking about? Young asked worriedly, while the others watched in confusion. Oh, you can lie to them, you can lie to yourself, but not to me. Crow didn't save you that day, he just gave you 20 years to watch your life drain away. That's why you refused to teach them the breathing style. Not because they couldn't learn, but because you couldn't bear to see them end up like Yudi and Young. You even denied them the knowledge of total concentration breathing. Fearing that with their talent, they would develop a new breathing technique. The demon mocked. Crimson is dying because of the moon breathing. Pira exclaimed in shock, and the others gasped. You got angry about the attack on Beacon. Not because of the damage or the lives lost, you were angry because you knew you didn't have time left to start over, that your efforts were in vain and nothing changed at the end, the demon continued, circling closer. Yang's lion actions led you here. If she hadn't run that day, you wouldn't have crossed the limit, none of this would have happened. Why did you go south? Because they might be heading north. Deep down, you wanted them to think you had abandoned them and were living somewhere alone. Because they would never expect you to die, not after your display at Haven. And what was all of that for? Yang isn't your sister, your parents lied to you the whole time. But you can still live, you just need to accept me, that family isn't worth your sacrifice, nothing is. He's dying because of me. Yang dropped to her knees and began crying, while RWBY hugged her. Crimson's response was swift and resolute. I decided long ago that if fate is cruel to them, I will not be its accomplice. Everyone could feel the sincerity in Crimson's reply, but the demon mocking words next stupefied them. He thought of killing Tai. Crow repeated in a questioning tone, he couldn't understand where this came from. He is reacting to it, he's really afraid of hurting us? RWBY asked, her confusion evident. She and the others couldn't understand why Crimson would fear something like that. It was unimaginable to them that he would ever act with the intent of harming his family. The demon and human continued to share their desires. The demon desires made them feel fear and disgust while the human made them feel sadness. They couldn't understand what kind of thinking process would lead to so much guilt. They watched sorrowfully as a human fought against a monster. Their movements grew so fast that the group could no longer keep up. Raven, who had faced the monster before, knew how impossible it was to match it. Then they heard it, 14th form, the blood around them became waves, and the corpses were destroyed or washed away by the sheer power. Then they heard, 16th form, which shocked them. Just how many forms does he have? Blake asked in a daze. Suddenly, things went quiet. They saw Crimson leaning on his sword for support, his body covered in deep cuts and bleeding, while the demon was missing a hand and its head. He won. Weiss said in surprise. The others sighed in relief, thinking it was over. You're not done, let's finish this, Crimson said, his voice tired and breathing heavy, which scared them. The monster before them grew more grotesque, more terrifying than ever. Their bodies froze even though they didn't feel the malice. It was the sight alone that was horrifying. I'll devour you. The distorted voice roared with malice. The group watched in horror as the human and monster fought again. They saw only a blur before the monster was sliced in half, and Crimson's body was shredded beyond recognition. They couldn't comprehend what they had just witnessed. As the monster disintegrated, Crimson's bloodied form dropped to his knees, a faint smile on his face. Crimson! RWBY screamed upon seeing his state. The world around them returned to normal. Jin stared at them, speaking softly, that was quite something. Why did you stop? RWBY screamed at Jin, tears streaming down her face. It was the end. Crimson Rose died. Jin spoke casually, then disappeared. Chapter 74. Crimson opened his eyes to find himself standing on a vast, calm sea. The water stretched endlessly in all directions, smooth as glass and reflecting the heavens above with perfect clarity. The sky was dark, but countless stars shimmered brilliantly. Their light untouched by the weight of mortal sorrow. At the center of this celestial tableau hung the moon, radiant and unmarred, a beacon of purity amidst the tranquil scene. Crimson stood in silent awe, his reflection merging seamlessly with the world around him. Beautiful, isn't it? A voice called from behind him. Crimson turned sharply, his hand instinctively moving to where his sword would have been, but he froze when he saw the figure before him. A being of serene light stood there, radiating an aura of balance and calm. How does it feel, Crimson? To stand here, having died while slaying your demon? Crimson's gaze dropped to the placid sea beneath his feet. He paused, searching for words, before speaking. Is that the path to peace? He asked, his voice laced with weariness. To fight other demons and see the most horrifying sights imaginable. To tear myself apart, piece by piece. The god's expression remained kind, though a trace of sadness touched their eyes. You believed yourself to be a monster, Crimson. You thought that you have never changed, that hate was your only drive and doubted every other emotion. But you felt sorrow and anguish from seeing your people killed and harmed even though you knew it was not real, it means you cared about them. And even in your darkest moments. You didn't accept the demon temptation and never surrendered to your negative thoughts. You believed the demon was superior, yet you fought and your humanity won in the end. Does that not prove your humanity is the stronger side and you are not a monster made of hate? Crimson stared at the god for a long moment, his crimson eyes glinting with unspoken emotion. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. It was a deep, genuine laugh, filled with both bitterness and a peculiar sense of relief. It took me dying to figure that out. He chuckled. All this time, I was afraid and worried because I thought my demon was stronger and it was my true nature. What an ending this is. The god nodded knowingly. You were stubborn, Crimson, blinded by shame and burdened by guilt, but now, it is time to face that guilt. With those words, the god's form began to fade, leaving Crimson alone on the serene expanse. Crimson blinked, confused by the sudden departure, but then a new voice rang out behind him. It was warm, familiar, and filled with emotion. Brother. Crimson turned sharply, his breath catching in his throat. Standing before him was Yorichi, his brother from his past life. The gentle man looked just as he remembered, his presence radiating warmth and kindness. Yorichi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he took a step closer. The god brought me here, giving me the chance to see you again. The sight of his brother rendered Crimson speechless. He stood frozen as Yorichi's tears spilled over. I'm sorry, Yorichi said, his voice trembling. I'm so sorry for how things turned out, for the pain you carried because of me. Crimson's resolve broke. Tears welled in his eyes and spilled freely down his face. No, he choked out, his voice cracking with emotion. It was my fault, I was a terrible brother, Yorichi, I let my own inferiority and stupidity blind me, I thought you looked down on me, that you ignored me, but the truth is, you only ever loved me, and I hated you for it. Yorichi shook his head, his expression filled with sorrow. No, brother, I failed to express myself, I should have done more to show you how much you meant to me, that failure is mine alone. The two brothers closed the distance between them, embracing tightly as years of regret and misunderstanding melted away. The weight they had both carried for so long began to lift, replaced by the warmth of reconciliation. Time seemed to lose all meaning as the brothers remained together. They shared stories, recalled cherished memories, and laughed over moments from their childhood. Crimson spoke of his new life, recounting his adventures and the family he had been given. He confessed the guilt he had carried every day, feeling as though he had failed Yorichi even in this new life. Yorichi listened patiently, his expression one of deep understanding. When Crimson offered to teach him some of the musical instruments and arts he had learned over the years, Yorichi's face lit up with excitement. The brothers spent what felt like years enjoying these shared moments, their bond deepening with each passing day. One day, Yorichi suggested they spar, just as they had in their youth. Crimson agreed eagerly. And the two clashed countless times in friendly duels. Though Yorichi always emerged victorious, there was no bitterness in Crimson's heart. For the first time, he felt content simply to share these moments with his brother. Years passed in this timeless realm, the brothers' bond growing ever stronger. But their peace was interrupted one day when the god of harmony reappeared. The god's voice was gentle but firm. Crimson, it is time for you to return to Remnant. Crimson's heart sank. He turned to Yorichi, his eyes pleading. I don't want to go, I've finally found peace here, I want to remain dead. Yorichi placed a comforting hand on his brother's shoulder. You have family waiting for you, brother, they need you, they will be in pain without you, when your time truly comes, we will meet again, and you will have new stories to share. Crimson wanted to reject that, but his words stuck, not knowing what to say, he didn't want to go back to Remnant, he didn't want to live again. But he knew Yorichi was right, he should go back to his sisters. Tears filled Crimson's eyes as he embraced his brother one last time. Thank you, Yorichi, for everything, I will come back. Yorichi smiled, his form beginning to fade into a flicker of light. Brother, I hope that you will truly embrace your new life, goodbye, until we meet again. Crimson turned to the god, bowing his head deeply. Thank you, I owe you more than I can ever repay. The god regarded him with a serene expression. You have no debt to me, Crimson, you have grown stronger in spirit, now, one last gift remains. The god extended a hand, and a beautiful Nicaran sword appeared, glowing faintly with a soft light. Crimson hesitated and shook his head. You've given me far more than I deserve, I cannot accept this. The god smiled gently. This sword is yours, take it, and let it serve as a reminder of your strength and humanity. With a deep breath, Crimson reached out and took the sword. He unsheathed it, the sword color changed to bluish-white, it is as if he held part of the moon. Its weight felt reassuring in his hand, a symbol of his renewed resolve. Thank you. He said, his voice sincere. The god nodded, seeing his work had succeeded. You will no longer need to worry about the mark, it will not claim your life at 25, but it will remain on your face as a symbol of your journey. Crimson nodded, accepting this with quiet gratitude. The god raised a hand, and light began to envelop Crimson. Go back to Remnant, Crimson, your journey is not yet over. As the light consumed him, Crimson felt a surge of warmth and clarity. Crimson's eyes fluttered open, and the familiar chill of the mountain air greeted him. He was back. Standing atop the same peak where he had once encountered the god of harmony. The world stretched out before him in all its rugged beauty. The vast expanse of Hinoki Forest seemed to shimmer under the early morning sun, and for a brief moment, Crimson allowed himself to simply breathe in the serenity. He slowly lifted his hands, opening and closing them as he flexed his fingers. Something felt different. Lighter, yet infinitely stronger. Power hummed beneath his skin, not the same raging force that had once coursed through him as a demon. But something refined, controlled. He clenched his fists experimentally, feeling the effortless strength now at his command. Crimson reached for the Nichiren blade at his side. He drew it in one fluid motion. He exhaled slowly and stepped forward, his movements instinctive as he shifted into a stance he could use only as a demon. With a sharp inhale, he unleashed moon breathing, seventh form mirror of misfortune. Moonlit. A crescent-shaped slash carved through the air, spiraling outward in a luminous arc before dissipating into the morning mist. He stood still, watching the lingering traces of the technique with quiet awe. Realization struck him like a tidal wave. He still had the strength, speed, and even the demon arts he wielded as a demon, but without the monstrous transformation. No hunger. No curse, only refined power. A slow smile formed on his lips as gratitude swelled within him. The god had not only freed him from his torment but had left him with another gift. He let out a quiet chuckle and muttered. I won't miss the 6 eyes or that freakish fleshy sword. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved his scroll and tapped the screen to check the date. His eyes widened in surprise. It had been 7 days since he'd vanished into the afterlife. All those years spent reconciling with Yorichi. Training, and finding peace had amounted to a mere week in the living world. A faint smile touched his lips as he whispered. Time works strangely in the domain of God. Closing the scroll, Crimson pondered his next move. The faces of those he cared for surfaced in his mind, and with them, his brother's last words echoed in his memory. If he was going to live a few more decades in this world, then he would do so with purpose. In this way, he could honor the efforts of his brother and the god who had guided him. He then remembered General Ironwood's invitation to join Atlas, a chance to reconnect with allies and perhaps find a new path forward. Deciding quickly, he resolved to make his way to Atlas. From there, he would contact his sisters and begin piecing together his life. Descending the treacherous mountain belt was no easy task, but it was nothing compared to the ascent he had faced earlier. Reaching the peak had taken him 7 grueling days, but the return to the city of Kuchinashi, guided by familiarity and renewed strength, took only 2. Once he reached the city, Crimson didn't waste time. He went directly to the aircraft platform. Rows of aircraft, some sleek and modern, others patched together with years of wear, lined the lot. He approached a stout man wearing aviator goggles perched atop his head. Looking for a ride? The man asked, his voice gruff but not unfriendly. Crimson nodded. I need to get to Argus, how soon can you leave? The pilot scratched his chin, considering. You're welcome to hitch a ride for the right price. Crimson raised his scroll and transferred over a generous sum of lien without hesitation. The man's eyebrows shot up. That'll more than cover it, name's Garrett. Crimson entered the aircraft and sat down. The anticipation of the journey ahead filled his thoughts, but beneath it all, a quiet sense of peace lingered. The memories of Yorichi and the wisdom imparted by the god of harmony were etched into his heart. Chapter 75. After showing Crimson's death, Jin returned to the relic, her glowing form vanishing as the artifact's light dimmed. The room was silent. Save for Ruby's anguished sobs. Her trembling hands clutched the relic tightly, and with each moment, her despair boiled over. Her cries turned to screams as she raised the relic and struck the table in front of her repeatedly, each blow punctuated by a heart-wrenching cry. Liar! Ruby screamed, her voice cracking as tears streamed down her face. You're lying. This can't be real. Crow approached her with heavy steps, his own eyes glistening with unshed tears. He wrapped his arms around Ruby, pulling her into a tight embrace as she screamed and sobbed into his chest. Though he tried to stay strong for her, tears began to streak his face as well. Young had collapsed to her knees, her head bowed, her golden hair shielding her tear-streaked face from view. Her shoulders shook with silent sobs, and her fists clenched against the floor. Raven. Her usual stoic demeanor shattered, limped toward her daughter. For the first time in her life, she knelt beside Young and pulled her into a protective embrace. Young didn't resist. Instead, she buried her face into her mother's shoulder, her cries echoing through the room. The others were no better off. Weiss, Blake, Nora, and even the normally composed Ren had tears streaming down their faces. Ren lowered his head, his voice solemn as he broke the silence. He didn't deserve such a cruel end. His words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of their truth. Che Iron, standing to the side, had a sorrowful expression etched across his features. He shook his head slowly, his deep voice filled with grief. I've met many warriors, but none as noble and strong as Crimson. To see his life end this way, it's a tragedy beyond words. Pira sat apart from the others, her face buried in her hands as her shoulders shook with silent sobs. Her mother knelt beside her, wrapping her in a comforting embrace. Though she hadn't known Crimson personally, she had seen his actions and his unyielding resolve. Tears streaked her face as she whispered. He was a remarkable man, it's no wonder you admired him so deeply. Pira only sobbed harder at her mother's words. It was a dreadful day, the weight of sorrow pressing heavily on everyone in the room. The events they had witnessed were too much to bear. RWBY and Yang were hit the hardest. Their pain palpable and raw, but no one was untouched by the grief. The horrifying memories of what they had seen would remain with them, haunting their thoughts for years to come. The next day dawned, but the weight of the previous day's tragedy lingered. RWBY sat on the edge of her bed, her face pale and gaunt. Her bloodshot eyes stared blankly ahead, the aftermath of a night spent crying. She clutched her knees to her chest, her small frame trembling as she replayed the events in her mind. Across the room, Yang sat on the floor, her back against the wall. Her lips moved silently, repeating the same phrase over and over. It was my fault, it was my fault. The rest of their team watched helplessly, their hearts aching as they saw the sisters consumed by their grief. They exchanged glances, silently wondering if there was anything they could do to ease their pain, but the weight of the loss was too immense. RWBY's mind was a whirlwind of torment. She had witnessed her brother's end in vivid, excruciating detail. She had watched as he fought battle after battle, enduring horrors that surpassed even the worst nightmares. The visions of their mangled forms, of Crimson's unrelenting suffering, played over and over in her head. And in the end, she had seen him die a horrifying death she couldn't accept, no matter how many times she tried to convince herself it was real. Yang was equally tormented, though her pain stemmed from guilt. She couldn't shake the thought that her actions had pushed Crimson to manifest that demonic semblance. And now, knowing that it was killing him as well, that he had lived every day knowing he would either die or become a monster. It broke her completely. Her mind replayed his actions with a new understanding, painting them in a light she had never considered before. Her brother had suffered so much, and yet he had planned to face it all alone, silently carrying the weight of his misery without ever burdening her or anyone else. Yang buried her face in her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. He was always protecting us, she whispered, her voice trembling. And I didn't see it, I didn't realize how much he was suffering. Blake placed a gentle hand on Yang's shoulder, her own eyes red and puffy. No one could have seen it, she said softly, her voice tinged with sad understanding. Weiss sat beside RWBY on the bed, her hand resting on her teammate's back. RWBY, she said gently, her voice breaking slightly. I know it hurts, but, he wouldn't want you to be like this, he loved you. RWBY didn't respond. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms as fresh tears streamed down her face. I should have been there for him, she whispered. But that night, I was afraid of him. The room fell into a heavy silence, the weight of their collective grief suffocating. They had faced countless battles and hardships. But this losing Crimson was a wound that would not heal easily. Each of them wrestled with their own pain, their own guilt, as they struggled to find a way forward in the wake of such devastating loss. Crow sat at the edge of the campfire, a bottle of liquor dangling from his hand. Beside him, Raven leaned back against a tree. Her expression unreadable, though the faint lines of sorrow etched her face. Neither of them spoke at first, the silence punctuated only by the crackle of the fire and the occasional rustle of leaves in the night breeze. Crow took a long swig from the bottle, his gaze fixed on the flames. His thoughts were a whirlwind of guilt and regret, the weight of Crimson's fate pressing heavily on his heart. I should have been faster, he muttered, his voice hoarse. If I'd gotten there sooner, maybe none of this would have happened. And if you had been faster, do you think it would have changed his fate? Maybe the result would still be the same, Crow. You think that makes it any easier? To know he lived his whole life like that, knowing he'd either die young or become a monster. That's not a life, Raven, that's torture. Raven didn't respond immediately. She reached for her own bottle, taking a small sip before letting out a slow, heavy sigh. I feared him, she admitted, her voice quieter than usual. I thought he was a monster, but seeing him like that, seeing what he did and endured, was braver and stronger human than I ever was. She looked down at her hands, her fingers tightening around the bottle. If I'd had even an ounce of his courage, maybe things could have been different, maybe I wouldn't have abandoned Yang and Tai. Crow's eyes narrowed as he studied her, his expression softening slightly. You are not the only one with regrets, he said after a moment. I have spent my whole life blaming myself for everything that's gone wrong for Summer, and now, for Crimson. He shook his head, his voice thick with emotion. Maybe it's my semblance, maybe I cursed him to a life like that, hell, maybe I cursed all of us. You think your bad luck is enough to explain everything he went through? You're giving yourself too much credit, Crow. Crimson's life, it was shaped by forces far bigger than us. Crow let out a bitter laugh, though it held no humor. Doesn't make it any less painful to think about. He deserved so much more. He deserved a chance to live, to be happy. Instead, he got that. He took another swig, his hand trembling slightly as he lowered the bottle. I can't stop seeing it, Raven, the way he died, the things he went through, it's like a nightmare I can't wake up from. Raven remained silent for a long moment, her gaze fixed on the fire. When she finally spoke, her voice was softer, almost hesitant. He reminded me of Summer, in a way, that same relentless determination, that same willingness to sacrifice everything for the people he cared about. I hate that I can't be like them. Crow glanced at her, his eyes searching her face. You have still got a chance to make things right with Yang, with everyone. And what about you, Crow? Are you going to take your own advice? He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stared into the fire, his thoughts a tangled mess. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. I don't know if I can, he admitted. But for RWBY, for Yang, I have to try. The two siblings fell into silence once more, their shared grief hanging heavily in the air. For all their differences, for all the mistakes and regrets that had defined their lives, they found a fragile sense of understanding in their mutual loss. And though the pain of Crimson's death would never truly fade, that night, they allowed themselves to mourn together. Chapter 76. Pira sat in the quiet solace of her family's living room, the warmth of the hearth doing little to chase away the chill in her heart. Her mother sat beside her, one arm draped protectively over her shoulder, while her grandfather, Che-iron, sat in his usual armchair, his eyes fixed on the flames. The silence between them was heavy, a shared grief that words struggled to express. Pira's fingers traced the edge of her teacup, her gaze distant. When RWBY and Yang first talked about him, she began softly, her voice tinged with a bittersweet nostalgia. They made him sound larger than life, their brother, genius and invincible. I was curious, I wanted to meet the person they spoke about with so much pride. Her mother smiled faintly, brushing a strand of hair from Pira's face. And when you did? Pira's lips curled into a small, melancholic smile. He was different. Not just strong or skilled, there was something about him that set him apart. When he spoke in our classes, it felt like he had this different understanding of things, like he'd lived through more than anyone else there. He carried himself with this quiet confidence, but it wasn't arrogance. It was something else. Che-iron nodded thoughtfully, leaning forward with his hands resting on his cane. A wisdom beyond his years, a rare quality in someone so young. Pira nodded, her fingers tightening around the cup. I wanted to test myself against him. I thought, maybe, if I beat him, I'd understand what made him so different, so I challenged him to a fight. Her mother arched an eyebrow. And? Pira let out a small, self-deprecating laugh. I lost soundly. He didn't gloat, though. He didn't even seem to care about winning. He just smiled, praised me and told me I fought well. Her voice softened, her smile fading. I think that was the moment I realized there was more to him than strength or skill. He could be one of the best huntsmen, become famous, but he didn't care. Only his family mattered to him. Chiron's expression grew somber. He was indeed a special young man, a rare combination of strength, wisdom, and compassion. Pira's eyes glistened with tears as she continued. When I felt alone, when the weight of expectations isolated me from everyone, he was the only one I felt he could understand me. I confided in him and I was right. He understood me and made the loneliness and worry go away. Her mother squeezed her shoulder gently. He must have seen a kindred spirit in you. Pira's voice broke as she continued. When Professor Ojpin told me about the maidens, about his plan for me to inherit that power, I was terrified. I didn't know what to do. Crimson was the only one I told, and he. Her voice caught, a tear sliding down her cheek. He helped me calm down. He told me I didn't have to be afraid. As long as I can look back on my choices and say I did my best, everything is okay. And when I am gone, someone will tell the story of my life. He said that knowing only a few years left for him. Her mother wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. Pira leaned into the embrace, tears flowing freely now. He saved me, Mom, at Beacon, when I was about to be killed. He was there, at Haven, when we were caught and Helplesh came for us. He was always there when we needed him, and when he needed help. She paused, her voice breaking into a sob. When he was in pain, in sorrow, I just sat there, making it worse. Her mother's eyes softened with understanding. Oh, Pira, you did nothing wrong. Crimson's life, his thoughts, they were more complicated than anyone could have imagined. Even his own family didn't realize the burden he carried. Pira wiped at her tears but shook her head. That doesn't make it any easier. Knowing what he went through, what he carried, it's unbearable. All this time, the things he said, the way he acted, it was all coming from experience. He wasn't just wise, Mom, he was suffering. Iron leaned back, his expression heavy with grief. You're right, child, that boy endured far more than anyone should. He had it harder than anyone could have expected, and yet he bore it all without a sound, that kind of strength. He trailed off, his voice tinged with admiration and sorrow. It's rare, and it's cruel that it was never enough to save him. The three of them sat in silence, the crackling fire filling the void where words failed. Pira closed her eyes, her tears still falling as she leaned into her mother's comforting embrace. Though the pain of Crimson's loss felt insurmountable, she found a small solace in sharing her memories of him. For as long as they remembered him, for as long as they spoke his name, his story will remain. The market was bustling with activity, but to Nora and Ren, it felt distant, muted, as if they were moving through a dream they couldn't wake up from. The colorful stalls, the chatter of merchants, and the lively crowd seemed out of place compared to the unbearable gloom weighing down their hearts. Nora's arms were half filled with bags of groceries, though she carried them absent-mindedly, her usually vibrant demeanor dimmed. I never thought things could get this bad, Nora said quietly, her voice uncharacteristically subdued. She glanced at Ren, who walked beside her with his usual stoic expression, though even that seemed more strained than normal. It's like this heavy cloud over everything, like nothing will ever feel right again. Ren nodded, his silence lasting a few moments longer than usual. When he finally spoke, his voice was soft, almost as if he were speaking to himself. What we saw, it's beyond what anyone should have to bear, what he endured. His words trailed off, and his eyes remained fixed ahead. Ren, what would you do? If you were in Crimson's place? Ren's step faltered slightly, but he recovered quickly, keeping his gaze forward. I don't know, he admitted after a long pause. To live knowing you're going to die, or worse, to live knowing you'll become a monster, it's unimaginable, his brow furrowed deeply. I don't think I could take it as well as he did. Nora didn't respond right away, the two falling into a heavy silence as they navigated the crowded street. The sounds of the market seemed to fade, replaced by the echoes of their own thoughts. Finally, Ren broke the quiet. In that nightmarish place, he said, his voice low. I still don't understand how Crimson didn't break. What he saw, what he endured, it would have destroyed anyone else, and we, he paused, shaking his head. We only watched from the side, and we were horrified, frozen in terror. I keep thinking back to how scared we were when he transformed in Haven. That was nothing compared to what he faced, and yet, he stood strong, he fought to the very end. Nora stopped in her tracks for a moment, her grip tightening on the bags in her arms. She opened her mouth to reply but was interrupted by a familiar voice calling out. Run! Nora! The two turned around to see John Arc weaving through the crowd toward them. His face lit up with a friendly smile, though it faded slightly when he saw their expressions. Hey! What are you two doing here? He asked, coming to a stop in front of them. You both look tired, what's going on? John. Nora blinked, surprised. What are you doing here? I came to visit my sister, John said with a shrug. I had some time, and I thought I'd check in. What about you two? You seem off. Ren sighed, exchanging a glance with Nora before answering. We're staying with the others at the Nikos estate. It's been a long journey, some unexpected things happened. John frowned slightly. That doesn't sound good, I'm sorry to hear that, his expression softened. Is it okay if I stop by? I've missed everyone. Ren hesitated, his gaze dropping to the ground. Now might not be the best time, everyone's sad. Crimson, he stopped, glancing at Nora, who looked at him but didn't say anything. Neither of them wanted to explain. Sad? Did Crimson leave on bad terms with you all? He didn't seem that way when I saw him earlier. Both Nora and Ren froze, their eyes locking onto John with identical expressions of shock. Nora was the first to break the silence. When did you see Crimson? About 2 hours ago, John said, his tone confused. He said he was heading to Atlas. Why? Did something happen? He seemed, doing fine, friendlier than I remembered, actually. You are sure? You are sure you saw Crimson walking? Yes, I'm sure. He even had his semblance active, his face had those flame markings. Ren's brow furrowed deeply, his mind racing. Where was he going? John scratched his head, clearly perplexed by their reactions. The military base, he said he was heading there. Nora and Ren exchanged a look, a silent understanding passing between them. Without another word, they turned and began moving quickly away from the market, leaving a bewildered John behind. Wait! John called after them. What's going on? What's wrong? Neither of them answered, their steps quickening as their thoughts swirled with confusion and urgency. They couldn't explain what they'd just heard, but one thing was clear, they needed to let the others know. Chapter 77. The living room was unnervingly quiet, save for the occasional clink of utensils against plates. Crow sat at the edge of his chair, his brow furrowed in frustration as he tried to coax Ruby into eating. Come on, kid, you've got to get something in your system. He urged, his voice softer than usual. You can't keep going like this. Across the room, Weiss mirrored his efforts, her icy demeanor thawed by concern. Ruby, please, she said, her voice tinged with worry. At least drink some water. Ruby sat motionless on the couch, her knees pulled to her chest. Her plate, untouched, rested on the coffee table. Her vacant eyes stared straight ahead, as though she hadn't even heard them. On the other side of the room, Blake and Raven were engaged in a similar battle with Yang. Blake knelt beside her friend, her voice gentle yet firm. Yang, you need to eat, you're no good to anyone like this. Raven, uncharacteristically tender, sat beside her daughter, a hand on her shoulder. Listen to Blake, she said quietly. You have to take care of yourself. Yang's head hung low, her hair obscuring her face. She didn't respond, her hands resting limply in her lap. Like Ruby, she hadn't touched her food or drink in days. Watching from across the room, Pira, Oscar, Pira's mother, and Cheiron exchanged glances filled with pity. The sight of Ruby and young ones so full of life reduced to hollow shells was unbearable for anyone who had known them. The heavy silence was shattered by the sound of the front door slamming open. Ren and Nora burst in, Nora's voice loud and frantic. We saw John. She cried, her face flushed from running. He told us he saw Crimson. The room froze. All eyes turned to Nora as her words hung in the air like a thunderclap. What? Crow asked sharply, rising to his feet. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the pair. What are you talking about? That's not funny. I'm not joking. Nora exclaimed, her voice trembling. John said he saw Crimson walking toward the military base earlier today, he was sure it was him. Ren nodded, his expression grim. John seemed confident, he even mentioned Crimson had his semblance active, the flame markings on his face. Cheiron folded his arms, his face etched with skepticism. It's possible someone is impersonating him, he said cautiously. We've seen things like this before. Ruby, who had been staring at Ren and Nora with wide, disbelieving eyes, suddenly bolted upright. Without a word, she activated her semblance, a blur of rose petals streaking past the group and out the door. Ruby! Crow shouted after her, but she didn't stop. Yang sprang to her feet, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. She hesitated for only a moment before dashing after her sister. Ruby, wait! She called, her voice breaking. The rest of the group exchanged panicked glances before following suit. Blake, Weiss, Ren, and Nora rushed out the door followed by Crow, their footsteps echoing as they sprinted after the sisters. Left behind, Raven, Cheiron and Pira's mother stood in silence, their expressions a mix of surprise and worry. Pira's mother placed a hand on Chiron's arm. Do you think it's really him? She asked quietly. Cheiron sighed deeply, his eyes dark with concern. I don't know. Crimson arrived at the imposing Atlas military base in Argus just as the gates began to close. His footsteps slowed as he stopped mere inches from the heavy, metallic barriers. Beyond the gate stood 2 Atlas soldiers. Identical twins, clad in a gleaming white and blue Atlas military uniform. Their synchronized movements and identical expressions made them look more like mechanical constructs than humans. The twins spoke in unison, their voices eerily similar. The Atlas Mistral border is closed indefinitely, turn back. Crimson raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering in his crimson eyes. He allowed a small smile to curl his lips. Quite the coordinated act you've got there, he remarked, his tone light. But I'm not here to sightsee, I'm here on General Ironwood's invitation, how about calling the person in charge so we can sort this out? The soldiers exchanged a brief glance before responding simultaneously, wait here, we will fetch the commander. Their strange, synchronized humming accompanied their movements as they walked away, their identical steps and odd mannerisms drawing another quiet chuckle from Crimson. Minutes later, the gates creaked open, revealing the two soldiers once more. They returned to their positions before him, snapping to attention. Presenting the commander of this base, they intoned theatrically. Atlas Special Operative Caroline Cordovan. Crimson's smile deepened as he took in the sight of Cordovan. The contrast was almost comical. She was a diminutive, elderly woman whose confident stance radiated authority, while the towering soldiers behind her looked like giants in comparison. Her sharp eyes narrowed as she caught his amused expression. "What's so amusing, civilian?" She snapped, her voice firm and laced with irritation. "I am Caroline Cordovan, commander of this base and an operative of Atlas's elite forces. State your purpose quickly, or your intrusion will result in consequences." Crimson inclined his head slightly, his smile never faltering. Crimson rose, he said smoothly. "General Ironwood invited me to Atlas, I suggest you verify with him directly." Cordovan crossed her arms, glaring up at him. "The general is far too busy to extend personal invitations to civilians, lying about such matters is punishable by law." "Understandable," Crimson replied, unfazed. "Caution is important, but if you're cautious, you will confirm my story with General Ironwood." Her sharp gaze turned colder. "You don't get to tell me what to do," she said, her voice rising slightly. "I will not bother the general with something so trivial, Atlas has protocols." Crimson sighed, shaking his head as if dealing with a stubborn child. "Fine, you've got 3 days, contact the general, or don't, it's your choice, but I'd hate to see someone in your position punished for insubordination." Cordovan bristled, her face reddening at his audacity. Before she could retort, Crimson turned on his heel and walked away, his movements as calm and measured as his words. She watched his retreating figure, her hands clenching into fists. The sheer confidence in his demeanor gnawed at her. Was he bluffing? Or did he truly know the general? Cordovan huffed, her pride warring with her instincts. She glanced at the twins, who stood silently, their expressions unreadable. "Run a background check on Crimson Rose," she ordered sharply. "I want every detail." The twins saluted in unison and marched off to carry out her command. As Cordovan stared at the path he'd taken, unease crept into her thoughts. Something about the young man's unwavering confidence made her hesitate. "I'll get to the bottom of this," she muttered, turning to head back inside. Crimson walked back toward the city, his boots crunching softly against the gravel of the well-worn path. The encounter at the Atlas base didn't linger in his mind. He quickly dismissed it as a minor inconvenience. 3 days, he thought. That should be enough time for the proud little commander to verify his identity. Whether she acted on his advice or not didn't bother him much. What mattered was staying the course. As he arrived back to the city of Argus, his focus shifted back to his immediate surroundings. The streets were alive with activity vendors calling out to passers-by. Children darting between stalls, and the aroma of freshly cooked street food wafting through the air. It was a welcome contrast to the cold sterility of the Atlas military. But as Crimson turned a corner, the bustling sounds of the city seemed to fade. From behind a nearby alley, Ruby rushed out and came to an abrupt stop, her silver eyes locking onto him. She froze mid-step, her expression one of disbelief and overwhelming emotion. Crimson halted, he showed a surprised expression before offering her a small smile. "Ruby?" he called, his voice calm but curious. She didn't respond. Her red-rimmed eyes widened further, and he noticed the dark circles beneath them, the weariness in her posture. Her usual liveliness was gone, replaced by an exhaustion that made his stomach twist with unease. "Ruby," he called again, this time his tone carrying a thread of worry. Her only response was a choked cry of his name before she ran to him, throwing her arms around him in a tight embrace. She sobbed uncontrollably into his chest, her small frame trembling with each breath. Caught off guard, Crimson hesitated for a moment before placing a hand on her back, patting her gently. His voice softened as he spoke, "It's okay, Ruby, whatever's going on, I'm here, we'll figure it out." Her tears only flowed harder at his words, and Crimson's concern deepened. He didn't know what had happened in his absence, but it was clear his sister was in distress. Incoming footsteps and murmurs caught his attention. He glanced up to see Yang and the others rounding the same corner. Their expressions were a mirror of Ruby's troubled, tired, and full of sorrow. Yang's usually fiery demeanor was nowhere to be seen, replaced by the same exhaustion and despair that Ruby wore. "Yang," Crimson began, his confusion and worry growing. "What happened to all of you while I was away?" Yang didn't answer. She ran to him, joining Ruby in the hug, her voice breaking as she whispered, "I'm so sorry. Crimson's brows furrowed as he looked over their heads at the rest of the group. Weiss, Blake, Pira, and Nora were wiping away tears, while Crow stared at him with a dazed expression. Ren stood apart from the others, his face conflicted as if wrestling with a decision. Finally, Ren spoke, his voice hesitant but clear. Crimson, didn't you move on to the afterlife after killing your demon? Crimson froze, his confusion giving way to shock. His eyes scanned their faces. The afterlife? He repeated, his voice low. How do you know about that? The question hung in the air, the weight of it settling heavily over the group. Chapter 78. The group stood in stunned silence for a moment before Crow recovered from his daze, his sharp eyes scanned the gathering crowd, he cleared his throat and coughed pointedly. The murmurs of onlookers were beginning to grow, and their curious gazes fixed on Crimson and the others. All right, that's enough gawking. Crow said firmly. Let's take this somewhere private, back to the estate, we can talk there. Crimson, despite his mounting curiosity, nodded at Crow's suggestion. He couldn't make sense of the current situation, how come the group knew he died and went to the afterlife? Crimson and the group walked back to the estate. The two sisters sobbed quietly, clinging to him like he might vanish at any moment, though their distress seemed to ease slightly as they walked. As they made their way through the streets, the rest of the group stole glances at Crimson, their faces a mixture of disbelief, relief, and lingering sadness. Pira, walking close to him, offered him a faint, heartfelt smile. I'm glad you are alive again, she said softly. And safe. Crimson returned the smile, albeit awkwardly. Thanks, though I feel like I have missed something important. What happened while I was away? No one answered his question directly, and the silence that followed only deepened his unease. When they arrived at the Nikos estate, Crimson immediately noticed the three figures waiting in the grand sitting room. His sharp eyes flicked over them, noting the tension in their expressions. Raven stood rigidly in the corner, her face pale and her red eyes wide with a mix of shock and something bordering on fear. Beside her stood a woman with unmistakable regal poise, clearly Pira's mother. Next to her was an older man, likely Pira's grandfather. Crimson could see the blood relation he had with Pira. All three stared at Crimson as if they were seeing a ghost. Crimson exhaled, his patience wearing thin. All right, enough, someone tell me what happened after I left and why everyone seems to know I was dead. The room fell into an uneasy silence. Yang and Ruby immediately broke into fresh tears, their sobs echoing in the large space. Yang, unable to contain herself, stepped forward, her voice cracking as she cried. It's my fault, all of it, I'm so sorry, Crimson. Your fault? What are you talking about? Yang struggled to speak between sobs, her words tumbling out in a rush. Your demonic semblance, you're dying because of me, it's my fault, you followed me and Ruby when we were kids, and now you're... Yang, stop, Crimson interrupted, his voice firm but kind. He placed his hands on her shoulders and looked her in the eye. This has nothing to do with you or Ruby, I made my own choices. My semblance is a reflection of the worst part of me, it has nothing to do with anyone else. And for the record, I'm not dying anymore. That problem and the demon have both been dealt with. What? How? Crimson hesitated for a moment before answering. A benefactor, he said simply, his voice steady. A great benefactor who helped me more than I can ever repay. Ruby's expression darkened. You mean that sadistic, evil god? Crimson frowned, genuinely surprised by her reaction. Sadistic? Evil? Don't insult the god of harmony, that god saved me, without him, I would have never found my peace, he went above and beyond to help me, he paused, his tone softening. But how do you know about any of this? Crow stepped forward, rubbing the back of his neck. Long story short, we've got a divine relic that answers any 3 questions every 100 years. We had 1 question left, so we used it to check on you after you left. It showed us everything up to your fight with your demon self and your death. Crimson's expression shifted to one of stunned silence. He processed Crow's words, his gaze dropping to the floor as realization dawned. Everything? He asked quietly. Even the unpleasant parts in the Infinity Castle? Unpleasant parts? That's putting it mildly, it was a horror show, Crimson, all of it, none of us were prepared for what we saw. Crimson sighed heavily, his shoulders slumping. He looked at Ruby, Yang, and the others with a mix of pity and guilt. That was too much for you, he said softly. I'm sorry you had to see something so horrific. Pira stepped forward, her voice laced with anger. It's that god's fault, none of this would have happened if not for him. Crimson shook his head, his expression resolute. No, the god of harmony did what he had to do because I was a stubborn idiot. He went to those lengths to get through to me, and it worked. Besides, he offered me the help he saw fit, and I accepted it. That's all on me. But tell me this, if that relic only works every 100 years, why waste it to stalk me? It was a needless waste and it showed you things you shouldn't have seen. Why didn't you tell us about moon breathing? About how it was killing you? Crimson met her gaze, his expression calm but firm. Because there was no point, I made my choice, and that was the price. There was nothing you could do to change it. I didn't want you involved in something that had no solution. I did it to avoid this. He gestured toward the group, their faces etched with sorrow and frustration. Yang opened her mouth to argue, but Crimson cut her off. I'm not sorry for what I did, and if I could go back in time, I'd do it all the same. His voice carried a finality that left no room for debate. Ruby and Yang stared at him, anger flickering in their eyes, but the others couldn't help but smile faintly. Despite everything he had endured, Crimson was still the same person, unyielding, determined, and resolute in his care. Crimson's crimson eyes moved from his sisters, Ruby and Yang, to the figure standing off in the corner, Raven. Her demeanor faltered the moment his gaze landed on her. She flinched, her red eyes wide with a mixture of fear and unease. He stepped toward her slowly, his expression calm but unreadable. Raven's body tensed visibly, her shoulders stiff as though bracing for an attack. The silence was thick, the weight of unspoken words hanging between them. When Crimson was close enough to stand just a few feet away, he stopped and bowed slightly. I owe you an apology, he said quietly, his voice steady. For trying to kill you. The room froze. You don't need to apologize to her. Crow barked. That was all her doing. She brought it on herself. Crimson shook his head slightly and straightened, his gaze still locked on Raven. No, Dad, you have a misunderstanding. Crow froze at the word, Dad. Raven's breath hitched, and she blinked in surprise. I didn't try to kill you because you joined Cinder and the White Fang, Crimson explained, his tone calm but firm. I did it out of anger and hate. You were a reminder of things I didn't want to remember, and that's why I wanted you gone. There was no goodness or justice in my actions, I was simply being hateful and brutal for all the wrong reasons. His words hung in the air. For a moment, Raven looked like she wanted to speak, but she remained silent, her gaze darting away from his. Crimson sighed softly and took a step back. You don't need to fear me anymore, he said, his voice softer now. I won't come after you again, that part of me is gone. He paused, his expression softening as he added. I just hope you'll be a proper mother to Yang from now on. Raven's eyes widened in shock at his sincerity. She stared at him, struggling to process the unexpected apology and his words. Slowly, the tension in her shoulders eased, and her breathing steadied. The others, who had been watching the exchange intently, couldn't help but smile. Yang, though her eyes were still red from crying, looked at her mother with cautious hope. Crimson turned back to the group. Now, he began, his tone shifting to something more inquisitive. This relic of yours, where did you get it from? Ruby took a deep breath and started to explain. It's a long story. After some time, Ruby finished the story and paused, glancing at Crimson to gauge his reaction. He nodded for her to continue. We were transporting the relic to Atlas, Ruby went on. It's part of keeping it safe from Salem and her forces. That's when we used it, to find you. Crimson frowned slightly, tilting his head. And why did you think it was a good idea to use it for that? The group hesitated again, their unease palpable. Ruby looked at Yang, then at Crow, before answering. We were worried about you, especially after we began to understand your actions and words, she said quickly, her voice laced with emotion. We thought, if we found you, it would be better than asking a different question. And what do you mean by my actions and words? Crimson asked, he was puzzled on what was this about. Ruby hesitated, she wasn't sure if she should bring out their conclusion about his promise to Summer. Part of her was afraid that Crimson would disappear if they brought this unpleasant topic. Her eyes darted around the room, everyone had a shared silent understanding that they shouldn't bring up this topic. As for Crimson, his sharp eyes studied Ruby carefully. She fidgeted under his gaze, avoiding direct eye contact. The others were not acting normal either. Crimson finally smiled faintly. If you don't want to tell me, you can just say so, I won't press. After all, he pointed to himself with a slight chuckle. I do hide few things from you, as you have witnessed by the relic. Ruby let out a weak laugh. Chapter 79. Blake, who had been silent so far, took a deep breath and asked the burning question. So, what happened after you died? The room fell silent again, all eyes on Crimson. His expression grew contemplative, and for a moment, he seemed lost in thought. Finally, he began to speak. After I died, he said slowly. I ended up in a place that could only be described as limbo. It wasn't the afterlife, but it wasn't the world of the living either, it was the domain of the god of harmony. The domain of the god of harmony? Weiss asked, her brow furrowing. Crimson nodded. Yes, he forced me to see how wrong I was. Then, he began what I can only describe as a therapy session. It lasted for years. I learned, I grew, and I found peace. In the end, he helped me resolve the issue of my impending death, and even the demon is no more. The mark on my face is permanent now, a reminder of everything I went through. I'm grateful for everything the god has done for me. His words left the room in silence once more, each member of the group processing the enormity of what he had endured. You spent years? Weiss asked, confused. Yes, I actually was surprised when I came back. Only 7 days have passed since my death, Crimson replied. Finally, Pira spoke, her voice soft but firm. Then we're glad you're here, Crimson. Whatever you went through, you came back, that's what matters. Crimson looked at her, then at the others, and nodded. Thank you, he said simply. Nora's voice broke the lingering silence, her characteristic energy muted but still present. So, what exactly did you do in therapy for years? She asked, her head tilting curiously. Crimson leaned back slightly in his chair, his crimson eyes scanning the group before he answered. Mostly, I told stories, practiced playing different musical instruments, and engaged in sword training. The room filled with puzzled glances. Ruby blinked in confusion, Young raised an eyebrow, and even Blake furrowed her brow. Therapy didn't usually involve instruments and swordplay. That's therapy? Nora asked, speaking the question on everyone's mind. Crimson chuckled softly. For me, it was the best I could ever ask for. The group exchanged uncertain looks, their expressions hovering between understanding and disbelief. Ren, ever composed, decided to shift the conversation. So, why are you heading to Atlas right after coming back? He asked, his tone cautious but curious. Crimson glanced at him and shrugged lightly. I accepted General Ironwood's offer to join Atlas. I figured it would give me a stable environment to start over and, hopefully, a way to reconnect with my sisters. I didn't expect to find all of you here so soon. Atlas? Why Atlas, of all places? It fits my skill set, Crimson replied calmly. They value strength, discipline, and precision, plus, it's a steady job, and I want stability now. He paused, his gaze softening. I want to work, marry, and start a family. That simple statement froze the group. Even the air seemed to still in the room. Start a family? Young finally blurted out, her voice laced with disbelief. You're too young to be thinking about that. Crow interjected, his tone a mix of concern and surprise. Crimson chuckled at the response, leaning back in his chair with a relaxed smile. Not really, I was born a little over 17 years ago, yes, but my mind is much older than my body. By all accounts, I should be considered one of the oldest creatures in all of Remnant. His words left them speechless again. He did say he was dead for years, but they didn't know what years meant. Ruby broke the silence this time, her voice hesitant. How old are you, exactly? Crimson's eyes twinkled with amusement as he answered casually, a little over 5 centuries. The room plunged into another stunned silence. 5 centuries? Young repeated, her tone incredulous. Crimson laughed, shrugging lightly. A decade or two past that. Ruby opened her mouth to say something but stopped, clearly unsure of how to process the revelation. Crimson, noticing the growing tension, shifted his focus to Pira's mother, who had been sitting quietly at the edge of the room. Excuse me, he said politely. Would it be alright if I used your kitchen? It's been ages since I've cooked, and I miss it. Pira's mother blinked, caught off guard by the sudden request. After a moment, she nodded dumbly and gestured for him to follow her. Oh, of course, this way. Crimson stood and followed her, leaving the group behind in a daze. Blake was the first to break the silence that followed his departure. It seems like he was gone for far longer than we thought, she said quietly. The others exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of how to respond. Nora, ever direct, leaned forward with a gleam of curiosity in her eyes. So no one is going to ask, how strong is he now? The group turned to look at her, and she raised her hands and shrugged. I mean, he was already absurdly strong before, and that was without dedicating his entire life to training. Now he's had centuries, he's gotta be insanely powerful, right? Weiss frowned, her sharp gaze drifting to where Crimson had left. He does look taller, and more muscular, she admitted. Crow let out a low whistle, rubbing the back of his neck. Honestly, I'm scared to even think about it, he muttered. The others nodded in silent agreement, their thoughts echoing his sentiment. Crimson's voice called out from the kitchen, interrupting their spiraling thoughts. Any preference for dinner? The warmth in his tone seemed to ease some of the tension in the room, but the unspoken questions lingered. The dinner was a lively affair, filled with laughter and chatter. Crimson had prepared a feast that left everyone full and content. The dessert, however, was the highlighted delicate and flavorful treat that showcased his skill in the kitchen. After finishing her portion, Pira's mother set her fork down and looked at Crimson with admiration. That was incredible. You're a very talented cook, Crimson. I have to ask, where did you learn to make this dessert? Crimson smiled warmly, appreciating the compliment. Thank you, it was my mother's recipe. I learned by watching her when I was younger. This was her favorite dessert. Would you mind sharing the recipe? I'd love to try making it myself. Of course, Crimson said, nodding. He began explaining the ingredients and the process, detailing every step with care. The two quickly became engrossed in a conversation about cooking, exchanging ideas and tips. At the other end of the table, Blake, who had been quietly observing the interaction, leaned closer to the group and whispered, "Do you think, because of Crimson's mental age, he might be into older women now?" The group collectively turned to look at her, surprised by the question. Then, almost instinctively, their gazes shifted to Crimson and Pira's mother. This time, their expressions carried a mix of amusement and curiosity. Nora's face lit up with a mischievous grin. "You know," she said, nudging Pira playfully. "If that's the case, Crimson might end up being your stepdad." Pira's cheeks flushed, and she shot Nora an incredulous look. "That's not funny, Nora," she said, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Nora, however, seemed thoroughly amused by the idea, and even Yang snickered at the thought. Meanwhile, Crow, seated at the corner of the table, tried and failed to suppress a smirk, while Che-Iron and Raven exchanged unimpressed glances. Che-Iron, clearly uninterested in entertaining the group's wild theories, cleared his throat to change the subject. "All right, enough of that nonsense," he said. "Let's talk about something else. Who here thinks they can guess why I retired?" The group looked at him curiously, intrigued by the sudden shift in conversation. "It has to be an injury, right?" Yang suggested, though her tone made it clear she wasn't being entirely serious. Che-Iron shook his head. No, I'm not asking for vague guesses like that. I want an accurate reason. Think carefully." The group began throwing out ideas, each one wilder than the last. "Maybe you got tired of fighting and wanted to enjoy the quiet life," RWBY suggested. "Or maybe you had a dramatic falling out with someone and decided to step away," Weiss added. As the guesses continued, Crimson returned from the kitchen, drying his hands with a towel. "What's going on?" he asked, noting the lively discussion. RWBY quickly filled him in. "Old man Che-Iron asked us to guess why he retired. Do you have a guess?" Crimson tilted his head, a small smile playing on his lips. Let's see, the old man has an injury in his lower back that causes pain when he runs, his right shoulder is also damaged, and he probably can't exert more than half his strength with it." The room fell silent as everyone stared at him. Che-Iron blinked, clearly taken aback. "Pira," he said slowly. "Did you tell him that?" Pira shook her head firmly. "No, I didn't." Crimson chuckled softly. "I can see the injuries," he said simply. Weiss, remembering something, narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. "During your fight with that demon, it mentioned that you can see the transparent world as a human. Does that mean you can still do that now?" Crimson nodded. "That's right. So, what exactly can you see?" "This has been a mystery to me for a while now." Crimson began to explain. "When I look at someone, it's as if their body is transparent. I can see what's happening inside their muscles, their bones, even their injuries. It allows me to predict their movements before they make them. The fastest events look slow to me, almost like they're happening in slow motion. Take a bullet, for example. To me, it would appear as if it's crawling through the air." The group exchanged stunned looks, the enormity of his explanation sinking in. Blake, however, looked increasingly uncomfortable. She crossed her arms over her chest and shifted in her seat, drawing the attention of the others. "What's wrong?" Young asked, her tone curious. Blake hesitated before blurting out, "Doesn't that mean, he can see us naked?" The room froze, everyone processing her words. Crow was the first to react, whistling low and shaking his head. "I told you, it's always the quiet ones." Crimson rubbed his temples in exasperation. "Blake, I don't see you naked," he said flatly. "It's not like that, it's purely anatomical, like looking at a diagram or an X-ray." Blake's cheeks flushed, but she didn't look entirely convinced. The others, meanwhile, burst into laughter, the tension in the room finally breaking. As the laughter subsided, Crimson glanced at Blake, his tone turning teasing. But if it helps, I can look away next time. Her blush deepened, and the group erupted into laughter once more. Chapter 80. The earlier laughter had subsided, giving way to quieter, more reflective discussions. Crow leaned back in his chair, nursing his drink as he eyed Crimson curiously. How do semblances look to you? Crow asked, breaking the silence. Crimson tilted his head thoughtfully. Semblances appear like glowing seeds in your hearts, he explained. When someone uses their semblance, the seed blooms into an intricate shape, each one is unique, almost like a fingerprint. He paused and glanced at Crow. But when I look at you, your semblance is different, it's active all the time, like it never stops blooming. Crow nodded slightly, his gaze dropping to the table. That makes sense, he said quietly. My semblance isn't something I turn on or off, I bring bad luck to everyone around me. His voice carried a note of sadness, and the weight of his words hung in the air. It's caused more problems than I care to admit. After a brief silence, Crow looked up at Crimson, his expression heavy with guilt. I owe you an apology, he said. For lying to you all these years saying I was your uncle when I'm really your father. I thought it was for the best, but maybe my semblance was part of the bad luck in your life. Crimson's expression softened, and a small smile tugged at his lips. You don't need to worry about that, he said. I don't hold a grudge over it. I understand why you and Uncle Tai chose to lie to us. Besides, he added with a chuckle, I am sure it is the other way around. Your semblance made you unlucky enough to get a mentally unstable son like me. Crow blinked at the unexpected humor, then laughed, a genuine smile breaking through his somber demeanor. You have got a point there, he admitted, his mood lightened. Across the table, Oscar, who had been quiet throughout most of the evening, finally spoke. Crimson, he began hesitantly. How do you see Ashbin? I mean, when you look at me. Crimson's eyes narrowed slightly as he considered the question. That's hard to explain, he said slowly. It's the first time I've seen anything like it. When I look at you, I see an abomination of faces, all combined into one. Ashbin is at the forefront, but there are others behind him, all tangled together. It's unsettling. Oscar winced, visibly uncomfortable, but before he could respond, Crimson's expression shifted as if remembering something. The god I met spoke of two immortals in this world, he said, his tone curious. Ashbin and Salem, the Queen of Grimm, are they the two he meant? Oscar nodded reluctantly, his voice tinged with sadness. Yes, Ashbin's soul ended up in my head one day, that's how I found out. Crimson nodded in understanding, his expression thoughtful. I see, he murmured, letting the topic rest. The next morning, the group gathered outside for some light training. The sun was bright, casting warm rays across the sparring grounds. Young approached Crimson, her expression determined, Nora's earlier words still echoing in her mind. Crimson, she called out, her tone steady. Let's spar. Crimson raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by the request. You want to spar with me? Young nodded firmly. Yeah, after everything you've been through, I'm curious to see how strong you have become. Crimson studied her for a moment before shrugging. All right, he said simply, stepping forward. The two took their positions, the rest of the group gathering nearby to watch. Young smirked as she stretched her arms, a teasing glint in her eyes. I'm surprised you agreed so easily. You are usually reluctant to fight, she said, her tone light. Crimson shrugged again, a small smile tugging at his lips. Things have changed, let's see what you've got. Aren't you going to draw your sword? Young asked curiously, she is used to seeing Crimson holding a stick or a pipe in his hand when sparring with her. Not this time, Crimson replied with a warm smile. Wasting no time, Young charged at Crimson with a flurry of punches, each one aimed with precision and power. Crimson, however, remained calm, effortlessly blocking every strike with a single hand. The sharp sound of fists colliding with defenses echoed through the air, and Yang's expression shifted as she narrowed her eyes in concentration. Her hair began to glow golden, and her eyes turned a fiery red as her semblance activated. With a determined roar, she lunged forward, delivering a punch with all her strength. Crimson didn't flinch. As the punch came, he raised his hand and caught her fist mid-air. The impact caused a shockwave to ripple outward, sending dust and leaves flying. Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Crimson stood unmoved, his grip firm around her hand as though the effort required was minimal. The others watched in stunned silence. Pira was the first to break it, her voice barely above a whisper. He didn't even budge. Weiss and Blake exchanged uneasy glances, both equally astonished. That's terrifying, Weiss said, her voice tinged with awe. Young pulled her hand back, her expression a mixture of surprise and newfound respect. You've always been strong, she admitted. But I didn't think you'd be able to take that head on like it was nothing. Crimson smiled faintly, his tone casual as he shrugged. I got stronger. Yang, still curious, tilted her head. How strong are you, really? She asked, her voice tinged with curiosity and caution. Crimson hummed, thoughtful for a moment. Truthfully, he wasn't entirely sure himself. His training and sparring with Yorichi had pushed his limits, but it made estimating his own strength difficult. Finally, he said. While I am not as resilient or durable as my demonic state, my overall strength should be somewhat stronger now than the second form. His words sent a chill through the group. The demon they all remembered was a walking catastrophe, a being of unparalleled destruction and malevolence. The idea that Crimson has surpassed it gave them a sobering perspective on just how far he had come. Yang exhaled slowly, her confidence tempered by awe. That's a lot to take in, she admitted. The group exchanged glances, each processing Crimson's words in their own way. It was clear that he had grown far beyond their expectations. No one after Yang asked to spar with Crimson. His words were a sobering realization that any attempt to spar with him would be less of a match and more of a lesson in humility. Later that day, the group gathered in the spacious dining area of Pira's family estate. Nora and Ren had stepped out earlier, and when they returned, they brought John along with them. John's arrival was met with enthusiastic greetings and excited chatter as the group caught up on each other's lives and shared stories from their respective journeys. Amidst the lively conversation, the comforting aroma of food wafted through the air, drawing their attention toward the kitchen. Crimson was at the stove, moving with practiced ease as he prepared food for everyone. Pira's mother was by his side, helping with the preparation. The two worked together seamlessly, exchanging ideas about flavors and recipes as they went about their tasks. Their quiet collaboration added a warm, homely touch to the bustling atmosphere in the dining room. From her seat at the table, Nora noticed them working together and couldn't resist the opportunity to tease. She nudged Pira with her elbow and grinned. You might want to start preparing yourself to call Crimson Dad, Pira. The comment caught everyone's attention, and John, who was in the middle of recounting an adventure, stopped to process what he'd just heard. Wait, what? He said, blinking in surprise. Crimson's into older, married women now. The group burst into laughter, and Yang and Ruby quickly joined in on the joke. Guess that makes you our step-niece, huh, Pira? Yang quipped, winking mischievously. Ruby chimed in, does that mean you have to call us aunts now? Pira's face flushed crimson as she tried to wave off their teasing. It's nothing like that. She protested, though her embarrassment only fueled the laughter around her. Despite her protests, the playful teasing continued, and Pira made a mental note to talk to her mother about the situation later. That night, after the group had dispersed to their rooms, Pira approached her mother in the living room. Her mother was seated on a comfortable armchair, a book in her lap, but she looked up and smiled warmly as Pira entered. Mother, Pira began hesitantly. There's something I wanted to talk to you about. Her mother closed her book and gave her full attention. Of course, dear, what's on your mind? Pira took a deep breath. It's about Crimson, the others were joking earlier about you and him, they said, she faltered, unsure how to phrase it. Her mother's lips twitched with amusement. That I might be interested in him? Pira nodded, her cheeks turning pink. Yes, they said I should be ready to call him, Dad. Her mother chuckled softly, clearly entertained. Well, I have to admit, Crimson is quite nice to be around, he's thoughtful, skilled, and kind, I've started to like him, she paused, observing her daughter's reaction. Pira froze, her heart skipping a beat. You, like him? She repeated, her voice faint. Oh, Pira, don't look so alarmed. What I meant is that I wouldn't mind having him around more often, he's a good man. Pira let out a small sigh of relief, only for her mother to add with a teasing glint in her eye, you should act quickly before someone else does, you have my approval. Pira's face turned scarlet, and she stood abruptly. Good night, mother. She said hastily, turning to leave. Her mother's laughter followed her as she left the room, her cheeks still burning with embarrassment. Chapter 81. The sun shone brightly as Crimson adjusted his clothes, preparing to head out for groceries. I'll be heading to the market, he announced casually. Pira's heart skipped a beat. This was the perfect opportunity to spend time with him. Seizing the moment, she stepped forward. I'll come with you, she said, her voice steady despite the flurry of emotions swirling inside her. Crimson glanced at her and nodded. All right, let's go. The two set off, the air between them calm but filled with potential. Pira racked her mind, searching for a conversation starter. She had barely begun to gather her thoughts when a familiar voice rang out. "Wait for me." Ruby's cheerful tone broke the tranquility as she dashed toward them, her energy unmistakable. Pira glanced at Crimson, hoping he might suggest Ruby stay back, but instead, he smiled warmly. "Sure, Ruby, let's go." To Pira's dismay, the trio continued onward. Any chance for a private conversation seemed to slip further away with every step. Throughout the day, Pira tried again and again to find a moment alone with Crimson. Yet, each time she approached him, someone would join them, or a task would demand his attention. By the evening, she resigned herself to the thought that she'd have better opportunities in Atlas. The following day, the group gathered outside Pira's family estate, bags packed and ready to depart. Pira's mother and Cheiron stood near the gate, exchanging heartfelt farewells. "Take care of yourselves," Pira's mother said, her voice warm but tinged with concern. "And stay safe in Atlas." Cheiron clapped Crimson on the shoulder. "Watch over them." "I will," Crimson replied with a small smile, nodding respectfully. The group waved their goodbyes before heading off toward the military base. The journey was uneventful, filled with light conversation and shared anticipation of what awaited them in Atlas. When they reached the base, however, the atmosphere shifted. The large entrance gates clanged shut behind them, and soldiers lined the walls, weapons aimed squarely at the group. Turrets whirred as they locked on, their presence a stark reminder of the military's distrust. The tension grew heavier as a short, stout figure emerged from the ranks. Commander Cordovan walked forward, her expression as sharp as the soldiers' bayonets. Well, what do we have here?" She sneered, her eyes locking on Crimson. "You thought walking in here with confidence would let you pass. I've investigated." Crimson rose, "and I know for certain you're an imposter." Crimson tilted his head, genuinely confused. "What are you talking about?" Cordovan snorted derisively. "The real Crimson Rose doesn't have tattoos on his face. The marks only appear when his semblance is activated. Did you really think you could deceive me? Impersonating him and lying in my face. That is a punishable crime." The group bristled at her accusation. Before Crimson could respond, Ruby and Young stepped forward, their expressions indignant. "Are you serious?" Ruby snapped. "This is our brother. We're his sisters." Ruby rose and Young Xiaolong. Young gestured toward Weiss. "And this is Weiss Schnee, if you don't believe us, ask her." Cordovan turned her sharp gaze to Weiss, her demeanor unwavering. After a long pause, she said. "If Miss Schnee has allowed herself to be misled, I will ensure she is escorted safely to Atlas, as for the impostor and those of questionable origin." She added, her eyes briefly settling on Blake. "They will be detained." As she said those words, the soldiers around her pointed their weapons at Crimson and his group. The group's anger simmered, but Crimson's calm voice cut through the tension. "You had 3 days to contact General Ironwood," he said, his tone level yet firm. "You chose not to and even resorted to violence. That's on you." Cordovan opened her mouth to respond, but Crimson stepped forward, his smile unwavering. "I'm borrowing an aircraft," he stated matter-of-factly, continuing toward the base. The tension hung thick in the air as Crimson walked steadily toward the gates of the Atlas military base. The soldiers around him bristled, weapons aimed, ready to fire at a moment's notice. "Crimson, stop!" Crow called out, stepping in front of him. His voice was stern, laced with concern. "You can't just attack a military base like this, think about what you're doing." Crimson paused, looking at Crow with a calm yet unnerving smile. "Attack the base?" He chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Relax, Dad, I'm not going to destroy an Atlas base or commit a massacre. The general wouldn't appreciate that, but," his crimson eyes glinted dangerously as he continued. "I think you will understand if I cause a little damage and humble some arrogant children who think they are invincible." "How dare you? Soldiers, take him down. Show this impostor the might of Atlas." The soldiers opened fire, but before any bullets or energy rounds could find their mark, Crimson unsheathed his blade in one fluid motion. In an instant, the air was filled with an intense energy that seemed to distort the space around him. With a single blinding slash, dozens of crescent moons of energy erupted from his sword, streaking forward with incredible speed. They tore through the base's defenses like paper, destroying the gate and large sections of the surrounding walls. The shockwaves from the attack knocked every soldier unconscious, their weapons clattering to the ground. When the dust settled, the once imposing defenses of the Atlas base lay in ruins. Only the commander remained standing, frozen in shock as she took in the devastation around her. Her arrogance had vanished, replaced by fear as Crimson approached, his sword back to his sheath and his hand on the hilt. Still smiling, Crimson addressed her in a voice that was polite yet chilling. If you had contacted General Ironwood, no one of this would have happened. You should be thankful I chose restraint. The commander's face paled as she realized the truth of his words. Crimson's reputation in Vale soared due to his feats, especially slaying the Grim Dragon single-handedly, and the person before her was a monster in human clothing. She swallowed hard, her arrogance utterly shattered. Now, Crimson said, his tone soft but commanding. Lead us to the aircraft while I'm still being nice. Shaking, the commander nodded and began walking toward the hangar. The rest of the group followed in silence, the weight of Crimson's power sinking in. RWBY hesitated for a moment before voicing the question on everyone's mind. Crimson, is this really okay? Crimson didn't break stride as he replied. The general will understand. I explicitly asked this commander to contact him for confirmation, but she refused. If she wanted trouble, then she got it. I don't see any reason to hold back against someone who refuses to listen to reason. Besides, I thought you all were in a hurry to reach Atlas. Cordovan's fists clenched at his words, her fury evident, but she dared not speak. The image of the devastation behind them was a stark reminder of what Crimson could do if truly angered. At last, they reached the aircraft. The group began boarding with Crimson helping Raven board it, the tension slowly giving way to relief. As they prepared for takeoff, Cordovan, her pride in tatters, slipped away from the group and sprinted toward the base. Weiss noticed her first and glanced at Crimson. She's running. Crimson looked back briefly but waved dismissively. Let her, she's not worth the trouble. Crow checked the aircraft's state before turning on the engines. The hum of the aircraft's engines filled the cabin as the group settled in for their flight to Atlas. The tension from the confrontation at the base lingered, but for the moment. Silence reigned. RWBY leaned against the window, watching the base grow smaller below them. Just as the group began to relax, a deep rumble shook the air. The aircraft jolted slightly, prompting Weiss to rush to the cockpit and look out the windshield. What the, she gasped, her eyes widening. The group scrambled to look out the windows as the mountain they had just passed began to split apart. Massive chunks of rock slid away, revealing a colossal hidden structure. It shimmered with polished steel and lights, emerging from the depths of the mountain like an ancient titan awakened from slumber. Then came the voice loud, shrill, and filled with indignant fury. You dare insult the might and greatness of Atlas? Commander Cordovan's voice boomed from unseen speakers, echoing across the landscape. You will pay for your insolence. From within the open mountain, a giant robot emerged, its form towering and imposing. Each step of the mech sent tremors through the ground below, a testament to its sheer weight and power. Let this be a reminder to the lesser kingdoms of the superiority of Atlas. You will bow before its might, or be crushed beneath it. Weiss's face paled as she stared at the monstrous machine through the cockpit window. She's piloting that thing, she said, almost in disbelief. She's completely lost her mind. Is that thing even supposed to be here? Nora asked, his voice tinged with worry. No, Crow answered grimly, crossing his arms. That giant mech isn't meant for battles like this, it's designed to take down giant Grim that come from the depths of the ocean, not for squabbles with people. He let out a low whistle. Cordovan must be out of her mind if she thinks using it here is a good idea. This is your last chance to surrender. Crimson rose. Turn the aircraft around and submit yourselves for judgment, or I will be forced to remind you why Atlas is the greatest kingdom on Remnant. Crimson stood near the back of the cabin, unshaken by the commander's threats. He stared out at the mech, his expression relaxed. She's gone from arrogant to desperate, he remarked coolly. She's overcompensating for her earlier failure. Yeah, well, desperate people with giant weapons tend to be a problem. Yang pointed out, gripping her seat as the aircraft rocked slightly. RWBY frowned, looking at her brother. What do we do, Crimson? Crimson's crimson eyes glimmered with a calm confidence as he turned to RWBY. We stay the course. I've already given her more attention than she deserves. He glanced out the window again, the faintest hint of a smirk playing on his lips. If she tries to stop us, we will deal with her. Weiss sighed, this isn't going to end well. Face me, Crimson rose. Face the might of Atlas, or cower like the coward you are. The group exchanged uneasy glances. The mountain may have split open, but it seemed the commander's sanity had split with it. Chapter 82. When Commander Cordovan saw the aircraft continuing to fly away, undeterred by her threats, she became furious at the blatant disregard. This is your final warning. Cordovan's voice thundered from the mech speakers. You cannot run from the might of Atlas. The mech's massive cannon began to glow, a searing beam of light gathering at its tip. With a roar, the cannon fired, the blinding energy cutting through the air like a lance. Brace yourselves. Crow yelled from the cockpit, gripping the controls tightly. At the last possible second, he banked the aircraft sharply, narrowly avoiding the beam. The resulting shockwave rattled the aircraft, sending everyone tumbling in their seats. "Everyone okay?" Ruby asked, helping Weiss back up. "That was way too close," Young said, holding onto the seat for balance. Crimson sat calmly throughout the chaos, his expression stoic. He sighed, standing up as the aircraft leveled out. "Turn the aircraft around," he said firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. "You're serious? You want me to fly back toward the giant death machine?" Crimson's crimson eyes glimmered with resolve as he rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. "She needs a lesson in humility, besides," he added, his voice cold. "I've had enough of her antics, I'll deal with her myself." For a moment, Crow hesitated. But after looking into Crimson's eyes, he nodded and sighed. "All right, kid, you're the boss." The aircraft pivoted midair, its engines roaring as it flew back toward the towering mech. Cordovan, standing in the cockpit of the giant robot, began to laugh when she noticed the aircraft returning. "Fools!" she shouted, her voice brimming with arrogance. "You think you can challenge Atlas and live to tell the tale? You should have stayed down and begged for mercy." Her laughter faltered as the aircraft came closer, its course adjusting slightly. The side door slid open, revealing Crimson standing there, his piercing gaze locked on her. What are they doing?" Cordovan stammered, her smugness replaced with confusion. Before she could react further, Crimson leaped from the aircraft like a bullet, the wind howling around him. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly as he descended. In one fluid motion, he drew his blade, unleashing a massive crescent-shaped wave of energy that hurtled toward the mech's cannon arm. Cordovan sneered. "Foolish boy. Atlas is the master of hardlight dust." She pressed a button, activating shimmering energy shields in front of the arm. The crescent moon slash collided with the shields, shattering them instantly like glass. Cordovan's eyes widened in disbelief as the slash continued its path, severing the cannon arm cleanly from the mech's shoulder. The massive limb crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. Cordovan stared in horror, her confidence crumbling. Crimson's voice echoed across the battlefield, calm yet menacing. "This machine was designed to combat Leviathan-class Grim, not to stroke your ego, your irresponsible use of it will not go unpunished." Cordovan's hands trembled as she saw Crimson standing on the knee of the mech, his crimson eyes condemning her. Her fear turned to rage as she slammed her fists on the controls. "You insolent brat!" she screamed, maneuvering the mech's remaining arm to strike him. Crimson didn't flinch. Another flash of his blade sent a crescent wave slicing through the air, severing the second arm before it could reach him. The massive appendage fell to the ground with a deafening crash. "No! Stop!" Cordovan stumbled back from the explosion, falling onto the floor of the cockpit. When she stood, coughing from the smoke, her blood ran cold. Crimson was standing on the platform outside the cockpit window, his gaze locked onto hers. His sword rested at his side, but the weight of his presence alone was enough to make her knees weak. "You've lost," Crimson said quietly, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. Cordovan's lips trembled as she backed away from the window, her hands shaking. You monster," she whispered. "Commander. Grim approaching. A Leviathan-class entity has been spotted in the bay." Cordovan froze, her eyes darting toward the horizon. In the distance, a colossal Grim emerged from the waters, its blackened form slithering with malice. The creature roared, sending waves crashing onto the shore. Crimson turned his gaze toward the Grim, then back to Cordovan. "Do you hear that?" he asked, his tone sharp. "That's the sound of people's fear that you caused by recklessly piloting this monstrosity." Cordovan's knees buckled as she sank to the floor of the cockpit. What have I done?" she muttered, her voice barely audible. "How do you plan to fight it now? You've rendered your weapon useless in your arrogance, all because you couldn't swallow your pride." Tears welled in Cordovan's eyes as the weight of her actions bore down on her. I didn't mean for this to happen," she said, her voice breaking. Crimson said nothing, his silence more damning than any words. As the Leviathan Grim let out another bone-rattling roar, Cordovan could only sit there, consumed by regret. Crimson's crimson eyes flickered away from Commander Cordovan, who still knelt in her ruined cockpit, shaken and remorseful. Without sparing her another glance, his gaze locked on the aircraft hovering near the damaged robot. Crow, steering expertly, brought the vehicle in close. Without hesitation, Crimson leapt from the mech's knee, landing gracefully back inside the aircraft. "What should we do? We can't just leave Argus like this." Crimson replied in a calm but resolute voice, "Don't worry, we'll handle this." He walked to the cockpit, placing a firm hand on Crow's shoulder. Head straight for that oversized pest, he instructed, his tone unwavering. Ignore the smaller ones, let them buzz around us. You're sure about that? This isn't exactly the safest plan. Crimson smirked faintly. Everything will be okay. With a reluctant sigh, Crow nodded. All right, let's give the people of Argus a show they'll never forget. Turning back to the rest of the group, Crimson called out, everyone, take position at the doors, provide firepower for the smaller Grim, make every shot count. As the group scrambled to their stations, Raven stepped forward. And what about you? She asked, her voice calm but curious. Crimson opened the aircraft door and stepped out, the rushing wind whipping his hair. I'll take the top. With that, he climbed onto the roof of the aircraft, steadying himself against the violent gusts as they gained altitude. The Leviathan-class Grim loomed in the distance, a horrifying black mass of black flesh and white bones. Its glowing red eyes burned with primal rage. And the creature opened its massive jaws, releasing a beam of energy that tore the hard light shields defending the city. The shields shattered like brittle glass, leaving Argus defenseless. The city watched in horror as the monstrous Grim advanced, its roars echoing through the air. And then, they saw it, a single aircraft flying straight toward the Leviathan. Gasps rippled through the streets as people turned their attention skyward. Among them were Cheiron and Pira's mother, standing on the balcony of the Nikos estate. Their eyes widened as the lone aircraft approached the beast head-on. Commander Cordovan, still in her disabled mech, stared in disbelief. They're insane, she muttered. As the aircraft drew closer to the Leviathan, smaller Grim swarmed toward it, a chaotic cloud of winged monstrosities. Inside, RWBY, Young, Weiss, and the others unleashed a barrage of bullets, fire, and magic from the aircraft doors. Raven joined them, her maiden powers summoning ice spears that penetrated through clusters of Grim in an instant. On top of the aircraft, Crimson stood like a sentinel, his sword glowing faintly in his hand. With precision and grace, he unleashed wave after wave of crescent-shaped slashes. Each wave tore through the air, cutting down the flying Grim before they could reach the aircraft. The Leviathan took notice of the aircraft. Its massive head turned, and it let out a guttural roar before spewing another beam of energy toward them. Weiss raised her rapier, summoning a massive glyph of ice. Raven, standing beside her, extended her hands, amplifying the freezing magic with her maiden powers. Together, their combined strength created a wall of ice that met the fire head-on, dulling its heat and force. Crow expertly maneuvered the aircraft, veering away from the weakened flames and circling around the Leviathan. Hold on! Crow shouted as the aircraft came around for another pass. Crimson crouched low, his eyes narrowing as the aircraft lined up its approach. When the moment was right, he leapt from the roof of the aircraft, hurtling through the air like a meteor. The Leviathan roared as Crimson landed on its thick, armored neck. He didn't waste a second. His sword flashed again and again, each slash unleashing a vortex of energy that drilled into the monster's flesh. From a distance, it looked as though a storm of crescent moons had erupted atop the Leviathan. The relentless attack carved deep into the beast's armor, destroying the bony armor and even severing the black flesh beneath. The Leviathan thrashed wildly, trying to shake Crimson off, but his strikes never faltered. With one final, powerful slash, the monster's head was severed from its body. The massive head fell, crashing into the ocean with a thunderous splash that sent waves rippling outward. The rest of the Leviathan's body followed, collapsing lifelessly into the water. For a moment, the city of Argus was silent, the people frozen in shock. Then, a cheer erupted as they realized the beast had been slain. But the group in the aircraft wasn't cheering yet. Where's Crimson? RWBY asked, her voice tinged with worry. There. Yang pointed out the window, spotting Crimson swimming in the ocean amidst the disintegrating smoke of the Leviathan. Crow brought the aircraft down, hovering just above the water. Weiss and Blake lowered a rope, and Crimson climbed aboard, his hair and clothes dripping with salt water. He sat in the nearest seat on the aircraft, frowning. I hate salty water, he muttered. The group couldn't help but smile. RWBY giggled, and even Raven allowed herself a small smirk. You did it, Pira said, her eyes filled with admiration. Crimson, wringing out his hair, said, let's not celebrate yet, Dad, get us to Atlas, the soldiers can handle the rest of the flying pests. Crow nodded, pulling the aircraft back into the sky. Back in Argus, the city was alive with cheers and celebrations. At the Nikos estate, Cheiron watched the destruction of the mech and the beheading of the Leviathan with awe. He turned to Pira's mother and said, I think Crimson deserves a new title, Giant Slayer. She laughed, nodding in agreement. It suits him. As the aircraft disappeared into the horizon, the people of Argus knew they owed their lives to the daring crew aboard. Chapter 83. The hum of the airship's engine filled the cabin as the group sat scattered around, their earlier shock and turmoil now subsiding into a calmer, more reflective mood. The destination was Atlas, but their minds were still wrestling with the Crimson's earlier display. Young leaned back in her seat, arms crossed, her eyes fixed on Crimson, who sat across from her. You know, she began, breaking the relative quiet. It's kind of insane, you're really as strong now, stronger than when you went full demon back in Haven. Yeah. And no creepy extra eyes or anything this time, I mean, that was cool in a terrifying way, but this is just cool. Crimson chuckled softly at their enthusiasm, shaking his head. I suppose I'll take that as a compliment, but honestly, I prefer to avoid comparisons to that form altogether. Ruby, sitting beside Weiss, turned her attention to him, her silver eyes narrowing in curiosity. Speaking of cool, what's the deal with your sword? During the fight, you were drawing and slashing so fast that I couldn't get a good look at it, but it seemed different, almost strange. Crimson glanced down at his side, where his sword rested in its sheath. A faint smile played on his lips as he drew the blade slowly, its soft hum filling the air. As the metal caught the dim light of the cabin, the group collectively gasped. The blade was like no other they'd seen. It gleamed with a bluish-white hue, faintly glowing as if it were forged from a fragment of the moon itself. The light pulsed gently, almost alive, adding an otherworldly aura to the weapon. Ruby's eyes widened as she leaned closer, practically vibrating with excitement. It's beautiful, she reached out hesitantly, and Crimson nodded, allowing her to take it. As Ruby held the sword, she turned it over in her hands, marveling at its craftsmanship. The blade felt both ancient and impossibly advanced, with intricate patterns etched into its surface, reminiscent of constellations. Where did you even get this? She asked, her voice almost reverent. Weiss, sitting primly beside her, folded her arms. Yes, Crimson, I think we'd all like to know the origin of a weapon like this. Crimson leaned back in his seat, his expression thoughtful. It was a gift, he said simply. A gift? Weiss raised an eyebrow, her skepticism apparent. Crimson nodded. From the god of harmony, he clarified. The cabin fell silent again, everyone processing his words. So it's another divine relic? Young asked, breaking the silence. Crimson shook his head immediately. No, not exactly, it doesn't have the magical properties or immense power of the relics, this sword is just a sword, he gestured toward the blade in Ruby's hands. Granted, it's far superior in quality to any weapon I've seen or used, but it's not imbued with any supernatural abilities. Ruby glanced up at him, frowning slightly. You mean to tell me you've had this all this time and never showed it to us? Crimson shrugged. There wasn't any reason to, it's just a sword, Ruby. Just a sword. This thing looks like it could cut through a grim without even trying. How could you not think it was worth showing off? Weiss chuckled softly, covering her mouth with her hand. It's hardly surprising, Ruby, Crimson is not one for theatrics or grand displays. Nora burst into laughter. Yeah, but you definitely are, Ruby. The group shared a round of laughter, lightening the atmosphere as Ruby puffed out her cheeks in mock indignation. Ruby handed the sword back to him, still marveling at it. Even if it's not a relic, it's amazing, it suits you. Crimson sheathed the blade with practiced ease and gave her a small nod of appreciation. Thanks, Ruby. As the airship continued its journey to Atlas, the group settled into quiet conversation. The hum of the aircraft's engines faded into a tense silence as the group stared out the windows. The horizon was dominated by the looming silhouette of Atlas, its floating city gleaming against the darkening sky. But what truly caught their attention was the aggressive display of military might surrounding it. Battleships hovered in rigid formation. Their weapons trained in all directions, while fighter aircraft patrolled the skies like predatory birds. The once pristine city of Atlas looked more like a fortress under siege. This doesn't look okay, Ruby muttered, her eyes darting between the patrolling ships and the city's towering defenses. No kidding, Crow added, looking worried. What's James doing? Or maybe something happened in Atlas, Oscar offered hesitantly. Before anyone could reply, a sharp beep sounded from the aircraft's console. A voice crackled through the communication system, cold and authoritative. Mantis 013, this is Atlas Control, welcome back home, please land in Docking Bay Mega 12, security team will meet you there, over. Blake frowned and said. If we land there, they won't let us anywhere near General Ironwood, she crossed her arms. Especially since this aircraft is, you know, stolen. Weiss sighed, pulling out her scroll. Then we'll have to contact Winter, she might be the only one who can get us through this mess, she glanced at Crow. Fly toward Mantle, I'll need some time to reach her. Crow gave a curt nod and adjusted the controls. Got it. Crow grimaced, gripping the controls tightly. Not sure, starting to wonder if heading to Atlas was even the right choice. As the aircraft descended toward Mantle's lower atmosphere, the group spotted a massive screen mounted on the side of a skyscraper. It displayed General Ironwood, his face pale and gaunt, addressing the people of Atlas and Mantle. His voice didn't carry into the aircraft, but his body language was rigid, his movements mechanical. RWBY leaned closer to the window. He looks so tired. Weiss, still trying to reach her sister on her scroll, frowned in frustration. Winter will help us, she has to, I just need to get through to her. Not so sure about that, Crow cut in, pointing to another massive screen. The group turned their attention to the display. Winter Schnee, clad in her Atlas military uniform, stood at attention as she addressed the citizens of Mantle. Her voice carried a commanding tone as she instructed people to follow orders from Atlas military personnel or they will be punished. Weiss's hands trembled as she lowered her scroll. Winter, her voice cracked, betraying her growing anxiety. Before anyone could offer reassurance, the aircraft's console beeped again. Mantis 013, we noticed you detoured to Mantle, return to docking bay 12 immediately, over. Yang's fist clenched as she stood. We can't keep this up, let's ditch the aircraft and figure things out from the ground. Pira, sitting next to Crimson, turned to him with a look of uncertainty. What do you think we should do? Crimson rested his chin on his hand, looking out the window at the sprawling city below. It's easier to head straight to Atlas and cause enough of a scene to get Ironwood's attention, but if we want to avoid violence, staying in Mantle and continuing to try to reach Winter might be our best option. The group exchanged uncertain glances before Crow made the decision. Alright, we'll ditch the ship in Mantle, keep a low profile and figure out our next move from there. The aircraft descended further into Mantle, and the group abandoned it in a quiet industrial zone, slipping away before any patrols could arrive. As they walked through the streets of Mantle, the grim reality of the city hit them hard. The air was heavy with negativity, the shadows filled with despair. Homeless people huddled in alleyways, their eyes hollow and lifeless. Others shuffled down the streets, their faces etched with worry. RWBY clutched Crescent Rose tightly as she looked around. This isn't what I imagined, it's so broken, Young finished grimly, her gaze scanning the streets. The sound of laughter caught their attention, but it was not joyful. A group of drunken Atlas citizens staggered out of a nearby bar, their voices slurred and angry. They're all ungrateful pieces of shit. One man shouted, waving a bottle in the air. Atlas tries to help the other kingdoms, and this is what we get. Blamed for everything. Damn right. Another agreed. Let them rot for all I care. The group tensed, instinctively ready for a confrontation, but Crimson raised a hand, shaking his head. Not worth it, let's keep moving. They quietly slipped past the drunkards, their steps quickening as they moved deeper into Mantle. The streets of Mantle grew darker with every step, and it wasn't just the fading light of day. The deeper the group ventured into the city, the more apparent its despair became. Neglect clung to every corner, crumbling buildings, flickering streetlights, and hollow-eyed citizens trudging through the streets. The air felt heavy, weighed down by the unshakable presence of fear and hopelessness. This place it's worse than I thought, RWBY murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. It's been like this for a while, Weiss replied solemnly, her eyes darting around. But I didn't realize it had gotten this bad. As the group moved through the streets, their somber thoughts were interrupted by the sudden blare of alarms. A loud, shrill wail echoed across the city, causing heads to turn and panic to ripple through the sparse crowds. What now? Young groaned, her hand instinctively tightening into a fist. Grim, Ren said sharply, his gaze flicking to the horizon. The alarms for a grim attack. RWBY readied Crescent Rose, her expression serious. We need to find where they're coming from. They shouldn't have made it this far into the city, Weiss said, worry creeping into her voice. The defenses are probably falling apart, just like everything else, Yang interjected, sighing. Not surprised. A low growl echoed from around the corner, sending shivers down their spines. The group immediately took defensive stances. Weapons at the ready. From the corner, a pack of sabers emerged, their glowing red eyes locked onto the group. The saber-toothed tiger like Grim snarled and bared their sharp teeth. There's a lot of them, Nora said, gripping Magnhild tightly. Good, Yang smirked. I've been needing to hit something. The group charged forward, meeting the Grim head-on. RWBY spun Crescent Rose with practiced ease, slicing through the first saber in a single motion. Weiss summoned a glyph beneath her feet, propelling herself into the air before freezing another saber solid with a precise strike of Murdenmaster. Nora and Ren worked in tandem, as always. Nora's hammer came down with a thunderous crash, sending Grimm scattering. While Ren danced between them, his quick strikes dispatching them with efficiency. Pira's spear and shield blurred as she moved, her every attack a display of precision and strength. Crow darted through the fray, his scythe cleaving through the Grimm like a whirlwind. "Keep it up, kids," he called over his shoulder, a rare smile tugging at his lips despite the situation. Standing on the sidelines, Crimson watched the battle unfold with a calm detachment. His arms were crossed, his sword still sheathed at his side. "They're doing fine," he muttered to himself. Beside him, Raven leaned on her stick, her posture rigid. She hadn't joined the fight, and Crimson could see the tension in her shoulders. "You're not going to help them?" she asked, her voice low. "They don't need me for this," Crimson replied evenly, his eyes never leaving the fight. "These Grimm are nothing compared to what they have faced before." "And me?" Raven's lips twisted into a bitter smile. "I'm not much use in close combat anymore." The group made short work of the Grimm. One by one, the Sabers fell under their combined efforts. As the battle neared its end, only 3 Grimm remained. The remaining creatures growled and lunged toward the group. Before anyone could strike, a blinding green light shot down from the sky. The beam of energy incinerated the 3 Sabers in an instant, leaving nothing behind but scorched ground and a faint smell of ozone. Chapter 84. The group stood there, their attention was drawn upward by a faint shadow moving against the clouds. A figure soared gracefully, silhouetted against the dim light. "Is that a person?" Blake asked, squinting. Crimson's sharp eyes locked onto the flying figure. He muttered, "Well, this is unexpected." Raven, standing beside him, turned her gaze toward him with a curious look but said nothing. The group collectively froze as the figure descended. With fluid motion, the shadow became clearer, a girl with orange hair, dressed in green, her movements precise yet somehow carefree. The group stared in disbelief as she touched down in front of them, her boots clinking softly against the pavement. The girl's vibrant green eyes scanned the group with excitement. "Wait a second," Weiss stammered, her usually composed voice trembling. "No way," Yang muttered, her brows furrowing. Ruby's eyes widened as recognition struck her like a bolt of lightning. "Penny!" she screamed, her voice cracking with shock. At the sound of her name, the girl perked up, her face lighting up with childlike glee. "Ruby!" "Salutations," she cried, saluting in her signature cheerful manner before launching herself toward Ruby at full speed. "Wait, wait." Ruby barely managed to get the words out before Penny collided with her, knocking her clean off her feet. They both tumbled to the ground in a heap, with Penny hugging Ruby tightly. The group watched in stunned silence as Ruby sat up, her silver eyes still wide with disbelief. "Penny, how?" she stammered. We saw you were," her voice trailed off, unable to say the word. Penny stood and helped Ruby to her feet, her ever-cheerful smile never wavering. "Oh, I understand your confusion. During the Vital Festival, I was indeed well shredded, as you might recall." She paused, her smile softening. "But after that, Atlas was able to recover my core and construct a new body for me. I'm still just upgraded." Ruby blinked, her mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Slowly, a smile began to form on her face, tears glistening in her eyes. "You're really here?" "I am," Penny confirmed, her eyes sparkling. The tension in the group eased, smiles breaking out as they processed the impossible reunion. But Pira stepped forward hesitantly, her head bowed. "Penny, she took a shaky breath. "I'm so sorry for what happened to you, Penny shook her head quickly, cutting Pira off. "You have nothing to apologize for, Pira Nikos. Back then, you were under external influence, it wasn't your fault." Pira's shoulders relaxed, though guilt still lingered in her eyes. "Thank you," she said softly. "Oh, and did I mention? My new body is even better than the last one. I've been equipped with enhanced functionality, so I can be the best protector of Mantle." Before anyone could respond, the city's alarms blared once more. "Duty calls," she announced, leaping into the air with ease. "I'll handle this one, let's catch up later. We have so much to talk about." As she flew off toward the source of the alarm, her voice echoed faintly behind her. "Stay safe, everyone." The group stood there, watching her disappear into the sky. The weight of the moment settled over them, though Young broke the silence with a laugh. "Yep, that's Penny for you." Ruby wiped at her eyes, still smiling as they resumed their journey deeper into Mantle. But they barely took a few steps before chaos erupted. Without warning, specialized capturing cables shot out from every direction, wrapping tightly around every member of the group and pinning them to the ground. Ruby struggled against the cables binding her arms and legs. What's happening? She cried out, her voice panicked. Weiss gritted her teeth. This. Ren, with his usual calm, analyzed the situation. It's coordinated, someone's targeting us. Everyone was caught except for Crimson. As the cables lunged toward him, he simply reached out, caught them midair, and held them in place as if they were nothing more than strings of yarn. Well, Crimson said with an amused smirk, his eyes scanning the surroundings. This is quite the welcome. He glanced at the rooftops and saw 5 figures descending, each armed and radiating an air of professionalism. The group of 5 spread out, surrounding them. A man in the center, clearly the leader, stepped forward. There was a report, he said firmly. About an unauthorized ship landing in Mantle. Unauthorized weapons used by non-licensed huntsmen was also reported. Crimson tilted his head, still holding the cables in one hand with ease. Fair enough, he replied casually. But you might want to save us all some time and contact General Ironwood. The leader, ignoring Crimson, said, you'll be under arrest until further notice. Crimson raised an eyebrow. And who are you, exactly? We are the Aesopes, the leader replied, his voice brimming with authority. Before Crimson could respond, a short-haired woman with a cocky grin and an aura crackling with lightning dashed forward. Her semblance making her movements almost too fast to follow. Crimson merely glanced at her, stepping aside at the last second with a bemused smile as her fist struck nothing but air. Interesting, Crimson remarked. So if I beat you down, will the general notice us? The Aesopes visibly bristled at his words. The short-haired woman, Harriet, glared at him. We're the best huntsmen in Atlas, you think you can beat us? We will see, Crimson said with a smirk. Harriet charged again, her body a blur of speed. Her fists crackled with lightning as she unleashed a flurry of strikes. Despite her overwhelming speed, Crimson blocked every single one with ease. His hands moving fluidly. Finally, he stepped forward and delivered a solid punch to her face, sending her reeling to the side. As Harriet stumbled back, a Faunus member of the Aesopes pointed at Crimson and shouted, "Stay." To Crimson's surprise, his body froze mid-motion. He couldn't move, his entire body came to a halt. Harriet smirked, wiping the blood from her lip. Let's see how cocky you are in a cell. But Crimson smiled. Slowly, he began to take a step forward, his sheer force overpowering the Faunus semblance. The Faunus groaned, dropping to one knee as sweat dripped down his face. He's moving. The Aesopes were now on high alert, their confident expressions replaced with alarm. As they surrounded Crimson, he suddenly dashed forward. His speed making Harriet's earlier movements look sluggish. In an instant, he grabbed one of the capturing cables and used it to restrain the Faunus, dropping him to the ground. The rest of the team stared in shock. Crimson said with a smirk, turning to face the remaining 4. The giant woman with a hammer roared, charging at him with the slender bald man close behind. She brought her hammer down with tremendous force. But Crimson stepped into her strike, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent her staggering. She barely managed to stay upright, her feet seemingly rooted to the ground by her semblance. From the side, glowing tendrils of energy lashed out toward Crimson. He stepped aside, dodging them effortlessly, only to narrowly avoid a fishing hook flying toward his head. Meanwhile, Harriet had already freed the Faunus, and the two stood ready to rejoin the fight. Crimson chuckled, his tone almost playful. You are better than average, he admitted. As the Aesopes regrouped for a second assault, Crimson drew his sword. The bluish-white blade glowed faintly, resembling a piece of the moon. He smiled, tilting his head. No offense, he said. But we need to see the general. The Aesopes braced themselves, but nothing could have prepared them for what came next. In a blur of motion, Crimson unleashed a storm of crescent-shaped slashes from his sword. The glowing arcs of energy streaked through the air, forcing the Aesopes onto the defensive. Despite their best efforts to block and dodge, they were quickly overwhelmed. Before they could recover, Crimson was upon them. His movements were a blur, his strikes precise and devastating. One by one, the Aesopes fell, their auras breaking under the relentless assault. The leader managed to block a strike with his fishing rod, but the sheer force of the blow sent him stumbling backward, his weapon cracking under the pressure. As the dust settled, the leader looked around at his fallen teammates, then at Crimson, who stood unscathed, his sword glowing faintly and a calm smile on his face. To make matters worse for the Aesopes, the capturing cables that had restrained RWBY and the others had been cut by Crimson's onslaught. The group was now free and standing once more, their expressions annoyed and prepared to fight. Crimson sheathed his sword, his smile never wavering. Now, he said. Be a good sport and contact the general, otherwise, his eyes glinted dangerously. I'll have to take that scroll out of your bloodied body, your choice. The leader, Clover, clenched his jaw, his pride bruised. But seeing no other option, he pulled out his scroll and made the call. General, we have trouble, he said, his voice strained. Trouble? Ironwood's voice came through the scroll. Tell him Crimson Rose, Crow Branwen and their group are here, Crimson said with a smile. Clover hesitated before continuing. Crimson Rose, Crow Branwen, and their group are here. There was a pause. Then Ironwood replied, Clover, escort them to me, now. Clover ended the call, his face twitching with frustration. Crimson chuckled softly and said, your team overall is not bad. Clover's face darkened, but he said nothing as he prepared to lead the group to the general. Chapter 85. Clover led the group to an aircraft waiting on the outskirts of Mantle. Soldiers had already arrived to tend to the defeated Aesops, assisting them to their feet and helping them onto a different transport for medical attention. The mood was tense, the aftermath of the earlier skirmish still hanging heavily in the air. As they boarded the aircraft, Clover gestured for them to take their seats but remained silent, his expression unreadable. The engines roared to life, and soon they were airborne, leaving Mantle behind. Ruby leaned against the window, her wide silver eyes fixed on the sight of Atlas as it came into view. The city was a marvel, suspended high in the sky, glittering like a beacon amidst the cold clouds. The sunlight reflected off the sleek, pristine buildings, making them appear almost otherworldly. It's beautiful, Ruby said softly, her breath fogging up the glass. Weiss, seated beside her, nodded, though her expression was more somber. It always looks beautiful from the outside, she murmured, her tone carrying a weight of memories. Yang leaned back in her seat, arms crossed. Beautiful or not, I just hope we don't run into more trouble once we're there. The flight didn't take long. Before they knew it, the aircraft was descending into Atlas Central Landing Zone, where General Ironwood's base of operations stood. As the doors opened, Clover stepped aside, gesturing to the group to disembark. The soldiers will escort you from here, he said curtly. Ruby blinked. You're not coming with us. I have other matters to attend to, Clover replied, his tone clipped. His eyes settled on Crimson before leaving. Yang watched him walk away, her brow furrowed. That guy doesn't like Crimson, she muttered. Ren, standing beside her, shrugged. Understandable, his pride is hurt after what happened. The group chuckled softly at that, even Raven cracking a small smirk. Crimson, as usual, remained quiet, his eyes scanning their surroundings as they were led inside the towering building. They stepped into a large elevator, which began its ascent toward the upper floors. The hum of the machinery was the only sound until the doors slid open, revealing General Ironwood's office. I don't want to see another council meeting on my schedule, Winter, Ironwood's voice carried through the room, heavy with frustration. He stood near a desk, his expression stern, with Winter Schnee standing beside him in her immaculate uniform. Penny was also there, standing slightly to the side. Her eyes lit up when she saw the group. Friends! She exclaimed, dashing over to them with a bright smile. Her greeting drew Ironwood's and Winter's attention. Both turned to face the newcomers, their expressions shifting from surprise to slight relief, though they quickly regained their professional composure. Ironwood dismissed the soldiers with a wave of his hand. You're dismissed, I'll handle things from here. The soldiers saluted and exited, leaving the group alone with the general, Winter, and Penny. Ironwood gestured for them to follow him into his office, where he took a seat behind his desk. I'm glad you're here, Ironwood began, his voice steady but carrying a note of exhaustion. Things haven't been easy for any of us since the fall of Beacon. I am glad to see faces that I can trust, and I want to apologize for the rough welcoming you received. It wasn't my intention for things to escalate that way. We received a report about a stolen ship and assumed it might be tied to Salem's forces. That's why the Aesops acted as they did. Ruby stepped forward, her hands fidgeting. The ship wasn't stolen. She froze for a moment, then looked down, her voice dropping to a sheepish tone. Oh right, it was stolen. Ironwood's lips quirked in mild amusement. I see. Weiss, how could you allow something so reckless? Do you realize how dangerous that was? You could have been shot down before even reaching Atlas. Weiss didn't respond with words. Instead, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around her older sister in a rare display of affection. Winter froze for a moment, caught off guard, before her stern demeanor softened, and she hesitantly returned the hug. Winter then turned her attention to Crow, her expression hardening again. And you, how could you allow such irresponsible behavior? Crow, unfazed by her glare, smirked and pointed a thumb toward Crimson. Wasn't my call, that was all him. He forced his way into the military base in Argus and borrowed an aircraft. Winter's eyes widened as she turned to Crimson. You did that? Crimson nodded, his expression unbothered. In my defense, I did ask Commander Cordovan to contact General Ironwood. I gave her several days to do so. Instead, she called me an imposter and tried to detain us by force. Ironwood leaned forward, his brow furrowed. And? Crimson's tone remained calm as he continued. She forced my hand, I ended up forcing my way in, destroyed the giant mech station there, which unfortunately led to a grim outbreak, including a Leviathan-class grim. The room fell into stunned silence. Winter stared at him, her mouth slightly agape. Penny's eyes widened, and even Ironwood seemed momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, Ironwood sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. I'll check what happened there later. Ironwood's eyes turned to Raven. Raven Branwen, what is the leader of a bandit group doing here? Raven could see the doubt in the general's eyes and she didn't blame him. On the side, Winter Schnee narrowed her eyes. The Branwen bandits are no more, I killed them all, the rest is water under the bridge, you don't need to worry about her, she is on our side now and can be trusted. Crimson replied. Ironwood frowned slightly but said nothing. Meanwhile Raven looked at Crimson silently and pursed her lips. As the room settled into a heavy silence, Crow stepped forward, crossing his arms with a serious expression. Now that's out of the way, he said, glancing at Ironwood. I think it's time we talk about some confidential matters. Ironwood raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. Penny and Winter moved closer to the general, flanking him protectively. Is it about the relics? Penny asked, her voice carrying its usual innocence but laced with curiosity. Or the maidens? Winter added, her tone sharp and professional. Crow blinked in surprise, his mouth slightly agape. You know about that? Ironwood's smile grew slightly wider. Yes, I told them, and so I told the Aesops, he said. After the fall of Beacon and with Ojban gone, I realized I needed people I could trust, people who could help me prepare for what's coming. Crow nodded slowly, his usual sharp tongue muted as he processed the revelation. Ironwood continued, his tone turning grave. After Beacon's fall, it became clear that Salem isn't going to stop. If anything, she grows stronger with every passing day. That's why I've made it my mission to stop her, once and for all, and for that I brought my army back. Blake, who had been quietly observing from the back, stepped forward. The army might be here to defend Atlas, but it's making the people of Atlas hate you, she pointed out, her voice calm but firm. Ironwood met her gaze and nodded solemnly. I know, but if that's the price I have to pay to ensure their safety, I'm willing to pay it. He turned to the group, his tone shifting. However, I'm not just relying on the military, I have a plan. At his words, a holographic device rose from the center of the office, projecting a detailed image of Amity Coliseum. The floating arena gleamed in the light, its iconic design instantly recognizable. Oscar, standing near the front, tilted his head curiously. Isn't that where the Vital Festival was held? Ironwood nodded. Yes, Amity Coliseum was built to unite the kingdoms during the festival, but now, we plan to use it to allow the kingdoms to communicate with each other again. Winter stepped forward, taking over the explanation. Our scientists believe they can retrofit Amity Coliseum into a communications tower. Once launched into orbit, it will be beyond the reach of the Grim and capable of re-establishing communication between all four kingdoms. The group exchanged glances, the scale of the plan dawning on them. If that's the case, why do you need an army? A project like this doesn't sound like it needs military support. Ironwood's expression darkened. The army is for the next part of the plan. Once Amity is operational, I intend to tell the entire world about Salem. Crow's jaw tightened, his voice dropping to a low growl. Ojban spent his life, countless lives, keeping that secret. Do you have any idea what kind of chaos that'll cause? Ironwood nodded, his eyes steady. I don't know if Ojban's decision to keep Salem a secret was right or wrong. But I believe the world deserves to know the truth. If we're going to win this war, humanity needs to stand united. That starts with trust. Pira, her arms folded thoughtfully, spoke up. That's why you need the Armito manage the panic that'll happen here in Atlas. Exactly, Ironwood replied. And what about the other kingdoms? If you tell the whole world about Salem, there will be Grim everywhere. Atlas will assist any kingdom that needs help, Ironwood said firmly. We'll do whatever it takes to keep humanity standing. Throughout the discussion, Crimson had remained silent, observing quietly. Finally, he spoke, his voice calm but carrying a weight that made everyone turn toward him. The plan has merit, it might unify the world in a way we've never seen before, but it also comes with risks. Ironwood raised an eyebrow. What kind of risks? Crimson's gaze sharpened. It might create more traitors, people like Cinder, who'll see this as an opportunity to serve Salem for their own gain. Ironwood nodded, his expression thoughtful. I understand the risk, but it's a trade I'm willing to make. Crimson fell silent for a moment, then spoke again, his tone even more serious. There's something else. Salem is immortal. I don't know the specifics of how her immortality works, but if it's anything like Ojban's. He trailed off, his words hanging heavily in the air. Ironwood's eyes narrowed. How do you know that? Crimson shrugged. It's a long story, and you probably find it hard to believe. I'll explain it later, along with what happened at Haven and Argus. Ironwood hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Fair enough. The group, however, was still staring at Crimson, taken aback by how quickly he had spilled such critical information. Ironwood sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. If only Ojban were here. Oscar stepped forward hesitantly, his hands fidgeting. About that. Crow gestured toward him. This is Oscar, he's Ojban's next reincarnation. Ironwood's expression shifted to one of cautious hope. He crouched slightly to meet Oscar's height, studying him closely. Ojban? He asked softly. Oscar gave a small, nervous smile. It's complicated. Ojban's gone, for now, at least. Ironwood's hope faltered. Ruby quickly stepped in, her voice apologetic. There was a train crash. After that, he just disappeared. Ironwood frowned deeply, looking downcast. That's not normal, he muttered, rubbing his temple. After a moment, he straightened and looked at Oscar. You're safe here in Atlas, we'll figure this out, but for now, I need to know, did Ojban tell you anything about the relics? Ruby answered for him. The relic can answer 3 questions, but it's already been used up. Ironwood nodded slowly, his expression grim. That's consistent with what Ojban told me in the past. He looked at the group, his voice firm once more. Atlas stands behind you, but first, you need rest and I want your weapons upgraded to Atlas standards. Penny will show you around. Follow me, friends. I'll give you the grand tour. The group began to leave the office, but Crimson lingered behind, turning to Ironwood. Do you have time for a long story, General? Ironwood met his gaze, his expression unreadable. I'll make time. Chapter 86. Ruby hesitated at the door, her silver eyes flicking toward Crimson, who leaned casually against the wall with his arms crossed. Aren't you coming with us? She asked, her voice uncertain. Crimson met her gaze with a small, reassuring smile. Not yet, I've got a story to tell first, he said softly. Ruby blinked in confusion. A story? Crimson nodded. Don't worry, I'll catch up with you all later. Ruby hesitated, her brows furrowing. She looked like she wanted to argue but finally nodded reluctantly. Okay, just don't take too long, she said before following the rest of the group as they left the room. Once they were gone, Ironwood motioned for Crimson to follow him. Winter Schnee, ever composed, walked at Ironwood's side, her expression unreadable. The trio entered a private meeting room, and Ironwood closed the door behind them. Ironwood gestured to the chairs around the table. Take a seat, he said. Crimson settled into a chair, leaning back slightly, his expression calm. Winter and Ironwood sat across from him, their gazes sharp and expectant. Let's hear it, Ironwood said, his voice steady but carrying an undertone of curiosity. Crimson exhaled slowly, gathering his thoughts. As I told you in the past, I will eradicate the White Fang, and so I started in Menagerie, he began. I destroyed their branch there while trying to figure out what they were planning next. That's when I stumbled onto intel about the attack on Haven. Winter's eyes narrowed. And you went to Menagerie alone? Crimson nodded. Yeah, after that, I rushed to Haven, and by the time I arrived, things were worse than I expected. Salem's forces were there: Cinder, Emerald, Mercury along with the Branwen tribe, the White Fang, and 2 maidens. Ironwood frowned. 2 maidens. Crimson leaned forward slightly, his expression hardening. Yeah, they had spring and fall, and to make it worse, my sisters, Dad, and the others were already caught. Ty was there. Ironwood was surprised to hear that. He knew Ty was retired and hadn't left Vale for years. Crow, he's my and Ruby's biological dad, Crimson revealed. What? Winter stared at Crimson in shock. Ironwood was also surprised, not expecting this. The general quickly recovered, recalling Ruby and Crimson's behavior. He said, that actually makes sense. Crimson chuckled and said, I'll take that as a compliment. His face then became serious again. In Haven, I was surrounded and fought with all my strength and barely managed to dodge and defend against so many adversaries. In the end, Emerald showed me an illusion that broke me. I was defeated and nearly died. Winter arched an eyebrow. You're standing here now. Crimson chuckled dryly. That's where my semblance comes in, he said. He paused, his gaze shifting downward as if weighing his words. I lied my entire life about what my semblance really is. Ironwood and Winter exchanged a glance, their curiosity growing. Crimson leaned back, his voice low. My semblance made me non-human. When activated, I become a demon. I grow 6 eyes and a sword from my own flesh covered with more eyes. It's a horrifying sight to say the least. Winter's lips parted slightly in shock. That's impossible, she whispered. Ironwood's expression tightened. You're saying your semblance physically alters your body into a demon? Crimson smiled faintly, almost humorlessly. Yes, it amplifies everything about me. I become faster, stronger, more durable, and I can regenerate from all injuries. I could even grow back my head. Ironwood's eyes widened, and even Winter looked momentarily shaken. Crimson continued, I hated how I looked, so I wanted to hide and die without anyone seeing it. But in that moment, I snapped out of anger and hate. I slaughtered everyone there and destroyed the school myself. Raven is the only survivor, and you can see her state. That's hard to believe, Ironwood finally said. Crimson nodded. I told you before we started, then he continued. And since I'm on this matter, I also lied about moon breathing. Ironwood and Winter looked intently at the mention of moon breathing. It doesn't have 6 forms, it actually has 16 forms, Crimson said, which surprised the two. Not letting them say anything, he continued. The first 6 are suitable for me in my human state. The other 10 I can use when I transform into a demon. Another lie I told is that it can't be taught to others. Actually, it can, but the price is that when a certain limit is crossed, the user will die at the age of 25. I was already dying and didn't want others to have a similar fate. You're saying you've been using a technique that was killing you? Ironwood asked, his voice low. Crimson nodded. I crossed the limit the first time I used moon breathing years ago. I knew since then that my end was coming. That's why I could use moon breathing freely, because I had nothing else to lose. Winter's eyes went wide, and Ironwood leaned back in shock. Crimson continued, after Haven's attack, I left everyone and headed south. I wanted to disappear from their lives, especially after they saw me in that grotesque form. On my journey, Crimson paused, choosing his words carefully. Let's just say I met the god of harmony, the one from the shallow sea fairy tale. He offered to help me find peace, but based on a method of his choice. I accepted. In the end, I died, and my soul was sent to his realm and spent years there. Let's say I was receiving therapy. Ironwood and Winter stared at him, their expressions a mix of disbelief and awe. Crimson continued, when I finally found my peace, the god of harmony fixed my death issue and removed my demon, then sent me back to Remnant. Here, only 7 days passed. Crimson looked at their faces. He reached behind him and pulled out his sword, placing it on the table. Its design was unlike anything they'd ever seen, radiating a faint, otherworldly aura. To prove I'm not making this up, this was a gift from the god. Ironwood took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the weapon. You're saying all of this, your semblance, the sword, the god, it's real? Crimson shrugged. I know, but it doesn't change the facts. This is why the marks on my face are permanent now and why my semblance has changed. I am now somewhat stronger than my demon form, but I lost my regeneration and immortality. Ironwood sat back, processing everything. How strong are you now? He asked finally. Crimson tilted his head thoughtfully. Hard to say. If we're using Cinder and Raven as baselines, then I'm stronger than the 4 maidens combined. Ironwood blinked, his mouth opening slightly before closing again. He nodded slowly, his mind racing. And you're certain of that? Crimson smirked faintly. Let's just say I'm confident. Ironwood exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair. I don't doubt your words. Most of what you've said can be verified, and the rest, well, I've seen and heard strange things in my time. Crimson nodded and continued, as for Commander Cordovan and Argus Base. But the general raised his hand, interrupting him. No need, you already shared enough for one day. I will find what happened there and handle out proper punishments. You don't need to concern yourself with it. Crimson's expression softened slightly. Very well, there's one more thing. Ironwood raised an eyebrow. You owe me a favor, Crimson said simply. RWBY and the others lied about the relic. It had a question left in it, and they used it to find me because they were worried. They actually saw unpleasant things, including my gruesome death. They tortured themselves over it. Let's count that as their punishment. Ironwood's lips quirked into a faint smile. That's all. Crimson nodded. Ironwood chuckled lightly. Consider it done. Right now, you're more valuable than any relic could ever be. Crimson leaned back, satisfied. For a moment, the room was silent, the weight of the conversation settling over them. Ironwood stood, extending a hand toward Crimson. Thank you for telling me all of this, and for everything you've done. Crimson shook his hand firmly, his expression calm. Just doing what needs to be done, and trust is a two-way road. If I am asking for your trust for what to come, I must give you the same. Winter remained seated, her gaze lingering on Crimson as if trying to decipher the enigma before her. Crimson stood up to leave the room. Then, as if remembering something, he turned to the general and said. I came to join Atlas as a specialist. I'm not sure how things are done here, but if you can provide me with all locations infested with Grimm regardless of their size or numbers, along with a transportation ship, I can guarantee nothing will survive me. Ironwood looked at Crimson. Crimson wasn't like other soldiers or huntsman story he heard made it clear that Crimson was an unstoppable force far more potent than any maiden. By tomorrow, you'll have a list ready for you along with a team to escort you, Ironwood stated. Crimson nodded and left the room. The general turned to Winter and said, prepare a list of all locations that we deemed risky previously. We are going to let Crimson handle the Grimm eradication. Winter nodded and left. She was curious how things would change with Crimson joining them. Chapter 87. After Crimson had left the meeting with General Ironwood and Winter Schnee, it didn't take long for him to spot his sisters and the rest of the group. They were huddled together, visibly fatigued. With heavy bags under their eyes and sluggish movements. Meanwhile, Penny was enthusiastically pointing at places and chatting non-stop, her excitement uncontainable. Crimson coughed, the sharp sound cutting through the chatter. The group turned toward him, their tired faces lighting up slightly at the sight of his familiar figure. Penny, in her usual cheerful tone, exclaimed. Crimson. Look at all these amazing places. Atlas is incredible, isn't it? Crimson gave her a small smile before gesturing toward the group. Penny, they're exhausted, they haven't slept in a long while, I think it's time they got some rest. Penny's expression froze for a moment as realization dawned on her. Her face turned a shade of pink, and she placed a hand over her mouth. Oh no. How inappropriate of me. I've been keeping them up this entire time, my sincerest apologies. She quickly turned to the group, bowing slightly. Please, follow me, I'll take you to your rooms immediately. The group exchanged grateful glances with Crimson before trailing after Penny. As they reached their rooms, Penny excused herself, promising not to disturb them further. One by one, the group entered their respective quarters, visibly relieved to finally have a chance to rest. Crimson lingered behind, following Raven to her room. She glanced over her shoulder at him, her expression guarded as usual. Crimson leaned against the doorframe, his gaze steady. Aunt Raven, Atlas is the most advanced kingdom in Remnant. They have the technology to deal with your injuries, your missing leg and fingers can be replaced, they might not be the same as the real thing, but it's better than what you're enduring now. Raven looked down at her damaged hand, her expression softening for a brief moment. A faint smile tugged at her lips as she muttered, you're always thinking ahead. Crimson straightened up and nodded. I'll talk to Ironwood about arranging your treatment, rest for now. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and left her to her thoughts. The next morning, the group emerged from their rooms, looking far more refreshed. They chatted amongst themselves about their plans to upgrade their weapons. Their spirits noticeably higher. As they prepared to leave, Crimson appeared before them, dressed in a pristine Atlas military uniform. The sight stopped them in their tracks. What the young began, her eyes widening. Crimson smirked. I'm officially a specialist now, it's my first day on the job, and I don't want to be late. The group stared at him in astonishment, a mixture of envy and admiration in their expressions. You get to start huntsman work already? Nora pouted. We still have to go through training. Crow chuckled, leaning on his weapon. He is stronger than all of us combined. If any of you were even 1/10 as strong as him, you'd be elite huntsman by now. The group nodded reluctantly, though they couldn't hide their admiration for Crimson's strength. Crimson soon made his way to Ironwood's office, where the general and Winter were waiting. The two greeted him with professionalism, and Winter handed him a dossier containing detailed information. These are the locations infested with Grimm, she said. The scouts have provided all relevant details. Ironwood clasped his hands behind his back. You have full autonomy in the field, Crimson. I won't micromanage you, do whatever you see fit. As for the team assigned to you, they're under your command. Crimson nodded, his expression serious. Thank you, General, I'll make sure it's handled. He turned to Winter. Lead the way. Winter escorted him to an airship docked and ready for departure. A small crew of soldiers stood waiting, their postures straight and disciplined. Winter introduced him to the team, her tone formal and precise. Once the introductions were complete, she stepped back, leaving Crimson to take charge. Crimson surveyed the group, his sharp gaze assessing each of them. This is your first mission under my command, he began, his voice calm but firm. We're heading to Moset Grotto. The soldiers exchanged surprised glances, murmuring amongst themselves. Moset Grotto? That's a high-risk area, one of them whispered. Crimson walked past them, stepping onto the aircraft. Don't worry, he called over his shoulder. You won't be fighting, just leave everything to me. The soldiers hesitated briefly before following him aboard, their curiosity piqued by his confidence. As the aircraft's engines roared to life, Crimson leaned back in his seat, his mind already focused on the task ahead. This was just the beginning. It had been 3 days since Crimson departed for his first mission as a specialist. His sisters and friends remained in Atlas, occupied with discussions about their weapon upgrades. Penny, as energetic as ever, had taken it upon herself to show them around, introducing them to every nook and cranny of the city. While her enthusiasm was appreciated, the group couldn't help but feel a little restless, eager to join the action. The day after Crimson left, Ruby and Weiss decided to seek out Winter for answers about his mission. They found her in her usual composed state, reviewing reports in one of the many military offices. Winter, Ruby began, her silver eyes full of concern. Do you know where Crimson is? He's been gone for a whole day, and we haven't heard anything. Winter glanced up from her work, her expression neutral. Specialist Rose was assigned a mission that might take some time. I can't disclose the details, but rest assured, he's capable of handling it. Ruby's shoulders slumped, her disappointment evident. I wish I could go on missions like him, she muttered. Weiss placed a reassuring hand on Ruby's shoulder. Our turn will come eventually, she said with quiet confidence. Ruby nodded reluctantly, though the longing in her eyes didn't fade. On the 4th day of Crimson's absence, the group found themselves in the training area. They were sparring and testing their weapons when the Ace Ops arrived. The elite team's presence immediately drew attention, their reputation as Atlas's finest preceding them. Looks like you're all hard at work, Clover said with a warm smile, stepping forward. The two groups exchanged greetings, and soon enough, Nora brought up the topic on everyone's mind. Crimson is super lucky, he's out there on a mission while we're stuck here. Elm grinned, crossing her arms. Luck's got nothing to do with it. If you want to be out in the field, you've got to train harder, and let me tell you, Crimson's performance on his first mission left the entire army in awe, including us. The group froze at her words, their expressions a mix of shock and curiosity. Wait, what do you mean by that? John asked, his brow furrowed. Before Elm could elaborate, Harriet interjected, her tone sharp. Elm, maybe you shouldn't be sharing details with them. Elm waved off the concern with a hearty laugh. Oh, come on, Harriet, you're just salty because of our loss against Crimson. Yang smirked. No offense, but wanting to fight Crimson is just asking to get humbled. Elm laughed louder, while Marrow shook his head. Trust me, I don't want to fight that monster again, once was enough. Clover, stepping in with his usual calm demeanor, added, it stung my pride to lose to him, but honestly, hearing what he's doing out there now, we are lucky he went easy on us. The group leaned in, eager to hear more. Crimson's mission took him to Moset Grotto, Clover explained. It's an area to the east, heavily infested with Grim. Atlas deemed the location unrecoverable due to the sheer number of Grim and the massive reserves of dust buried there. Any large-scale operation would risk causing a disaster. Right now, tens of soldiers are on their way to establish outposts to prevent more Grim from reaching the area. As for the existing Grim, Crimson's been dealing with them, alone. The group's jaws collectively dropped. Alone? Nora exclaimed. Vine, ever composed, chimed in. It's estimated that Crimson has single-handedly killed nearly 1,500 Grim in the past 3 days. He's cleared the area completely. Once the outposts are operational, he should be heading back. Silence fell over the group as they processed the enormity of what they'd just heard. 1,500, Ruby whispered, her voice barely audible. Yang crossed her arms, letting out a low whistle. He's really something else, huh? Weiss, ever the pragmatist, nodded. It's no wonder the general trusted him with such a mission. Clover smiled faintly. Crimson's not just a specialist at this point, he's a force of nature, and with him on our side, there's no telling what we can accomplish. Elm added while laughing, there is a joke going on around saying if you have Grim problem, throw Specialist Rose at it. The group exchanged glances, their resolve strengthening. They couldn't help but feel a spark of inspiration and perhaps a little envy at Crimson's achievements. They still had a long way to go, but one thing was certain, they would push themselves harder. Chapter 88. The mission was complete. With Moset Grotto cleared and the outposts fully established, Crimson returned to Atlas, his aircraft landing smoothly in the military airfield. Without pausing to rest, he headed straight to General Ironwood's office, eager to report his success. When Crimson entered, he found Ironwood and Winter deep in conversation, the holographic display between them showing tactical maps and lines of strategic interest. The general looked up, his stern expression softening into a rare smile when he saw Crimson. "Specialist Crimson," Ironwood said, standing from his seat. "Welcome back, you've done a spectacular job out there. I'll admit, I didn't expect Moset Grotto to be cleared so quickly or at all, to be honest." Crimson returned a smile with a small one of his own. "Thank you, General, I chose that site because of the dust deposits. With the project you've been working on, I figured you'd need an enormous amount of dust, and knowing how Schnee Dust Company operates, they'd probably use that as leverage to drive up prices." Crimson turned to Winter, a glint of humor in his eyes. "No offense, but your dad is a famous scumbag." Winter raised an eyebrow but allowed herself a small, amused smile. "None taken," she said simply. Ironwood chuckled at the exchange and clasped his hands behind his back. "It's good to see you not just thinking about the immediate threat, but also the bigger picture. Decisions like that, combined with your overwhelming strength, make you one of our greatest allies in this war." Crimson nodded, his face serious again. "I appreciate that, General. For now, I plan to stay in Atlas for a few days to let my team rest. Poor fellows are missing their wives and kids. I'd like to give them some time to recover before heading back out." "That's reasonable," Ironwood replied. "You've more than earned a short respite." The general leaned forward slightly. "Have you decided on your next target?" Crimson nodded. "Yes, I plan to head west, to the ancient monument outside Mantle. Many of the grim attacks on the city seem to originate from that region. If I can clear it, it should alleviate some of the pressure on the city's defenses." Ironwood stroked his beard thoughtfully, clearly impressed. "A sound plan. Mantle has been struggling to hold the line there for months. Clearing that area would make a significant difference. You have my full approval." Before leaving, Crimson hesitated for a moment before turning back to the general. "One more thing, I'd like to ask for your help in building prosthetics for Raven Branwen. She's lost a leg and a few fingers. Her injuries they're my doing, and I want to fix them as much as possible." Ironwood's expression softened, and he nodded firmly. "You don't need to worry about that, Crimson. I'll make sure she gets the best prosthetics Atlas can provide. Consider it done." Crimson thanked the general and gave a brief nod to Winter before leaving the office. The training hall was alive with the sound of clashing metal and grunts of effort. Crimson entered quietly, his sharp eyes scanning the room. At the center of the hall, Pira was locked in combat against RWBY and Yang, both attacking her from opposite sides. Despite the 2-on-1 disadvantage, Pira moved with grace and precision, her every step measured and deliberate. Crimson leaned against the wall, watching as Pira danced around RWBY's scythe and Yang's fiery punches. She parried RWBY's wide swing effortlessly, twisting to dodge Yang's explosive strike before countering with a swift kick that sent Yang sprawling. RWBY lunged again. But Pira sidestepped, using her shield to push RWBY off balance. In one fluid motion, Pira disarmed her and ended the spar with RWBY pinned to the ground. Yang groaned from where she sat on the floor. "How does she make it look so easy?" Crimson smirked and walked toward the side of the hall, where Crow and Raven were watching the sparring session. "Enjoying the show?" he greeted. Crow turned to him, raising an eyebrow. Well, if it isn't the mighty specialist himself, decided to grace us with your presence, have you?" Crimson chuckled softly. "Sorry for disappearing on you all, my first mission took more effort than I expected." Crow crossed his arms, a smirk tugging at his lips. "From what we heard, it was less of a mission and more of a grand operation." "Let's not exaggerate. What about you, Dad? Planning to take up huntsman missions again, or are you staying here to teach and train?" Crow looked thoughtful, scratching the back of his head. "I'll probably take on a few missions, but I prefer to work solo. My semblance and all bad luck isn't exactly team-friendly." Crimson nodded. "If you change your mind, let me know. You won't need to worry about your semblance if you come with me." Crow chuckled but shook his head. "Appreciate the offer, kid, but I'll stick to my own pace." Turning to Raven, Crimson said, "I spoke with Ironwood. He said he'll do his best with the prosthetics." "Wait a second, since when are you two getting along? And since when were you planning to ask for prosthetics for her?" Crimson's voice was calm but firm. "She's my aunt, and her injuries are my fault. What's so surprising about me wanting to help?" Crow gave him a long look before muttering, "Only you think that." "Crimson. Tell us about your first mission." "It was a grim extermination," Crimson said simply. Nothing stood out. RWBY frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. Yang folded her arms, smirking. "Killing over 1,000 Grim isn't exactly nothing, . Blake nodded in agreement. "You should be proud of that. Stop acting like a boring old man." Crimson blinked at her, then said dryly, technically, I am over 500 years old. Blake opened her mouth to reply but found herself at a loss for words. Crimson shifted his gaze to Pira, who was wiping sweat from her brow. You know, he began. I think Pira is ready to be a huntsman and take on missions. Pira's eyes widened in surprise, and the others turned to Crimson, equally shocked. If you agree, Crimson continued. I can talk to the general and get you your license, or at least approval to take missions. Pira immediately straightened, her expression determined. I'd be honored. Hey, that's not fair. RWBY protested, hands on her hips. Why does she get to go on missions before us? Yeah. Young added, glaring playfully. Crimson raised an eyebrow. You both just lost to her a moment ago, isn't it obvious why? Wait. Why don't we just go on a mission with you? That way, it'll be okay, right? Crow interjected, his tone serious. It's not about how strong the person you're with is, it's about whether you can pull your own weight. Crimson considered it for a moment, surprising Crow. Actually that might work. RWBY and Yang's faces lit up with excitement as Crimson continued, once your new weapons are ready, you two can come with me. The sisters cheered, their excitement infectious. Weiss cleared her throat, drawing attention back to herself. And what about the rest of us? Crimson shrugged. They're my sisters, of course, they get preferential treatment. Weiss's expression turned indignant while the others laughed, looking at RWBY and Yang with envy. For the next 3 days, the training hall echoed with the clashing of weapons, the grunts of effort. And the occasional burst of laughter. Crimson observed the groups training alongside Crow and Raven, his sharp eyes noting their progress and techniques. The intensity of their training had increased since they'd learned about Pira potentially earning her huntsman license. It seemed to ignite a competitive spirit among them, each striving to improve their skills. True to his word, Crimson had spoken with General Ironwood about Pira. The general, trusting Crimson's judgment and impressed by the young warrior's reputation, agreed to grant her the license. Ironwood had even taken the time to review footage of Pira's recent training sessions, which solidified his decision. On the 4th day, Crimson entered the training hall with a scroll in hand. The group was mid-session, Pira sparring with Weiss while RWBY, Yang, and Blake took turns practicing on training dummies. Crimson's presence immediately caught their attention, and he motioned for Pira to step forward. Crimson typed on his scroll. Pira's scroll pinged and she took it out, her green eyes widening as she saw Huntsman license with her name on the scroll. The room fell silent, save for the sound of Yang, no way. Yang exclaimed, rushing forward to look at the license. RWBY and Weiss followed, their expressions a mixture of awe and envy. You actually did it, RWBY said, her tone filled with admiration. Blake crossed her arms, giving Pira an approving nod. Congrats, Pira, you earned it. Crimson smiled faintly. You did, congratulations, he said simply. Pira clutched the scroll to her chest, her face glowing with gratitude. Thank you, Crimson, I couldn't have done it without your support. Yang groaned dramatically, leaning against Blake. First she beats us all in sparring, and now this, she's setting the bar way too high. RWBY pouted but managed to smile. Yeah, but it's Pira, she deserves it. Crimson raised a hand to quiet the chatter. Enjoy the moment, Pira, because your first mission is tomorrow. The group froze, their attention snapping back to Crimson. Wait, tomorrow? Pira asked, her voice tinged with surprise and excitement. Crimson nodded. We're heading west of Mantle to an ancient monument, a significant portion of the Grimm attacks on the city originate from that area, our objective is to exterminate every Grimm there. Isn't that a bit much for her first mission? Clearing out a major Grimm nest is not a beginner-level work, even the most experienced and skilled huntsman will view this as a nightmare. Crimson shrugged nonchalantly. Might as well give her the highest difficulty right from the start, it'll be a good experience. Pira's face lit up with determination, clearly unshaken by the challenge. I won't let you down. The rest of the group, however, exchanged worried glances. Weiss, folding her arms, muttered, she hasn't even had time to adjust to the idea of being a huntsman, and now she's already going on an advanced mission. Blake sighed. And with Crimson, of all people, no pressure, right? Yang gave Pira a teasing nudge. You're really living the dream, huh? Or the nightmare, RWBY quipped, though her smile betrayed her pride in Pira. Crimson ignored their comments and turned back to Pira. Take today to rest, get your gear ready, and make sure you're in top form, I'll find you in the morning. Pira nodded, clutching the license tighter. I'll be ready. As Crimson turned to leave, Pira's smile grew even brighter, and the others, though envious, couldn't help but feel proud of her accomplishment. As they returned to their training, the air was filled with a renewed sense of determination. Tomorrow would mark a new chapter in Pira's journey, and the group couldn't wait to see how she would rise to the challenge. Chapter 89. The morning sun painted the sky in soft hues of orange and pink as Crimson arrived at Pira's quarters. She was already outside, her polished armor catching the early light, and her spear and shield secured on her back. Her face lit up when she saw him, a mix of excitement and determination evident in her expression. "Good morning," she greeted, her voice steady but carrying a hint of nervous energy. "Morning," Crimson replied with a small nod, glancing at her gear. "You look ready." "I am," she said firmly, her hands lightly brushing against her shield for reassurance. "I won't let you down." He smirked faintly. "Let's see how you do, come on." The two walked together toward the aircraft bay, their footsteps echoing softly in the quiet halls. Their conversation was light, mostly about the mission and Pira's thoughts on finally stepping into the role of a huntress. Crimson listened, occasionally offering short responses, though it was clear he was observing her demeanor more than engaging in the small talk. When they reached the bay, a sleek aircraft stood waiting, its engines humming quietly. A small group of soldiers, clad in Atlas uniforms, stood nearby preparing for departure. As Pira stepped closer, Crimson gestured toward them. "Everyone," he said, his voice commanding but calm. "This is Pira Nikos, she's a newly licensed huntress, and she'll be joining us for this mission." The soldiers turned to her, offering polite nods and murmured greetings. One of them, a tall man with a rugged face, extended a gloved hand. "Welcome aboard, Huntress Nikos, glad to have you with us." "Thank you," Pira replied, shaking his hand with a polite smile. "Let's move," Crimson ordered, boarding the aircraft first. Pira followed closely, taking a seat near him as the soldiers secured their positions. As the aircraft lifted off and soared through the skies, Pira gazed out of the window, her curiosity bubbling to the surface. "Why is the mission site called the Ancient Monument?" she asked, glancing at Crimson. Crimson shrugged, "No idea." He turned to one of the soldiers seated nearby. "Hey, neither of us is from Atlas, you know the story behind it?" The soldier, a younger man with short blonde hair, nodded. "Yes, Specialist Rose, it's called that because, years ago, there used to be a massive statue there, some kind of armored warrior. People said it was ancient, from a time before the kingdoms, but it was destroyed when the Grimm started attacking the area, now it's just rubble and ruins." Pira tilted her head, her brows knitting together. "That's a pity, I would have liked to see it, something like that must have been incredible." Crimson, on the other hand, leaned back in his seat. Less than an hour later, the aircraft began its descent, the pilot's voice crackling through the intercom. "We're nearing the target location, standing by for orders." Crimson stood, motioning for Pira to follow. "Keep the aircraft on standby, we'll be on the ground." He walked to the open hatch, the wind whipping through his hair as he glanced at the rocky ground below. Without hesitation, he leapt from the aircraft, landing gracefully on the rocky terrain below. Pira hesitated for only a moment before following suit, jumping after him and landing lightly beside him. She straightened, gripping her spear tightly as she scanned their surroundings. The ancient monument, or what was left of it, was a haunting sight. Broken stone and crumbled pillars littered the area, overgrown with moss and vines. In the distance, the faint howls of Grimm echoed through the trees. Crimson glanced at Pira. "Stay sharp, let's get this done." Pira nodded, her expression serious. Together, they began to move toward the ruins. Crimson and Pira approached the edge of the ancient monument. The deeper they ventured, the louder the eerie, guttural sounds of Grimm grew. It wasn't just a few scattered roars, this was a chorus of aggression, the unmistakable cacophony of a massive gathering. When they finally peered over the ledge, Pira gasped. Below them, in the basin of the ruins, was a swarm of Saber Grimm, their sleek, feline forms prowling and snarling. There were dozens of packs, hundreds of Grimm in total, filling the area like a writhing, chaotic sea of black and red. Pira's initial confidence faltered. Her hands gripped her spear tightly as she stared, her mind racing with thoughts of how they could possibly face such overwhelming numbers. Crimson glanced at her, his tone calm but probing. "Are you afraid?" She hesitated, unable to meet his gaze. Her mouth opened to respond, but no words came at first. Finally, she shook her head and forced the words out. "No, I'm prepared." Crimson's eyes narrowed, not at her words but at the tension in her posture. He shook his head slowly. "That's the wrong answer," he said. "Fear is natural, it's the source of human strength. When you accept fear and overcome it, that's courage. Ignoring it, pretending it doesn't exist, that's how you fall." Pira's gaze dropped to the ground, his words sinking in. She stayed silent for a moment before admitting quietly, I am a little scared, I've never seen so many Grimm in one place." Crimson smiled faintly, his tone softer now. Good, that fear means you're alive, and it means you're thinking, things will be fine, just focus. He gestured to the writhing mass of Grim below. Now, how do you think we should handle this? Pira blinked at him, surprised by the question. She hadn't expected to be asked for input on strategy. Her brows furrowed as she examined the terrain, the Grim, and their position. Crimson stood silently, giving her time to think. What if you use your semblance to destroy the edge we're standing on? The falling rocks could crush a significant number of them. Crimson nodded, urging her to continue. And then? She pointed to the narrow path behind them. We retreat to that choke point and let them come to us. It's too narrow for them to surround us, and we'll keep our escape route open. Crimson's smile widened in approval. Good thinking, step back. Pira moved to safety as Crimson raised his weapon, his semblance flaring with a sharp glow. With a single, precise slash, he sent a powerful shockwave through the rocky ledge. The ground beneath them cracked and rumbled before collapsing in a cascade of massive boulders. The rocks tumbled into the basin below, crushing tens of Grim instantly under their immense weight. The remaining Grim howled in rage, their crimson eyes locking onto Crimson and Pira as they began to climb toward them. Here they come, Crimson said, motioning for Pira to follow. They retreated to the narrow path, readying their weapons for the onslaught. The first wave of sabers leapt at them, claws gleaming. Pira and Crimson fought side by side, their movements synchronized despite their short time working together. Pira's spear danced through the air. Each thrust and slash precise and calculated. Crimson, meanwhile, moved with unyielding efficiency, his blade cleaving through the Grim with terrifying power. The battle raged on for half an hour, the endless waves of Grim testing Pira's endurance. She fought valiantly, but her breaths grew heavier, her movements slower. Crimson noticed immediately. Fall back. He ordered, stepping forward to take her place. His semblance surged as he unleashed its full power, sending arcs of devastating slashes through the Grim. The air was filled with the sound of shattering white bones and the fading cries of the creatures. Pira watched in awe, leaning against her shield as she caught her breath. Crimson cut through the Grim with a speed and precision that seemed almost effortless. When an alpha saber, 10 times the size of the others, emerged from the horde, Crimson didn't hesitate. He unleashed a massive crescent slash of energy that cleaved the beast in two. As the last of the Grim fell, the battlefield fell silent. Pira exhaled deeply, relief washing over her. Crimson turned to her, his expression calm as always. We're retreating to rest, he said. Pira nodded, her exhaustion evident. The two moved to a safe distance and sat down, taking the time to recover. Pira looked at Crimson with admiration. 2 hours later, they were back on their feet, ready to continue. They encountered another gathering of Grim. And once again, Crimson turned to Pira for her input. She assessed the situation and came up with a plan. Crimson nodded and gave his opinion when needed. When the time came, he stepped in to finish the fight with overwhelming power. This pattern repeated throughout the day. By sunset, the entire site had been cleared of Grim. Crimson called back to Atlas, reporting their success and requesting soldiers to establish an outpost in the area. As they waited for reinforcements, Pira sat quietly, watching Crimson. She knew he could have completed the mission alone and far more quickly, yet he had involved her, guiding her and helping her gain invaluable experience. You're helping me, she said softly, more to herself than to him. Crimson glanced at her, his expression unreadable. That's why I brought you. A few hours later, several aircraft arrived, bringing soldiers, sentinels, and construction equipment to establish the outpost. Crimson oversaw the operation briefly before turning to Pira. Mission's over, he said with a rare smile. We're heading back. Pira nodded, a sense of accomplishment swelling within her as they boarded the aircraft. As the vehicle ascended, she looked out at the ruins below, now free of Grim, and felt a deep gratitude toward Crimson for helping her take her first step as a huntress. Chapter 90. Crimson was on his way to the training hall when his scroll buzzed. Seeing the caller ID marked General Ironwood, he answered swiftly. Specialist Crimson. Ironwood's voice was firm yet calm, as always. I need you to join me at a council meeting this morning. Winter will be there as well. I believe it's time you got a first-hand look at how Atlas operates. Crimson blinked in surprise. He wasn't accustomed to being involved in political matters, much less sitting in on council meetings. Understood, General, I'll be there shortly. The meeting was already underway by the time Crimson arrived, joining Ironwood and Winter in the Grand Council chamber. The room was austere yet imposing, with a long table surrounded by the council members. The atmosphere was tense, voices raised as the council debated various issues ranging from military funding to resource allocation. Crimson remained quiet, observing everything with a sharp eye. Winter, seated beside him, occasionally leaned in to offer context about certain arguments or individuals. The most heated moments came when Jacques Schnee, representing the Schnee Dust Company, argued against a military expansion in Mosek Grotto, claiming it would burden Atlas resources unnecessarily. Crimson watched Jacques with a cold, unflinching gaze. He could see through the man's thinly veiled selfishness, the way he twisted his words to mask his true intentions. It was clear Jacques wasn't concerned about Atlas or Mantley was concerned about his profits. When the meeting finally adjourned, Crimson left the chamber alongside Ironwood and Winter. The general looked tired but composed, the weight of Atlas pressing heavily on his shoulders. Crimson broke the silence first, his tone thoughtful but edged with candor. "General, you have my respect and admiration for dealing with those people. If I were in your position, I'd probably have put a few bullets in their heads by now, especially Jacques Schnee." He turned to Winter, offering a faint smirk. "No offense." Winter smiled, unfazed. "None taken, you wouldn't be the first to suggest it." Ironwood chuckled dryly, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "That's the way things are here, I'm afraid. Balancing the Council's interests with what's best for Atlas and Mantle is an endless struggle. Jacques, in particular, is a constant thorn in my side." Crimson raised an eyebrow. "I'm guessing he's not happy about Mosek Grotto." Ironwood's tired smile widened slightly. "You're right, clearing Mosek Grotto of Grim has made Jacques restless. A newly discovered mine in the grotto is even larger than the Schnee Dust Company's biggest operations. It's bad news for him." Winter's eyes narrowed slightly. "He'll do everything in his power to undermine it." "Exactly," Ironwood said. "He'll try to prevent its development or, failing that, demand a share of the profits. It's a battle that's only just beginning." Crimson folded his arms, his expression grim. "Let me know if you need help, persuading him to see reason." Ironwood chuckled again, though there was a trace of genuine appreciation in his tone. "I'll keep that in mind, Specialist. For now, let's focus on maintaining momentum. Thanks to your efforts in clearing the ancient monument, we can redirect personnel to the new mine instead of defending Mantle." Crimson gave a slight nod, feeling a mix of pride and resolve. While he wasn't one for politics, he could see the importance of standing firm against individuals like Jacques, and he was willing to do whatever it took to support Ironwood. As the three of them parted ways, Crimson couldn't help but think about the weight Ironwood carried. It wasn't just Grim or enemies outside the kingdom that Atlas had to fight, it was the constant political battles within. Crimson left Ironwood and Winter, his mind still dwelling on the weight of politics and leadership, but he quickly refocused as he approached his original destination, the training hall. The sound of clashing weapons and determined voices greeted him as he stepped inside. At the center of the hall, Team RWBY was engaged in an intense sparring match against the Ace Ops. Minus their leader, Clover. The Ace Ops' fluid teamwork and precise coordination were on full display as they worked to push the younger team to their limits. Crimson's sharp eyes scanned the room, taking in the various dynamics. On the far side, Clover stood chatting with Crow. The two men sharing what looked like a relaxed conversation. What caught Crimson's attention, however, was the absence of Raven. It was unusual for her not to be close to either Crow or Young. Intrigued but not overly concerned, Crimson made his way to Crow and Clover. He greeted them with a nod and settled in to watch the sparring session alongside them. The fight was hard-fought, with Team RWBY showcasing their potential. Ruby's speed, Yang's power, Blake's agility, and Weiss's precision worked in tandem to give the Ace Ops a challenge. Yet, it was clear that the experience and synergy of the elite team gave them an edge. Eventually, the Ace Ops came out on top, their victory decisive but earned. "Not bad," Elm said, stepping forward with a grin. She gave Team RWBY an approving nod. "You've got a ways to go, but one day, you'll make an excellent team of huntresses." Ruby managed a small smile, though her dejection was evident in the way her shoulders sagged. Crimson, leaning back in his seat, commented, "The four of them still need time to catch up." Clover, arms crossed, nodded in agreement. "You are right, with time, they might even surpass us." His tone was genuine. Before the conversation could continue, Clover's scroll buzzed. He glanced at the message and stood up, his expression turning serious. "Duty calls," he said briskly. Turning to his team, he called. "Ace Ops, let's move." The team assembled quickly, leaving the hall with the efficiency that defined them. As the sparring session wrapped up, the others noticed Crimson's presence. Ruby and Yang were the first to approach him, their faces lighting up. "Crimson," Ruby said, practically bouncing. "Can we come with you on your next mission? Please." Yang crossed her arms, her golden eyes gleaming with interest. "Yeah, we're ready, just give us a chance." Before Crimson could respond, Crow smirked. Pira's been talking a lot about her mission. Crimson gave a small nod. Once your new weapons and outfits are ready, we'll go. Yang and Ruby groaned in unison, clearly unhappy with his measured response. Patience, Crimson added with a faint grin. By the way, where's Raven? She's usually around. Crow's smirk faded slightly. Someone came and asked her to follow, something about the prosthetics. Crimson nodded, his expression thoughtful. I see. Yang, standing nearby, glanced at Crimson. Thanks for helping my mom, by the way. Crimson shook his head. I should be doing that, he said simply, his tone firm yet humble. The rest of the group approached them then, Pira among them. Her bright green eyes met Crimson's, and she asked, is there another mission coming up? Ruby and Yang shot him matching annoyed looks, which made Crimson's eye twitch in irritation. He sighed and answered Pira. If there's another mission, I'll let you know, for now, there are plenty of smaller missions you can take to build experience. As he said that, Crimson paused a little then brought out his scroll and tapped a few commands. Here, he said, extending his scroll toward her. Pira blinked in confusion as her own scroll buzzed in her pocket. That's your reward from yesterday's mission. Reward? Pira repeated, taking out her scroll. Crimson nodded, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Clearing missions even under Atlas jurisdiction comes with monetary compensation, that's your share. Pira glanced down at her scroll, her fingers hesitating before opening the notification. Her emerald eyes widened in shock as she saw the amount transferred. Wait, this has to be a mistake, she stammered, her voice unsteady. Before Crimson could reply, Nora peeked over Pira's shoulder and let out a piercing scream of disbelief. Are you kidding me? The rest of the group had their curiosity piqued. Pira's face flushed as she shook her head. Crimson, there's no way this is right, I didn't do nearly enough to deserve this. Crimson crossed his arms, his expression firm but calm. It's correct, we cleared the ancient monument completely, and Atlas managed to establish a new outpost there because of our work, that's no small mission, what you're seeing is your share half of the mission reward. Pira still looked unconvinced. But I didn't do half the work, I was learning and getting help from you the whole time. Crimson raised an eyebrow, his tone growing firmer. It was my mission, my rules, and I say you earned it, discussion over. Pira opened her mouth to protest again but stopped at the unwavering look in his eyes. She sighed, her shoulders relaxing slightly as she nodded. Thank you, she said quietly, though the disbelief lingered in her tone. By now, the others had gathered around, peering at Pira's scroll to see what all the fuss was about. Holy crap, Yang muttered, her golden eyes wide. That's a lot. I can't believe this, Weiss added, her usually composed expression giving way to genuine surprise. Blake, standing slightly to the side with her arms crossed, gave Crimson an appraising look. You know, she said thoughtfully. I think I'd like to go on a mission with you too. Yeah. Sign us up. Crimson rolled his eyes and ignored their enthusiasm. Patience, he said, brushing past their remarks. Then, shifting gears, he addressed the group with a rare hint of levity. Since we've been in Atlas, we haven't had a proper gathering, so today, we're going out, my treat. The group perked up at that, their earlier envy forgotten in the face of this unexpected announcement. Dad, can you check on Aunt Raven? Make sure she comes along. Crow chuckled, tipping his flask toward Crimson in mock salute. I'll see what I can do. The team's excitement was palpable as they began chattering about where they might go. Crimson, meanwhile, watched them with a faint smile. Chapter 91. 3 weeks had passed, and in that time, Crimson's presence in Atlas and Mantle had become nothing short of legendary. Grim Nest's once sources of constant threat were now little more than rubble. Day after day, Crimson moved with unmatched speed and ferocity, wiping out one nest after another. In many of these missions, Pira joined him, learning firsthand what it meant to handle high-stakes operations. On other occasions, Crimson brought Ruby and Yang along, testing their mettle and sharpening their skills in the heat of battle. There were days when Crimson would clear multiple nests in a single sweep, his overwhelming strength cutting through the grim with unmatched brutality. Soldiers followed in his wake, securing cleared areas and establishing outposts. Mantle, once under siege, now stood far more secure, and the constant dread of attacks had started to fade. Today, Crimson stood in General Ironwood's office, the morning sunlight streaming through the reinforced glass. The general, his usual stoic demeanor softened by recent successes, looked far less burdened than before. Amity Communications Tower is progressing much faster than we initially estimated, Ironwood said, his tone reflecting cautious optimism. The attacks on Mantle have ceased, thanks to your work, it's remarkable, Crimson, I doubt we'd be in this position without your efforts. Crimson, standing with his arms crossed, nodded. Every known nest surrounding the area is clear, the Grimm aren't coming back anytime soon, not in numbers big enough to pose a real threat. For now, you can focus on securing Mantle and finishing Amity. Ironwood's smile grew slightly as he leaned back in his chair. And you're not just clearing Grimm, you're building up our future huntsmen and huntresses, Pira, RWBY, Yang theory growing under your guidance. You're giving us more than victories, you're giving us hope and strength for the future. Before Crimson could respond, the door to the office opened, and Winter Schnee stepped in, her polished uniform reflecting her usual sharp precision. General, Specialist Rose, Winter greeted them with a nod. I have a report you need to see. Ironwood gestured for her to continue. We've received word of increased Grimm activity to the northeast, she explained. We lost communication with the crossed settlement 3 days ago, and there are reports that Essen might be attacked soon. Ironwood let out a deep sigh, his brow furrowing. The idea of another settlement falling to the Grimm clearly weighed on him. Turning to Crimson, Ironwood said, Essen can't fall, go there and see what's happening, handle it however you see fit. Crimson nodded without hesitation. Consider it done. He turned and left the office, already planning his next move. The training hall was lively when Crimson arrived. RWBY and Yang were sparring, with Weiss and Blake watching from the side. The moment they noticed him, the room went quiet. RWBY, Yang, Crimson called out, his tone firm but inviting. I'm heading out on a mission, want to come along? The sisters exchanged excited glances, already nodding. Hold on. Weiss interjected, stepping forward with an indignant expression. Why is it always RWBY and Yang? You can't keep ignoring the rest of us. Blake nodded in agreement, crossing her arms, we're a team, if RWBY and Yang get to go, Weiss and I should too. Crimson sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose as RWBY and Yang gave him pleading looks. He could sense the building tension, and as much as he tried to avoid taking the entire team, this wasn't a fight worth having. Fine, he said finally, his voice laced with reluctant acceptance. All of Team RWBY will join me this time, but this isn't a sightseeing trip, follow my orders, or you're staying behind next time. The entire team perked up at his words, their collective excitement almost contagious. Gather your gear and meet me at the aircraft platform in 30 minutes, Crimson said. Don't be late. With that, he turned and left, already mentally preparing for the mission ahead. A few hours later, Crimson and Team RWBY landed at the crossed settlement, or rather, what was left of it. The settlement was overrun, buildings reduced to rubble, and scorch marks littered the ground. The place was eerily silent, the kind of silence that only came after devastation. Crimson stepped off the aircraft, scanning the area with a cold, calculating gaze. Team RWBY followed closely, weapons at the ready. This place, RWBY whispered, her voice barely audible. It's gone, Weiss finished grimly, gripping Mertenaster tightly. Keep your guard up, Crimson instructed. We're looking for any survivors and figuring out what caused this. The group spread out cautiously, searching through the ruins. They hadn't gone far when the unmistakable growls of Grimm echoed through the air. From the shadows, a pack of beowulfs and creeps emerged, their red eyes glowing with malicious intent. Looks like we found something, Yang said, smirking as she activated her Ember Celica. The girls sprang into action, each fighting with precision and coordination. RWBY dashed forward, her crescent rose spinning like a whirlwind, while Weiss provided cover with her glyphs. Blake moved with shadow-like agility, and Yang's punches sent Grimm flying. Crimson, meanwhile, stood apart, watching them closely. His sword remained sheathed as his sharp eyes scanned the battlefield and the surrounding area. Something was wrong, this wasn't the usual Grimm attack pattern. Then he noticed it, a cluster of Grimms circling one building at the edge of the settlement. Team, over here. He called, his voice cutting through the chaos. The girls quickly regrouped, following Crimson as he pointed toward the suspicious building. They're gathering there, let's check it out. Clearing the Grimm as they moved, the group made their way to the building. Crimson's strikes were precise and efficient, each swing of his sword taking down multiple Grimm. Once the area was secure, they entered the structure cautiously. The interior was dark and filled with debris, but something in one of the rooms immediately caught their attention, a glowing orb, faintly pulsating with a white light. What is that? Blake asked, her ears twitching in curiosity. Weiss stepped closer, examining it from a distance. I've never seen anything like it. Crimson approached the orb, his expression unreadable. He leaned in slightly, studying its glow, but found no clues as to its nature. Whatever it is, it's not normal, he said. Before they could discuss further, a low growling echoed from outside. Crimson tensed, signaling for them to follow him. Stepping out of the building, they found another wave of Grimm charging toward them. However, something was off. The Grimm weren't targeting the group as a whole. Instead, their focus was entirely on Crimson. Is it just me, or are they ignoring us? Blake asked, cutting down a Beowulf. They are, Weiss confirmed, her tone uneasy. It's the orb, Crimson said, drawing his sword. It's attracting them. To confirm that, he continued, stepping away from the group. Stay here. Wait, what are you? RWBY started, but Crimson was already moving. The moment he distanced himself, the Grimm swarmed toward him, completely ignoring the others. Crimson smirked, raising his blade, and in a matter of seconds, he dispatched the attackers with ease. Returning to the group, he sheathed his sword. It's definitely the orb, he said flatly. They can't seem to resist it. Weiss frowned. Are you sure it's safe to keep that with you? Crimson shrugged, detaching the orb and attaching it to his belt near his sword. Safe or not, we're bringing it back. If it's going to attract Grimm, I'd rather it focus on me than anyone else. The girls exchanged hesitant glances but nodded. They knew Crimson's strength and his confidence wasn't misplaced. Besides, he added with a small smirk. It'll save us the trouble of searching for Grimm, they'll come to us instead. Young raised an eyebrow. That's one way to look at it. RWBY looked worried but didn't argue. Just be careful, okay? Crimson nodded and gestured toward the aircraft. We're heading to Essen. If this thing works as a Grimm magnet, we'll have plenty to deal with when we get there. The girls followed, their unease tempered by trust in Crimson. In less than an hour, Crimson and Team RWBY reached Essen. From the air, the settlement looked eerily calm, its buildings nestled against the snowy tundra. But there was a tension in the air, a quietness that hinted at something sinister waiting to strike. As the aircraft touched down on the outskirts of the settlement, Crimson wasted no time. Instead of heading toward the settlement, he began walking toward the tundra just beyond it. Team RWBY exchanged confused glances before hurrying after him. Crimson. Young called out, her voice cutting through the crisp air. What are you doing? The settlement is that way. Crimson stopped, turning his head slightly. If the Grimm are being drawn to this, he said, tapping the glowing orb secured to his belt. Then we're better off luring them away from the settlement and dealing with them out here, that way, the settlement stays safe. The girls paused, considering his logic. RWBY, Weiss, Blake, and Young shared a brief look before nodding in agreement, their weapons at the ready. All right, RWBY said, her silver eyes shining with determination. Let's do this. They didn't have to wait long. True to Crimson's prediction, the glow of the orb seemed to call to the Grimm like a beacon. From the distance, dark shapes began to emerge on the horizon. Beowulfs. Creeps, bearing elves, and even a hulking megalithe stomped toward them, their red eyes fixed solely on Crimson. Crimson unsheathed his sword with a smooth motion, the blade catching the faint light of the snowy landscape. Stay here, he instructed, his voice calm and commanding. Defend the settlement if anything slips past me, but I doubt anything will. The girls watched as he stepped forward, alone against the incoming horde. What followed was nothing short of a massacre. Crimson unleashed a storm of crescent-shaped energy slashes, each one cutting through multiple Grimm with ease. The attacks were relentless and precise. His sword moving faster than the eye could follow. Beowulfs fell in droves, creeps disintegrated before they could even get close, and the massive bearing elves were cleaved in two with a single strike. The megalithe, towering above the rest and charging with earth-shaking steps, didn't fare any better. Crimson leaped into the air, his blade glowing with an intense light as he brought it down in a devastating arc. The Grimm let out a final, echoing roar before collapsing into a pile of fading ash. Young let out a low whistle, clearly impressed. And to think, she joked. He almost became a musician. Blake chuckled softly, her usual calm demeanor breaking into amusement. That really would have been a tragedy. When the last Grimm fell, Crimson sheathed his sword and turned back to the group, his expression unreadable as always. Crimson, why didn't you stick with music? I mean, after everything was resolved, why become a huntsman instead? Crimson tilted his head, caught off guard by the question. That's random, he said, though his tone wasn't annoyed. After a moment's thought, he replied. I actually enjoy swinging my sword and fighting. The reason I wanted to avoid it before wasn't because I didn't like it, it was because of the demon semblance and my mental issues. I wasn't in the right place for it back then. He shrugged, his gaze distant for a moment before focusing back on RWBY. But I've had enough therapy to accept it now. I can embrace fighting, and even smile while doing it. The girls exchanged glances, surprised by his honesty. That's not what I expected you to say, Blake admitted, breaking the silence. Same, Young agreed, crossing her arms. But it makes sense, in a Crimson sort of way. Crimson smirked faintly, the corner of his mouth tugging upward. Well, glad I could enlighten you all. Now, let's check on Essen and see if there's anything left to do there. With that, he led the way back toward the settlement, the glowing orb still secured at his side, and Team RWBY following closely behind, their respect for him growing with every passing moment. Chapter 92. As the group entered Essen, the settlement seemed calm, but there was an unmistakable tension in the air. A few villagers were scattered around the streets, tending to their daily tasks. Some paused to glance at the newcomers, their eyes lingering on the armed group and Crimson's distinct Atlas uniform. Others ignored them entirely, too focused on their own concerns to pay much attention. Crimson walked with purpose. He approached a woman sitting on the side of the road, her grey cloak barely shielding her from the cold wind. She looked up at him warily as he stopped in front of her. "Excuse me," Crimson said, his tone calm and polite. "I'm Specialist Rose from Atlas. We've been sent to assist with the grim problem around this region. Could you tell me who's in charge here?" The woman hesitated, eyeing him and the group behind him. After a moment, she pointed toward the center of the settlement. "You'll want to talk to Bram Thornmain. He's one of the protectors of Essen. You'll find him near the main hall, likely in his office." Crimson nodded, a faint smile on his face. "Thank you." He gestured for Team RWBY to follow him as they made their way toward the main hall. Ruby walked slightly ahead, her silver eyes scanning the surroundings curiously. While Young and Weiss followed closely, keeping a watchful eye on the villagers. Blake moved silently at the rear, her sharp gaze missing nothing. It didn't take long for them to find Bram Thornmain. The man stood tall, his presence as commanding as his appearance was striking. His attire, primarily red with golden accents, gave him an air of authority and refinement. A red jacket with golden brooches and a chain adorned his shoulders, while a black vest beneath added to his formal demeanor. His beige slacks and white dress shirt completed the look, the dark red tie hinting at his connection to Atlas. Crimson stepped forward, offering a professional nod. "Specialist Rose, reporting from Atlas," he introduced himself. "We've come to assist with any grim-related issues." Thornmain's expression softened into a polite smile. "Welcome to Essen, Specialist. Your reputation precedes you." Crimson noted Thornmain's eyes flicking briefly to the glowing orb secured at his waist. The moment was subtle, but Crimson caught it. His heart quickened slightly, and his back muscles tensed instinctively, though his expression remained neutral. "We passed by Crossed Settlement," Crimson continued, his tone steady. "It was completely destroyed, overrun by Grim. We've dealt with the Grim around Essen and wanted to check if there's any information you can provide." Thornmain's smile faltered briefly. "I see, thank you for your efforts," he said. "How can you be sure the Grim are no longer a threat?" "Oh. We used this orb on Crimson's belt to lure them all out and take care of them." Thornmain's brow arched, surprise flickering across his face. "Fascinating," he said. "How does it work?" "We don't know yet," Crimson interjected, his voice firm. "We found it in the ruins of Crossed. Our plan is to bring it back to Atlas for study." Thornmain nodded thoughtfully. "That's a wise decision," he said. "Have you heard of Lieutenant Colonel Olive Harper?" Crimson shook his head. "I'm relatively new to Atlas, the name doesn't ring a bell." "She's a friend of mine," Thornmain said, his smile returning. "She has extensive experience with technology and weaponry-related crimes. I'd suggest giving the orb to her for analysis. She's the best person for this kind of situation." Crimson studied Thornmain carefully. "I will follow your advice, but do you believe someone might be behind this intentionally?" Thornmain shook his head. "I can't say for sure," he admitted. "But we should keep all possibilities in mind. Harper is the best choice for handling something like this." Crimson nodded, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Got it," he said before his tone turned sharp. "Now, surrender yourself, Bram Thornmain." The room fell silent. Team RWBY froze, their eyes darting between Crimson and Thornmain, who looked utterly stunned. "What did you just say?" Thornmain asked, his voice low and incredulous. "You heard me," Crimson said, his voice cold and unwavering. "You're the prime suspect in the destruction of Crossed. You'll be coming with us to Atlas for further investigation." "This is absurd. I've dedicated my life to protecting Essen. How dare you accuse me of such a thing randomly?" "Crimson, what are you doing?" Ruby interjected, her voice filled with confusion. "He's the protector of Essen, we just met him." Crimson turned to her briefly. "He recognized the orb at first glance," he explained. "He's lying to us, and that so-called friend of his is likely a partner or a mole within Atlas. He's connected to what happened in Crossed." "That's ridiculous." Thornmain shouted, his fists clenched. "You have no proof." Crimson's eyes narrowed. Surrender yourself peacefully, Bram. I will never accept this absurd accusation. Thornmain roared. Crimson's smile turned grim. Violence it is, then. Before Thornmain could react, Crimson closed the distance between them in a flash. His punches landed with precision and force, striking Thornmain's chest and abdomen, leaving him winded and staggering. In moments, Crimson had Thornmain restrained with specialized capturing cables, the metal cable locking tightly around his arms and torso. Thornmain struggled against his bonds, shouting protests and curses, but Crimson remained unmoved. He activated his communicator. Aircraft, this is Specialist Rose, we've secured a suspect, prepare for extraction. The room remained silent as Crimson turned and began dragging the restrained Thornmain toward the exit. Team RWBY stood frozen, struggling to process the sudden turn of events. Ruby's wide-eyed gaze darted between Crimson and Thornmain, while Young looked like she wanted to protest but held back. What just happened? Ruby asked, her voice almost a whisper. Remember? Crimson's eyes, they see more than we can. If he's acting this decisively, it means he saw something we didn't. Blake nodded slowly, her brows furrowed in thought. That would make sense, he's not one to act without reason. Soon after, the roar of an approaching aircraft broke the silence. The transport landed, and Crimson, along with the restrained Thornmain and the rest of the group, boarded the aircraft. As the aircraft ascended, Ruby glanced at Crimson, still unsure. Are you sure about this? She asked hesitantly. Crimson's gaze was firm. I don't make accusations lightly, Ruby, trust me. And with that, the aircraft sped toward Atlas, leaving behind a shaken Essen and a group of huntresses with more questions than answers. Hours later, the group found themselves standing in General Ironwood's office. The atmosphere was tense, the quiet hum of air conditioning the only sound as Team RWBY stood off to the side near Winter Schnee. All eyes were fixed on Crimson, who had forced Bram Thornmain forward. Thornmain, restrained and furious, glared daggers at his captor. Ironwood rose from his desk, his face a mix of confusion and annoyance. Specialist Rose, what is the meaning of this? Before Crimson could speak, Thornmain erupted. This lunatic assaulted me and dragged me here like some common criminal. He roared, his voice echoing through the room. General, this specialist is insane. He has no authority to treat me like this. This is kidnapping. Ironwood's expression darkened as he glanced between Thornmain and Crimson. Specialist, explain yourself, why have you brought him here, and what is this about? Crimson stepped forward, his demeanor calm but his eyes sharp. He unhooked the orb from his belt and placed it on Ironwood's desk with a thud. This, Crimson began, is the reason Crossed was destroyed. It's an artifact that attracts Grim from a distance. Ironwood's face turned serious as he leaned forward, studying the orb. Crimson continued, we found it in the ruins of Crossed. After we dealt with the Grim near Essen, we went into the village to gather information. That's when we met Bram Thornmain. Crimson gestured toward the fuming man. Thornmain sneered. You bastard. Silence. Crimson cut him off coldly, his voice sharp enough to make Thornmain flinch. When I presented the orb, I noticed something immediately. Thornmain recognized it at first glance. He lied to us, right to our faces. Recognized it? Specialist, how can you be so sure? Crimson took a slow breath, his posture straightening as he spoke. Because my semblance allows me to see more than what's on the surface, he explained. I can see inside people, their blood flow, muscles, organs, even the rhythm of their heartbeat. It's as clear to me as a person's face is to the rest of you. Ironwood and Winter's eyes widened in surprise, trying to process the new information. Crimson turned to Thornmain, his gaze unyielding. When Thornmain saw the orb, his heart rate spiked, his breathing changed, and his muscles tensed. He was uneasy, even panicked, but he tried to mask it. The change was subtle, but I saw it. He continued, when he suggested taking the orb to a friend of his, I suspected him, so I went along with his suggestion, and his body relaxed. That was the moment I confirmed she's likely a partner or a mole working within Atlas. Ironwood folded his arms, his jaw tightening. And you believe Thornmain is connected to what happened at Crossed? Crimson nodded. What remains to be confirmed, his motive and whether or not Salem is involved. The mention of Salem made Ironwood's expression darken further. His piercing gaze turned to Thornmain. What were you planning? This is ridiculous. It's nothing but baseless accusations. Crimson took a slow step forward, his expression unreadable but his eyes gleaming with something dark. Baseless? He murmured, his voice soft and deliberate, almost intimate. Atlas doesn't need your confession. There are people there who can taste lies on the air. You're already drowning, you just don't know it yet. You're delusional. None of this makes sense. Crimson crouched, his movements slow, deliberate, as if savoring the moment. He stopped just short of Thornmane's eye level, his lips curving into a faint, humorless smile. "I love this part," he said, his tone low and venomous. "The point where the lies start to crumble, and the fear sets in, you can almost hear it, can't you? The sound of desperation, clawing to keep you afloat. I wonder how long you'll last before you break." The room fell silent. Team RWBY stared at Crimson, stunned by his sudden change in demeanor. Even Winter Schnee seemed taken aback by his words. Crimson continued in a slow, deliberate tone, his words cutting like a blade. "You know, this is why I joined Atlas, for moments like these. In the end, I see it in the eyes of rats like you, the exact moment they realize I am their undoing. There's fear, yes, but beneath it, something far worse, that quiet, sinking horror of knowing their fall will be my finest creation." Thornmane's face turned pale with fear, the tone and smile cutting through his composure. "Who do you think you are?" he shouted, his voice trembling with a mix of anger and desperation. "You stand there and enjoy this, but if your future, your hopes, were ripped away, if everything you cared about was taken away from you, you'd do the same." He let out a bitter laugh, his voice shaking. "One day, everyone will see you for what you really are." Ironwood's expression hardened as he stepped forward. "So, it's true, you destroyed, crossed, killed innocent people, why?" Thornmane laughed bitterly. "It was a necessary sacrifice to get rid of you," he yelled. "You don't deserve to be a general, James Ironwood. Why are the brothers on your side?" The general's eyes narrowed, and he turned to the guard standing near the entrance. "Take him away," he ordered, his voice cold. The soldiers stepped forward, grabbing Thornmane and dragging him out of the room despite his protests and curses. As the doors closed behind them, Crimson stood and turned to Ironwood, his grin replaced by a calm, neutral expression. "So," he said, tilting his head slightly. "How was my acting? Think I've got a future in theater?" Ironwood sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Winter shot Crimson a sharp glare, though her lips twitched as if suppressing a comment. Ruby finally broke the silence with a hesitant laugh. "You, really know how to make an impression, Crimson." Crimson smiled. "Sometimes, you have to play the demon, and luckily, I've had plenty of inspiration." And with that, the tension in the room began to ease, though the weight of what they had uncovered still lingered heavily in the air. Chapter 93. Crimson sat in General Ironwood's office, casually leaning back in his chair while Winter Schnee stood at attention, finishing her report. The atmosphere was heavy with the weight of new revelations, yet Crimson's expression remained calm, his eyes reflecting an almost unnerving confidence. "Our investigation confirms Bram Thornmane's conspiracy," Winter said, her tone clipped and professional. "He partnered with Lieutenant Colonel Olive Harper to incite unrest and orchestrate grim attacks, aiming to undermine your leadership, General." Ironwood frowned, his fingers steepled on his desk. "And their methods?" Winter nodded, her expression grim. "The two of them utilized stolen technology from an abandoned Atlas fort. With the help of Mantle's most respected Union leader, Hanlon Fifestone. They developed orbs capable of storing and amplifying negative emotions. Fivestone's semblance, raw emotion, allowed them to harvest negativity on a massive scale." Crimson's eyebrow rose at that. "Hanlon Fifestone? The guy with the spotless reputation?" he asked, his voice laced with surprise. "Talk about bad luck, when I went to Essen, I didn't expect to find myself at the center of a conspiracy." Winter continued without acknowledging his remark. "In addition, they supplied Atlas weapons and schematics to the mobster Amancio Glass. The source of these weapons has been a mystery for some time, and the Ace Ops were investigating it. They suspected the mobsters were siphoning equipment from restricted military stockpiles." Ironwood let out a slow exhale, leaning back in his chair. "This is far worse than I imagined," he admitted. His eyes met Crimson's. "You've done a great service to Atlas, Specialist. Your actions in Essen saved countless lives and prevented a disaster." Crimson gave a small, nonchalant shrug. "Just doing my job." Winter, however, seemed to linger on something else. She glanced at Crimson, her icy gaze searching. Specialist rose, she began hesitantly. "Can you truly see inside people's bodies? The way you described it during the interrogation, is that accurate?" Crimson nodded. "It's true, I see blood flow, organs, muscles, bones, everything, but before you ask," he added, noticing her shifting stance. "No, I don't see people naked, it doesn't work like that, and no, you're not the first person to suspect me of that." Winter's composure broke just slightly as her cheeks flushed a faint pink. Ironwood let out a rare laugh, the sound filling the room. Winter Schnee, embarrassed. "Now that's something I never thought I'd see," he said, his tone light but teasing. Winter quickly regained her composure, though her expression was slightly more rigid than before. The levity in the room was short-lived as Ironwood sighed, his gaze turning serious again. Why is it, he began, almost to himself, that people can't see beyond their personal ambitions? Our true enemy is Grimm, yet we waste so much energy fighting one another. If only the world truly knew about Salem, maybe then we'd be united. Crimson tilted his head, studying the general. That's idealistic, General. But you're the leader of Atlas Military and its Huntsman Academy, that makes you the closest thing to a dictator. If you ever changed your mind or worse, went insane, Atlas would be done for. Your influence runs too deep. Winter frowned, turning sharply to Crimson. Specialist Rose, your words are inappropriate, she snapped. You should watch what you say. Ironwood raised a hand, stopping her. No, he makes a valid point. He turned to Crimson, his gaze steady. If something like that were to happen, what would you do, Specialist? Crimson's expression hardened, his voice unnervingly calm, each word measured and deliberate. In honor of the good general sitting before me, he said, his tone steady but resolute. I'd do whatever it takes to put down what you become. Ironwood smiled faintly, though his eyes were solemn. Then I'm counting on you to prevent the worst, should it ever come to that. Winter blinked, visibly surprised by the exchange. She didn't comment, though her gaze shifted between the two men, trying to gauge their thoughts. After a moment of silence, Crimson leaned forward, resting his elbows on Ironwood's desk. Now, on to something more immediate. I have a request. Ironwood raised an eyebrow. Go on. I want Atlas to manufacture more of these orbs, Crimson said, gesturing to the one on the desk. Why would you want more of those? They're dangerous. Crimson smiled faintly. Exactly, dangerous to Grimm. I plan to use them to draw Grimm to myself and wipe them out. With your military support, I want to see how long it would take to make the continent of Solida's Grimm free. The room fell silent. Winter's expression was unreadable, but her eyes betrayed her shock. Ironwood leaned back in his chair, the weight of Crimson's words settling over him. You're suggesting something no one's ever attempted, Ironwood said slowly. The idea of cleaning Solida's of Grimm, it's ambitious, but no one's ever had someone like me to make it possible, Crimson interjected confidently. Winter looked to Ironwood, waiting for his response. The general stared at the orb for a long moment before finally nodding. Very well, the manufacturing will be limited and kept top secret. These orbs will be provided to you and no one else. Crimson's grin widened. Fair enough, I'll be waiting, General. With that, he stood, giving a casual wave before turning to leave. Winter and Ironwood watched him go, the room falling silent once more. Ironwood exhaled heavily, rubbing his temple. That man. He's reckless, Winter muttered, though there was a hint of admiration in her voice. Ironwood gave a small, humorless chuckle. Maybe, but he might just be what we need. Crimson exited Ironwood's office, his mind already moving ahead to the next task, when a familiar figure caught his eye. Standing down the hallway, leaning casually against the wall, was Raven Branwen. For a moment, Crimson paused, his gaze locking onto hers. She stood tall without the walking cane she'd been reliant on since the battle at Haven. His brow raised slightly, and after a beat, he stepped forward. Well, he said with a faint smile, his tone carrying an air of approval. Congratulations on the new prosthetics, I take it they're a good fit? Raven's lips curved into a rare, genuine smile. Much better than I expected, she admitted, swinging her leg, as if testing her balance. Her voice carried a hint of pride but also something softer, less guarded. I feel whole again, in a way. That's good to hear, Crimson replied sincerely. Then, with a slight tilt of his head, he asked. What brings you here? Raven hesitated, a flicker of vulnerability crossing her sharp features. I was hoping we could talk, she said finally, her voice quieter. If you've got the time. Crimson regarded her for a moment, then nodded. Lead the way. Raven turned, gesturing for him to follow. She led him through the quiet halls of the Atlas base to her quartersa modest room. Sparsely decorated but with enough personal touches to hint at someone who was slowly trying to rebuild a sense of belonging. She moved to a small cabinet, pulling out a bottle and 2 glasses. As she poured the drinks, Crimson raised a brow, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. I've got to ask, he said with mock seriousness. What kind of aunt brings her underage nephew a drink? Raven smirked back, handing him a glass. The kind of aunt, she replied dryly. Who has a nephew born after her but somehow older by almost 500 years. Crimson couldn't help but laugh at that, shaking his head as he accepted the glass. Fair point, he said, taking a sip. They sat across from each other, the atmosphere unusually calm. For a while, neither spoke. It was Raven who finally broke the silence. "I wanted to say I'm sorry," she began, her voice uncharacteristically soft. Crimson looked up, surprised, but let her continue. "I know I haven't exactly been the best anything, not a good aunt, not a good mother, not a good person." Crimson leaned back slightly, his expression unreadable. "I've seen you try to make amends," Raven continued, her crimson eyes meeting his. "You've apologized for things that weren't even your fault, you've fought to fix what others broke, so I think it's only fair that I try to do the same." He watched her carefully, noting the way her fingers tightened slightly around her glass. There was sincerity in her words, and perhaps even a hint of regret. Raven took a deep breath before continuing. "When I left Young it wasn't because I didn't love her, it was because I was afraid of the responsibility, afraid of failing her, and she hesitated. I thought staying away would protect her, even if it hurt her." Crimson's expression softened slightly, though he remained quiet. "I was around more than you might think," Raven admitted. "I've been watching, that Raven you've seen that was me." Crimson blinked, surprised. "Wait, that bird?" he asked, leaning forward. "I always thought it was too aware, too intelligent to be a normal Raven, it was creepy, honestly, that's why I always stayed on guard." Raven chuckled softly. "Funny, I thought the same about you when you were a child, you were too sharp, too aware, it was unnerving," she gave him a wry smile. "I stopped coming around because, frankly, you scared me." Crimson stared at her for a moment before breaking into a laugh. "You're telling me you were scared of a harmless child?" "Harmless?" Raven snorted. "You were anything but harmless, and you're not much better now," she added with a smirk. "You were on guard against a bird, of all things." "Fair enough," Crimson admitted, shaking his head with a small smile. The conversation shifted after that, the tension easing. Raven leaned back, her expression turning serious again. "I suppose you've already figured this out, but I was there when Summer left on her last mission." Crimson's gaze sharpened. "What can you tell me?" Raven took a long sip of her drink before answering. "Summer, she went after Salem in her last mission, and Salem was not like anything else we've faced. Her immortality isn't just longevity, you can't kill her. You can destroy her body, tear her apart, but she always reforms always." Crimson nodded slowly, processing the information. "So there's no end to her," he murmured. "No way to put her down for good." "Yes, she was cursed by gods to roam the world for eternity, even if the entire world perished she will remain," Raven explained. Crimson leaned back, his expression thoughtful. "Thanks for telling me," he said finally. "It's not what I wanted to hear, but it's better to know the truth." Raven gave him a small, almost tentative smile. "You're welcome, and I meant what I said, I want to try to do better, Yang, Crow, they're warming up to me, I want to stand by their side this time." Crimson studied her for a moment before nodding. "If you're sincere about this, you can make up for the past actions speak louder than words, and it looks like you're on the right path." For a while, they sat in silence, sipping their drinks. It wasn't the most conventional form of bonding, but for them, it worked. For the first time in a long time, there was no hostility, no mistrust, just two people, connected by blood and shared history, finding a sense of understanding and connection. Chapter 94. For 3 relentless months, Crimson Rose moved across the snow-covered expanses of Solitas, never staying in one place for too long. With the attraction orb strapped securely to his side, he drew the continent's darkest nightmares to him. Grim, numbering in the tens of thousands, converged on his location only to meet a swift, brutal end. Each battle was a spectacle of power, with Crimson as the unyielding force at its center. The pace of the operation grew with time. The mobsters who had sown chaos and misery in Mantle were crushed. The attacks on the city that once left its citizens in constant fear ceased entirely. With these victories, the Aesop's Atlas Elite Huntsman team were freed from their duties in Mantle and joined Crimson in his mission along with many other available huntsmen and huntresses. But they weren't the only ones. Team RWBY, Team NPR with Pira, Nora, and Ren, Penny Polandina, Crow Branwen, and even Raven Branwen joined the fight. The combined strength of these skilled warriors turned each encounter with the Grim into a one-sided annihilation. Military ships and soldiers followed closely behind, scanning the cleared areas for any remnants and ensuring no Grim were left behind. This was not just an operation. It was the largest-scale military effort in Atlas history. The sheer ambition of it left even seasoned soldiers awestruck. When word began to spread that the goal of the operation was to rid the entire continent of Grim, it sent shockwaves through the kingdom. For generations, the Grim had been an inescapable part of life. A constant shadow hanging over humanity. To consider the possibility of a Grimm-free Solitas was unthinkable, and yet, under Crimson's leadership, it no longer seemed impossible. As the operation progressed, strange developments began to unfold. The Moset Grotto mines, once dormant, roared back to life. Dust and resources were extracted at an unprecedented rate, but instead of bolstering the kingdom's economy, they vanished. All of it, along with significant financial resources, was funneled into the top-secret project in the heavily restricted area. The secrecy surrounding the project fueled speculation and paranoia among the citizens of Mantle and Atlas. People whispered about Ironwood's growing influence and wondered what the general was planning. Was it a weapon? A new military base? Or something far more dangerous? The Happy Huntresses, led by Robin Hill, were among the most vocal critics. They had long opposed Ironwood's policies, seeing them as heavy-handed and authoritarian. Yet even they found themselves unable to act. The operation against the Grimm had won over the majority of the population, and the people of Mantle, who had long suffered under constant attacks, were overwhelmingly supportive of Ironwood's leadership. Amidst the chaos, one name rose above the rest: Crimson Rose. Once a relatively unknown specialist, he was now the face of the Grimm clearing operation. His deeds were recounted in every corner of the kingdom, from the bustling streets of Mantle to the grand halls of Atlas Academy. To many, he was a hero, a symbol of hope in a world that had long been defined by fear. His reputation spread like wildfire. Songs were sung about the Crimson Hero. And children in the streets played games pretending to be him, felling hordes of imaginary Grimm with a single strike. But not everyone saw him in the same light. Among those who opposed Ironwood, Crimson's name carried a far more ominous tone. They called him Ironwood's ultimate weapon. A blunt instrument of destruction unleashed upon anyone who defied the general's will. Rumors spread, painting Crimson as an unstoppable force that Ironwood would unleash at the slightest provocation. If Ironwood is annoyed by something, people would say, he'll just send Specialist Rose. It doesn't matter if it's human, faunus, or Grimm, everything in his path will be destroyed. Crimson, however, remained largely indifferent to the chatter. His focus was solely on the mission. Every Grimm he destroyed, every mile of territory he reclaimed, was a step closer to a continent free of Grimm. Still, the weight of his growing reputation did not escape him. The stares of admiration, the hushed whispers of awe or fear, it was a lot for one person to carry. One evening, as the group rested after another successful operation, Pira approached him. "You're becoming a legend, you know," she said with a soft smile. "A legend? Sounds exhausting." Pira chuckled. "It's not all bad, you're giving people hope, that's something they haven't had in a long time." "Hope's a dangerous thing," Crimson replied, his tone quiet. "It makes people expect miracles, and I'm no miracle worker." Pira studied him for a moment before speaking. "Maybe not, but you're doing something no one else could, that has to count for something." Crimson didn't respond immediately, his gaze distant. After a moment, he sighed. "We'll see." As the months wore on, the operation began to show tangible results. Areas that had been uninhabitable for years were now safe. The military established outposts in regions that had been overrun by Grimm for generations. Slowly but surely, the people of Solitas began to imagine a future without the constant threat of monsters lurking beyond their walls. In Atlas, the mood was one of cautious optimism. For the first time in decades, there was a sense that real, meaningful progress was being made. But in the shadows, questions lingered. What was Ironwood planning? What was the purpose of the secret project that had swallowed so many resources? Winter Schnee and General James Ironwood stood side by side on the aircraft platform, their breaths clouding the crisp morning air of Atlas. The sun cast a golden glow over the snowy expanse. But neither seemed particularly concerned with the weather. Both wore subtle smiles, a rare sight for the stoic pair, as they waited for the incoming ship. It had been 3 months since Crimson and the others departed on their mission to rid Solitas of the Grimm. In that time, neither Crimson nor anyone else from the group had returned to Atlas. Reports of their progress were scattered and brief, but each one spoke of monumental victories and grueling battles. The continent was almost entirely cleared of Grimm, a feat previously thought impossible. Ironwood had insisted on being here to greet them in person, a gesture to show how deeply he appreciated their efforts. Winter, ever the dutiful specialist, joined him, though she too couldn't deny her anticipation. As the ship came into view, its engines roaring in the distance, Winter adjusted her posture, standing even straighter than usual. "They're finally back," Ironwood said, his voice carrying both relief and pride. The ship touched down with a hiss of steam, and the ramp lowered slowly. One by one, the group emerged, and Ironwood and Winter's expressions faltered as they took in the sight before them. The group looked nothing like the polished warriors who had left Atlas 3 months ago. Their exhaustion was palpable. Clothes were torn and dirted. Armor scuffed and dented, and their hair was a tangled mess. They carried themselves with the heavy steps of those who had pushed far beyond their limits. Ironwood's eyes lingered on Crow and Clover, who had always made an effort to look presentable, even in the harshest conditions. Crow's usually spiky hair was taller and unkempt. And he had grown a scruffy beard that made him look older. Clover, always the picture of composure, now looked disheveled, his hair in disarray and a tired slump in his shoulders. Even Harriet, who prided herself on her neat appearance, had let her short hair grow out, strands now sticking out awkwardly. The Aesopes, usually vibrant and confident, seemed as if the life had been drained out of them. Winter exchanged a glance with Ironwood, both silently acknowledging the toll the mission had taken. Ironwood cleared his throat and stepped forward, composing himself. "Welcome back, you've done incredible work, the entire kingdom owes you a debt of gratitude." Crow let out a dry chuckle, his voice hoarse. "James, I never thought I'd say this, but I actually missed you, I even missed Atlas, never thought I'd be so happy to see this place again." Clover, however, didn't share Crow's sentiment. He barely spared Ironwood a glance before muttering, "Excuse us, General, we need to rest." Without waiting for a response, he walked away, the rest of the Aesopes following closely behind. Ironwood watched them go, frowning slightly. The once unstoppable elite huntsmen looked as if they'd been through a storm, their exhaustion and silence speaking volumes. The last two to step off the ship were Crimson and Penny. Though Crimson wasn't as visibly battered as the others, he was still far from his usual sharp and confident self. His hair was disheveled, his clothes torn in places, and there was a faint shadow of fatigue in his eyes. Penny, ever the optimist, stood beside him. Though her state was also less than ideal, she managed her usual bright smile, her energy seemingly untouched. "What happened? Why is everyone in this state?" Everyone wanted to keep up with Crimson and me. It was months of non-stop fighting, there wasn't much time for rest, self-care, or anything else. Winter raised an eyebrow, glancing at the retreating backs of the Aesopes, Crow, and the others. She could see how that might have happened. Ironwood, meanwhile, turned his attention to Crimson. "And you?" Crimson gave a tired smile. "The operation was a success, the continent is grim-freer, as close to it as we can hope for, we've cleared more than anyone thought possible." He gestured to Penny. "You can get the full reports from her. Right now, I need a bed." Ironwood chuckled, nodding. "Fair enough, you've earned it, go rest." Specialist rose, "We'll talk later." Crimson gave him a small wave before turning to leave, Penny bouncing along beside him. As the platform emptied, Winter remained standing beside Ironwood, her hands clasped behind her back. "They've accomplished something extraordinary," she said quietly, her voice tinged with both admiration and concern. Ironwood sighed. "I just hope we're prepared for what comes next. They've done the impossible, but this is only the beginning. Clearing Solitas of Grim is one thing, keeping it that way, that's a challenge we have never faced before." Winter nodded, her expression steeling. "Then we'll rise to meet it, sir, whatever it takes." The general smiled faintly. Chapter 95. The training hall in Atlas Academy had seen countless moments of determination, camaraderie, and challenge, but today was different. It was filled with people who had achieved something extraordinary. Team RWBY, Nora, Ren, Penny, Crimson, Pira, Crow, Raven, and the Aesopes stood together, still carrying the marks of their grueling 3-month mission. Though exhaustion lingered in their eyes, the atmosphere buzzed with curiosity as they waited for General Ironwood. Ironwood entered the hall with his usual commanding presence, though today, his expression was softer, his eyes bright with pride and gratitude. Winter followed closely behind, standing at his side as his ever-reliable right hand. Ironwood took a moment to look around the room, his gaze sweeping over each of them. His voice, calm but carrying the weight of emotion, filled the hall. "You all stand here today as heroes. Together, you accomplished something that many thought was impossible. Team RWBY, Nora, Ren, you fought side by side with the best of the best. You proved yourselves in the greatest operation this kingdom has ever seen. The kingdom owes you a debt it can never repay." The group stood a little taller at his words, pride flickering in their tired faces. Ironwood's smile grew brighter. "For everything you've done, you've earned the right to be called huntsmen and huntresses." Before the words could fully sink in, a soft buzz echoed through the hall. Team RWBY, Nora, and Ren instinctively reached for their scrolls. As they pulled them out, their eyes widened in unison. There, on the screens, were their huntsman licenses, proof of their hard work and dedication. "You are more than qualified," Ironwood continued, his voice firm yet warm. "I wish we could do something more ceremonial for you, but I hope this will suffice." For a moment, there was stunned silence before a wave of excitement and joy swept over the six. Ruby clutched her scroll to her chest, her silver eyes shimmering with happiness. Yang grinned broadly, nudging Blake, who smiled softly. Weiss tilted her head back, a rare expression of unrestrained joy on her face. Nora cheered loudly, practically bouncing on her feet, while Ren allowed a small, satisfied smile to touch his lips. Around them, the others offered their congratulations. Crow clapped Ruby on the shoulder, pride evident in his smirk. Raven, though reserved, nodded approvingly at Yang. Pira smiled warmly, her emerald eyes glinting with genuine happiness for her friends. Penny's cheer was as energetic as ever, and the Aesops, though weary, gave nods of acknowledgement. And then there was Crimson, standing slightly apart but smiling as he watched the group celebrate. His quiet approval spoke volumes. Ironwood allowed them a moment to bask in their accomplishment before he continued. Thanks to your efforts, Project Amity is complete, months ahead of schedule, and without a single significant issue. The room quieted, attention snapping back to the general. Ironwood turned his gaze toward Crimson. Inviting you to join Atlas was the best decision I've ever made as a general. Your leadership, your dedication, and your willingness to shoulder the impossible have been nothing short of extraordinary. The group nodded in agreement, murmurs of approval rippling through the hall. Crimson, uncharacteristically, looked slightly embarrassed, scratching the back of his neck. I just did what needed to be done. Ironwood smiled knowingly. You've done far more than that, Crimson. The general took a deep breath before delivering the next piece of news. Tomorrow, we will launch Project Amity. We will re-establish communication with the other kingdoms, something we haven't had since the fall of Beacon, and, as part of this broadcast, we will tell the world about Salem. The room fell silent, the weight of his words settling over everyone like a heavy blanket. The world would never be the same. The truth about Salem, the immortal threat looming over Remnant, was about to be exposed. Ruby clenched her fists, determination flashing in her silver eyes. Yang and Blake exchanged a serious glance, while Weiss straightened her posture. Her usual composure returning. Ren placed a calming hand on Nora's shoulder as she shifted nervously. Even Penny, always cheerful, adopted a more solemn expression. Ironwood studied their faces, noting the resolve in each of them. The world is about to change forever, but thanks to all of you, we're ready to face what's coming. The general gave a final nod and turned to leave, his expression firm. Winter followed closely behind, her presence as steady as ever. As Ironwood reached the exit, Crimson stepped forward. General, do you have a moment? For you, Crimson. Always. Winter paused as well, watching the interaction with interest. The three of them left the hall together, their footsteps echoing in the quiet corridor. Crimson's expression was serious, his mind clearly turning over something important. Behind them, the training hall buzzed with renewed energy. Team RWBY, Nora, and Ren were surrounded by their friends, their licenses clutched tightly in their hands as they celebrated their achievement. Despite the challenges ahead, for now, there was joy, a moment of light in the darkness. The meeting room in Atlas headquarters was eerily quiet, the weight of the topic at hand hanging heavily in the air. Crimson sat at the head of the table, his arms resting on the polished surface. His expression calm but resolute. Ironwood sat across from him, his brow furrowed as if already bracing for the conversation. Winter sat to the side, her posture rigid, as she observed the two men. Crimson began without preamble. Before I left for the mission, I learned something, troubling, something we can't afford to ignore any longer. He leaned forward slightly, locking eyes with Ironwood. The day before I left, Raven told me something about Salem. My mother's last mission was to confront Salem. The mention of Summer Rose drew a flicker of emotion from both Ironwood and Winter. They had both heard the stories of her heroism and sacrifice, but there was something in Crimson's tone that hinted at a deeper truth. Salem, Crimson continued, his voice steady, is indestructible. Nothing we don a weapon, no power can kill her. That's why my mother never returned. She gave everything trying to find a way to end her, but it was all in vain. Ironwood's eyes widened, and he sank slightly into his chair, the revelation hitting him harder than he'd anticipated. His shoulders slumped as he stared at the table. Indestructible, he muttered, almost to himself. Then how are we supposed to win? Winter's expression didn't change, but the tension in her stance betrayed her thoughts. The idea of an unbeatable enemy was one that shook even the most composed soldiers. Crimson, however, remained unshaken. He leaned back, a faint smile playing on his lips. Destroying her has nothing to do with winning, he said firmly. We're not fighting to destroy Salem, we're fighting for mankind to continue. Not all battles are won through destruction. Ironwood looked up at him, his eyes searching for clarity. Crimson continued, his voice calm but persuasive. Salem can't be killed, but that doesn't mean she can't be stopped. We just need to think differently, find another way to neutralize her threat. That's why I wanted to talk to you about the Relic of Creation. Ironwood's brow furrowed. The Relic of Creation. The relic can create anything, right? What if we use it to create something that can trap her? Send her to the moon, or some distant corner of the universe where she can't be a threat, or maybe imprison her for eternity. Ironwood's expression shifted, the light of hope flickering back into his eyes. That's an interesting idea, he admitted, sitting up straighter. Crimson leaned forward again, his tone serious. You're the one who understands the relic best, General, tell me how does it work? Ironwood nodded, gathering his thoughts. The Relic of Creation summons Ambrosius. A being who can create anything you desire, as long as you're specific. He's bound by a few rules, he can't resurrect the dead, he can't destroy, and he can only handle one task at a time. If a new task is assigned, the previous creation is undone. That's why Atlas floats its Ambrosius creation. Crimson frowned slightly, considering the limitations. So using the relic again means Atlas will fall, he sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. The relics, they're powerful, but they're almost useless in most scenarios. The Staff of Creation can only handle one task, and the Lamp of Knowledge only answers 3 questions every century. It's frustrating. Ironwood chuckled softly, his tension easing slightly. And that's why I said you're worth more than a relic, Crimson. You think differently, you have enormous strength supported by wisdom. He leaned back in his chair, a faint smile on his face. Thank you for sharing this with me. I'll have our scientists start exploring the idea of creating a prison for Solomir, or maybe a way to send her far beyond Remnant. Crimson shook his head, standing. No need for thanks, we are facing her together. The only way for mankind to win is to stand united. Ironwood watched him with a mix of admiration and respect. Crimson's resolve and determination were unwavering. Crimson glanced at the clock on the wall and smiled faintly. Now, if you'll excuse me, General, I've got a license celebration to attend. With that, he turned and left the room, leaving Ironwood and Winter alone. Winter, who had been silent throughout the entire conversation, finally spoke. Her voice was quiet but thoughtful. Specialist Rose, and you, General, you seem more like partners than a superior and a soldier. Ironwood chuckled, the sound low but genuine. He leaned back in his chair, folding his hands together. You might be right, Winter, when I work with Crimson, it doesn't feel like giving orders, it feels like we're working toward the same goal as equals. Winter nodded, her respect for both men deepening. Crimson's perspective had shifted the way they thought about the battle ahead. Though Salem's immortality was daunting, his determination to protect mankind, no matter the odds, was a reminder of what they were truly fighting for. Ironwood's gaze lingered on the door where Crimson had exited, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He's not just a soldier, he's a leader, and when the time comes, I know I can trust him to do what's right. Chapter 96. Crimson stepped into the lively hall, where the sound of laughter and chatter filled the air. The group was gathered around a large table, their newfound huntsman and huntress licenses clutched proudly in their hands. Ruby noticed him first and waved excitedly. There you are. She exclaimed, bouncing over to him. Where were you? We've been waiting for you to celebrate. Crimson gave her a small smile, his usual calm demeanor softening. I had something to discuss with the General, he replied, only to find himself being pulled by Ruby into the group. Come on, no more serious stuff, tonight, we celebrate. She declared, dragging him into the fold. The atmosphere was infectious. Crimson found himself smiling as he watched everyone's joy and excitement. Even Crow seemed more relaxed than usual, a drink in hand and a faint flush on his face. It wasn't long before Crow turned his attention to Crimson. Hey, kid, Crow began, his words slightly slurred but still coherent. What about that plan of yours, huh? Crimson raised an eyebrow. Plan? You know, Crow continued, grinning slyly. The whole, find a wife and start a family, thing, or did you forget that's one of the reasons you came to Atlas in the first place? The room fell silent, the merriment dimming as everyone turned to look at Crimson. Even the Ace Ops and Penny, who had been standing off to the side, were now staring at him with varying degrees of surprise. From behind them, a deep voice interrupted the moment. Find a wife. Crimson turned to see Ironwood and Winter standing at the entrance to the hall. The General had a bemused expression on his face, while Winter's eyes were wide with curiosity. Crimson met Ironwood's gaze for a moment, then shrugged nonchalantly. One of the reasons I came to Atlas, he said evenly, was to find a stable life, that includes getting married and starting a family. The room was still, everyone processing his words. Crimson turned back to Crow, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. And no, I didn't forget, I was just waiting until I turned 18 so I could legally marry. It wasn't exactly a priority during the last few months. Those who had known Crimson's plan from before weren't particularly surprised, they had simply forgotten about it. The Atlas group, on the other hand, was completely taken aback. Elm, always the loudest of the Aesops, broke the silence with a high-pitched scream. Isn't he way too young to be thinking about that? Crimson chuckled, crossing his arms. Actually, I'm the oldest person in this hall, maybe even in all of Remnant except for Salem and Ajban, of course. It's true. Long story, involves a god, but yeah, Crimson here is over 500 years old, mentally, at least. Harriet folded her arms, narrowing her eyes. You've got to be kidding me, Crow, you should work on your lease theory. Ridiculous. Ironwood and Winter exchanged glances. They had heard Crimson's story about his encounter with the god of harmony, how he had spent years in a limbo-like realm while only a week passed in Remnant. At the time, they hadn't focused on the specifics, but now they realized just how long Crimson must have been in that place. Ironwood's lips pressed into a thin line, his thoughts unreadable. Winter, on the other hand, seemed caught between disbelief and curiosity. Crimson clapped his hands together, breaking the tension. We're here to celebrate, he said firmly. Not to discuss my future marriage plans. The group slowly shifted back into a more relaxed mood, though it was clear the topic lingered in the back of their minds. Conversations resumed, though many glanced at Crimson now and then, their expressions thoughtful. Ironwood, standing at the edge of the gathering, found himself watching Crimson interact with the others. His mind drifted to the young man's maturity. His calm demeanor, and the weight he carried with such grace. Then his gaze shifted to Winter, who stood nearby, her expression contemplative as she sipped her drink. An idea began to form in the general's mind, one that made him smile faintly. Crimson and Winter, they were both strong, disciplined, and driven by a sense of duty. In many ways, they seemed perfectly suited for each other. Ironwood's eyes glinted with amusement as he considered the possibility. Perhaps he could play matchmaker after all, even a general could have his fun. For now, though, he would keep his thoughts to himself and let the celebration unfold. As the celebration wound down, the group slowly began to disperse. The atmosphere was warm and content, a rare moment of peace after everything they had endured. With their huntsman and huntress licenses secured. Tomorrow promised to bring even greater challenges, but for now, enjoying the moment was a priority. Crimson stood near the edge of the hall, watching his friends leave in pairs or small groups. He felt a sense of pride seeing them so happy, their laughter lingering in the air. Just as he turned to leave, Pira approached him hesitantly. Crimson? She asked softly, her voice carrying a nervous edge. He turned to her, curious. What is it, Pira? Can we talk? Privately? Crimson tilted his head, noting her nervousness. Of course, he replied, nodding. His curiosity grew. Pira was usually composed and confident. What had gotten her so flustered? As they walked toward one of the quieter meeting rooms, Nora, who had been observing the exchange, nudged Yang excitedly. Did you see that? Nora whispered, practically bouncing in place. Yang's eyes sparkled with mischief. You think she's finally going to confess? Oh, absolutely. She's had a crush on him forever. The rest of Team RWBY and REN overheard the exchange and gathered around, intrigued. What are you two talking about? Ruby asked, tilting her head. Nora leaned in conspiratorially. Pira's got a crush on Crimson, haven't you noticed how she always looks at him? It's different. Yang grinned, adding her own commentary. We think she's going to confess now, after what Crimson said earlier about waiting until he's 18, Pira's probably feeling like time is running out. The group's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, Pira likes Crimson? How did I not notice this? Because you're oblivious, Ruby, Yang teased, smirking. We should follow them. Ruby suggested eagerly, only for Weiss to hold up a hand, stopping her. Absolutely not, Weiss said firmly. You know Crimson's eyes don't work like ours, what if he notices us, and it'll ruin everything for Pira, let her have this moment. Ruby pouted but relented, while the group shared a collective sense of anticipation, wondering how the conversation would unfold. Crimson and Pira reached a quiet meeting room. The door clicked shut behind them, and Crimson turned to her, his expression calm but curious. What did you want to talk about, Pira? He asked, his voice gentle. Pira shifted uncomfortably, her usual confidence nowhere to be found. Her hands clenched and unclenched at her sides as she avoided his gaze. Crimson said nothing, giving her the time and space she needed to gather her thoughts. Finally, she took a deep breath and met his eyes, her voice trembling. Crimson, I've been meaning to tell you something for a while now. He nodded, encouraging her to continue. Pira's cheeks flushed as she pushed herself forward. Since our time at Beacon, I've liked you, a lot. I've always admired how strong, calm, and wise you are. You inspire me, and I was wondering if you'd be okay with, maybe starting to date me. Crimson blinked, genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected this, least of all from Pira, who he regarded with respect. His expression turned thoughtful as he processed her words, and the silence stretched between them. Pira's heart pounded in her chest, every second of his silence feeling like an eternity. Her mind raced with worst-case scenarios. Finally, Crimson spoke, his tone steady. I agree. Pira's eyes widened in shock. You do. He smiled warmly, his calm demeanor as reassuring as ever. Pira, you're among the best people I've ever known, you're dependable, strong, kind, and beautiful. It's hard to find someone like you, and I've always gotten along with you well. I don't see any harm in trying. He paused, his expression growing serious. But I'll warn you, I don't know the first thing about dating. This will be new for me. Pira didn't let him finish. Overcome with emotion, she stepped forward and kissed him. It was sudden, impulsive, and filled with all the feelings she had kept bottled up for so long. Crimson's eyes widened in surprise as she pulled away, just as quickly as she'd leaned in, and pushed with all of her strength. Sorry. Pira stammered, her face crimson. Without giving him a chance to respond, she turned and bolted out of the room, leaving Crimson, who kept himself from falling, stunned. For a moment, he stood frozen, trying to process what had just happened. Slowly, he brought a hand to his lips, his mind replaying the kiss. He has been married before, but that was different. It was a traditional arrangement, do your duty, raise a child, nothing complicated. But dating? He realized it was going to be far more complicated than he'd anticipated. As Pira ran down the hall, her heart pounding, the group who had been waiting nearby despite Weiss's earlier warning caught sight of her flushed face and wide-eyed expression. Well? Nora asked eagerly. What happened? Pira didn't stop, muttering something incoherent as she disappeared down another hallway. Young grinned, crossing her arms, judging by that reaction, I'd say it went well. Ruby looked confused. Why is she running away, then? Young shrugged. Because emotions are complicated, and so is love. Back in the meeting room, Crimson finally chuckled to himself, shaking his head. This, he muttered under his breath, is going to be a challenge. Chapter 97. The next day began with a sense of purpose and anticipation. Crimson, alongside the Ace Ops, made their way to the Amity Project's launch site. This was the culmination of months of effort, secrecy, and sacrifice. As the transport airship approached the location, the immense structure of Amity Coliseum came into view, gleaming under the morning sun. Crimson stood near the front of the craft, arms crossed as his crimson eyes scanned the Coliseum's intricate details. Despite his usual calm demeanor, there was a flicker of unease deep inside him. He had seen the best and worst of humanity in his unnaturally long life, and this moment felt pivotal. Clover, standing beside him, noticed his pensive expression and smiled reassuringly. Quite a sight, isn't it? Crimson gave a small nod, his eyes never leaving the Coliseum. It is, the scale of this project, it's no joke. Clover chuckled. That's Atlas for you, we do everything big. He gestured toward the massive thrusters attached to the Coliseum's base. Once this goes up, it'll be a beacon of hope for the entire world, and you had no small part in making this happen. As the airship touched down, the Ace Ops disembarked, each taking their positions to oversee the final preparations. The scientists and engineers bustled around the site, making last-minute adjustments and running diagnostics. Crimson's sharp gaze darted across the scene, ensuring everything was proceeding smoothly. Back at Atlas Academy, General James Ironwood stood on the main balcony. His hands clasped behind his back as he gazed out toward the direction of the Amity Project. The cold winds of Solitas bit against his face, but he didn't flinch. This was the culmination of his vision, and he wouldn't let anything jeopardize it. Behind him, Winter Schnee stood with a tablet in hand, her voice steady as she communicated with the lead scientists. All systems are green, launch preparations are complete, we're ready to proceed on your command, General. Ironwood nodded silently, his eyes narrowing as he watched the horizon. Crimson stood with Clover and the Ace Ops as the final countdown to launch began. The massive thrusters roared to life, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. Slowly, the Coliseum began to rise into the air, its gleaming surface reflecting the sunlight in a dazzling display. Citizens of both Mantle and Atlas turned their gazes upward, startled by the sight of the massive structure ascending into the sky. People pointed and murmured, their expressions ranging from awe to confusion. "What's going on?" someone asked. "Is that Amity Coliseum?" another voice exclaimed. From the streets of Mantle to the high towers of Atlas, everyone stopped what they were doing to watch the spectacle. On board an airship, Ruby and her friends leaned against the windows, their faces glowing with excitement. "This is amazing!" Ruby exclaimed, her silver eyes wide with wonder. Young grinned. "You can say that again, look at it go." Weiss watched with a reserved smile, her analytical mind appreciating the engineering marvel. "This is a monumental achievement, the entire world will see this soon." Blake's amber eyes followed the Colosseum as it disappeared beyond the clouds. "Let's hope this brings the change we're hoping for." General Winter's voice came through Ironwood's earpiece, snapping him out of his thoughts. "The Colosseum is in position, we're ready to begin the broadcast starting the countdown, 3, 2, 1. Ironwood took a deep breath as the cameras activated, broadcasting his image to every corner of Remnant. The Amity Coliseum's communication tower had linked the kingdoms together for the first time since Beacon's fall. "Greetings, citizens of Remnant," Ironwood began, his voice steady but carrying a heavy weight. "My name is General James Ironwood of the Kingdom of Atlas. Many of you know who I am, but today, I speak to you not as a general, but as one of the protectors of our world." His expression hardened as he continued. "Since the fall of Beacon, my team and I have been working in secret on a project to restore global communication. The Amity Project, as you've now seen, is the culmination of our efforts. We chose to keep it hidden until now because of the events in Vale and the fall of Beacon. It taught us that we underestimated the enemy we face." Ironwood paused, his gaze resolute. "I want to begin by apologizing to the people of Vale, to the families of those lost at Beacon, and to the entire world. We did not do enough, and for that, I am deeply sorry." The citizens of Remnant watched in stunned silence as Ironwood continued. "But today, I stand before you to tell you the truth that has been hidden for far too long. The Grim, the creatures of darkness that threaten our very existence, have a leader. Her name is Salem. She is ancient, immortal, and relentless in her pursuit of destruction. For generations. This knowledge was kept secret by the heads of the Huntsman Academies and their inner circles, myself included. We believed we were protecting the world from fear and panic. But after the tragedy of Vale, it became clear that this secrecy has done more harm than good. The world needs to know that this is not a fight between humans and faunas. Or between kingdoms, this is a fight for the survival of civilization itself." Ironwood's voice grew stronger, more determined. "Today, with global communication re-established, we will extend our efforts to reach and support every kingdom. Together, we can stand against Salem and her forces. And I am proud to announce that in Solidas, we have already made significant progress. Under the leadership of Specialist Crimson Rose, we have eradicated the Grim from this continent entirely." Ironwood's gaze softened slightly as he concluded his address, his voice resolute yet tinged with hope. "I know this truth may be difficult to hear. I know the road ahead will be fraught with challenges unlike any we've faced before, but we are not powerless. Together, we can overcome the darkness. Together, we can protect our home, our families, and our future. Today marks a new beginning, a united Remnant, stronger and more determined than ever. Stand with us, not just as citizens of your kingdoms, but as members of one world. Together, we will endure, together, we will rise." The broadcast ended, leaving the world in silence as the weight of Ironwood's words settled over Remnant. The news sent shockwaves across Remnant. In Atlas, the council members stared at their screens in disbelief. Jacques Schnee's face twisted in outrage and shock as he realized the scale of Ironwood's secret project. "This is outrageous," Jacques barked. "How could he keep something like this from us?" In Mantle, Robin Hill and the Happy Huntresses stood frozen, their supporters equally stunned. Robin clenched her fists, realizing the implications. "This changes everything," she murmured, knowing her credibility as Ironwood's opposition was crumbling. In Mistral, Chayir Nikos and Pira's mother watched the broadcast in stunned silence. It wasn't the revelation of Salem or the restored communication that shocked them most, it was the mention of Crimson. "He eradicated the Grim from Solidas?" Chayir muttered, his voice filled with awe. Pira's mother's eyes widened, her disbelief mirrored in her tone. "In mere months?" They exchanged a glance, the weight of the revelation sinking in. Chayir leaned back in his chair, his hand resting on his chin as he processed the magnitude of what they had just heard. Pira's mother broke the silence, her voice resolute. "We need to call Pira, she must know more about all of this, about Crimson and what happened in these past few months." Chayir nodded firmly. "Absolutely, if this is true, she's been at the center of something extraordinary. Reaching for her scroll, Pira's mother began to dial, her fingers trembling slightly with a mix of anticipation and worry. Iron placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. As the call began to connect, the room filled with a tense silence, their thoughts racing as they prepared to finally hear from Pira and uncover the truth behind the broadcast's astonishing claims. In Menagerie, Gyra and Callie Belladonna watched with equal astonishment as Ironwood's speech came to an end. The weight of the revelations hung in the air, but one name stood out above the rest. Callie turned to her husband, her brow furrowed. Crimson Rose, isn't he the same one who attacked us before? Gyra nodded slowly, his expression unreadable as he processed everything. It seems likely, he replied, his tone cautious. Callie glanced at the screen again, her expression shifting from confusion to determination. With communication re-established, we can call Blake, she said, her voice tinged with both relief and longing. Gyra's tense expression softened, and a small smile formed on his face as he nodded in agreement. You're right, it's been too long since we've spoken to her directly, he placed a reassuring hand on Callie's shoulder. Let's reach out as soon as we can, it'll be good to finally talk to her again. Callie smiled warmly, her excitement at the prospect of speaking to their daughter momentarily overriding the gravity of the broadcast. For the first time in months, the possibility of reconnecting with Blake felt real, and it brought a spark of hope to the otherwise heavy moment. Back in Vale, at the remnants of Beacon Academy. Teachers, students, and staff had gathered around screens scattered throughout the campus, their faces a mixture of awe, disbelief, and cautious hope. Ironwood's broadcast had reached even the corners of the shattered academy, pulling every available pair of eyes toward the screens. Among those gathered was Glinda Goodwitch, standing at the front of a large room filled with faculty and students. Her usually stern demeanor was softened, her lips slightly parted in surprise as Ironwood's words echoed in her mind. A continent cleared of Grimm. She murmured to herself, disbelief evident in her tone. The sheer scale of such a feat was almost incomprehensible. It was something even the mightiest huntsmen and huntresses could only dream of achieving. Yet here it was, presented as fact. James, what are you planning? She thought to herself, her brow furrowing. If Crimson Rose had truly been leading such an operation, how had they managed it? Back in Patch, Taiyang Xiaolong sat on a worn couch, his gaze fixed on the screen. His usual calm and easygoing nature was gone, replaced by a look of stunned disbelief. His son Crimson had been a part of this. Ty's hands clenched into fists, his knuckles whitening as Ironwood's speech came to an end. Crimson had been out there, accomplishing what sounded like the impossible, while he and so many others in Vale had been left in the dark. He couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration mixed with pride. What had Crimson been through to achieve this? What had RWBY and Yang faced during these months away? He leaned forward, his jaw tight. I need answers. He muttered under his breath, determination flaring in his eyes. Across Remnant, a singular truth became clear, the world was about to change. For the first time, humanity and Faunus alike had a chance to unite against the darkness that threatened them all. Chapter 98. With the communication re-established and General Ironwood's broadcast echoing across Remnant, the world found itself buzzing with activity. Scrolls lit up in homes, academies, and streets, with calls pouring in from every corner of the globe. The message had been clear, and the implications profound. For the first time in years, the entirety of Remnant shared a singular conversation, a unified focus. Atlas, which had braced for widespread panic following the revelation of Salem, found itself facing an unexpected outcome. Instead of fear, hope swept across the world. The announcement that Solitas had been entirely cleared of Grimm, a feat no one thought possible, sparked something long absent, belief. In the streets of Mantle, people gathered in groups, speaking excitedly about the possibility of a future free from the constant threat of Grimm. In Mistral, shopkeepers, farmers, and scholars alike shared in the optimism of rebuilding what had been lost. Even in Menagerie, where Faunus had long faced oppression and distrust, the broadcast bridged divides. For once, it wasn't about humans versus Faunus, but survival and unity against the darkness. Hope became a bomb that patched the cracks in a fractured world, and for the first time in centuries, it felt like there was a chance for true progress. Far away, in the land of darkness where light dared not touch, the atmosphere was anything but hopeful. In the ominous throne room of Salem's stronghold, Dr. Arthur Watts stood rigid, beads of sweat collecting on his brow. Before him loomed Salem, her presence dominating the room like a thundercloud before a storm. Watts swallowed hard, choosing his words carefully. It seems the situation has escalated, my queen. Her glowing crimson eyes bore into him. Speak plainly, Arthur. He exhaled, shifting uncomfortably under her piercing gaze. The broadcast from Atlas, they've re-established global communication, spreading your existence to the entire world. Salem's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing. What's continued, his voice strained. They've also declared that Solitas has been cleared of Grimm under the leadership of Crimson Rose, completely. He paused, watching her reaction. The people are rallying, the broadcast is being met with hope, not fear, the kingdoms may begin to unite under this new banner of strength. Salem's clawed hand gripped the edge of her throne, the stone cracking beneath her fingers. Hope, she spat venomously. Fools clinging to fleeting delusions. She rose from her throne, the air growing heavy with her anger. What's resisted the urge to take a step back, his heart pounding. My pawns in haven, my maiden, Salem began, her voice calm but dripping with malice. All of them, gone, you returned alone, claiming you were not needed there. If you had stayed, perhaps this outcome would have been different. Watts felt the sting of her words, but he dared not reply. His survival had hinged on his calculated retreat, but now, standing before her, it felt like a gamble that might cost him dearly. Salem began pacing slowly, her eyes glowing brighter as her thoughts took shape. This, Crimson Rose, she hissed. His actions have set a dangerous precedent, an entire continent free of Grimm. No mere huntsman could achieve such a feat. Her voice turned cold. This is not Ozma's doing. In all his lives, he never dared to attempt something so bold. No, this is different, this is new. She stopped, turning to face Watts. And now, they rally, they dream of victory, but I will remind them why they fear the dark. Salem's eyes glowed fiercely as she raised a hand, her voice echoing with an unnatural resonance. It is time for me to act. Atlas will be the first to fall, and I will ensure its destruction with my own hands. Watts felt a chill run down his spine at her declaration, but before he could voice his thoughts, black tendrils erupted from Salem's hand. They snaked through the air with terrifying speed, wrapping around his arm. Wait, my queen! Watts cried out, but his words turned into a scream as the tendrils tightened, their dark energy searing his flesh. The room filled with his anguished cries as Salem watched impassively, her expression unreadable. The tendrils pulsed with energy, a visible manifestation of her fury and intent. When the tendrils finally receded, Watts fell to his knees, gasping for air. His arm bore dark, vein-like marks that seemed to writhe beneath his skin. Salem stepped closer, her voice low and commanding. You will not fail me again, Arthur. Ensure you prove your worth in the days to come. If you do not, there will be no mercy. Watts nodded weakly, clutching his arm, his pride and defiance shattered. As Salem returned to her throne, her glowing eyes fixed on the horizon, her voice echoed through the chamber like a vow carved into stone. Atlas will fall, and hope will crumble with it. The meeting room in Atlas Academy was filled with a quiet hum of conversation as the key players of the kingdom gathered. General James Ironwood stood at the head of the table, his posture relaxed but commanding. Beside him were Winter Schnee, Crimson Rose, and the members of Aesop's. The tension that had previously plagued these meetings was noticeably absent, replaced by a sense of accomplishment. Ironwood's face lit with a rare smile as he addressed the room. The council members are furious, he said with a chuckle. Angry about being left in the dark throughout this entire operation. Harriet Bree leaned back in her chair, a sly grin crossing her face. Maybe we should just imprison the lot of them for potential corruption and be done with it. The room erupted in laughter, though there was an undertone of agreement in their amusement. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Winter Schnee replied with a small smile. But I have to admit, the results have been far better than we anticipated. The people of Atlas are happy, the protests have died down, and they've stopped doubting us at every turn. Even the happy huntresses have gone quiet, El Midern added. Robin Hill's been vocal for months, but now? Not a peep. It's a refreshing change, Clover Abbey remarked, his pride evident. We've finally got some breathing room. Crimson, seated calmly with his arms crossed, turned to Ironwood. So, General, how does it feel to go from being labeled a paranoid, corrupt leader to being admired as the guardian of Atlas? Ironwood laughed, the sound genuine and light. I won't lie, it's nice. For the first time in a long while, I'm starting to like this job again. The room shared the moment, but Crimson's expression remained neutral. And how does it feel to be known as a hero, Crimson? Ironwood asked, his tone playful. Crimson groaned, leaning back in his chair. Annoying, people keep staring, whispering, it's like they expect me to walk on water or something. The group chuckled, though Ironwood's expression soon turned serious. He clasped his hands together, leaning slightly forward. All humor aside, the next phase is going to be critical. We've built momentum, but maintaining it without stretching ourselves too thin is going to be a challenge, and we can't just stop here, we need to help the other kingdoms. Crimson nodded thoughtfully but soon broke the silence with a statement that shifted the room's atmosphere. We should prepare ourselves to be targeted next. Ironwood's sharp eyes turned to Crimson, intrigued. What makes you say that? Crimson leaned forward, his voice calm but deliberate. With the broadcast, we've essentially painted Atlas as the symbol of hope, a banner for people to rally behind. If I were in Salem's position, my next move would be obvious: destroy that banner or tarnish it. The weight of his words hung in the air as everyone processed the implications. Ironwood's brows furrowed. Go on. Crimson's eyes darkened slightly, his thoughts drifting. Salem thrives on fear. In Vale, she used the fall of Beacon to spread chaos and panic, but here in Solitas, fear won't work the same way. There are no Grimm left in this region to exploit. So, what does she do next? She leads an army straight to us. If she throws everything she has at Atlas and destroys this symbol of unity, it's worth the cost to her. She's immortal. She can rebuild her forces while the other kingdoms remain divided and weak. The room fell into a heavy silence. The Ace-Ops exchanged uneasy glances, and even Winter's normally composed expression faltered. Crimson's voice softened. It's the same strategy someone like Musin would use. Musin? Ironwood asked, frowning. Crimson nodded. A tyrant in an old story. He targeted a specific familia symbol of resistance because he knew that breaking them would shatter any hope of standing against him. Salem's current situation mirrors that. If she destroys Atlas, the rest of Remnant loses not just hope but direction. Ironwood leaned back in his chair, his hand stroking his beard as he mulled over Crimson's words. So you're saying we should prepare for a direct assault? Crimson nodded. It's the logical move, and to achieve her goal, it won't just be a standard attack, she'll make it devastating, something that leaves a mark on the world. Ironwood's jaw tightened, and he turned to Winter. Continue ramping up production of weapons and androids. I want our forces prepared for anything. Winter nodded firmly. Yes, sir. Ironwood then addressed the entire room. We will begin regular scouting missions in the surrounding areas and oceans. If she's gathering an army, we will see it coming, and if she thinks she can catch us off guard, she'll learn otherwise. The determination in the general's voice lifted the room's mood slightly. Clover clapped a hand on Crimson's shoulder. Good instincts as always. Crimson shrugged. Let's just hope it's enough. The meeting concluded shortly after, but the weight of the conversation lingered. As they filed out of the room, Crimson remained behind for a moment, staring out the window at the snowy expanse of Solitas. Atlas stood tall and strong, a beacon of hope for Remnant. But in the back of his mind, Crimson knew the storm was coming. And when it did, they'd have to be ready for anything. Chapter 99. The morning sun peeked through the frost-covered windows of Atlas Academy as Ruby and Yang energetically debated the importance of Crimson's appearance for his upcoming date with Pira. This was his first date ever. And the sisters had taken it upon themselves to ensure everything went perfectly, or at least, perfectly by their standards. You can't just wear your Atlas uniform. Ruby protested, hands on her hips as she glared at Crimson. It's practical, formal, and presentable, Crimson replied flatly, his voice betraying his weariness from their relentless enthusiasm. You're hopeless. It's not a mission briefing, it's a date. You've got to make an effort. This is my best, Crimson argued, gesturing to the uniform he was already wearing. Yang rolled her eyes dramatically. If that's your best, you were going to be single for the rest of your life if not for Pira. For 2 hours, the sisters argued, critiqued, and debated every clothing option Crimson owned. As if choosing the wrong outfit would spell doom for the evening. By the end, they'd forced him into a dark button-up shirt, a casual blazer, and tailored pants. Crimson complied reluctantly, his usual calm exterior masking the fact that he was inwardly exhausted. As the clothing debate wrapped up, the sisters immediately pivoted to planning his itinerary. Yang and Ruby rattled off ideas ranging from scenic walks to visits to cafes with just the right atmosphere. Crimson, however, silently questioned whether he should have sought advice elsewhere. By the time evening arrived, Crimson stood on an Atlas street corner, waiting patiently. He turned his head at the sound of Pira's voice and froze for a moment. Pira Nikos, the invincible champion, had traded her combat armor for a high-neck blouse, a pleated skirt layered over fitted trousers, and a Cossack hat that framed her red hair. She wore light makeup, subtle yet striking. You look stunning, Crimson said sincerely, his tone steady but warm. Pira's face turned red as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Thank you, she murmured, her nervousness melting away under his genuine praise. Crimson led her to a quiet restaurant where they enjoyed a pleasant meal, exchanging stories and laughter. The conversation flowed naturally as they moved to a nearby park. They spoke about their interests beyond huntsman duties. Pira confessed her love for singing, though she admitted she was too shy to perform in front of others. Crimson admitted that she already knew his likes, his fondness for meditation and his fascination with symbolic art forms. You still meditate? Pira asked curiously. Crimson nodded. Whenever I have free time, I'm also working on making a musical instrument to play again. That's amazing. What kind of instrument? You'll see soon, Crimson replied with a rare, almost playful tone. As night fell, Crimson walked Pira back to her dorm. Before parting, he leaned down and kissed her gently. Good night, Pira, he said, his voice soft but steady. Pira stood frozen for a moment, her cheeks aflame, before quickly saying, Good night, Crimson. She rushed inside, her heart racing with happiness. When Pira entered her dorm, she was ambushed by Team RWBY and Nora, who pounced on her like eager vultures. How did it go? Yang demanded. What did he say? Did you kiss? Pira blushed furiously. Why don't you ask Crimson yourselves? RWBY shook her head. Crimson's no fun with this stuff, he'd probably just say, it was fine, ... Yang smirked. Yeah, one-word answers, boring. Even Blake chimed in, her book resting on her lap. He's not exactly the type to give a play-by-play. Despite her embarrassment, Pira relented, recounting the date in vivid detail as the girls listened intently, teasing and cheering throughout her story. The next day, Crimson entered the training room, only to be greeted by RWBY, who was practically bouncing with curiosity. Heard you are making a new musical instrument, is it done? Can you show us? She asked, her eyes sparkling. Crimson glanced at her and smiled faintly. It's done now, I'll show you. Hey, everyone. Crimson's got a new musical instrument to show us. In no time, not just Team RWBY and the others but also the Ace Ops, Penny, Winter, and even General Ironwood had gathered in the room. A few curious soldiers lingered nearby as well. Crimson raised an eyebrow at the growing audience. Don't you all have something better to do? Ironwood crossed his arms, a small smile tugging at his lips. They're all free for now, show us what you've been working on. Crimson sighed and opened a metal case, pulling out a polished biwa. Its wooden body gleamed under the light, the strings taut and ready to play. The moment Team RWBY and the others saw it, their expressions changed. RWBY's face paled. Yang's jaw dropped before she groaned loudly. No way, Yang said, standing up. I can't believe you actually made that thing after everything. She turned on her heel and walked out. Crow shook his head, his tone sharp. I don't want to hear that sound ever again. He followed Yang out. One by one, the others who had witnessed Crimson's battle in the Infinity Castle excused themselves, their faces uneasy. Even Pira, though apologetic, admitted she couldn't stay and listen. Ironwood frowned, confused by their reactions. What's going on? Crimson glanced at him. They're overreacting, I think the relic traumatized them. Ironwood's eyes narrowed. Relic? His curiosity deepened, but he decided to ask Crow about it later. With most of the audience gone, Crimson began to play the biwa. The haunting melody filled the air, each stroke of the plectrum carrying an eerie resonance. The sound was both beautiful and unsettling, sending shivers down the spines of those who remained. When he finished, the room was silent. Ironwood finally spoke, his voice quiet but firm. It's strange, but there's a sense of calmness to it, it has a special atmosphere. Crimson nodded. That's why I made it, I enjoy the atmosphere it brings, it is pretty calming. Winter, however, stood stiffly, her face betraying her discomfort. She looked between the two confused as she thought to herself calmness. Enjoy the atmosphere? It felt like something out of a horror story. Crimson gave a small shrug. To him, the biwa was something he enjoyed in both of his lives, and a reminder of discipline and patience. To everyone else, it seemed to be something far more unnerving. As he packed the instrument away, he made a mental note, perhaps he'd keep the biwa performances private from now on. Sometime later, General James Ironwood sat at the head of the meeting table, his hands clasped tightly in front of him as he stared at Crow Branwen, who lounged lazily in the chair opposite him. Winter Schnee stood to Ironwood's right, her stance formal, though her eyes betrayed a spark of curiosity. Thank you for coming, Crow, Ironwood began, his tone even but heavy. There's something I need to understand. Earlier, during Crimson's demonstration with the biwa, I noticed the reactions from you and the others. Many of you left immediately after seeing it, and it wasn't subtle. I am curious to know why. Winter turned her attention fully to Crow, her own curiosity piqued. The reactions during Crimson's performance had been unexpected and intense, leaving her with unanswered questions. Crow raised an eyebrow and leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. I figured this was about that, he said, his tone dry. How much did Crimson tell you about what happened? About the god of harmony? Ironwood frowned, leaning forward slightly. Not much, he's given me bits and pieces, but nothing substantial. Crow let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. Figures, that kid doesn't talk much. If you're basing your understanding on what Crimson told you, then you don't know a damn thing. Winter's gaze sharpened, and she exchanged a glance with Ironwood, who nodded for Crow to continue. All right, Crow said, his voice taking on a more serious tone. I'll tell you what the relic showed us and what Crimson went through, but let me warn you it's not pretty. For the next several minutes, Crow recounted the events. Ironwood's expression darkened with every passing moment. And Winter's usual stoicism faltered as her lips pressed into a tight line. The vivid images Crow described hung in the air like ghosts, haunting even those who had only heard the tale secondhand. When Crow finally finished, the room fell into a heavy silence. Ironwood sat back in his chair, his hands resting on the table, his expression grim and contemplative. Winter, standing rigid, looked paler than usual, her blue eyes wide as she struggled to process what she had just heard. I didn't know, Ironwood finally said, his voice low. I couldn't have imagined it was that horrifying. Winter nodded slowly, her voice quiet. To endure something like that and remain standing, I don't know if I could have done it. Crow snorted, shaking his head. That's the thing, most people couldn't. But Crimson? After everything he went through, he rebuilt that biwa, of all things. I don't get it. That sound it's burned into all of our memories, and not in a good way. We saw it through the relic, but he lived it. I don't know how he can even stand to look at it, let alone enjoy playing it. Ironwood's expression hardened as he nodded. Crimson is, one of a kind, his strength isn't just physical, it's something deeper, something I don't think any of us can fully understand. Winter glanced at Ironwood, her gaze thoughtful. She didn't speak, but in her mind, the thought was clear: if I were in Crimson's place, I'd still be having nightmares about that sound and everything it represents. Chapter 100. The gleaming halls of Atlas Academy reflected the cold, crisp light of the kingdom's perpetual winter. Crimson walked at a steady pace. The polished floor beneath him echoed faintly with his steps until he turned a corner and stopped abruptly. There, standing a few feet away, was Oscar Pine, his youthful face marked by a mix of hesitation and determination. Crimson greeted the younger boy. Oscar, Crimson said with a faint nod. It's been months since I last saw you, how have you been? Oscar returned the nod, his posture relaxing slightly. I've been fine, I guess. After you and the others went on your big grim clearing mission, there wasn't much for me to do, so I decided to spend my time learning combat in some of Atlas Academy's classes. Crimson gave a small approving nod. Good decision, you'll need the skills for what's ahead. What about Ojban? Oscar sighed heavily, his gaze dropping for a moment before meeting Crimson's again. That's actually why I'm here. Ojban returned briefly, just for a short time. He told me to deliver this to you and General Ironwood. Oscar reached behind him and retrieved a cane. He handed it to Crimson, who examined it carefully. Ojban said this cane has been storing kinetic energy for centuries, Oscar continued. He described it as a one-shot, potent weapon. He hopes it'll help us against Salem. After that, he disappeared again. Crimson stared at the cane for a moment before nodding. I see, thank you, Oscar. Oscar nodded back, his expression a mixture of relief and worry. Crimson gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder before turning and making his way toward General Ironwood's office. Ironwood was seated at his desk, papers neatly arranged before him. Winter stood nearby, ever dutiful, reviewing a data pad. When Crimson entered, the general looked up, his brow lifting in curiosity. Crimson, Ironwood greeted. What brings you here? Crimson held up the cane. Oscar just delivered this. Ojban appeared briefly, told him the cane has been storing kinetic energy for centuries, and said it could be a potent weapon against Salem. Then, he vanished again. Ironwood's expression turned thoughtful as he leaned back in his chair, eyeing the cane. I see, that might prove useful, but Ojban, it's concerning. Ironwood paused, then shifted the subject. Crimson, while you're here, I want to ask you about the train crash, the one where Ojban first disappeared. Do you think there's more to the story than what we've been told? Crimson shrugged slightly. I wasn't there, so I can't say, but, probably, it wouldn't surprise me. That said, it doesn't really matter, we have no right to pry into it. Ironwood nodded slowly, though his reluctance was evident. Fair enough. The general then straightened, his tone shifting to a more official one. I've officially lifted the embargo on Atlas, but with that comes new risks. Salem's pawns might try to infiltrate the kingdom, we'll need to be vigilant. Crimson nodded. Understood, we'll keep watch. He paused, then added. By the way, have you made any progress on figuring out how Vale's systems were hacked back then? Ironwood's expression darkened slightly. The investigation led us to a dead end. We did find a backdoor in the system, and 2 people worked on it, Dr. Pietro Polendina and Dr. Arthur Watts. Pietro is clean, beyond question. Watts, however, died in an accident years ago. Crimson paused, his brows furrowing in thought. Did you ever recover Watts's body? Ironwood raised an eyebrow at the question. Crimson continued, during the Haven ambush, Ruby told me that one of Salem's pawns mentioned a good doctor. It might be worth checking with her and even Raven about that. Ironwood's jaw tightened as he processed the suggestion. You think Watts might still be alive? It's possible, Crimson replied. If he's alive, and if he's still working for Salem, he could be a serious threat. I'd recommend double-checking any other systems he worked on for backdoors, and keep a close eye on access points. It might be the only lead we have. Ironwood nodded firmly, his resolve solidifying. You're right, I'll make it a priority, and I'll reach out to Ruby and Raven for more information. Crimson gave a slight smile, satisfied with the response. Good, the last thing we need is for history to repeat itself. Ironwood placed the cane on his desk, regarding it with a mix of curiosity and caution. We'll be prepared for whatever comes next, he said. The halls of Atlas hummed with activity as trusted soldiers shared the news. Arthur Watts, once believed to be dead, was not only alive but working as a key agent of Salem. His image now adorned secured channels, labeled enemy of humanity and marked for immediate arrest. The sudden revelation sent ripples through the ranks, but Crimson wasn't surprised. He stood quietly in one of the lounges, sipping tea as he watched the broadcast. A faint smile crept onto his face. His instincts had been correct. The supposed accident that claimed Watts' life was nothing but a cover. It wasn't often he allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. But this was different. Still, he brushed it off quickly. There was always more to do. He turned away from the screen and continued with his day, falling back into the rhythm of training, planning, and work. Life in Atlas went on, though the air seemed heavier with unease. A week later, Crimson's scroll buzzed urgently. The message was brief: report to my office immediately. Without hesitation, he made his way to General Ironwood's office. The atmosphere was tense when he arrived. Ironwood stood at the head of the room, his expression grim. Winter stood beside him, her sharp eyes narrowing at Crimson's arrival. The Aesops were stationed nearby, their postures rigid. Crimson's brow furrowed as more figures began to enter the room. Crow arrived next, followed closely by Team RWBY. The room was soon filled with familiar faces, all sharing the same look of confusion and concern. What's going on? Crimson asked, his voice calm yet curious. Ironwood gestured for everyone to gather closer. The Aesops managed to apprehend Arthur Watts. Gasps echoed throughout the room. We caught him attempting to access Mantle's heating systems, Ironwood continued. This confirms what we feared. Salem is moving against Atlas, and we need to prepare for the worst. Before anyone could respond, a sudden noise filled the room. Everyone turned toward the table where a sealed bag rested. It began to tremble violently. Crimson's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword as he stepped forward, shielding Ruby and the others. The bag burst open with a sharp crack, releasing a seer. The Grim hovered ominously in the air, its tendrils writhing like snakes. The room fell silent as it spoke. General Ironwood. The voice was distorted, but the malice within it was unmistakable. The seer twisted unnaturally before collapsing onto the ground. From its remains, a thick, black smoke billowed forth, filling the room. The smoke coalesced into a massive, humanoid figure. Salem. Her form towered over them, her piercing red eyes scanning the room. Her voice, dripping with mockery, broke the stunned silence. The brave huntsman and huntresses bested Arthur Watts, congratulations. Her tone was icy, her smile unsettling. No one spoke as she spread her arms. Poor children, Watts was here only to set the stage, it changes nothing. Ironwood, regaining his composure, leveled his gun at her. Stage for what? Salem's smile widened. For me. The declaration sent a chill through the room. She began to walk forward, her presence oppressive. Time is not on your side, James, it has always been on mine. The people of Atlas have suffered enough. Surrender the lamp and the staff to me, and they need not suffer any further. Ironwood's hand trembled as he lowered his gun slightly, fear creeping into his features. He took a deep breath and determination flared in his eyes. That is not going to happen. Salem lowered herself, looking down on him, and said, simply accept the futility of your situation. Her smile is widening. And this all can be over. Salem. Ruby's voice cut through the tension. She stepped forward, her silver eyes blazing with determination. We've seen what you're capable of, the lamp showed us. Salem's gaze snapped to RWBY, her interest piqued. RWBY didn't falter. It showed us everything. We know you can't be killed, but we also know you've failed before. We don't have to kill you to stop you, and we will stop you. For a moment, Salem was silent. Then, she moved closer to RWBY, her expression unreadable. Your mother said those same words to me. RWBY's breath hitched. My mother? She was wrong too, Salem said coldly. Her words struck like a dagger, and RWBY's eyes filled with tears. Before Salem could press further, Crimson stepped forward, his expression calm yet firm. That sounds like our mom, indeed, he said, his voice carrying a faint hint of amusement. Salem turned to him, her gaze sharpening. Crimson rose. I've heard of you. I must say, I don't like you. Her smile returned, but it was laced with malice. I believe Cinder and the others fell to your hands, just like your mother fell to mine. Crimson didn't flinch. He nodded slightly. Understandable, yes, your people died under my sword. As for me, I don't hate you, I'm not angry at you, nor do I fear you, the only thing I feel for you is pity. Salem's smile faltered. Pity? She repeated, her tone dangerous. I understand you, Crimson said simply. Do you now? Tell me, child, do you know what darkness is? Crimson's expression didn't change. Darkness, when everything that you know and love is taken away from you so harshly, all you can think about is anger, hatred, and even revenge, and no one can save you. Salem's mocking smile disappeared entirely. Crimson continued, his tone steady. You had a path to find peace and you abandoned it, it's too pitiful. Salem's gaze hardened, but she said nothing. It is a pity, Crimson said, his voice tinged with sadness. Because the only thing I can do when we meet is to add to your eternal suffering, for that, I am deeply sorry. Salem stared at him, her composure shaken. Finally, she spoke, her voice low and dangerous. When we meet, I will kill you. With that, her form dissipated into smoke, leaving the room in tense silence. Crimson let out a soft hum. She is truly pitiful, he said quietly. No one responded. The weight of the encounter hung heavily in the air as they all tried to process what had just happened. Chapter 101. Crimson stood at the center of the room, the weight of the situation pressing down on everyone. His crimson eyes swept over the group: General Ironwood, the Aesops, Crow, RWBY, and the others. Each face carried a mixture of tension, confusion, and unease. He broke the silence, his voice steady and calm despite the circumstances. Preparation is in order, he began. Salem is coming, and we know her goals: destroy Atlas, take the relics, and, apparently, she hates me. The bluntness of his statement hung in the air, and for a moment, no one spoke. Then Marrow, standing with the Aesops, couldn't take it anymore. She doesn't just hate you, Marrow said with a grim tone. If Salem gets her hands on you, she'll gut you, you disturbed her, she looked genuinely unnerved by you. Crow scoffed, breaking the tension slightly. Great, now we know Crimson has the unique ability to disturb even an evil, immortal abomination, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So, now what? Crimson turned to Ironwood, his expression serious. We prepare, his words were direct, but there was a sense of urgency beneath them. First, we need to mobilize all available soldiers. Every unit, every specialist. Next, we start evacuating civilians immediately. The people of Atlas and Mantle come first, then we determine what's coming. We have scouts and a working communication system, let's use them. Ironwood looked at him, pale and visibly shaken. The general's hands trembled slightly as he processed Crimson's plan. His usual air of confidence seemed to waver under the enormity of the threat looming over them. Crimson noticed the general's state and offered a small, reassuring smile. General, he said, his voice softening. When a man faces fear, his soul is tested, what he was born to seek, what he was born to achieve, his true nature will become clear. Ironwood's gaze flickered to Crimson, the words cutting through the fog of his anxiety. He opened his mouth as if to respond, but Crimson wasn't finished. Order a cup of tea or coffee first, Crimson continued with a faint smile, his tone lighter. Relax, a calm mind will take you far, especially in times like these, and remember, you are not alone. Ironwood's hand steadied slightly, and he gave a small, reluctant nod. The room seemed to breathe again as some of the tension eased. Crimson turned to the others, addressing everyone now. This doesn't just apply to the general, it applies to all of you. His crimson eyes moved from face to face, landing on RWBY, Crow, Winter, and even the Aesops. We don't have much time, but panic will only make things worse. Stay calm, stay focused, and remember why we're here. We protect people, that's what we do. The room was silent as his words settled over them. Determination began to replace the fear in their eyes, and one by one, they nodded in agreement. Crimson's gaze settled firmly on Team RWBY. Team RWBY, he said, his tone sharp yet controlled. Care to follow me? It seems you have a story to share. Without waiting for a response, he turned and began walking away, his steps deliberate. The girls exchanged uneasy glances, a nervous tension filling the air. There was something unsettling about the way Crimson had looked at them piercing. Crimson stood silently in the center of the room, his arms crossed over his chest, as Team RWBY filed in behind him. The tension in the air was palpable, every step the girls took echoing slightly in the quiet room. He didn't turn to face them at first, his gaze fixed ahead as if deep in thought. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm, but the weight in his tone was unmistakable. I told you before, he began. I don't mind if you want to keep things from me, everyone has their secrets, and I'm no stranger to that. But hiding something that could lead to disaster for everyone? That's where I draw the line. Blake's ears flattened slightly, Yang crossed her arms defensively, and Weiss frowned, her usual composure cracking under the scrutiny. Ruby looked the most affected, her silver eyes darting nervously between Crimson and her teammates. Crimson let out a sigh and continued, you saw how the general and the others reacted earlier. Shaken, panicked, and that was after knowing about Salem's immortality and that she might be coming to us. Imagine what it would have been if caught off guard. His tone remained steady, but there was an unmistakable edge of disappointment. Their panic could have been far worse, and yet, you Team RWB along with the others, asked for trust and help from General Ironwood and the people of Atlas. You can't ask for that and not return the same trust in kind, it's bad etiquette, to say the least. The words hung heavy in the room, and the girls couldn't meet his gaze. After a moment of silence, he added. Let me be clear, I'm not here to assign blame or listen to excuses, I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed in all of you. His eyes swept across each of them before he added. And yes, that includes the others. Ruby opened her mouth, an apology already forming on her lips, but Crimson raised a hand, cutting her off. Don't, not right now, his voice softened slightly, though his expression remained stern. Just tell me what you know about Salem, what did the relic show you? What is her real purpose? Ruby hesitated, guilt flashing across her face, but eventually, she nodded. The team exchanged glances, silently agreeing it was time to stop hiding. Ruby stepped forward, her voice trembling slightly as she began to recount what the relic showed them. By the time Ruby finished, Crimson had moved to lean against the wall, his arms still crossed but his gaze thoughtful. The weight of the story hung in the air, unspoken yet deeply felt. Her goal, either destroying everything out of sheer spite or wiping it all out to finally end her own immortality, or maybe it's both, Crimson murmured, his voice quiet but steady. He pushed off the wall and straightened, his expression unreadable. Without another word, he turned to leave the room. Crimson, wait. Ruby called after him, her voice filled with a mixture of desperation and regret. He paused in the doorway, his back to them. Not now, he said softly. You all need to reflect on this, on what you're keeping from the people you're asking to trust you. Trust is a two-way street, Ruby. And with that, he stepped out, leaving the room in heavy silence. Crimson pushed open the doors to General Ironwood's office. The room was buzzing with activity. Ironwood stood behind his desk, far calmer than before, issuing orders to his subordinates. Winter Schnee was beside him. Coordinating efforts, her eyes focused on the numerous monitors. Clover RWBY from the Ace Ops was a few feet away, speaking into his scroll, his tone calm yet urgent as he relayed instructions to the soldiers. Ironwood's eyes lifted as Crimson stepped inside. The general's tense expression softened slightly as he acknowledged him. Crimson, he began, his tone measured but curious. What did Team RWBY have to say? Crimson crossed his arms and leaned slightly against the wall, his crimson eyes locking with Ironwood's. Nothing useful, he replied bluntly. They, along with the others, foolishly hid the backstory of Salem and Ashbin. For some reason, they thought keeping it to themselves was a good idea. All it's done is plant misunderstandings and, frankly, wasted time. Ironwood frowned deeply. Crimson let the silence linger for a moment before continuing. If you want to punish them, that's your call, Crimson said, his tone even. But whatever action you take will have to wait, we deal with Salem first. Ironwood gave a slight nod, though his brows remained furrowed in thought. Agreed, he said finally, his voice low. One crisis at a time. The general took a deep breath, his hand momentarily resting on the edge of his desk as he steadied himself. Thank you for being level-headed in all this, Crimson. I let my fear get the better of me earlier, that won't happen again. Crimson's lips curved into a faint smile. Good to hear, General, I'm glad I could help, but then his expression turned serious, his gaze sharpening. Now, have the scouts reported anything about what's coming? Ironwood's slight relief evaporated. His shoulders tensed again as he shook his head. Not yet. He barely finished the words when Winter's voice broke through. General, she said sharply, her pale blue eyes wide with unease as she stared at one of the screens. You will want to see this, it's from the scouts. The room fell silent as everyone turned to the monitor Winter pointed to. She tapped a few keys, bringing up a live feed from the scouting drones. The footage was grainy but unmistakable. An enormous grim, shaped like a massive flying whale, loomed in the sky. Its dark, grotesque form cast an eerie shadow over the ocean below. Clinging to the whale's back was another grim man immense. Writhing octopus-like creature, its tentacles latched onto the whale's surface. Below them, the ocean churned violently, and beneath the waves, a colossal black mass moved, its size suggesting an army of grim just beneath the surface. Ironwood's face darkened as he watched. His jaw tightened, and he muttered, "This is much worse than I anticipated," his hand clenched tightly. "How are we supposed to handle that?" he asked, his voice tinged with a rare note of uncertainty. Crimson's eyes narrowed as he studied the footage, his features unreadable. "She's bringing everything she has," he said grimly. "Salem isn't holding back this time." Without another word, Crimson pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze fixed on the screen. His expression was pensive, his mind clearly working through the implications of what they were seeing. The room buzzed with tension, but Crimson remained silent, lost in thought. It was Clover who broke the silence. "Should we even be fighting this?" he asked, his voice low but steady. "We could evacuate as many people as possible and retreat. We have Atlas, we can use it to fly away, get people to safety." "And what about Mantle? Are we supposed to abandon them?" Clover glanced at her, his expression pained but resolute. "We get as many out as we can," he said. "We only have half a day at best. If we stay and fight that we'll lose everything." Winter's hands clenched into fists. "A few hours isn't enough, we can't just leave them to die." Ironwood's conflicted expression mirrored the debate unfolding around him. He placed both hands firmly on his desk, leaning forward as though the weight of the situation physically pressed down on him. His voice, steady but resolute, broke the silence. "We can't lose Atlas," he said firmly. "No matter what happens, Atlas must remain standing." Crimson, who had been quietly observing until now, finally spoke up. "Retreating is the worst possible option." Clover turned to him, his brows furrowed. "What do you mean?" The room's attention shifted to Crimson, his gaze calm but unwavering. Salem was right about one thing: time is always on her side. Right now, Atlas is at the peak of its strength. If we choose to run, Salem will pursue us relentlessly. We'll tire, lose forces over time, and she'll recover, using the other continents as her hunting ground. Vale is weakened, Haven is barely holding on. And Vacuo? It's already the most vulnerable of the kingdoms. He paused, letting his words settle before continuing. Wherever we run, the odds will only get worse. Even if we somehow escape and she doesn't chase us, Atlas as a symbol of resistance will fall. And with it, any hope of unity between the kingdoms. Retreating won't just cost us Atlas, it'll cost us the war. His calm but firm tone carried the weight of undeniable logic, leaving no room for rebuttal. Silence blanketed the room as his words lingered, their gravity impossible to ignore. Chapter 102. The air in Ironwood's office felt heavier than ever as the silence stretched. Ironwood lowered himself into his chair, his hands covering his face as he let out a weary sigh. "Then tell me, Crimson," he said, his voice muffled but trembling with frustration. "What are we supposed to do?" Crimson leaned forward, his sharp gaze cutting through the tension. "We take a stand," he replied firmly. "Evacuate every civilian in both Atlas and Mantle to the eastern side of the kingdom. Get them as far from the incoming threat as possible. Pull back every soldier, huntsman, and available force. We prepare for a war of existence." Ironwood dropped his hands, glaring at Crimson. "That's madness," he exclaimed. "Do you even understand what you're saying? That would be the end of Atlas." Crimson didn't flinch. Instead, he crossed his arms and shook his head. "Atlas isn't just a place, General, it's the people. Abandoning either its people or its location would mean the end of Atlas anyway. You're clinging to a symbol, but symbols mean nothing if there's no one left to carry them forward." The words hit like a hammer, and Ironwood's scowl softened, though the conflict in his eyes remained. Crimson, however, pressed on, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Besides," he said, his tone lightening slightly. "You are all assuming we'd lose this war, but that's not necessarily true." His words drew puzzled looks from everyone. Crimson reached into his pocket, pulling out his scroll. With a few taps, he brought it to his ear. "Aunt Raven," he said simply. Can you open a portal to me? The room's confusion deepened as the conversation unfolded, too quiet for anyone else to hear. But Crimson's tone was calm and deliberate, a stark contrast to the rising anxiety around him. The time skip brought the room to an entirely different scene. Raven Branwen now sat among them, her crimson eyes wide in shock. The others mirrored her expression. Winter, Clover, and even Ironwood seemed taken aback by what Crimson had proposed. Ironwood shook his head, his voice laced with disbelief. This plan is more of a suicide mission than anything else. Crimson leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, his expression unshaken. It might be, he admitted, his tone calm. But this isn't just a battle, General, this might be the largest war against the Grimm in the history of Remnant. If we want to survive, if we want to win, you can't afford to play it safe. Ironwood's brows furrowed as Crimson leaned forward, his crimson eyes locking onto him. You need to put everything on the line, no half measures, no hesitation, give it everything you have and fight like tomorrow doesn't exist because it might not. The room fell silent, the weight of Crimson's words pulling everyone into deep thought. He exhaled softly and leaned back again, closing his eyes for a moment. Whatever happens next, the whole world will hear about it, if the worst comes to pass. His voice softened, taking on a somber tone. Let's leave something behind, hope, an example for others to follow. Our existence may be fleeting, but that doesn't diminish who we are. The gravity of his statement was palpable, leaving the room in a stunned hush. Even Ironwood, usually so composed, seemed lost in thought, staring blankly at the desk. Finally, Ironwood sighed, breaking the silence. He straightened and looked to Clover. Call the rest of the Aesopes, all lieutenants, and Crow, he added. I want to hear their thoughts, every suggestion counts now. Clover nodded and stepped out of the room, already pulling out his scroll. Winter, who had been silent for most of the conversation, spoke up. If we're really going to do this, she began, her tone measured but resolute. Then we should broadcast it. Ironwood turned to her, his brow furrowing. Broadcast it? Winter's expression softened, an unusual sight, but one that carried surprising warmth. Let the whole world see what we are made of, she said, a small but genuine smile forming on her lips. Whether we win or lose, let everyone know what Atlas stands for. Her words lingered in the air, and a quiet determination began to take hold in the room. Meanwhile, Crimson's mind drifted back to his match with Pira. Back then, he had felt insulted. Like a spectacle put on display. But now, standing before the possibility of even a greater audience, he found himself unexpectedly calm. The contrast amused him, and he mused to himself how much things had changed. The air between Crimson and Team RWBY was charged with tension. Crimson stood tall, his demeanor calm yet unyielding, as Yang glared at him with fiery intensity. Her voice broke through the room like a thunderclap. Why, of all places, am I being sent to Argus base? She demanded, her fists clenched tight. Salem is practically at our doorstep, and you're telling me to just sit on my hands? Crimson didn't flinch at her outburst, his eyes locked onto hers, steady as stone. This is war, Yang, he said, his tone cold but measured. And you're going to be treated like everyone else. Right now, we have a plan that includes you being stationed there, and we don't have the luxury of wasting time on debates. You will go to Argus, and you will sit still, waiting for your orders. What are you even planning? Why am I being sent away? What aren't you telling us? Crimson's gaze didn't waver. You all lost your right to know, he replied, his voice dropping an octave, laden with finality. Trust was a two-way road, and you broke it. All you need to understand is this. When the time comes, if you're not stationed at Argus, we could lose the war, that's all that matters. Yang opened her mouth to argue again, but her words faltered. Crimson's presence was unrelenting, an invisible pressure that made the room feel smaller. Ruby, caught between her sister's anger and Crimson's steely resolve, stepped forward hesitantly. What about the rest of us? She asked, her voice low. Are we going to Argus with Yang? Crimson turned his sharp gaze toward Ruby, softening only slightly. No, he said, shaking his head. You, Blake, and Weiss will join one of the ground platoons. Your skills are better suited for the front lines. Yang's anger flared again. I'm not going to Argus. She shouted, her voice trembling with defiance. I won't. Before she could finish, Crimson sighed and stepped closer. His eyes burned into hers, cutting through her defiance like a blade. You will be there, he said, his voice quiet but filled with an unshakable authority. Physically, regardless of the state you're in, if you're not, we all lose. The look he gave her made the room feel ice cold. For a moment, it wasn't the Crimson they knew, it was something else entirely. Her anger evaporated, replaced by a cold shiver running down her spine. She took a step back instinctively, unable to meet his gaze any longer. Without another word, Crimson turned on his heel and walked out of the room. A few soldiers entered seconds later, their expressions grim as they approached Yang. "Come with us, please," one of them said firmly. Yang hesitated, but eventually followed them, her usual fire subdued for the first time in what felt like forever. Ruby, Weiss, and Blake remained behind, exchanging worried looks. The silence between them was heavy until Weiss finally spoke, her voice quiet but filled with unease. "That's the first time I've seen Crimson look at Yang like that." Blake nodded, her expression shadowed with concern. I thought he might actually attack her if she protested again." Ruby's shoulders slumped as she stared at the ground. Her voice was low and hollow when she spoke. "Something's wrong," she said, her hands clenching at her sides. "They are planning something big, and they don't trust us enough to tell us what it is." Weiss let out a sigh. Crimson was clear, she murmured. "We need to earn their trust again, until then," she trailed off, unable to finish the thought. The three of them stood there in silence, the weight of uncertainty and guilt hanging over them like a dark cloud. The air was heavy with urgency as Clover Abbey and Mero Amin stood before Robin Hill. Her sharp eyes narrowing as they relayed their orders. The usually bustling streets of Mantle were eerily quiet in the early hours, save for the distant sound of marching soldiers and the faint hum of airships overhead. "Salem has arrived," Clover began, his voice steady but grim. "We're here to ensure the evacuation of Mantle and Atlas. Your job is to rally the huntsmen and the people to assist with the evacuation efforts. Everyone must head east, that's where we're fortifying our defense and relocating the population." Robin crossed her arms, skepticism written across her face. "And you expect me to just take your word for it?" she asked sharply. "You're asking me to put my trust in Atlas military after everything you've done to Mantle. How do I know this isn't another ploy to tighten your grip on power?" Mero bristled slightly at her words, but Clover raised a calming hand before speaking again. "Use your semblance," he said, his tone firm yet calm. "I will prove I'm telling the truth." He extended his hand toward her, meeting her gaze directly. Robin hesitated, her brows furrowing as she reached out and clasped his hand. Her semblance flared to life, a faint glow surrounding their hands. Clover's voice was resolute as he continued. "If we fail, everyone will die, Atlas and Mantle alike. This isn't about power or politics anymore, this is about survival." Robin's expression shifted as her semblance confirmed his sincerity. Her jaw tightened, and she nodded gravely. "All right," she said, releasing his hand. "I'll gather the huntsmen and the people, we'll do everything we can to help." Without another word, she turned and began moving, her determined stride leaving no room for doubt. Meanwhile, in the Schnee family mansion, Winter Schnee stood before her father in the grandiose study. The room was as cold as the man seated behind the desk, his hands clasped together in an unyielding show of authority. "We're requisitioning the Schnee Dust Company's ships for the evacuation effort," Winter stated bluntly, her back ramrod straight, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Jacques Schnee's eyes narrowed, his voice sharp with indignation. "You have no right," he barked, slamming a hand on the desk. "Those ships are company property, you can't simply." Before he could finish, Winter drew her sword in a single fluid motion, the blade gleaming as it stopped mere inches from his neck. Jacques froze, his bravado evaporating in an instant as he stared at his daughter in shock and fear. "Obey the orders," Winter said coldly, her voice like steel. "Or I will end this here and now." Jacques swallowed hard, his face pale as he nodded, his confidence reduced to nothing under her piercing gaze. Across Atlas, the city was alive with activity as soldiers and workers moved with purpose. Military vehicles rumbled down the streets, loaded with supplies and equipment. Airships filled the sky, ferrying troops and resources to key positions. The once quiet stronghold of the kingdom had transformed into a hive of preparation, every corner of Atlas brimming with the weight of the coming war. Despite the fear lingering in the hearts of the people, the resolve of the kingdom was clear. This was a battle for survival, a battle where there would be no second chances. As soldiers marched and huntsmen rallied, the city of Atlas braced itself for the storm that was rapidly approaching. Chapter 103. The evacuation effort in Atlas continued without pause. Dust-powered vehicles roared through the streets, ferrying civilians toward the eastern end of the kingdom. Soldiers directed frightened families into transports, their voices steady despite the chaos. The cold air was filled with the sound of clanking metal and hurried footsteps as huntsmen, Atlesian knights, and human soldiers formed ranks on the western front. Paladins' massive mechanized suits of armor loomed in organized lines, their metal frames gleaming in the faint light of the early morning. Behind them, an array of soldiers and robots stood at attention, forming neat platoons. At the forefront of the defense, towering metal barriers had been rooted into the ground, creating a formidable line of protection. It was a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring, a testament to the strength and discipline of Atlas in the face of impending annihilation. High above it all, General James Ironwood stood in a tower overlooking the battlefield. His silhouette was stark against the grey skies, his face heavy with the weight of command. From this vantage point, he could see everything: the lines of soldiers, the barriers, the distant flicker of airships patrolling the skies. His gloved hand rested on the rail as his sharp eyes scanned the preparations. He turned away, his cape billowing slightly in the wind, and faced a camera positioned a few feet away. The red recording light blinked to life, signaling that the broadcast was about to begin. Ironwood took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling as he steeled himself. The broadcast went live. "People of Remnant," Ironwood began, his voice firm yet calm. "This is General James Ironwood speaking from Atlas. I hadn't planned on addressing the world again so soon, but the situation has changed." He paused, his tone growing heavier. "Salem has brought the full force of her armies to Atlas. Her goal is simple: to destroy everything." His words hung in the air like a death sentence. Across the world, screens displayed his image, his voice reaching every corner of Remnant. "We knew this day would come," he continued, his expression grim. "We knew she would attack us eventually, but even we didn't expect it to be so soon. This proves one thing: Salem fears what we are capable of when we are united. She fears the hope we have inspired." Ironwood closed his eyes briefly, his shoulders visibly tense. When he opened them again, his gaze burned with unwavering determination. "And so, we will face her head-on," he declared, his voice growing stronger. "With the full might of Atlas, and we will broadcast this battle to the entire world, not to spread fear, not to sow panic, but to show that this war can be fought, that it can be won." The general leaned forward slightly, his fists clenched at his sides. "We have no intention of losing, not with the lives of this kingdom and of all Remnant in the line, but even if the worst were to come, I want the world to remember this: as long as there is hope, as long as we are united, we can overcome anything." His words carried a weight that resonated deeply with all who listened. Soldiers stood straighter. Civilians watching from safety zones held their loved ones closer. Across the world, eyes were fixed on the broadcast, their hearts caught between fear and inspiration. "Today, Atlas stands against the enemy of mankind," Ironwood proclaimed. "We face the largest grim invasion in recorded history, and we will not waver." The camera zoomed in slightly, capturing the fire in his eyes. "No matter what happens, let this day be a reminder to all of us, let it be proof that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to guide us, that we are stronger together." Ironwood straightened, his voice steady and resolute as he ended the broadcast. "I hope that, regardless of the outcome, the world will unite in a shared goal: a better future, for the survival of everyone. This is our stand, this is our fight, for Atlas, for Remnant, for hope." The broadcast ended. Ironwood exhaled slowly, his hands tightening on the railing as he looked out once more over the battlefield. Behind him, the tower was silent, save for the faint hum of the equipment. Below, the soldiers stood ready, their resolve mirroring the determination of their leader. The stage was set, the battle looming on the horizon. Today, Atlas would fight not just for itself but for the future of all Remnant. And the world would be watching. Across the world, the broadcast from General Ironwood rippled through the hearts and minds of every soul in Remnant. People in bustling cities, small villages, and remote settlements alike stopped everything to watch. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air, stirring a mixture of shock, fear, and tentative hope. As Ironwood's solemn face disappeared from the screens, the footage transitioned to a new scene. The camera panned across a massive display of Atlesian power, a sprawling army of soldiers standing in perfect formation. Atlesian knights gleaming under the grey skies, and warships hovering overhead in an intimidating show of force. Paladins stood like sentinels, their massive forms braced for the coming battle. In the distance, however, a foreboding shadow loomed. The sky grew darker, a massive black cloud swirling ominously on the horizon. It wasn't just the weather, it was the unmistakable omen of destruction. Salem's forces were drawing closer. In the crowded streets of Vale, the desert outposts of Vacuo, the mountainous villages of Mistral, and the coastal settlements of Menagerie, people stared at their screens in collective silence. Conversations halted. Children clung to their parents. Huntsmen and huntresses felt their hearts clench. And then, the dark cloud shifted, revealing something monstrous. A massive, flying whale-like grim emerged from the shadow, its grotesque form carrying an air of pure malice. Atop its body sat a sprawling octopus-like grim, its tendrils twitching in a display of raw, unrestrained power. Though the footage was distant, there was no mistaking the sheer size of these creatures. They were Leviathan-class grim, monstrosities that dwarfed everything in their path. The camera cut abruptly to a new figure. A young man stood before the gathered army, the wind tousling his jagged, flame-marked face. He wore the uniform of an Atlesian soldier, his sword strapped to his waist. Unlike Ironwood, whose worry was palpable, this man exuded an eerie calmness. It was Crimson Rose. He stood in front of the massive army, his sharp eyes scanning the ranks. He could see them all: his sister, RWBY, and her team. Pira and her team, the Aesops, and countless others. Each face was filled with fear, worry, and uncertainty. He could feel their anxiety like a tangible weight pressing down on the air. Crimson stepped forward, his voice clear and resolute as it echoed through the field and across the broadcast. "Many of you already know me," he began. "For those who don't, I am Specialist Crimson Rose from Vale. I joined Atlas for this war, not for glory, not for pride, but because the world depends on it. I am not alone in this, my family is here, among you. My friends from Mistral are here, among you. Today, we stand united regardless of our origin, our race, or our status. We are here because we are alive." The soldiers stiffened, their breath steadying as his words reached them. "Our enemy does not know fear," Crimson continued, his piercing gaze sweeping across the soldiers. "And those who cannot see the fear in death cannot understand what true strength is. You, all of you, are the strong ones. You took a stand, you chose to fight, not because you had to, but because you believed it mattered." He turned and began walking toward the edge of the army's formation, his steps deliberate and steady. His voice carried on, unwavering. "And remember this," he said, his tone growing softer yet more profound. "We have no control over who lives, who dies, or who will share our tale. What we do have control over is the action we take, over how we stand in the face of the impossible. Let the world watch and see who we are." The soldiers stood frozen, their fear slowly giving way to resolve. Their eyes, once clouded with uncertainty, now burned with fighting intent. Crimson's words had lit a fire in their hearts. As he walked alone toward the edge of the battlefield, toward the direction of the coming enemy, the camera followed him. RWBY, Pira, and the others remained where they stood, watching with silent worry. Ruby's hands trembled slightly as she clasped them together, praying silently for his safety. The world held its breath. Every person watching the broadcast understood that what was about to happen would be remembered in the annals of history. The largest battle remnant had ever seen was on the horizon, and Crimson Rose, with his unnerving serenity, was walking straight into it. The shadow of the Leviathan-class Grim loomed closer, their monstrous forms growing larger with every passing second. The fate of Atlas and perhaps all of Remnant was about to be decided. Chapter 104. As Crimson walked steadily toward the incoming Grim, the air around Atlas felt electric. Charged with tension and fear. Soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, eyes darting between the advancing horde and the lone figure marching toward it. From the command tower, Ironwood's voice echoed sharply across the battlefield through the communication lines. "All units, hold the line. Do not engage until I give the order." Simultaneously, the live feed split into two screens for the world to see. One showed the battlefield from Ironwood's vantage point, high above the western front, capturing the disciplined ranks of soldiers. The ominous storm cloud of Grim in the distance, and the colossal whale-like creature descending toward the kingdom. The other focused solely on Crimson Rose, his steady gait captured by the communication device recording everything from his perspective. The contrast was striking, the coordinated forces of Atlas, braced for battle, and one man walking alone into the dark storm ahead. The tension in the air tightened as the whale arrived. It descended like an omen of death, landing with an earth-shaking impact on the edge of the floating city. The ground beneath Atlas trembled violently. And many soldiers stumbled, struggling to stay upright. The sheer size of the creature was overwhelming, its grotesque form radiating malice and dominance. Crimson, however, remained unfazed. His walk never faltered, his steps unwavering despite the chaos unfolding around him. Reaching for the hilt of his sword, he drew it with a fluid motion, the blade gleaming even under the grim skies. Then, in a flash, he moved. Crimson accelerated to his maximum speed, his figure becoming a blur on the feed. The camera struggled to follow him as he dashed straight toward the Grim. Gasps filled the airwaves as the world watched him charge into the heart of the enemy forces, alone. Atop the massive whale, the octopus-like Grim began to slither forward. Its grotesque tentacles twitched menacingly as it shot out masses of black ichor onto the ground below. From the oozing puddles, an army of Grim began to emerge via wolves. Bearing elves, and even nevermores clawed their way into existence, their forms blending into the darkness surrounding them. The soldiers watching from the line felt their hearts seize. It was madness, a single man against such overwhelming odds. And then Crimson struck. The world held its breath as his blade moved faster than the eye could follow. The camera caught only brief flashes of steel, barely able to keep up with the speed of his attacks. From a distance, Dozens of crescent moon-shaped energy slashes erupted across the battlefield, each one carving through swarms of Grim. The Dark Army was obliterated at a pace unheard of, each swing of Crimson's blade unleashing a vortex of destruction. He was unstoppable. Even the most seasoned soldiers stared in awe as the lone warrior carved his way through the horde, his movements precise and deadly. The battlefield was alive with the flashes of his attacks, the Grim falling in droves. Yet, he pressed on, undeterred by their numbers. As Crimson closed in on the octopus-like Grim, the world watched in silence, their eyes glued to the broadcast. He reached for his side, pulling out a cane he had carried unnoticed until now. With one swift motion, he pointed it directly at the massive Grim. For a split second, time seemed to freeze. Then, blinding light followed by an explosion tore through the air, its deafening roar shaking the very foundation of Atlas. The shockwave reverberated across the battlefield, leaving soldiers and civilians alike momentarily stunned. When the dust settled, the battlefield grew silent. The octopus-like Grim was no more, its twisted remains disintegrating into the air. Crimson stood amidst the dissipating ashes, his blade still in hand, his resolve unbroken. The feed cut back to Ironwood, who leaned forward slightly, his voice ringing out with commanding authority. The octopus Grim is down. All units, keep holding the lines. Prepare for stage 2. Back on the battlefield, Crimson turned his gaze toward the massive whale looming ahead. Without hesitation, he began his charge once more, his figure becoming a blur against the ominous backdrop. The Grim whale roared as its massive mouth opened, disgorging an unrelenting tide of Grim. Beowulfs, creeps, and winged monstrosities poured out like a living flood, their claws and fangs seeking to tear apart anything in their path. Yet Crimson did not falter. His pace remained steady, each step radiating unshakable determination. With a flash of his blade, he tore through the advancing horde. His attacks relentless and precise. Crescent-shaped energy slashes erupted from his swings, carving through dozens of Grim in one motion. Blood and ash scattered in his wake as he pressed forward, reaching the base of the colossal whale. Without hesitation, Crimson leapt onto the creature's grotesque hide, his speed turning him into little more than a blur as he scaled its massive body. Grim claws reached for him. But they were cut down before they could so much as graze him. Reaching the top of the whale, Crimson didn't slow. His blade struck like lightning, carving through the creature's thick hide as he drilled his way inside. The world watched in stunned silence as the feed captured Crimson's descent into the beast. He fell into darkness, landing with a soft thud in what appeared to be an enormous chamber. The walls pulsed with a sickly, organic glow. And at the center of the room was a throne, twisted and blackened like something out of a nightmare. Sitting upon it, with her glowing crimson eyes piercing the gloom, was Salem herself. Salem's gaze was cold and unyielding as she observed Crimson, her pale form exuding an aura of malice. But Crimson simply smiled, a sharp, almost taunting expression. He began to walk toward her, his tone casual as he said, "Nice to finally meet you in person. I must admit, you look smaller and far less intimidating like this." Salem rose from her throne, her movements slow and deliberate. She stepped down from the dais, her presence commanding despite Crimson's taunts. Her voice was calm but carried an edge as sharp as a blade. "Since our little chat in Ironwood's office, I've been looking forward to meeting you," she said, her steps measured. Crimson continued forward, undaunted, his every move deliberate. "Well, I hope I don't disappoint. Was the welcoming gift to your liking?" "It was an old creation of dear Ozma, one of a kind," he replied with a wry smile. Salem stopped a few paces away, her glowing eyes narrowing as she spoke with venom in her voice. "You are daring, even now, you still have no fear of me." Crimson mirrored her stop, tilting his head slightly. "I told you already, I don't fear you, if anything, I pity you." Salem's expression darkened. She raised her hand, and black tendrils erupted from the ground, grabbing hold of Crimson and locking him in place. He glanced down briefly, then back up at her, his smile unbroken. "When we first spoke, I told you one thing," Salem said, dark energy crackling in her palm. "When we finally met, I would kill you." She unleashed a burst of dark energy, a searing beam of death hurtling toward Crimson. But with a swift slash of his blade, the tendrils binding him were severed. And he sidestepped the attack with ease. In the same motion, he sent a crescent slash toward Salem, the energy so fast and precise that her head was severed before she could react. Crimson stood casually, watching as her body crumbled to dark fluid and then began to reform. Without a word, he turned and walked past her, stepping onto the dais where her seat of power stood. As Salem's body fully reformed, her gaze burned with hatred. Crimson turned to face her, leaning lightly against the throne. His expression was calm, but his words carried an ominous weight. "I admit that beating you in the land of darkness is near impossible, but but you delivered yourself to us, he said with a smirk. I apologize in advance for what I'm about to put you through. Beside him, a glowing red portal opened, its swirling energy illuminating the grotesque chamber. From within the portal emerged a strange device, intricate and advanced in its design. Crimson placed his hand on it, his tone casual but deadly serious. This, he said, gesturing to the device, was created with the most advanced technology in Atlas, the most sophisticated bomb in the world. For the first time, Salem's expression shifted, her confident facade cracking. Crimson's smirk grew as he stepped through the portal without a second glance. The feed cut to the battlefield outside as Crimson reappeared between the army's front lines. A moment later, a massive explosion rocked Atlas, the shockwave visible even from a distance. The whale, along with its dark master, was consumed in a blinding flash of light. Crimson stood silently, his blade at his side, as the explosion's aftershock settled. Around him, the soldiers stared in awe, the battlefield quiet save for the crackle of dissipating energy. The world watched in stunned silence as the man who had walked into the darkness emerged victorious. Chapter 105. Dust and black smoke enveloped the battlefield, reducing the world to an ominous haze. The remnants of destruction loomed as a testament to the chaos that had unfolded. Crimson stood near Raven, the faint glow of his sword barely piercing the suffocating darkness around them. He glanced at her, his expression calm despite the circumstances. Take your position, he said, his voice steady and resolute. Raven nodded without a word, her eyes betraying a mix of concern and understanding. Without hesitation, Crimson began to move again, his pace quickening until he broke into a full sprint. His figure vanished into the smoke, heading directly toward the remnants of the grim whale with an unrelenting determination. Above the chaos, General Ironwood's voice rang through the comms, cutting through the static. This isn't over, he announced, his tone commanding. All soldiers, stay ready, stage 3 of the attack begins now. Across the globe, people watched the broadcast in shock and disbelief. It had been mere minutes since the battle began. And yet 2 Leviathan-class grim beasts of unimaginable size and destruction had been destroyed. Most kingdoms in history perished under the presence of one of these creatures and very few could fight it off. But Atlas faced 2 at the same time, and emerged victorious in such a short time. But what left the world in awe was the sight of a single man charging into the fray. Crimson was the only one moving amid the destruction, his relentless attack broadcasted for all to see. Atlas had always been a symbol of technological and military strength. But this display transcended anything the world had ever known. The silence of the spectators wasn't out of fear, it was reverence. For the first time in history, humanity's collective breath was held in anticipation of one man's actions. As Crimson neared the site of the whale, the devastation became even more apparent. The front half of the Leviathan's body was utterly destroyed, its grotesque flesh reduced to ash and rubble. The rear half, however, remained intact, billowing thick, black smoke into the air. The sky above was painted an ominous black, the swirling remnants of the octopus grim still visible, writhing as its body disintegrated. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. From mantle below, a dark column of grim erupted into the sky, striking the edge of Atlas. The impact sent shockwaves through the floating city, as another flood of grim poured forth to join the fray, trailing behind the remnants of the Leviathan like a tide of darkness. Crimson slowed for only a moment. I'm in position, he reported calmly. In response, a second red portal opened nearby, its swirling energy illuminating the gloom. From the portal emerged a device identical to the first, a bomb of unparalleled sophistication. This time, however, Crimson did not enter the portal. Instead, he broke into a sprint, heading directly toward the remains of the Leviathan. Beyond the smoke and debris, Salem stood, her piercing gaze filled with fury. She watched as Crimson approached, her expression dark and menacing. Crimson's pace didn't falter, and as he came closer, he offered her a smile that was equal parts defiance and amusement before moving to the top of the beast. Salem's form dissolved into a cloud of smoke, and she surged toward him, her presence like a storm. Crimson continued his advance, unbothered, until he reached the very edge of the whale's tail. There, he stopped, turning to face her as the smoke coalesced into her figure. Salem descended toward him, her glowing eyes locked onto his. Her voice carried the weight of centuries, laced with venom. In all my years of existence, she began, her tone cutting through the chaos. No person has been as insolent as you. Crimson's smirk grew wider. Well, I will take that as a compliment, he replied casually, his voice tinged with mockery. Considering you're an immortal from the age of the unmarred moon, it's quite an honor. Her expression darkened further as she raised her hand, energy crackling in her palm with a malevolent glow. The air grew heavy with power, and just as she prepared to strike, another explosion rang out. The bomb detonated. The force of the blast tore through the remnants of the Leviathans, sending chunks of the bodies and even sections of Atlas's floating rock plummeting toward mantle below. The shockwave rippled outward, scattering Grimm and pushing them over the edge. Crimson stood at the epicenter, his figure obscured by the chaos as he fell alongside the remnants of the battlefield. Salem descended as well, her form consumed by the cataclysm she had failed to stop. The grim flood. The Leviathan's remains, and the very ground itself seemed to collapse in unison, creating a cascade of destruction that the world could only watch in stunned silence. Crimson hurtled through the air, the wind roaring in his ears, the chaos of the battlefield now far above him. As the remnants of Atlas and the grim Leviathans fell toward mantle, he focused, his sharp eyes scanning the chaos below. Pieces of flying rock, dislodged during the battle, floated downward sporadically. With practiced precision, Crimson used them as platforms, landing briefly before leaping again to propel himself away from the cascading destruction. His movements were fluid, calculated, each step carrying him further from the core of the devastation. Finally, he reached one of Mantle's surviving buildings, landing on its roof with a thunderous crash. The impact jarred his entire body. And the floor beneath him cracked, sending shards of concrete scattering around him. For a moment, Crimson stood motionless, catching his breath as the dust settled. The city below was unrecognizable. As Crimson walked to the edge of the building, the extent of the devastation unfolded before him. The streets were submerged in a flood of dark, viscous liquid, a horrifying mass that shimmered with an unnatural, sinister energy. The Grimm's corruption had consumed Mantle, transforming it into a twisted, surreal wasteland. Buildings leaned precariously or had collapsed entirely, and the flood of black liquid crept upward, claiming everything in its path. Crimson's gaze was heavy, his expression unreadable as he silently surveyed the scene. But he wasn't the only one watching. The entire world, glued to their screens, saw the devastation through the broadcast. The silence of the onlookers was almost palpable, a shared horror and despair settling over all who bore witness. A shift in the air behind him snapped Crimson's attention. His head turned slightly, his sharp eyes narrowing as smoke began to coalesce nearby. The swirling black mist took form, and within moments, Salem appeared, her feet hovering inches above the rooftop before she landed with a predatory grace. Her glowing red eyes burned with fury, her pale face twisted in anger. "Your resistance is futile," Salem said, her voice cold yet unwavering. Her words carried the weight of centuries of dominance, an unshakable belief in her own inevitability. "All you've done is prolong your suffering." Crimson turned fully to face her, his posture relaxed, almost casual. The faint smirk that played on his lips was in stark contrast to the devastation around them. "You are wrong," he said evenly. "It's you who doesn't understand, your attempts are futile, Salem." His voice was calm yet carried an unyielding conviction that cut through the despair of the moment. As he spoke, Crimson began to walk toward her, his boots crunching against the fractured rooftop. "People want to live," he continued, his tone growing sharper, each word striking like a hammer. "And today, victory is the only path toward that. There's no price we won't pay to achieve it." Salem's expression twisted with disdain, her lips curling into a sneer. "Another martyr in a hopeless war," she said with a derisive snort. "Offering your life as the price, how predictable, you are just another fool." Crimson chuckled softly, shaking his head. "You underestimate the lengths we are willing to go," he replied, his voice carrying a quiet, dangerous edge. As if on cue, the sound of groaning metal echoed through the air. It began as a faint, distant noise, but it quickly grew louder, a cacophony of snapping chains and collapsing infrastructure. The enormous metal chains that anchored Atlas to Mantle began to give way, each one crashing to the ground with a deafening roar. Salem's head whipped around at the sound, her glowing eyes widening in shock. She turned to look over her shoulder and then up at the sky above. What she saw froze her in place. Atlas, the grand, floating city, a symbol of human ingenuity and power, was descending. Its once pristine structures were crumbling, its grand spires collapsing under its own weight as it plummeted toward Mantle, toward her. Behind her, Crimson's voice rang out, low and ominous. "To win, we are willing to throw all of Atlas to its demise right on your head." Salem turned back to him, her face a mixture of shock and unbridled rage. The glow in her eyes flared brighter, and her entire body radiated an aura of pure fury. "You!" she hissed, her voice trembling with anger. Crimson smiled again, his expression as calm and unshaken as ever. Without another word, he turned and sprinted toward the edge of the building. Salem let out a furious scream and took flight, chasing after him as Atlas descended with catastrophic force. The ground beneath them shook violently as chunks of the floating city collided with mantle, unleashing destruction on a scale the world had never seen. Buildings crumbled. Explosions rang, the black flood churned wildly, and the air itself seemed to crackle with the energy of the apocalypse unfolding below. The broadcast continued, capturing every moment in harrowing detail. The world watched in stunned silence as the impossible became reality. Atlas, the prized jewel of humanity's ingenuity and arrogance, was being sacrificed. The Atlasians, so often seen as aloof, oppressive, and self-serving, had made a decision that defied all expectations. They had chosen to destroy their own city, their symbol of power and pride, in a desperate bid to win the war. For the people of Remnant, who had viewed Atlas with suspicion and resentment ever since Beacon fell, this act of self-sacrifice was a sobering moment. The sheer scale of the destruction, the enormity of the decision, left many feeling a deep, unsettling shame. Atlas, for all its faults, had demonstrated a resolve and willingness to protect humanity that no other kingdom could claim. In the chaos, Crimson's figure disappeared into the haze, with Salem in relentless pursuit. The world continued to watch. Their collective breath held, as the madness of the battle unfolded. The fall of Atlas was not just a physical event, it was a testament to the lengths humanity was willing to go to survive. The cost was unfathomable, the sacrifice unimaginable. And yet, in the face of despair, there was also hope. For in Crimson's defiance, in Atlas's sacrifice, and in the resolve of those who fought, there was a reminder: humanity would not fall so easily. They would endure, no matter the price. Chapter 106. Mantle was a wasteland of dust and smoke, the air thick and choking as the aftermath of Atlas's fall settled over the city. Crimson lay buried beneath the rubble, rocks and debris pressing against him. Slowly, he stirred, pushing away the dirt and broken stone that covered him. Each movement was agonizing, his body screaming in protest. Blood dripped from a gash above his brow, tracing a crimson line down his face before falling to the ground. He coughed, his lungs burning from the swirling dust, and forced himself upright. His sword was still in his hand, its blade gleaming faintly despite the chaos surrounding him. Gritting his teeth, Crimson raised it high, unleashing a series of crescent-shaped energy slashes. The force of his attack ripped through the suffocating smoke, clearing the immediate area and giving him a moment of clarity amidst the destruction. He stood alone among the ruins, his calm peace buzzing faintly in his ear, capturing the chaos around him. His eyes scanned the devastated landscape, eventually landing on a familiar figure in the distance. Salem stood there, her body reforming as tendrils of dark magic pulled her broken pieces together. Her glowing eyes locked onto him, seething with fury. Despite the distance they had traveled, propelled further by the shockwave of Atlas's fall, the battle wasn't over. Crimson's grip on his sword tightened as Salem's scream echoed through the air. "I'm going to kill you," she roared, her voice dripping with hatred. Crimson, bloodied and bruised, smiled faintly. Before he could reply, a red portal opened beside him. From the swirling energy stepped Raven, Winter, and the Aesops, their weapons drawn and their faces steeled with resolve. Each of them radiated determination, their presence a sharp contrast to the destruction around them. Salem's eyes narrowed dangerously as she took in the reinforcements. "If you think numbers will save you, then you're just fools," she hissed, her voice low and venomous. Winter stepped forward, her eyes glowing with the power of the Winter Maiden. Raven mirrored Winter, her own maiden power igniting. Without hesitation, the two unleashed a devastating barrage of icy magic. Shards of ice erupted from the ground, encasing Salem in a thick, frozen prison. The Aesops moved swiftly, surrounding her and locking her into position. Salem's muffled voice broke through the ice. "Maidens won't save you," she snarled as cracks began forming in her frozen prison. With a deafening roar, the ice shattered, and Salem emerged, her rage intensifying. But Crimson's smile didn't falter. Instead, it grew into a quiet laugh. Suddenly, the Aesops shot out specialized capturing cables, wrapping around Salem from every direction. The bindings glowed with a faint blue light, their material reinforced by an otherworldly power. Salem struggled violently, her magic was suppressed, almost as if gone. "What is this?" she demanded, her voice filled with fury and panic. Crimson stepped closer, his boots crunching over the debris-strewn ground. "You said it yourself, Salem," he began, his voice steady and calm. "You can't be destroyed, so, we used the relic you wanted so badly, the very thing you sought to destroy us, to create these bindings, just for you. They will stop your magic from working and prevent you from moving." Salem's struggles intensified, but the cables glowed brighter, tightening with each movement. Crimson stopped a few feet from her, his gaze cold and unyielding. We can't kill you, he continued, his voice dropping to a low, almost sympathetic tone. But we can trap you, forever. You brought yourself to us, Salem. You were so focused on destroying us that you didn't see the threat we pose. Everything I did was lure you here, away from your grim army. So we could capture you without the risk of any unexpected interference. Salem's expression shifted from anger to shock, and then, finally, to despair. The weight of Crimson's words sank in, and for the first time, her immortal composure cracked. She let out a piercing, guttural scream, thrashing wildly against her restraints. Crimson stood unshaken, watching her with a quiet intensity. You've lived for so long trying to divide and destroy us, he said softly. But now, you will be imprisoned by us. This is the end of your war, Salem. Her screams echoed across the ruins, a haunting sound that sent shivers through those who heard it. As her despair consumed her, Crimson turned to the others. Take her away, he ordered. Vine and Marrow stepped forward, their faces grim as they grabbed hold of Salem. A red portal opened beside them, courtesy of Raven. Its swirling energy casting an eerie glow over the scene. Together, the three of them dragged Salem through the portal, her screams fading as she disappeared from sight. Crimson stood and closed his eyes, the silence deafening in the aftermath of her capture. He activated his calm piece, his voice steady and commanding as he spoke. Salem is captured, he announced, his words cutting through the static and chaos. This is the final stage of the war, all soldiers, advance. Clear all grim in sight. The broadcast continued, capturing every moment for the world to see. Mantle, battered and broken, had become the stage for a victory no one had believed possible. The capture of Selima feat thought unattainable sent shockwaves across Remnant. In the heart of Argus, Yang stood frozen in disbelief as the impossible played out before her eyes. Salem, the immortal enemy who had plagued Remnant for centuries, was bound in glowing restraints, screaming and thrashing as she was dragged through the fortified corridors of Argus's military base. Raven, Vine, and Marrow carried the task with grim efficiency, their faces unreadable, though the tension was palpable. Every soldier present had their weapons at the ready, their stances tense as though they expected Salem to break free at any moment. Yang's breath hitched as she trailed behind the group. This wasn't just another mission or battle, this was something world-changing. The sheer weight of the moment pressed heavily on her chest as they approached the entrance to the underground facility. She couldn't help but speak. Is this why you made me stay here? Yang's voice wavered, a mix of anger and confusion. So you could capture Salem and bring her here? Raven glanced back at her daughter, her expression serious. Yes, she said curtly, before softening her tone. You need to stay here, Yang, near Salem. Why me? Why not someone else? Raven hesitated, a rare crack in her usual stoic demeanor. Because if things go wrong here, I need you to be ready, whether it's to fight, aid, or move her to another secure location. You're one of the few I can open a portal to. I trust you to do what's necessary. The implication of her mother's words hit Yang like a freight train. She didn't participate in the plan, she was an anchor, a part of the plan. While she had resented being kept out of the action, it was now clear that her role was just as critical. She nodded slowly, the realization settling in. I get it. She said finally, her voice steady despite the turmoil in her chest. Vine and Marrow walked up to her, their gazes calm but firm. We will stay here with you, Vine said. Keeping an eye on Salem is our top priority now. Marrow nodded in agreement. Whatever happens, we're not letting her escape. Yang glanced at them, their resolve a quiet comfort. She squared her shoulders, determination hardening in her eyes. Fine, let's make sure she stays put. The group descended into the depths of the mountain, entering a massive underground chamber where Salem's cell awaited. The reinforced walls gleamed under the harsh fluorescent lights, each layer of metal infused with technology and magic to contain her. The cell was surrounded by layers of defenses, both mechanical and human. Outside the mountain, Argus's military base was a hive of activity, with soldiers and vehicles at full readiness. Commander Cordovan arrived as they reached the cell, her expression solemn as she took in the sight of Salem. The immortal woman's screams echoed through the chamber, her voice a mixture of rage and desperation. Cordovan turned to Raven, her eyes hard but resolute. We will put our lives on the line to keep her here, Cordovan said firmly. No matter what it takes, she won't escape. Raven nodded in acknowledgement, her usual sharpness tempered by a rare gratitude. Without another word, she opened a portal and disappeared, leaving Yang, Vine, Marrow, and the Argus forces to their task. Earlier on the battlefield, chaos reigned as Atlas's fall sent shockwaves across the region. Soldiers scrambled to maintain their footing. The lieutenants barking orders to keep holding to the barriers. The men and women of the Atlas military had been kept in the dark about the full scope of this plan, their ignorance a necessary shield against panic. But as the city crumbled around them, they couldn't help but feel the weight of their sacrifices. Amidst the rubble and confusion, RWBY, Pira, and the others regrouped, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion. They had been ordered to hold the line continuously without any actual fighting, while explosions rang one after another with Crimson charging in alone. Then they were ordered to hold on to the barrier for footing before Atlas crashed to the ground. Salem is captured. It was Crimson. His voice was steady, calm, and final. Ruby's eyes widened in disbelief. What did he just say? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Pira, equally stunned, could only shake her head. I think he said they have captured Salem. The group exchanged bewildered glances, their minds struggling to process what they had just heard. The enemy who had haunted their nightmares, who had seemed invincible, was now in captivity. It didn't seem possible. This is the final stage of the war, all soldiers, advance. Clear all Grim in sight. The order snapped them back to reality. The battle was far from over, and the safety of the people of Atlas and Mantle depended on their success. We'll figure out what's going on later, RWBY said, her resolve returning. Right now, we have a job to do, let's go. Pira nodded, her grip tightening on her weapon. For Atlas and Mantle. The group charged forward, joining the advancing forces as they fought to destroy the Grim. Every step was a battle, every victory hard won. But amidst the chaos, a new hope burned within them. If Salem was captured, then they can win this war. Chapter 107. The battlefield stretched endlessly, a wasteland of rubble and despair beneath a sky darkened with smoke and fire. Atlas soldiers, robots, paladins, and warships surged forward as a unified force. Their weapons lighting up the desolation like a blazing inferno. From every vantage point, they fired relentlessly, cutting down Grim that rose from the ruins. Their movements were precise, calculated, and methodical, a display of Atlas's formidable military prowess. The world watched in awe as the broadcast showcased the might of Atlas's forces. In every corner of Remnant, eyes were glued to screens. Hearts pounding with a mix of fear and hope. For all its faults, Atlas was proving itself to be an unstoppable war machine, a beacon of resilience against the tide of darkness. But then, the ground beneath the soldiers trembled violently. Cracks spread across the rubble as if something massive stirred beneath. The soldiers paused momentarily, their weapons still raised. Their fingers hovering over triggers. Then, the earth erupted in an explosion of debris, and from the chaos emerged a new Grim. This was no ordinary creature. It was the largest Leviathan-class Grim ever seen, a monstrosity of unimaginable size and terror. Its form resembled a hydra, but far more grotesque. Its body was a horrifying amalgamation of Grim flesh, twisted metal, and jagged rock from the fallen city of Atlas, giving it natural armor impervious to conventional weapons. It towered over the battlefield, its more than 20 heads snapping and writhing in every direction. For a moment, there was silence, only the crackling of fires and the faint hum of energy weapons. Then the soldiers opened fire. Bullets, missiles, and lasers rained down on the Hydra Grim in a relentless barrage. But the creature barely flinched. Its armor absorbed the attacks like a shield, and the soldiers' firepower seemed like an insect's sting against a mountain. The soldiers, undeterred, continued to fire with everything they had. Then, the Hydra's heads reared back, and a dozen glowing mouths opened simultaneously. Beams of searing energy shot out in all directions. One beam hit the ground forces directly, vaporizing soldiers in an instant. Another swept across the field, obliterating paladins and robots as though they were made of paper. One of the beams tore through the sky and struck an airborne warship, which erupted into flames and spiraled downward, crashing into the battlefield with a thunderous explosion. Spread out. Keep firing. The soldiers obeyed, scattering to avoid the devastating beams. Still, the Hydra Grim pressed its attack, each of its heads moving independently to target new prey. Crimson, standing among the carnage, clenched his teeth as he watched the devastation unfold. His blade hung at his side. His calm peace crackled with the panicked voices of soldiers and the desperate commands of their leaders. Aunt Raven. Bring me the Grim orbs. Now. Moments later, a portal tore open in the air beside him, and Raven appeared, carrying a bundle of glowing metal orbs strapped together. She tossed them toward him, her expression uncharacteristically grave. Get out of here. Crimson barked at her. Raven hesitated for only a second, then disappeared through another portal, leaving Crimson alone with the dangerous cargo. He fastened the Grim orbs to his waist, their eerie energy pulsating against his side. Crimson inhaled deeply, steadying his nerves, and activated the orbs. The Hydra's heads immediately turned toward him, sensing the concentrated negative emotions. "Keep firing." Crimson yelled into his comms. "I will keep this freak's attention on me." And with that, he bolted across the battlefield. The Hydra heads reared back once more, their mouths glowing with deadly energy. Beams rained down. Each one narrowly missing Crimson as he sprinted with everything he had. He zigzagged through the rubble, dodging the blasts by mere inches. The heat singed his hair and burned his skin, but he didn't stop. The world watched in shock as the young man threw himself into the jaws of death. Every screen broadcasted the scene. Crimson rose, a specialist in the Atlas military, using himself as bait to keep the Hydra focused and give the soldiers a fighting chance. "He's insane," one soldier muttered, watching Crimson's reckless bravery. But despite his efforts, the tide wasn't turning. The Hydra's armor was too strong, its size too great. Even with the full might of Atlas's forces, the creature remained nearly impervious. And worse, they were running out of munitions. Crimson could hear the despair creeping into the comms. He could feel it in the air, the creeping realization that they were losing. Then, a new voice crackled through the comms. "This is Captain Hale of the warship Aegis," said a calm, steady voice. "It has been an honor to fight alongside you, fellow soldiers, an honor to serve under General Ironwood, and an honor to stand with you." Specialist rose. Crimson froze mid-step as he looked in shock. The warship Aegis veered off course, its engines roaring as it accelerated. The massive ship angled downward, heading directly for the Hydra. The Aegis collided with the Hydra at full speed. The explosion was catastrophic, a blinding flash of light and fire that consumed the creature's heads. The force of the blast tore through the battlefield, knocking soldiers off their feet and sending shockwaves that echoed for miles. When the smoke cleared, the Hydra was missing a third of its heads, its body sagging under the weight of the damage. But the Aegis was gone, along with its crew. Crimson stood motionless, his breath ragged as he stared at the smoldering remains of the warship. The sacrifice had been unimaginable, yet it had given them a glimmer of hope. "Finish it," Ironwood's voice rang out, cold and resolute. "For the Aegis." The soldiers, galvanized by the captain's sacrifice, renewed their assault with everything they had left. The battlefield erupted once more in a storm of fire and fury as they fought to bring the Hydra down. And Crimson, his resolve steeled by the sacrifice he had just witnessed, tightened his grip on his blade and charged back into the fray. Above the chaos, Raven, Winter, and Penny soared through the smoke-filled skies. Winter's maiden lit up the air as she launched massive projectiles of ice, aiming for the creature's vulnerable joints. Penny's emerald energy blade spun through the air, slicing into the Grimm's armored hide wherever she could find a weak point. Meanwhile, Raven darted between the beasts' heads, her crimson blade cutting through the air as she struck with precision and speed. Crimson, battered and bruised, clenched his jaw as he sprinted through the chaos. His goal was clear: get close enough to strike. The beast's attention was divided between the aerial assault and the soldiers on the ground, giving Crimson just enough of an opening. Finally, he reached the creature's massive form. Gritting his teeth, he channeled every ounce of strength into a single swing of his sword, slashing through one of its heads. The Grimm let out an earth-shaking roar as the head crumbled, but Crimson knew better than to linger. He retreated quickly, dodging as several of the remaining heads turned to him, firing beams of energy that tore through the ground around him. It was then that he noticed a flash of red petals moving across the battlefield. His heart skipped a beat as he saw Ruby standing on the rooftop of a nearby building, her scythe in hand. "Ruby, no!" Crimson shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the chaos. Ruby's silver eyes glowed brightly, and a radiant light enveloped her and the Hydra. The battlefield seemed to pause as the light intensified, a blinding force of destruction and hope all at once. When it faded, one of the Hydra's heads had turned to stone, crumbling into dust. But the success came at a cost. Ruby, drained from the effort, dropped to her knees, trembling. One of the Hydra's remaining heads turned toward her, its maw glowing as it prepared to fire. Ruby froze, paralyzed by fear as the monstrous beam of fire shot toward her. "Ruby!" Crimson appeared in front of her just in time, his sword raised to block the attack. The beam struck with incredible force, and Crimson groaned in pain as the energy seared his hands and arms. Ruby stared at him, tears streaming down her face, unable to move. The force of the beam overwhelmed Crimson, and both he and Ruby were thrown back, slamming into the rubble below. Crimson's body screamed in pain as he tried to push himself up, his hands burned and shaking. The Hydra was relentless, preparing another attack. Before the creature could strike again, Winter and Penny swooped in, their combined firepower raining down on the Grimm's head and stealing its attention. Raven landed beside Crimson and Ruby, her expression grim as she surveyed the two of them. "Hold on," she said, opening a portal nearby. Without waiting for their response, she grabbed Crimson and Ruby and carried them through. They emerged in the command center where Ironwood stood, watching the battle unfold on a massive screen. Crow, who had been standing beside him, immediately dashed through the portal, joining the fray. Ironwood turned to the three of them, his stern expression faltering as his eyes landed on Crimson. The young man's hands were charred and shaking. His arms burned to the elbows, yet he still clutched his sword tightly. Ruby was sobbing uncontrollably, her silver eyes dull with exhaustion and guilt. Crimson, Ironwood began, but the young man was already struggling to his feet. Bloodied, battered, and clearly in unimaginable pain, he stood tall, his breathing ragged but steady. The world watched the scene unfold through the live broadcast from Ironwood's perspective. Crimson rose, the bloodied and exhausted warrior, refusing to give up despite the odds. "Open another portal," Crimson said, his voice hoarse but unwavering. "No," Ironwood said firmly. "You've done more than enough, you're in no shape to keep fighting." Crimson straightened himself, his trembling body somehow finding the strength to stand taller. He looked at Raven, his piercing gaze filled with resolve. "Open the portal," he repeated. Raven frowned, her hand hesitating over the hilt of her blade. "You're not going back out there," Ironwood insisted. "That thing is still standing, and we don't have the resources left to." "I'll kill it myself," Crimson interrupted, his voice sharp and resolute. Ironwood stared at him, stunned. Ruby, still crying, reached for him. "Please don't go, stay here, we can." Crimson didn't look at her, his focus entirely on Raven. "Open the portal," he said once more. Raven's hand tightened on her blade, her expression conflicted. Finally, she closed her eyes, a pained look crossing her face. "Please," she whispered, barely audible. "Don't die." She slashed the air, and a portal opened. Crimson stepped toward it, but Ironwood moved to block his path, his twin pistols in hand. "You are not going," Ironwood said firmly. "You need to rest, I'll join the fight instead." Crimson stared at him, unyielding. "General Ironwood, I'm still by far the strongest person in Atlas, even in this state, that thing will kill everyone if we don't stop it." Ironwood hesitated, his jaw tightening. Crimson stepped past him and into the portal, his movements slow but purposeful. Ironwood, torn between duty and reason, cursed under his breath before following him. Raven lingered for a moment, her gaze shifting to Ruby, who was sobbing uncontrollably on the ground. Raven's expression softened for just a moment, and she knelt beside her. "Stay strong," she said quietly before stepping into the portal and letting it close behind her. Ruby was left alone in the command center, her cries echoing in the otherwise silent room. She clutched her scythe tightly, her tears falling onto the cold floor as the broadcast shifted back to the battlefield, where Crimson and the others faced the monstrous hydrogram. Chapter 108. The portal opened, and Crimson stepped out onto the battlefield. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and burning debris. The screams of the wounded and dying filled the air, mingling with the roars of the hydrogram. Crimson's gaze immediately fell on Crow, who was on a nearby rooftop, firing his weapon at the monstrous creature. The hydrogram was still massive and terrifying, though the combined efforts of Atlas had whittled it down. A third of its heads remained, thrashing wildly and firing devastating beams of energy into the remnants of the Atlas forces. Crimson's sharp eyes scanned the battlefield, taking in the grim scene. Less than half of the warships were still in the sky, their powerful engines struggling to maintain altitude after relentless attacks. On the ground, soldiers scrambled for cover, many firing futilely at the creature while others dragged their wounded comrades to safety. The streets were littered with the ruins of paladins, destroyed equipment, and the bodies of the fallen. In the distance, Winter fought valiantly, her strikes slower and less precise, exhaustion clearly weighing heavily on her. Ironwood stood nearby, his usually stoic face etched with despair. His feed, like Crimson's, was being broadcast live to the world. The general's clenched fists trembled as he surveyed the heart-wrenching scene, his army, his people, being slaughtered mercilessly. Raven emerged from the portal last, her crimson eyes narrowing as she took in the carnage. "We have to take it down, every second that thing is alive, more people die." Crow, still firing, barked back, "If you've got an idea to kill it faster, you're welcome to share." Ironwood turned to Crimson, who stood unnervingly still. The young warrior's eyes were closed, his breathing slow and measured. The tremors that had racked his body earlier were gone, replaced by an unnatural stillness. Raven and Crow both noticed the change. Raven frowned, stepping closer. "What's going on with him?" Crimson's mind was elsewhere, far removed from the chaos around him. He recalled the time he had spent in Limbo, the God of Harmony domain, that strange, tranquil place between life and death. He remembered the peace he had felt there, the calm amidst the storm. He could almost feel himself back there now, no pain. No screams, only serenity. He remembered sparring with his brother, the lessons they had exchanged, and the pain of watching lives slip away. That pain, once a crushing weight, now felt like fuel. The others stared in awe as Crimson's sword began to glow, its edge shifting to a brilliant, fiery red. A faint wave of heat radiated from him, causing the air around him to shimmer. Crow's eyes widened, his voice sharp with concern. "Crimson, what the hell's going on? Are you okay?" Crimson opened his eyes. They were calm, terrifyingly calm, like the eye of a storm. He looked past Crow, his gaze locking onto the hydrogrim. Crow took a step closer, uneasy. "What are you doing, Crimson?" Crimson's voice was steady and quiet, yet it carried an unshakable resolve. "Sun breathing." Before anyone could respond, Crimson vanished. The ground beneath his feet cracked and splintered from the force of his takeoff. The group turned toward the hydrogrim just in time to see one of its heads sliced clean off, a blazing trail of fire following the arc of Crimson's blade. The battlefield fell silent for a moment as soldiers and the world alike watched in stunned disbelief. One by one, the remaining heads of the hydrogrim fell. Each strike precise and impossibly fast trails of fire lit the battlefield as Crimson moved like a force of nature, his every motion a blur of fiery destruction. The last head fell, and the hydrogrim let out a final, guttural roar before collapsing. Its massive body began to disintegrate, black smoke rising into the air as its remains crumbled to ash. Crimson crashed to the ground near the creature's corpse, his body hitting the rubble with a sickening thud. Raven immediately opened a portal and rushed toward him, Ironwood and Crow close behind. They stepped through the portal, finding Crimson lying motionless on the other side. The sight was horrifying. Blood seeped from Crimson's eyes, nose, and ears, staining his pale face. His uniform was soaked in blood, and even his trousers were darkened, revealing that his legs were also bleeding profusely. His hands, which still clutched his swords, were trembling violently. "Crimson. Speak to me. Say something." Crimson didn't respond. His chest rose and fell in shallow breaths, the only sign that he was still alive. "Medics. I need medics now. Drop whatever you're doing and get to my location immediately." The world watched through Ironwood's live feed as the camera focused on Crimson. The young warrior lay broken, his body battered beyond recognition, yet his face was serene, almost peaceful. Raven knelt beside Crimson, her usually impassive face marred by rare, visible anguish. "You idiot," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Why did you push yourself this far?" Ironwood's voice roared over the comms again, desperation lacing his words. "Get me a medic. Now." The broadcast lingered on the scene, the world holding its breath as they watched the aftermath of Crimson's heroic stand. The hydrogrim was gone. The battle was won. But the cost was written in blood, and Crimson's last stand would be remembered by all who saw it. A month had passed since the war ended, but the scars it left behind were still fresh. The people of Mantle and Atlas slowly trickled back into their cities, their hearts heavy with sorrow and shock. Their once proud kingdom, a symbol of technological advancement and military might, now lay in ruins. Skyscrapers were reduced to skeletal remains of steel and concrete, homes lay shattered, and the streets were unrecognizable under the layers of rubble and ash. Even worse, the harsh winter of Solidas was unforgiving. The heating systems, essential for survival in the frozen climate, were destroyed. The power grid that had once brought light and warmth to millions was gone, leaving the kingdom in a frigid darkness. Families huddled together in makeshift shelters, trying to fend off the biting cold with nothing more than blankets and small fires. Atlas, once the pinnacle of human achievement, had been crippled. Yet, despite the unimaginable devastation, no one in Mantle or Atlas voiced complaints. The people were silent, not out of fear but out of respect. They had all witnessed the battle that had unfolded on their soil. Broadcast to the world in real time. They had seen the unrelenting fight of the Atlas military, soldiers who gave everything they had to protect their home. They had watched loved ones, friends, and neighbors perish or return broken from the front lines. There was a solemn understanding among the populace. Families that had lost sons, daughters, fathers, and mothers to the war grieved in silence. They mourned their dead but held their heads high, knowing their sacrifices had not been in vain. They had seen the enemy Salem, Leviant-class Grim and the monstrous Hydrogrim that had been the embodiment of death and destruction, and they had seen it fall. Atlas had paid a heavy price, but they had emerged victorious. The Atlas army, though battered, worked tirelessly. Soldiers scrambled to re-establish their chain of command and carry out rescue operations. Medics and engineers worked around the clock to treat the wounded and restore basic infrastructure. The kingdom's forces, despite their losses, continued to serve the people with unwavering dedication. The situation was hellish. Hospitals overflowed with the injured, many of whom would never walk again or live without pain. Food and water supplies were scarce, and the freezing temperatures made every task more arduous. Soldiers patrolled the streets, clearing rubble and setting up temporary shelters. Despite their exhaustion, they carried on, driven by duty and the knowledge that they were all that stood between survival and despair. The rest of the world had watched the war live, and they understood the gravity of what Atlas had faced. Aid began pouring in from every corner of Remnant. Ships and aircraft carrying food, medical supplies, and engineers arrived daily, their crews determined to help rebuild the shattered kingdom. For once, the world stood united. Atlas had borne the brunt of the war, fighting not just for themselves but for the survival of everyone. They had faced an enemy that had long sown discord between kingdoms and races in the shadows, and they had emerged victorious. The rest of the world recognized their sacrifice and agreed that Atlas deserved all the help they could provide. Among the many wounded who had fought bravely in the battle was Crimson Rose. He lay in one of Atlas's many overcrowded medical centers, his body heavily bandaged and still. Crimson had been in a coma since the end of the war, his body pushed far beyond its limits. His injuries were severe, burns covered his arms. His muscles were torn, and internal damage had pushed him to the brink of death. Despite the medical staff's best efforts, he had not woken. Crimson's room became a place of quiet pilgrimage. Family, friends, and soldiers came to visit him, their faces marked with both hope and sorrow. His sister Ruby sat by his side every day, clutching his hand as if willing him to wake. Crow often leaned against the wall, flask in hand, his face shadowed by guilt and worry. Ironwood, though busy leading the reconstruction efforts, made it a point to check in on Crimson whenever he could. Even Raven, who rarely showed emotion, had been seen lingering in the doorway, her expression unreadable. Soldiers who had fought alongside Crimson often came to stand outside his room, offering quiet prayers or simply standing in silence. To them, he was more than a comrade. He was a symbol of hope, of courage in the face of overwhelming odds. His actions during the battle dealing with the Levianth-class Grim, capturing Salem, standing as bait to distract the Hydra Grim, deflecting beams to protect Ruby, and ultimately delivering the final, devastating blows were etched into their memories. The world hadn't forgotten him either. Crimson's last stand had been broadcast live, and the image of him standing bloodied and exhausted, wielding a glowing sword and cutting down the Hydra Grim, had become a symbol of humanity's resilience. His sacrifice was not just remembered, it was honored. Across Remnant, people lit candles and held vigils for him, praying for his recovery. Inside the quiet room, the only sounds were the steady beeping of the medical monitors and the faint hum of the machines keeping Crimson alive. Ruby sat beside him, her silver eyes filled with tears that refused to fall. She whispered softly, recounting memories of their childhood, of their mother, and of the dreams they had shared. "You're a hero, Crimson," she said, her voice breaking. "You saved so many lives, you did more than anyone could have asked, but, you're my brother, and I need you to come back to me." Her voice trailed off, and she tightened her grip on his hand. Outside, the snow began to fall, blanketing the ruins of Atlas in a fragile, fleeting beauty. The world watched and waited, holding its breath for the boy who had given everything to save it. Crimson Rose, the warrior who stood against the Hydra Grim when hope seemed lost, was now a symbol of unity and sacrifice. Though his eyes remained closed, his legacy burned brightly in the hearts of all who knew him, and even in those who didn't. His actions, his courage, and his sacrifice would never be forgotten. As Atlas began the long, arduous journey of rebuilding, Crimson's name was a beacon of hope, a reminder of what humanity could achieve when they stood together. The battle was over, but the war to rebuild was just beginning. Chapter 109. The small hospital room felt suffocating. Its walls, stark white and sterile, offered no comfort, no reprieve from the emotional weight that filled the air. Machines beeped softly, monitoring Crimson's vitals, a faint and rhythmic reminder that he was still alive. Ruby sat in the same chair she had occupied for weeks now, her eyes red from crying, her posture slouched with exhaustion. She held Crimson's hand gently, her fingers trembling as they clasped his. Across from her, Pira sat in silence, her hands folded in her lap. Her emerald eyes watched Crimson with a quiet pain, her face a mask of calm that barely hid the turmoil within. On the far side of the room, Blake and Weiss sat together. Both were unusually quiet, their gazes heavy with thought. Weiss absent-mindedly traced a hand over the faint scar on her forearm, a reminder of the chaos they had survived. Blake leaned back, her ears twitching at every subtle sound in the room. Both had come out of the war with little more than cuts and bruises, their bodies healing quickly. But not everyone had been so fortunate. Lai Ren, for example, had lost an arm during the final confrontation. It had been a clean cut, cauterized by the very fire that had engulfed their battlefield. Now, Nora stayed by his side constantly. A vigilant and unwavering presence. The two had always been inseparable, but now their bond was tested in a way neither had anticipated. Meanwhile, Elm from the Ace Ops had lost a leg in the fray. She was learning to walk with a prosthetic, but the trauma of the battle lingered in her every step. Harriet wasn't as lucky. Her body had been burned so severely that she remained in critical care, her condition uncertain. The silence in the room was broken when Yang entered, her boots clicking softly against the floor. She paused in the doorway, her eyes scanning the somber scene before her. "Any change?" she asked quietly. Pira shook her head, her fiery hair swaying slightly. "No, he's still the same." Yang nodded, her shoulders sagging slightly as she stepped inside. She moved to sit next to Blake, her expression mirroring the heaviness of the atmosphere. Blake, in an effort to lighten the mood, cleared her throat and asked, "Any news about Salem?" Yang looked at her, frowning slightly. "Uncle Crow is watching her now," she said. "She's stopped screaming, she's just sitting there, staring at nothing, she looks broken, hopeless." Ruby, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke, her voice uncharacteristically sharp. "She deserves worse," she said, her tone laced with bitterness. Her grip on Crimson's hand tightened. "She took our mother, and now Crimson," her voice cracked, and her lip quivered as tears began to well up in her eyes again. Yang frowned, her gaze softening as she turned toward her sister. "Crimson is not dead, Ruby," she said gently. But Ruby only shook her head, her face crumpling as fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. "It's my fault," she whispered, her voice trembling. "If I hadn't rushed back then, if I hadn't been so reckless, he wouldn't be like this." She broke into quiet sobs, her head bowing as her body shook. The other girls exchanged glances, their hearts breaking for Ruby. Weiss, always composed, leaned forward and placed a comforting hand on Ruby's shoulder. "That's not necessarily true," she said softly. "You couldn't have known what would happen, you tried your best to help." Ruby sniffled, but she didn't look up. Her sobs quieted slightly, though her shoulders still trembled. Blake, trying to steer the conversation away from Ruby's guilt, added, "It's worth noting, Crimson said something before everything happened and he went into a coma, sun breathing." She paused, her golden eyes narrowing in thought. "I never knew there was another breathing technique." Weiss nodded slowly. "Neither did I. Moon breathing alone was already otherworldly, and to think he had something even stronger." "It's terrifying," Blake finished. Pira, who had been listening intently, finally spoke, her voice soft but firm. "He didn't show it before, probably because he knew what it would do to him," she said, her green eyes meeting each of theirs in turn. I think sun breathing was a last resort, something he only planned to use in a situation where there was no other choice, like the Hydra, killing it was necessary, no matter the cost." The weight of her words settled over the group like a heavy blanket. They all fell silent, the only sound in the room the soft beeping of the machines monitoring Crimson's condition. Ruby wiped her eyes with her sleeve, her breathing uneven as she tried to calm herself. The guilt she felt was still heavy, but the quiet support of her friends offered a small comfort. The room fell into another stretch of silence, this one even more oppressive than the last. The battle was over, but the scars it had left on them, all physical, emotional, and otherwise, were still fresh. None of them knew what the future held, but one thing was certain, the road to recovery would be long and arduous, and some wounds might never fully heal. They sat together in that small, quiet room, each lost in their own thoughts. Outside, the snow fell softly, blanketing the world in a fragile, fleeting beauty. But inside, the weight of the past hung heavy, a reminder of all they had lost. Crimson stood motionless in the middle of an endless expanse of clear, still water that reflected the burning brightness of the sun above. There were no shadows. No imperfections, only the gentle warmth of the light and the tranquility of the water beneath his feet. His hair moved faintly in a breeze he could not feel. Looking around, he noticed a figure standing a few steps away, their form glowing faintly in the sunlight. The figure radiated peace and authority, their golden eyes observing him with a calm curiosity. The god of harmony. Crimson offered a small smile. "I suppose I died in the end," he said, his voice steady and free of regret. The god returned the smile and shook their head gently. "Not exactly," they replied, their voice resonating as if it were part of the very air itself. With a wave of their hand, the water beneath their feet rippled and shifted. The stillness broke, and an image appeared: Crimson's body, lying motionless in a hospital bed. Crimson tilted his head as he stepped closer to the vision. He could see himself, bandaged and unmoving, surrounded by the faint glow of monitors and the hum of machines. The scene shifted slightly, showing a procession of visitors entering and leaving the room. He saw Ruby sitting by his side, her eyes red and swollen, her hand trembling as she held his. Young appeared next, her expression caught between frustration and sorrow. Staying only long enough to whisper something before walking away. Pira came often, her posture always calm but her eyes betraying her pain. Blake and Weiss, together as always, sat in silence near the foot of the bed, their conversations minimal but their presence appreciated. Then there were other soldiers in Atlas uniforms, some with missing limbs or bandages from their own injuries. Strangers from Mantle, young and old, stepped into the room, some weeping softly, others standing silently with respect. Crimson's heart stirred as he recognized faces he didn't know. These were people he had unknowingly touched, lives he had saved through his actions. The god of harmony gave him time to absorb the scenes, their eyes never leaving Crimson. When Crimson finally looked up, the god spoke. You have achieved what you once regretted failing, you have left a legacy bright, vibrant, and enduring, your name will be remembered by all. Crimson's gaze fell back to the rippling water, where the images continued to play like an endless stream. He watched silently as the weight of those words sank in. A legacy. The one thing he had never sought in this life, but somehow, in the heat of battle, he had created it. Do you find it ironic? The god asked, breaking the silence. That the things you once sought so desperately, the things you desired but never believed yourself worthy of, were achieved unintentionally? Crimson didn't respond immediately. His reflection stared back at him from the water, his face calm but his mind a storm. The god continued, their tone gentle but firm. When you left my realm after finding peace, you did so reluctantly. You told yourself it was for life, for redemption, but the truth is you didn't hold life in high regard, not truly, not for yourself, nor for the lives of others. Crimson's eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained silent. You cared for your family, the god said, their words cutting through the stillness. Your sisters, they mattered to you, but the rest? They were irrelevant, your own life. It was merely a tool, something you could throw away when the time came, you were still searching for the day you would die. The words struck a chord deep within him. Crimson's shoulders tensed, but his expression remained neutral. I cared about life when I left, he finally said, his voice low. I went back for that. The gods shook their head, a faint sigh escaping them. You cared for your family, they repeated. Not for life itself, not for the strangers who looked up to you, not for the soldiers who fought by your side, and certainly not for the enemy, but look at yourself now. The images in the water shifted again, showing scenes from the battle. Crimson saw himself, blade glowing with fiery intensity, cutting through the Hydra's heads with unrelenting resolve. He saw the soldiers below, watching him in awe, their spirits lifted even in the face of overwhelming odds. You feel sorrow now for the deaths of those you didn't know, the god continued. You feel pain for the lives lost, even when they were strangers to you. You even pity your enemy, despite everything you have seen. And in the end, you were willing to die not for vengeance, not for glory but to save others. Do you understand the change in you? Crimson's gaze softened as the weight of the god's words settled over him. He nodded slowly, his voice barely above a whisper. I understand. The god stepped closer, their golden eyes meeting his directly. Tell me, Crimson, do you wish to die now? Crimson sighed, his gaze dropping to the water beneath them. He thought about his sisters, his friends, the strangers who had come to visit him in the hospital. He thought about the lives he had saved and the ones he hadn't. No, he said finally, his voice firm. I like my life now. A smile spread across the god's face, warm and approving. Then know this, they said. You are truly vibrant and warm now, just like the brother you admired so much, you should be proud of how far you have come. Crimson's eyes widened at the words, shock flickering across his face. He opened his mouth to speak, but the god raised their hand, stopping him. Your journey is not yet over, the god said. You have a full life left to live. Before Crimson could respond, the god's hand glowed with a brilliant light that enveloped him. The warmth of the sun seemed to intensify, and the water around him rippled and faded into blinding brilliance. When Crimson opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the sterile white ceiling of the hospital room. The faint beeping of machines filled his ears, a sound he had only heard through visions. A moment later, he registered the faces around him: Ruby, Young, Weiss, Blake, and Pira staring at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. Crimson. Ruby's voice trembled, her hands clutching the edge of his bed. The others were frozen for only a moment before they all rushed forward. Ruby broke into sobs, leaning over him as tears streamed down her face. Pira smiled. her own tears glistening as she placed a hand on his shoulder. Weiss and Blake looked stunned, but relief shone in their eyes. Even Yang's usual bravado was replaced with a mixture of shock and overwhelming happiness. Crimson managed a small, weak smile. His voice was hoarse as he croaked, "I'm back." The room erupted into cries of joy and laughter, their relief spilling out in waves. After a month of waiting, hoping, and mourning, the impossible had happened. Crimson was awake. Chapter 110. For the next week, Crimson remained in his hospital bed, resting and recovering. The days passed in a whirlwind of visitors, each bringing their own energy and emotions. Crow and Raven were among the first to visit, their faces a mixture of relief and uncharacteristic joy. Despite their usual guarded natures, both seemed genuinely happy to see him alive and awake. "You scared everyone half to death," Crow said, his voice low but warm. "But I guess you've got a knack for making it through impossible odds." Raven nodded, her expression softer than Crimson had ever seen. "You've done something none of us could," she said simply. As the days went on, more familiar faces appeared. Soldiers from Atlas, members of Mantle's community, and even people Crimson barely remembered all stopped by to thank him or simply to see the man who had become a symbol of their victory. One day, Ironwood arrived, accompanied by Winter Schnee. The general's usually stern face was relaxed, his demeanor lighter than usual. Ironwood placed a hand on his shoulder, gently urging him to stay at ease. "Crimson," Ironwood began, his voice filled with gratitude. "Thanks to your actions, we won the war, you gave us hope when we had none, and the entire world owes you a debt it can never repay." To Crimson's surprise, Ironwood then bowed deeply, a gesture of immense respect that caught the young man off guard. Winter followed suit, her face filled with admiration. "You are a model to all of us," she said, her voice steady but reverent. "Your courage, your determination, it's something I'll always look up to." Crimson blinked, clearly uncomfortable with the display. He raised a hand, a weak but genuine smile tugging at his lips. All right, stop," he said with a chuckle. "I didn't do all that for free, you know." Ironwood straightened, a look of surprise crossing his face. Crimson continued, his smile widening slightly. "I expect a paid vacation and maybe an end-of-year bonus." For a moment, there was silence. Then Ironwood laughed, a rare and genuine sound that seemed to lift the room's heavy atmosphere. "You've earned that and more, Crimson, I'll make sure you get it. For now, focus on getting healthy." As more visitors came and went, one group in particular surprised Crimson the most. A mother and her two daughters entered his room, their faces lighting up the moment they saw him. Crimson's brow furrowed slightly as he tried to place them, but the mother quickly explained. "We're from Kuchinashi," she said with a smile. "We saw the broadcast and recognized you immediately. My daughters wouldn't stop asking to come and meet their hero." The two girls stepped forward shyly, their smiles bright but tentative. Crimson's memories stirred, and he finally remembered the frightened, silent children he had once helped in the city of Kuchinashi. Back then, they couldn't even speak, their voices stolen by trauma. Now, they were chatting happily, their words filled with life and innocence. "You've grown a lot," Crimson said, his tone warm as he knelt slightly to their level. The girls giggled, one of them reaching out to touch his hand gently. "Thank you," the older girl said, her voice clear and confident. "You saved us, and now you've saved everyone." Ruby, Yang, Weiss, and Blake stood at the side, watching the interaction with soft smiles. Ruby's eyes glistened with tears as she whispered, "He really is a hero, isn't he?" Yang nodded, her own expression filled with pride. "Yeah, he is." Another week passed, and Crimson was finally discharged from the hospital. Most of his injuries had healed, though the scars on his hands remained permanent reminders of the battle he had fought. As he stepped outside into the crisp air, the sun on his face for the first time in weeks, he felt an odd mixture of relief and melancholy. The streets were quieter now, not because of peace but because so many were gone, and those who remained were too burdened to fill the silence. Crimson sighed, his breath misting in the frosty air. Memories of the battle flashed in his mind, people fighting, falling, and a devastating price they had all paid. Ruby and Pira flanked him, their presence grounding him as they walked through the city to visit those they still could. Their first stop was Lai Ren. The door to his room creaked open, revealing the young huntsman sitting on a chair, staring out of the window. His right sleeve hung empty where his arm used to be. Despite the faint smile he offered when they entered, the tiredness in his eyes was unmistakable. "Crimson," Ren greeted softly, nodding. "Ren," Crimson said, his voice gentle. He glanced at the empty sleeve and then at Nora, who stood behind Ren with her arms crossed, an almost protective aura around her. Nora looked up, her eyes fierce but tinged with pain. "He's going to be fine," she said firmly, though her voice wavered slightly. Ironwood promised to make him a prosthetic once they can manage it. Ren chuckled lightly, though it was devoid of true humor. It's not just about the arm, he admitted, glancing back out the window. So many didn't make it, and those who did, will never be the same. Crimson placed a hand on his shoulder. You're still here, Ren, that means something, to all of us. Ren nodded but didn't respond. Nora's hand came to rest on his good shoulder, and Crimson gave them both a small smile before they moved on. Their next stop was the training grounds, where Elm and Clover were overseeing soldiers. Elm walked with a noticeable limp, her right leg replaced by a prosthetic that clicked faintly with every step. The once boisterous woman seemed smaller, her energy dimmed. Crimson. Elm greeted with her trademark volume, though the enthusiasm was clearly forced. Look at you, walking around like nothing happened. Crimson offered a soft smile. It's good to see you up and about, Elm. She chuckled, but it lacked her usual warmth. Yeah, well, can't keep a soldier down, right? Her gaze drifted to the recruits practicing nearby. Plenty of work to do. Clover approached, his usually calm demeanor now tinged with weariness. We're doing our best to keep things together, he said. But it's not easy, we've lost so many. Elm nodded, her expression softening. Every time I look at the soldiers, I see the ones who aren't here anymore, and the kingdom. Her voice trailed off, and she looked down, her shoulders heavy. You're doing everything you can, Pira said gently. That's all anyone can ask for. Elm's smile returned, faint but genuine. Thanks, Pira, it's just hard, you know. Crimson nodded, understanding their pain. You're both stronger than you think, Atlas is lucky to have you. Finally, Crimson made his way to the command center, where General Ironwood and Winter were coordinating recovery efforts. The room was alive with activity officers issuing orders. Maps and charts scattered across tables, and the faint hum of holographic projections. Despite the chaos, Ironwood and Winter stood at the center, their presence commanding. Crimson, Ironwood greeted as the young specialist approached. Good to see you up and moving. General, Crimson replied with a nod. I thought I'd check in, and see how Atlas is holding up. Ironwood sighed, running a hand through his graying hair. The truth? He said, his voice heavy. It's bad, half the army is either dead or injured, the rest are tired, overworked, and struggling to keep up. Winter, standing beside him, added, we're managing thanks to the support of the other kingdoms. The world has seen everything what we've faced, what we've lost. Broadcasting the battle to the world turned out to be the right decision. Ironwood nodded in agreement. The aid we've received has been overwhelming, food and water shortages are under control, and some parts of the kingdom have power and heating again, but rebuilding everything, he sighed deeply. It'll take years. Crimson folded his arms, absorbing the gravity of the situation. And Salem? Ironwood's expression hardened. We've secured her in Argus prison. Before the war, it was the second most secure facility after Atlas, now it's the most fortified place on Remnant. The kingdoms and trusted huntsmen have been informed, and Argus currently hosts the largest gathering of soldiers and huntsmen in the world, all there to ensure Salem stays imprisoned. Crimson nodded. The world saw what she's capable of, they know she can't be killed, and given enough time, she will build another army, keeping her imprisoned, it's the only option. Ironwood's lips thinned, but he nodded. It's not a permanent solution, but it's what we have for now, she's contained, that's what matters. Winter added, the unity between the kingdoms is unprecedented, it may be the only silver lining in all of this. Crimson sighed, glancing at the map of Atlas on the table. It's good to hear the kingdoms are working together, we'll need that unity to rebuild and to face whatever comes next. Ironwood clapped a hand on Crimson's shoulder, a rare gesture of warmth from the hardened general. You've done more than your part, Crimson, take some time to rest, the world owes you that much. The conversation shifted to lighter topics: logistics, recovery efforts, and updates on mutual acquaintances. Winter occasionally added her input, her tone professional but supportive. After some time, Crimson excused himself, leaving the command center behind. As he walked back through the streets of Atlas, Crimson's heart felt heavy but resolute. The scars of the battle were everywhere, in the ruins of buildings, the haunted expressions of the people, and the lingering pain in his own body. But amidst the destruction, there was also hope. The world had united, and Atlas was slowly beginning to heal. It would take time, but Crimson knew they would endure. They had to. For those who had fallen, for those who remained, and for the future they all fought to protect. Chapter 111. The winds of Atlas howled faintly outside as another month passed. Reconstruction efforts were relentless, with the people of the kingdom working tirelessly to rebuild what they had lost in the midst of the chaos. General Ironwood summoned Crimson and Crow to a meeting. The notice had been short, but the tone implied importance. When the two arrived at the designated room, they found an assembly of familiar faces waiting for them. General Ironwood stood at the head of the table, his expression as rigid as always. Winter Schnee, poised and professional, sat beside him. Clover Abbey stood quietly, his usual optimism dimmed by the weight of recent events. Oscar Pine sat nervously, fiddling with his sleeves, while Glinda Goodwich stern and composed as ever watched the door. As Crimson and Crow entered, the room's atmosphere shifted slightly. The two greeted everyone, and Crimson took his seat next to Crow, who, as always, brought his flask to his lips with a casual ease that seemed out of place given the circumstances. Glinda's expression softened as her gaze fell on Crimson. Back in Beacon, she began, a rare smile forming on her lips. I and the other professors thought it was a pity you didn't want to become a huntsman. We knew you could have brought so much good to the world. Her eyes glimmered with pride. And we were right. Look at how far you've come and how much you've achieved. You've helped accomplish what many of us had begun to give up on. Crow chuckled, taking another sip from his flask. Guess the kid turned out all right after all. Glinda's brow furrowed, her stern demeanor returning. That doesn't change the fact that I still fail to see how Crimson and Ruby could possibly be your children, Crow. Her voice carried a sharp edge, though her eyes betrayed a glint of humor. Thank goodness they didn't take after you. The room shared a quiet laugh, except for Crow, who merely shrugged. Hey, they got the best parts of me, he said with mock indignation. Ironwood coughed, his voice cutting through the light-hearted moment. Jokes aside, there's a reason we're here, he gestured toward Oscar, who immediately straightened in his seat. Ojban asked to speak with all of us today. Oscar's nervous expression faded as his posture shifted. His demeanor changed entirely, and when he looked up, it was no longer Oscar but Ojban who addressed the room. Thank you all for coming, Ojban said, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the room. And, thank you for everything you've done in my absence. Crimson's eyes narrowed slightly, studying Ojban. The man, if he could even be called that anymore, seemed different, burdened by something far heavier than usual. I owe you all an apology, Ojban continued. For abandoning you when you needed me most, for my indecisiveness, for my cowardice. The group remained silent, their expressions solemn as Ojban's gaze swept over them. I have spent centuries believing that people are too easily swayed, too quick to corruption, Ojban admitted. It made me guarded, unwilling to trust others with the truth about Salem. About my past I fought not with the intent to win but merely to hold her at bay, believing true victory was impossible. He sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping. For so long, I have acted out of fear, he said, his voice cracking slightly. And in doing so, I caused countless deaths and sacrifices that may have been avoidable, but now, for the first time, the world is truly united, Salem is contained, and humanity stands stronger than ever. Ojban hesitated, his gaze dropping to the table. Perhaps, this is the time to summon the gods, to let them judge humanity and decide if we are worthy of their guidance. A heavy silence fell over the room, each person digesting Ojban's words. Crimson was the first to break the silence. We're not summoning the gods. Ojban looked up, startled. Crimson. No, Crimson interrupted, his voice firm. Remnant doesn't need the two gods to judge us, their interference in this world has caused more suffering than anything else. Ojban's brows furrowed in confusion. The gods created humanity, they gave us the relics to unite the world. Crimson shook his head. No, they didn't, the gods treated this world as their experiment. Humans were already here when they arrived. And even if they did create us, what about the faunus? Were they part of this grand plan? Or just collateral damage in their games? Ojban opened his mouth to respond, but Crimson continued, his voice growing colder. The gods created the grim, they sentenced Salem to an eternity of suffering, a punishment far beyond what was just. They trapped you in an endless cycle and painted it as some kind of honor. He leaned forward, his eyes hard. The gods are worse than Salem, and summoning them is nothing short of stupidity. Ojban's expression faltered. They wanted Salem to learn the value of life. And how well has that worked out for them? Crimson shot back. Salem has only sunk deeper into her hatred, dragging the rest of the world down with her. The gods aren't all-knowing, they're not wise, they're not just, and I'm not entrusting the fate of our world to them. Ojban lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper. They are the only way to break the cycle, the only way to remove Salem from this world. Crimson sighed, his tone softening. Then we'll bear with it, we'll figure something out, but summoning them is off the table. Ojban looked around the room, his gaze searching for dissent. But one by one, each person shook their head, silently siding with Crimson. I see, Ojban said quietly. I apologize for wasting your time, I need to think on this further. His demeanor shifted, and Oscar returned, his expression troubled. Ojban, retreated, Oscar said hesitantly. But I could feel Ith's, despairing. The group sighed collectively, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. After a moment, Crimson broke the silence. I want to talk with Salem. What? Why? Because I pity her, Crimson replied simply. Crow's eyes narrowed. You've said that before, but I thought you were mocking her, are you serious? Crimson nodded. Yes, I pity her, and I see her as a kindred spirit. The room fell silent, everyone processing his words. Ironwood was the first to speak. I can understand pity, he said slowly. But, kindred spirit? I don't see the connection. Crimson sighed, his gaze distant. If I were in her place, if I had gone through what she did, I know I would have done worse, much worse, Remnant would have been destroyed long ago by my hands. No one responded immediately. The idea was too foreign, too unfathomable. I was lucky, Crimson continued. Lucky not to turn out like her, lucky not to face the same circumstances, but that doesn't mean I can't understand where she's coming from. The room remained quiet, the group exchanging uneasy glances. Ironwood finally broke the silence. I'll make the arrangements for you to visit her. Crimson nodded, gratitude evident in his expression. Thank you. And with that, the meeting ended, leaving the group to wrestle with the implications of Crimson's words and the path he had chosen to take. A week had passed since Crimson's request to visit Salem, and now the time had come. He stepped through a swirling red portal. Its edges shimmering like molten glass, and emerged inside the Argus military base. The brisk air of the facility was immediately filled with a sense of tension as he strode forward. Waiting for him was his aunt, Raven Branwen, leaning casually against the wall near the portal. Her ever-watchful eyes scanned him briefly before she nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Crimson said sincerely, his tone warm despite the heavy purpose of his visit. For everything. Raven smirked faintly, folding her arms, don't mention it. Behind Crimson, Crow and Ironwood emerged from the portal. Crow carried his usual flask, though he hadn't taken a sip. His gaze flickered uneasily to the deeper parts of the base. Ironwood, always composed, carried a more subtle weight in his expression, the calculated worry of a general who had prepared for every contingency but still feared the unknown. Despite Salem being bound and restrained, there was an unspoken fear among them all. She wasn't just any enemy, she was a force of nature, ancient and nearly indomitable. Even Crimson's strength and resolve weren't enough to fully ease their concern. The three men made their way to the deepest section of the base, passing through layers of security. Each checkpoint they crossed was manned by soldiers who saluted sharply. Their expressions betraying their unease at guarding something as dangerous as Salem. Eventually, they reached the final door, a massive, reinforced gateway that led to the chamber where she was being held. Crimson turned to Ironwood and Crow, his expression calm but resolute. I'm going in alone. Ironwood's brow furrowed, and Crow's grip tightened around his flask. The two exchanged a glance, their shared unease evident. Are you sure about this, Crimson? Crow asked, his voice gruff. She's not exactly the chatty type, and even restrained, she's still Salem. Crimson nodded. I want to talk to her alone, she and I have many things in common. Ironwood hesitated, then gave a reluctant nod. We'll wait out here, but if anything happens, he left the threat unspoken, though the warning was clear. Crow sighed but stepped back as well. Just don't do anything stupid, he muttered, though his concern was evident in his tone. With that, Crimson pushed open the final door. The chamber was dimly lit, the cold, sterile light from overhead casting long shadows on the metallic walls. At its center, sitting on the cold floor, was Salem. She was a far cry from the terrifying figure who had led the grim army. Her body still tied with cabled, her hair was disheveled, her posture slouched, and her once piercing crimson eyes were heavy with despair. Her aura of menace had faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of defeat. Crimson stepped inside, the door closing behind him with a soft hiss. He stood silently for a moment, observing her. Then, with a quiet breath, he greeted her. Salem. Her head lifted slightly, her gaze meeting his. There was no hostility in her eyes, only a deep, weary emptiness that seemed to stretch back through lifetimes. So, she said, her voice hoarse and low. You have come to mock me? Crimson shook his head, stepping closer before lowering himself to the ground. He sat cross-legged on the cold, metallic floor a few feet away from her, his posture relaxed but deliberate. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze steady and unwavering. No, I'm not here to mock you, I told you before I don't hate you. Salem let out a bitter, hollow laugh. The sound echoed off the chamber walls, devoid of the power and menace it once carried. Of course, she said, her tone laced with sarcasm. You are here to pity me, aren't you? The sharp edge in her voice had dulled, worn away by despair. Crimson didn't flinch. Yes, he admitted calmly. I pity you, because I see you as a kindred spirit, someone who was just unlucky. Salem's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of something, doubt, curiosity, or perhaps a faint ember of indignation crossing her face. A kindred spirit? She repeated, her tone disbelieving. You think you and I are the same, child? Can you even comprehend what I have done? The life I have endured? Do you mind if I tell you a story? A story I have never shared with anyone. The chamber fell silent again, his question lingering like a faint echo. Crimson remained seated, his posture open, unthreatening, and patient. He watched her closely, waiting for her to decide whether to engage. Salem studied him for a long moment, her gaze unreadable. For centuries, people had only approached her with anger, greed, fear, and hatred. Yet here was someone speaking to her without any of those things. He didn't cower or accuse, nor did he demand answers or retribution. He simply sat there, waiting. For the first time in ages, someone treated her not as a monster, not as an enemy, not as a grim, but as a person. Though she didn't show it, a part of her was curious to hear what he had to say, and perhaps curious about why he had come at all. Finally, she let out a soft sigh, her shoulders sagging even further. I have all the time in the world, she said, her voice quieter now, almost contemplative. Tell me your story. Chapter 112. Crimson's voice was calm and steady as he began, his gaze fixed on Salem. The stillness in the chamber amplified his words, pulling Salem into the tale he wove. In a world far from remnant, Crimson began. There was a man who wished to be a great swordsman, the strongest of all. He trained relentlessly, dedicating every waking moment to honing his craft. His life revolved around one goal, to surpass all others and achieve greatness. Salem's eyes narrowed slightly, her attention focused on every word. The man had a twin brother, Crimson continued, his tone growing somber. Unlike the man, the brother despised violence, he loved peace and sought a life free of conflict, yet, despite his gentle nature, he bore a jagged mark of flame on his face. People whispered that it was a sign of a painful end. Salem's gaze flicked briefly to Crimson's marked face before returning to his eyes. She remained silent, letting him continue. That world, Crimson said, was plagued by monsters. They were demons, creatures of nightmare that fed on human flesh. They were far stronger than humans, and only a few could stand against them. The fight against these demons required extraordinary strength and skill. His voice took on a wistful tone as he spoke of the brother. The pacifist brother, who had never trained, once took up a sword. When he did, he became a force of nature. Demons fell before him like insects. His strength was unmatched, his skill unparalleled. The man, who had devoted his entire life to the sword, burned with jealousy. His brother had everything the man had ever wished for effortlessly. Salem's expression remained neutral, but there was a flicker of something in her eyes, recognition, perhaps. One day, Crimson continued. The brother shared his secret. He revealed that he had been using a breathing technique called sun breathing. It was a technique so powerful, so refined, that none could match it. Everyone, including the man, tried to emulate it, hoping to achieve the same greatness, but the technique was too advanced, too demanding. No one could master it. Crimson's voice grew heavier. So, the man and others began developing their own techniques. The man created a breathing technique of his own. It was not as powerful as sun breathing, but it was second only to it. He called it moon breathing. At this, Salem's eyes sharpened, the connection dawning on her. She had known that Crimson's strength came from a unique technique he used, and she knew the name moon breathing. Over time, Crimson continued. As people became more skilled in their techniques, marks began to appear on their faces. With these marks came unimaginable strength. Demons began to cower at the names of those who bore them. The man had jagged flame marks similar to his brother and believed that, at last, he could surpass his brother. She didn't interrupt, though her eyes lingered on the jagged mark across his face. Crimson paused, his gaze distant. But then one of them died at the age of 25, soon, another followed. One by one, those who awakened the mark began to die. It became clear that the mark was a double-edged sword. It granted incredible power, but it also guaranteed an early death. Salem's expression remained calm as she listened with interest. The tale was new and unique even for someone as old as her. The man didn't fear death, Crimson said. But he feared dying without becoming the strongest. He couldn't bear the thought of never surpassing his brother. One day, he encountered the Demon King, the greatest source of evil in that world. They fought a little, but then the Demon King made him an offer. Crimson's voice dropped to a whisper. The Demon King promised to make him a demon, granting him immortality. He would live beyond the age of 25, free from the curse of the mark. Salem's eyes narrowed. And the price? She asked softly. In return, the man would lose his humanity and become the Demon King's business partner, aiding him in his war against the Demon Slayers and achieving his goals, Crimson said. The man would forget who he was. His memories would burn away, leaving only his obsession. The man accepted. He cast aside his humanity, abandoned his family, his wife, his child. He burned his memories and his past. That day, the first Upper Moon demon was born. Crimson's voice grew colder. The demon was named Kokushibo, Black Death Eyes, a six-eyed monster wielding the second strongest breathing technique. Kokushibo was deadlier and more dangerous even than the Demon King. Salem's expression tightened. She could sense the weight of the story now, the gravity of what man had become. For decades, Crimson said. Kokushibo roamed the world, killing all who stood in his way. Even the strongest demon slayers fell before him. The humans removed his name and technique from their history in fear and hate of what he has become. Salem's face betrayed a flicker of surprise. To remove the name and act as if it was never there painted a clear picture of the sheer fear and hate he inspired. Crimson continued. One day, he said. Kokushibo encountered his brother again. The brother was now an elderly, fragile man. Kokushibo felt both contempt and pity. He had remained strong, while his brother had grown weak with age. On the other hand, the brother cried seeing Kokushibo, feeling sorry for what he became. Then the brother's demeanor changed. Crimson's voice trembled slightly. Bursting with power, the brother attacked. He was too fast, too strong. He cut Kokushibo instantly, and for a moment, Kokushibo felt death approaching. But it didn't come. His brother had died in that moment of old age. If he had one breath left, Kokushibo would have perished. No, if his brother hadn't shown mercy, Kokushibo would have been dead. To the very end, his brother continued to transcend the laws of nature. Salem's expression was unreadable, but her silence spoke volumes. In that moment, Crimson said. Kokushibo knew he had lost to his brother forever. No matter what he became, he would always be the inferior one. And with the mercy his brother had shown him, he knew he would never die with honor. On that day, Kokushibo made a decision. If he couldn't die with honor, he would never die. Crimson's voice grew colder. For centuries, Kokushibo roamed the land, killing like no other demon. He slaughtered tens of thousands, devoured all men, women, and children. He devoured their flesh and blood, young and old alike. He became a nightmare, a manifestation of fear itself. His mere presence made the bravest warriors tremble. Not understanding why, demons avoided him. Even the Demon King felt unease and fear in his presence. The scale of Kokushibo's atrocities seemed staggering, even to her. Salem's face hardened. Were you defeated? She asked. Crimson slowly. One day, Kokushibo faced 4 extraordinary demon slayers. Each of them was unique, their skills unparalleled. They were the best among humans in centuries. They fought together, seamlessly. 2 of them died, but the last 2 managed to behead Kokushibo. Salem's eyes narrowed slightly. So you lost in the end? Beheading wasn't enough, Crimson said. Kokushibo regenerated and he evolved further as a demon. His strength grew to a new level, but he became a monster so hideous that even the worst grim would pale in comparison. Salem's lips pressed into a thin line. She couldn't imagine such a creature, and she didn't want to. Kokushibo was about to kill the last 2 slayers, Crimson said. When he saw his reflection in their blade, he froze. For the first time in centuries, he saw it. I saw what I had become. I asked myself if that was me. I asked myself what have I done. I felt nothing but regret. And in that moment, I began to die of my own accord. Crimson's voice softened. I recalled my brother. I remembered the love and hatred I had felt for him. And I still remember my last thoughts. I could never grab hold of anything. Anything at all. I abandoned my home. I abandoned my wife and children. I abandoned my humanity. I cut down my descendants and abandoned being a swordsman. But even all that wasn't enough. Why could I not see the same world that you did, my brother? Why could I not leave anything behind? Why in the world was I ever born? The room fell silent. Salem stared at Crimson, her expression unreadable. Despite the absurdity of the tale, she found herself believing every word. Crimson's voice softened as he continued his tale. One day, I opened my eyes, and I was an infant again, he began, his tone devoid of emotion. I had a new family, and I didn't know why. After everything I had done and lived through, I was tired of living, tired of existing. I didn't want to live another life, I wanted to die. Salem's eyes narrowed slightly, her lips pressing together in an almost imperceptible frown. For the first time, she felt a flicker of understanding for the man before her. His words carried a weight she couldn't ignore. I grew, Crimson continued. And as soon as I was old enough, strong enough, to end myself. I found I couldn't do it. I thought of my brother, the pain I put him through. I thought of this new family I was born into, a family that had done nothing to deserve the misery my death might bring them. The guilt weighed on me. It was unbearable to think of repeating my past, so I made a decision. He paused, his marked face cast in shadows, and Salem could almost see his thoughts. I decided that I'd play the part of the good child. I told myself, just a few decades more, what's a few more decades in the grand scheme of things? His lips twisted in a bitter smile. But my actions weren't driven by love or care, they were driven by guilt. I didn't truly care about that family. I smiled and acted nicely to them. It was all me playing pretend, none of it was sincere. Salem tilted her head, her expression unreadable, but her silence spoke volumes. She wanted to hear more. When my mother died, Crimson continued, his voice dropping. I felt pity for her death, but not true sadness. I thought if I just took care of everything she did, that would be enough, and that would be my purpose in this life. A way to repay some of the harm I caused in the last one, and a tribute for the brother I lost. I lived for his memory. He shifted, his gaze distant. But then something unexpected happened. I don't know when it started, maybe it was slow, gradual, but my family grew on me, my sisters, they began to matter. I didn't even realize it, not until the god of harmony stepped in. Salem's eyes narrowed, the mention of a god drawing her attention sharply. Crimson's voice grew thoughtful as he continued. The god of harmony made me understand. He helped me see that I wasn't the same person from before, that I was not living for myself, I wasn't acting out of guilt or hate anymore. He helped me let go of my guilt and my sorrow. He showed me how much I had come to care about them. Crimson's marked face caught the dim light, his marks etched with stories of a life that defied the natural order. When I was free of my guilt, I thought of dying again. I thought, this life still means nothing to me, why not rest now? But I stayed for them, like before. Few more decades didn't matter to me. He exhaled deeply, his shoulders lifting before he turned his gaze to Salem. It wasn't until after the war with you that I realized something else. I began to care about this life. It surprised me, it confused me, but it also gave me clarity. Salem's cold demeanor wavered as his words struck a chord deep within her. She tried to harden herself, but the vulnerability in Crimson's voice made it impossible. And that, Crimson said, locking eyes with her, is why I pity you. Salem flinched at the unexpected words. Pity me? She asked, her voice low, almost dangerous. Crimson nodded. If I had gone through what you did, I would have become a much greater monster than you, even greater than Kokushibo, but I was lucky, you weren't. His voice is steady but heavy with meaning. I had a family who cared for me, while yours imprisoned you. After everything, my brother didn't abandon me, but Ashbin abandoned you. When I was a demon, there were others like me. I was not completely alone, but you. You were all alone. Salem's jaw tightened, but she didn't interrupt. When I gave up and wanted to die, Crimson continued. I did, I had that release, but you. You've had to continue suffering for centuries. He continued, his tone softening. A god reached out to me, offered me salvation. But your fate was nothing but cruelty at the two brothers' hands. So yes, I understand you more than anyone else in this world, and that is why I pity you, Salem. I am truly sorry that all I could do was imprison you here, chaining you to your suffering. The room fell silent. Salem's eyes shimmered with something unspoken, her lips parting as though she wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Crimson's honesty, his sorrow, and his acknowledgement of her pain struck her harder than any weapon ever could. For the first time in centuries, Salem's composure cracked. A single tear slid down her cheek, followed by another. She quickly wiped them away, but they kept coming. I'd like to be alone, she finally managed, her voice trembling. Crimson nodded, his expression gentle but resolute. He turned to leave, his footsteps echoing in the quiet room. But before he reached the door, her voice stopped him. Crimson, she said softly. He turned back, his eyes meeting hers. It would be nice, she said hesitantly. If you could visit me from time to time. Crimson's lips curved into a faint smile, one that held no malice, only understanding. I promise, he said, his voice firm. And with that, he left her to her solitude, the door closing softly behind him. Salem sat there. Alone with her thoughts, her tears slowing as she pondered the strange, sorrowful man who had shared his story. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, she felt something unfamiliar. She felt a connection to someone. Chapter 113. Crimson stepped out of the chamber, the heavy door closing behind him with a soft thud. The cool air of the hallway greeted him, along with the sight of Crow and Ironwood standing at the ready. Their weapons drawn and their postures tense. Their eyes darted to him immediately, sharp and questioning, as if expecting a signal to leap into action at any moment. Crimson sighed, running a hand through his hair. "You two are overreacting," he said, his tone calm but firm. "She can't break free." Ironwood tightened his grip on his weapon, his face grim. "No, Salem's too old, too powerful, no one can predict what she's capable of, we have to be prepared." "Yeah," Crow added, his tone sharp with both concern and frustration. "And what the hell were you doing in there for so long? Talking with her?" Crimson chuckled softly, the sound almost disarming in the tense atmosphere. "I told her my story," he said, his voice carrying an air of simplicity as though it were the most natural thing in the world. "How I came to be here." That earned him confused stares from both men. Before either could speak, Crimson turned his gaze to Ironwood. "General, I have a request. I need you to build a new prison for Salem, Indiana Atlas." Ironwood blinked, momentarily stunned. "In Atlas?" he repeated, disbelief creeping into his voice. "Yes," Crimson said, his expression serious but calm. "A facility with accommodations for living, and I want to live there too, right where she's imprisoned." Ironwood and Crow exchanged wide-eyed glances, their disbelief mirrored in each other's faces. "Why?" Ironwood finally managed to ask, his voice tinged with both confusion and concern. Crimson smiled faintly, a rare softness in his expression. "Because I promised her I'd visit her from time to time, and it would be nice if she was close by." He paused, his eyes locking onto Ironwood's. "Besides, you're still worried about her, aren't you? Afraid of what she might do?" Ironwood frowned but didn't deny it. "Wouldn't it be the safest option to have her near me all the time? If she ever tries anything, I'll be there to handle it." Ironwood opened his mouth, then closed it again, the logic settling heavily in his mind. He couldn't argue against it, no matter how strange the request sounded. Crow, on the other hand, wasn't convinced. "This is madness," he said, stepping forward. "She's a monster, Crimson, she's done things, unspeakable things, and you pity her. You think putting yourself near her is a good idea?" Crimson turned to Crow, his expression calm but firm. "Dad, if I had accepted my demon back then, I would have been far worse than she ever was, an unkillable monster that fed on humans." He took a step closer, his voice steady. "Instead of being here talking with you, you could have been in my stomach along with everyone else. If I could overcome that, why can't she?" Crow's mouth opened, but no words came. The weight of Crimson's words hung heavy in the air, leaving him silent. Ironwood, after a moment of deep thought, nodded slowly. "It makes sense," he admitted. "If Salem is in the middle of Atlas and under your watch, it's the safest location we can hope for. She'll be contained, and you'll be there to deal with anything that might happen." Crow sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly as he rubbed the back of his neck. "I still think it's a bad idea," he muttered, his voice laced with reluctant resignation. "But fine, if James is on board, I guess I'll have to trust your judgment. Just, don't make me regret this." Crimson gave him a small, reassuring smile. "You won't." With that, the tension in the hallway began to dissipate. Crimson's resolve was unshaken, his calm confidence slowly seeping into the others. Despite their doubts, Ironwood and Crow both found themselves conceding to the strange, yet oddly logical, request. The three men began walking down the corridor, the sound of their footsteps echoing softly. Though the path ahead was uncertain, there was one thing they all agreed on: they had taken a step toward ensuring the world's safety, no matter how unconventional it seemed. Another half-year passed, and Crimson's visits to Salem had become a routine that puzzled and angered those around him. Every other month, he would step into her prison. And the two would sit together, sharing fragmented stories and thoughts. It was a strange connection, one that no one else could understand or condone. Those aware of these visits, Crow, Ironwood, even Raven, strongly disapproved. They saw Salem as irredeemable. A monster beyond pity. But Crimson ignored their objections. They couldn't grasp where his sympathy for her came from, nor the parallels he saw between his own past and hers. To him, Salem was an unlucky reflection of himself, a version that had been pushed further into darkness by cruelty and circumstance. He had no interest in explaining it to anyone. Today's visit, however, was different. Crimson wasn't alone. Raven stood by his side, her posture tense, her hand resting cautiously on the hilt of her blade. Salem raised an eyebrow as the two approached, her crimson eyes narrowing as they landed on Raven. "This is new," she remarked, her tone a mix of curiosity and mockery. "What's the occasion today?" Crimson smiled faintly. We're moving you to a new place, he replied. At the same time, Raven opened a portal behind Salem, the shimmering gateway casting an eerie glow across the dim chamber. Crimson stepped forward, offering Salem his hand. She hesitated for a moment, her expression unreadable, then allowed him to help her stand. Together, they guided her through the portal. Salem didn't resist. On the other side, she emerged into a brighter space. The air was cooler, fresher. She looked around, taking in her surroundings. James Ironwood stood to one side, his face as stern as ever. Beside him, Crow Branwen watched warily, his scythe resting against his shoulder. Soldiers were stationed strategically, and among them, Salem recognized a few familiar faces, most notably Winter Schnee, her gaze steely and unyielding. Her eyes finally settled on the structure before her. The new prison was much more spacious than her last. The lighting was softer, giving the place an odd sense of calm. A proper bed and a seat were arranged neatly in the corner. The walls, though still made of reinforced steel, were cleaner, smoother, and less oppressive. It was, as Salem noted silently, a neat cage. Crimson stepped forward and addressed the group. It's fine, you can leave us now. There was hesitation, but Ironwood nodded, and one by one, the others left. Soon, only Crimson and Salem remained in the room. Salem turned to him, her expression skeptical. What are they planning this time? Crimson smiled, an almost mischievous glint in his eye. It took a lot of talking and convincing to get you a more comfortable prison, now you just need to wait a little longer. Salem tilted her head, curiosity flickering in her crimson eyes. Wait for what, exactly? Before he could answer, the walls and floor of the prison began to glow faintly, a dim pulse of light spreading throughout the room. The hum of energy filled the air. Salem's capturing cables vibrated slightly, and she looked at them in confusion. Then, with one swift motion, Crimson drew his sword. In a single, precise strike, he severed the cables binding her. Salem froze, staring at him in disbelief. For the first time in months, she could move her hands and body freely. She flexed her fingers experimentally, the sensation almost foreign. But her connection to magic remained severed. What is this? She asked, her voice quiet but sharp. Crimson sheathed his sword and met her gaze. Those cables were made to suppress your magic. Now, this entire prison is built to serve the same purpose. It's far more secure, but also more comfortable for you. Salem studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Thank you, she said, her tone sincere. I know you're the only one with the courage or perhaps the foolishness to help me, even if only a little. The others are too wary and afraid. She paused, then added, what did you do to make them approve this? Crimson shrugged. Simple, I told them I'll be your prison guard from now on. Before Salem could respond, the door opened, and Ironwood, Crow, and the others returned, their eyes scanning the room to ensure everything was as it should be. Crimson turned to Salem, a small smile tugging at his lips. Now, I have a question for you. Salem's eyes narrowed slightly. What question? Are you interested in removing the Grim from your body? The room fell silent. Even the soldiers outside the cell stopped moving, their breaths caught. Salem herself looked taken aback, her expression momentarily unguarded. It can't be done, she said finally, her voice quiet. I've tried, long ago. Crimson shook his head. I can see inside people's body and I have been observing the Grim within you. I can see nodes forming a sort of web. I believe if I cut all the nodes fast enough, I can sever their connection to you. You'd return to being just an immortal human. Salem stared at him, her expression unreadable. The weight of his words hung heavily in the air. After a long pause, she finally said, I will think about it. Crimson nodded, accepting her response without pressing further. With that, he turned to leave, followed by the others, their expressions still etched with shock and uncertainty. Outside, Ironwood stopped him. What you said in there about removing the Grim, is it true? Crimson met his gaze evenly. It's true, if I can sever the nodes, her connection to the Grim will end. Then why even ask her? Why not just do it? Crimson's expression hardened slightly. We have already imprisoned her, taken away her freedom. I won't add more pain to her existence without her permission. Ironwood sighed, glancing back at the prison. Crow crossed his arms, shaking his head in frustration. You are more on her side than ours, Ironwood muttered. Crimson didn't respond immediately. Instead, he glanced back at the door to Salem's cell, his expression thoughtful. I am on the side of humanity, he said quietly. Then he walked away, leaving the others to grapple with the weight of his words. Chapter 114. The air inside the small cafe in Mantle was warm and inviting, a stark contrast to the biting chill of the outside world. Team RWBY, along with Pira, Nora, and Ren, sat around a large wooden table near the window. The conversation, however, was far from light-hearted, as the group debated Crimson's recent actions and his seemingly unrestrained kindness toward Salem. Yang leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, her brow furrowed in frustration. I just don't get it, why is Crimson so nice to Salem? He visits her regularly, talks to her like they're old friends, and even got her a better prison cell by agreeing to act as her prison guard. Who does that? Ruby fiddled with her mug, her silver eyes glancing at her sister. It is strange, she admitted, her voice softer. But, Salem is kind of pitiful to some extent, I mean, everything she's been through. Yang cut in, her tone sharp. Pitiful or not, that doesn't erase all the horrible things she's done, Ruby. Being sad about her past doesn't mean she shouldn't be judged for her crimes. Do you think it's possible she's, I don't know, bewitched him or something? Maybe there's more to it, something manipulating him into being so willing to help her. Oh, or maybe he likes her. I mean, stranger things have happened, right? Pira stiffened at the comment, her green eyes narrowing. Crimson is not like that, she said firmly, her voice cutting through the chatter. He wouldn't act in such a manner. He's kind, yes, but that kindness has nothing to do with something as ridiculous as infatuation or manipulation. The table grew quiet for a moment as Pira's words hung in the air. Weiss, seated across from her, sighed and shook her head. That might be the only actual explanation we will ever have. Crimson isn't exactly the most straightforward person, and he doesn't go out of his way to explain his motives. Ren, who had been listening quietly, finally joined the discussion. After the war, he began, his voice calm and measured. I have been more in tune with people's emotions, it's faint, but when I asked Crimson about Salem, I could sense something from him. It wasn't love or fascination, it was pity. Pity, again. Yang repeated, her tone tired. Where does this pity come from? Ren nodded. It's not easy to explain, but it felt genuine. Whatever he sees in her, it's enough for him to act this way. Weiss sighed again, her expression weary. We might never understand how Crimson thinks, she said, leaning back in her chair. He's always been different, hasn't he? She paused, glancing around the table. But I do have one question. Do you really think he has a way to make Salem human again? The question caught everyone off guard, and the group exchanged uncertain glances. Ruby tilted her head, considering. I heard from Dad Crow, Crimson offered to remove the Grim from her body, so probably yes. Weiss added. I don't know if it's possible, but if anyone could find a way, it would be him. He's been so close to here, and he's resourceful, to say the least. Blake placed her mug down gently, her amber eyes thoughtful. If he has been thinking about it for months, it wouldn't surprise me, but why would he want to do that? Would that change anything? Maybe he thinks it'll help her. I mean, Crimson believes in change and fixing broken things, right? What if he thinks this is the way to fix her? Pira looked down at her hands, her expression conflicted. Crimson's reasons are always his own, he always sees what we can't, but whatever he's doing, I know it's not out of selfishness or recklessness, he's trying to do what he thinks is right. Young groaned, running a hand through her blonde hair. Great, so we've got Crimson playing therapist/repairman for Salem, and we're all just supposed to sit here and hope it works out. Ruby gave her sister a small smile. I think it's more than that, Young. If Crimson's doing something, there's a reason for it, we just might not understand it yet. Weiss nodded, her expression softening slightly. Maybe, but if he really does have a way to make her human again, that changes everything, for her, for us, for the world. The table fell silent again as the weight of Weiss's words settled over them. Each of them was lost in their own thoughts. The air was tense as Crimson led the group down the dimly lit hall toward Salem's cell. In his hand, he carried a small basket covered with a cloth, the aroma of freshly baked cookies wafting from it. Following closely behind him were Team RWBY, Pira, Ironwood, Crow, and Winter, all exchanging curious and skeptical glances. Is he serious about this? Yang muttered under her breath, leaning toward Ruby. He's Crimson, Ruby replied with a shrug. When has he ever done something we understood right away? Baked goods. For Salem. This is absurd. He's probably trying to make her feel human, Pira said softly, defending Crimson. It's his way of reaching out. Crimson, unfazed by the murmurs behind him, walked with purpose. The group had tagged along, not because they were needed, but because they were curious about whether Salem would accept his offer to become human again. None of them had any idea what to expect. When they arrived at the reinforced steel cell, Crimson didn't hesitate. He entered with calm confidence, leaving the others outside to watch through the observation window. Salem, seated on the single chair in the cell, looked up as he entered, her crimson eyes narrowing slightly. "Food?" she asked, raising an eyebrow at the basket he carried. Crimson smiled and set the basket on the small table near her. "Freshly baked cookies, I followed my mother's recipe, I thought you might find them to your liking." Salem glanced at the cookies but didn't move to touch them. "I appreciate the gesture, but since I became this," she gestured to herself. "I have lost the ability to taste most foods, only bitter things have any effect on me now." Crimson nodded thoughtfully. "I see, I'll bring you something bitter next time." "There's no need," Salem said, her tone softening. She leaned forward slightly, her gaze searching his face. "How sure are you about this, making me human again?" "I'm confident," Crimson replied without hesitation. Salem took a deep breath, her expression unreadable. After a long pause, she finally said, "Very well, I'd like to try whatever you're planning." Crimson turned toward the observing group and addressed Ironwood. "General, could you arrange for additional clothing and a sheet cover to be brought here?" Ironwood looked confused but gave a curt nod. "Of course." He relayed the order, and soon a soldier arrived with a neatly folded set of clothing and a large white sheet. Salem remained silent, watching the entire exchange with an expression of quiet curiosity. Once everything was ready, Crimson stepped back and looked at Salem. "Stand in the center of the cell," he instructed. Salem rose gracefully from her chair and did as he asked, standing still in the middle of the room. The group outside the cell leaned closer to the window, their expressions ranging from worry to intrigue. Crimson unsheathed his sword, the metallic ring echoing through the room. He closed his eyes, his breathing steady as he focused. Crow and Ironwood's expressions shifted to alarm, both recognizing the stance he had taken. "Crimson, stop!" Crow shouted, his voice filled with urgency. "Don't do it." Ironwood added, "Don't use that breathing." But Crimson didn't respond. His sword began to glow a bright red, and the air around him shimmered with heat. The next moment it was as if a torrent of fire erupted from the blade, engulfing the cell in an intense blaze. The flames danced wildly, encircling Salem, who stood motionless within the inferno. The group outside could only watch in stunned silence, their hearts pounding. The firelight reflected off their wide eyes as they saw Crimson's form blur, moving with impossible speed within the flames. Then, as suddenly as it began, the fire dissipated. Crimson dropped to one knee, coughing violently, blood staining the corner of his mouth. "Crimson!" Pira and RWBY shouted in unison, rushing into the cell. They knelt beside him, helping him to his feet despite his attempts to wave them off. "I'm fine," he rasped, his voice strained. Ignoring their protests, Crimson grabbed the sheet cover and moved toward Salem, who was still standing in the center of the cell. Her body was obscured by smoke and embers, but he carefully draped the sheet over her. "Stay covered," he said softly, stepping back. As the smoke cleared, the transformation became visible. Salem's skin, once pale and marred by black veins, now appeared normal and healthy. The blackness in her eyes had vanished, replaced with clear whites and bright green pupils. Her hair, previously as white as bone, was now blonde with a few streaks of white threading through it. The group outside the cell stared in shock. This wasn't the monstrous Salem they had known. Before them stood a young, beautiful woman, unrecognizable to those who had fought against her. Crimson reached into his pocket and pulled out a small hand mirror he prepared, handing it to Salem. "Take your time, I'll leave you to check for yourself," he said, his tone gentle. Salem took the mirror with trembling hands, her expression a mixture of disbelief and awe as she gazed at her reflection. Without another word, Crimson turned toward the door, his movements slow and deliberate. He glanced at the others, who were still frozen in place, and said, "Let's give her some space, she deserves a moment to herself." Reluctantly, the group followed him out of the cell, each of them stealing one last glance at Salem. The once feared Queen of Grimm was now something entirely different, a beautiful woman, perhaps even just a human. As they exited, the atmosphere was heavy with unspoken questions and emotions. No one dared to speak, their minds racing to process what they had just witnessed. Crimson, despite his pale complexion and clear exhaustion, walked with quiet determination. Chapter 115. Crimson stood silently, his shoulders heavy with exhaustion. His complexion was pale, and there was still a faint trace of blood on the corner of his lips. Despite his evident fatigue, his expression remained calm and unwavering. Around him, the group exchanged worried looks, unsure of what to say. "Crimson, why are you going so far for her? Don't tell me it's all this pity and kindred spirit bullshit you've been saying." Crimson turned his gaze toward Crow, his red eyes dull with fatigue. It is, he said simply. The bluntness of the response made Crow's jaw tighten. He narrowed his eyes, his tone dripping with disbelief. That's it? You're risking everything, your health, your life for that? He gestured toward the cell where Salem now sat, hidden from view. You think pity is reason enough to? Stop, Crimson interrupted, his voice low but commanding. He sighed, his exhaustion seeming to deepen as he continued. You don't understand, Dad, none of you do, and I wish you never do. The room fell silent as his words hung in the air. Even Crow, who had been ready to argue, hesitated. You don't know what it feels like, Crimson said, his tone heavy with a weariness that seemed to transcend the moment. To feel tired of living, to wish every moment that you could just die, to feel your heart burn with so much hate that it consumes everything else, it eats away at you until there's nothing left but the hate and the emptiness. His words hit like a stone thrown into still water, sending ripples of unease through the group. Ruby's hand gripped the hem of her cloak tightly, her wide silver eyes filled with concern. Young shifted uncomfortably, glancing at Blake, who remained stoic but visibly contemplative. Pira, standing close to Crimson, looked as though she wanted to say something but didn't know how. Crimson took a deep breath, as if steeling himself, and continued. Telling you or explaining it to you would be pointless. You can't imagine what you've never experienced, you have all been through hardship, I know that. But this? This is different, you are simply incapable of understanding it. This is why I can talk and explain more to her than any of you. Because she is the same as me. The group remained silent, the weight of his words settling heavily over them. Frustration and fatigue bleeding into his voice as he added. But if it'll make you less troubled by all this, think of it as a practical solution. She's immortal, yes, but her immortality is a curse, and curses can be broken if the right conditions are met. Ironwood frowned, his mind clearly racing to process the implications of Crimson's words. Crow, though still skeptical, remained quiet, his earlier irritation tempered by an undercurrent of unease. Crimson's eyes scanned the group, his exhaustion evident as he spoke again. This isn't about seeking your approval or proving anything to anyone, I'm doing what I believe is right, that's all, and I'm not asking any of you to agree with me or understand. Finally, he moved to sit on a nearby bench, his movements slow and deliberate. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees and letting out a heavy sigh. You don't need to overthink this, he said softly. And you don't need to concern yourselves, I've made my choice, and I'll see it through. The group exchanged uncertain glances, unsure how to respond. Pira stepped closer, placing a gentle hand on Crimson's shoulder. Her touch seemed to ground him, if only a little. Crimson, she said softly, her voice filled with quiet understanding. We just don't want to see you get hurt, that's all. He looked up at her, his expression softening. I know, Pira, and I appreciate that, but this is something I have to do, for her, and for myself. After some time, Crimson rose from his seat, his face regained its color. Without a word to the others, he made his way toward Salem's cell. The group exchanged silent glances. None of them daring to follow. Crimson's earlier words lingered in their minds, a weight they couldn't shake. They all understood, in their own way, that Crimson had endured experiences beyond their comprehension, depths of pain and despair that shaped his actions and perspective in ways they couldn't begin to grasp. As Crimson approached the cell, the guard stationed nearby opened the heavy steel doors for him to pass. When he stepped inside the cell, he was alone with Salem. She was seated on her bed wearing a simple white dress, her posture poised but her gaze distant. In her hands, she held a small mirror, staring intently at her own reflection. The faint light of the cell cast soft shadows across her features, emphasizing the blonde strands of her hair and the clear green of her eyes. Crimson took a few steps closer, his voice gentle as he broke the silence. How do you feel? Salem didn't look at him. Her eyes remained fixed on the mirror, studying her reflection as though it belonged to someone else. After a moment, she spoke, her voice quiet and uncertain. Strange, and different. She paused, her fingers brushing against her face as though confirming it was real. I've long since forgotten how I originally looked, forgotten what it feels like to be human. Crimson hummed softly, his expression thoughtful. He leaned against the wall, his arms crossed loosely. It's not something you have to rush to understand, he said. Why not start with something small? Try one of the cookies, you might like them. His words seemed to pull Salem from her trance. She lowered the mirror and turned her gaze to the basket of cookies he had brought earlier. For a moment, she simply stared at it. Hesitation clear in her expression. Slowly, as though the act itself required courage, she extended a hand and picked up one of the cookies. Salem held the cookie between her fingers, studying it as though it were something foreign and unfamiliar. Finally, she brought it to her lips, hesitated for a heartbeat, and then took a small bite. The moment the cookie touched her tongue, her composure broke. Tears welled in her eyes, and she began to cry softly as she chewed. The taste was overwhelming not because of its flavor, but because of what it represented. For the first time in centuries, perhaps even millennia, she tasted food. It was a sensation she had long since forgotten, buried beneath the weight of her curse and the bitterness of her existence. Crimson watched her silently, his expression soft. He allowed her the moment, knowing there were no words he could say that would truly match its significance. When her quiet sobs subsided, he spoke, his tone firm but kind. "I'll bring you food from now on," he said. "And for today, I'm not letting anyone else bother you, take your time." Without waiting for a reply, Crimson turned and walked to the door. The sound of it closing echoed through the cell, leaving Salem alone once more. She didn't speak or call after him. Instead, she simply sat there. The cookie still in her hand, tears streaming silently down her face. It was a strange mix of grief and relief, of sorrow for the centuries she had lost and gratitude for the small taste of something she had thought was gone forever. In the quiet of the cell, Salem cried, her tears a release of emotion she hadn't allowed herself to feel for as long as she could remember. And for the first time in ages, she felt a small, flickering glimmer of something she hadn't thought possible, hope. The next day, Crimson entered Salem's cell carrying a tray of food. The room, still stark and metallic, felt slightly less oppressive as Salem looked up at him. For the first time, her expression held something close to anticipation, even gratitude. "You are punctual," she remarked softly, her voice carrying a strange warmth. Crimson placed the tray down on the table near her, filled with simple but fresh food: warm bread, cheese, and a cup of tea. Without lingering, he straightened up and turned toward the door. "I can't stay today," he said over his shoulder. "I've got some work to do." Just as his hand reached the door handle, Salem's voice stopped him. "Crimson." He turned slowly, his crimson eyes meeting hers. There was hesitation in her gaze, a rare vulnerability that caught him off guard. "What is it?" he asked, his tone steady but curious. She looked down at her hands, clasped tightly in her lap. Her voice was quieter now, almost reluctant. "I want to tell you about your mother, Summer Rose." Crimson froze. His expression remained unreadable, but the tension in his posture was undeniable. "Go on," he said evenly, though his voice carried a slight edge. Salem hesitated, her fingers tightening around the fabric of her dress. "That year, when I faced Summer, I had an idea, a cruel one." She paused, her voice trembling slightly. "What if I could create a human Grimm hybrid? Grimm with the intelligence and essence of humans, and what better subjects than silver-eyed warriors?" Crimson's crimson gaze sharpened, his face a mask of calm as he silently urged her to continue. "Summer Rose was my first test subject," Salem admitted, her voice heavy with the weight of her words. "After capturing her, I discovered something: silver-eyed warriors, when they give up hope, can be turned into Grimm. The process is slow, agonizingly so. The more pure-hearted they are, the longer it takes." Salem's eyes flicked to his face, searching for any sign of reaction, but Crimson stood motionless, his expression betraying nothing. She took a deep breath, her voice faltering slightly. "Your mother, she is neither dead nor alive. She is imprisoned under my castle, in the center of the land of darkness, slowly becoming a Grimm." Salem's voice grew quieter, tinged with guilt. "If you can make it in time, you might be able to reverse the process and save her before it's too late." Her confession hung in the air like a storm cloud. She braced herself for his response, expecting anger, outrage, or even hatred. But Crimson remained silent for a long moment, his eyes locked onto hers. Finally, he spoke, his voice calm but resolute. "Thanks for telling me." He turned back to the door, his hand resting on the handle. "I won't be around for a while." And with that, he left the cell, the door closing behind him with a heavy thud. Salem sat there, staring at the spot where he had stood. She had revealed something she never thought she would share, and yet his reaction was not what she had anticipated. No fury, no accusations, no doubt, just a quiet acknowledgement and a resolve to act. As the silence returned to the cell, Salem couldn't help but wonder if, for the first time, she had taken a step toward redemption, however small. Chapter 116. Crimson stepped out of Salem's cell, his expression unreadable as the weight of her revelation pressed heavily on his shoulders. Without hesitation, he pulled out his scroll and began calling the people he trusted most, his father, his sisters, and the others he had fought alongside. They needed to know. The meeting room in Atlas was tense when he arrived. Crow, Ironwood, Raven, Ruby, Young, and the rest of Team RWBY were gathered, waiting for an explanation. Crimson wasted no time. He recounted what Salem had told him, her cruel experiments, and most importantly, the fate of Summer Rose. When he finished, the room was dead silent. The disbelief in their eyes was almost tangible. Crow was the first to react, his expression twisting with rage. He slammed his fist on the table as he stood. "That's it, I'm going down there and cutting that bitch's throat myself." "No," Crimson said firmly, raising a hand to stop him. She took a step forward. "Dad, don't ruin it." Crow glared at him, but there was a hesitation in his stance. Crimson's words carried a conviction that was hard to ignore. "How can we be sure she's not lying? She's manipulated us before." Before Crimson could respond, Raven chimed in, her voice sharp and laced with suspicion. "She is lying. My semblance lets me feel the state of those I'm connected with, and I've felt nothing from Summer for years." Her eyes narrowed. "She's gone, accept it." Crimson shook his head, his voice steady and unyielding. "She's not lying." The firmness in his tone silenced any further objections. "Salem described her as neither alive nor dead. That might explain why you've lost your connection, Aunt Raven. Mom is in between, caught in whatever twisted experiment Salem's done to her." The room fell silent again, the gravity of his words settling over them. Crimson straightened, his voice calm but resolute. "We need an aircraft, we're heading to the land of darkness." Everyone turned to look at him, stunned by his determination. But what he said next shocked them even more. He turned to Ruby, who was sitting quietly, tears welling in her silver eyes. "Ruby, I need you to come with me." "What?" Ruby's voice was barely a whisper, her face smeared with tears after knowing her mother might be alive. The others were equally taken aback. "You can't be serious," Crow interjected, his voice rising. "That place is too dangerous. Take me instead." Crimson shook his head. "It's not about the danger or strength, Dad, it's about her eyes." He took a deep breath before explaining. "I was able to destroy the Grim inside Salem because she's immortal. I can't do the same to my mother if she's still alive. Ruby is our best chance. Her silver eyes might be the only thing that can stop whatever's happening to Mom." Ruby stared at him, her hands trembling. He wasn't just a skingy, was entrusting her with something only she could do. The determination shined in her eyes to save her mother. Crimson then turned to Ren. "I need you too, Ren, your semblance will be invaluable." Ren's face paled slightly at the suggestion. The land of darkness was a place no one dared to tread, not even in nightmares. But after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "I'll do it." Nora jumped up from her seat. "If Ren's going, then I'm going too," she declared, her usual enthusiasm masking the fear in her voice. The rest of the group chimed in, each offering to join the mission, but Crimson shook his head. "We can't bring everyone. This isn't a rescue mission where numbers will help, it's about precision and the right abilities." After much debate, the group settled on who would go: Crimson, Ruby, Crow, Raven, and Ren. Young, however, was left behind, much to her frustration. "What?" Young snapped, her voice rising in anger. "First, I had to stay back during the war because of the portal, and now you're making me stay behind again. What am I, an anchor?" Raven, unbothered by her daughter's outburst, crossed her arms. "We need someone to maintain my portal, that's not up for debate." Young scowled, her fists clenching, but she didn't argue further. The bitterness in her expression was clear, though, as she muttered under her breath, "Fine, just don't get yourselves killed." With the team decided, the rest of the day was dedicated to preparations. Crimson was quiet throughout, his focus entirely on the task ahead. Ruby spent her time honing her control over her silver eyes, with Weiss and Blake offering moral support. Ren and Nora gathered supplies while Crow and Raven prepared aircraft. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the group reconvened one last time. Tomorrow, they would leave Atlas and head into the heart of darkness. The sun had barely begun to rise when the team of 5 Crimson, Ruby, Crow, Raven, and Ren boarded the aircraft. The mood was heavy, a quiet tension filling the cabin as the engines roared to life. The mission ahead was unlike any they had faced before, and each member knew what was at stake. As the aircraft ascended and set a course for the land of darkness, Crimson stood near the front, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He turned to address the group. "When we reach the land of darkness," Crimson began, his voice calm yet commanding. "Dad and Aunt will turn into birds to avoid attracting Grim. Ruby, you'll handle flying the aircraft. Ren, your focus will be on masking yourself and Ruby from the Grim. As for me," he paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. "I'll be on top of the aircraft to deal with any Grim that decide to bother us." Crow frowned, his arms crossed. "Wait a minute, if you're out in the open, won't you just attract more Grim? How does that help?" Crimson closed his eyes for a brief moment, taking a deep breath. When he opened them again, there was a strange, serene stillness in his expression. "Ren," he said, turning to him. "What do you feel?" Ren tilted his head, focusing on Crimson. After a moment, his eyes widened in surprise. I can't feel anything from you, no emotions, no aura, nothing." The rest of the group exchanged confused glances. "This is a state I've attained through peace and meditation," Crimson explained, his tone even. "It is called the selfless state. In this state, I have no desires, no emotions, nothing to attract the grim. To them, I'm invisible." The cabin fell silent as they processed his words. Once again, Crimson had shown them something extraordinary, something beyond their understanding. Crow opened his mouth, then closed it, clearly unsure of how to respond. Finally, he muttered. "You keep pulling these strange tricks out of nowhere. Honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if you figured out how to use magic after a day of meditation." Ruby and Ren chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. Even Raven raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. Crimson allowed a faint smile to touch his lips. "If you want," he offered. "I can guide you through meditation, who knows? Maybe you'll learn something too." Crow rolled his eyes. "Yeah, no thanks, I think I'll stick to what I know." The brief moment of levity lightened the mood, but only slightly. With their plan set, the team settled into their roles as the aircraft sped toward the land of darkness. Hours passed as the landscape beneath them grew darker and more desolate. The once vivid colors of the world faded into an eerie palette of grays and blacks. The oppressive atmosphere of the land of darkness seemed to seep into the very air, making it harder to breathe. "We're almost there," Crimson said, standing and preparing to climb to the top of the aircraft. As they crossed the threshold into the land of darkness, Crimson opened the hatch and pulled himself onto the roof of the aircraft. The wind roared around him, but he remained steady. His sword at the ready. From his vantage point, he scanned the skies, prepared to intercept any grim that might approach. For another hour, the aircraft flew through the darkness, the oppressive silence broken only by the hum of the engines. The group inside worked in perfect synchronization. Ruby focused on flying, her hands steady on the controls. While Ren sat beside her, his semblance masking their presence. Crow and Raven, in their bird forms, circled the aircraft, keeping an eye out for danger. Then, in the distance, they saw it, a massive, foreboding castle rising from the shadows like a nightmare brought to life. Its jagged spires pierced the sky, and the dark aura surrounding it was almost palpable. Crimson tapped the roof of the aircraft, signaling Ruby to descend. The engines hummed as Ruby brought the aircraft down carefully, landing just outside the castle gates. As the team disembarked, they stood together, staring at the ominous structure before them. The castle loomed over them, its dark walls radiating an almost tangible malice. Crimson stepped forward, his gaze calm. "This is it," he said, his voice steady. "Stay sharp, we're not leaving without her." The others nodded, their resolve firm. Together, they approached the castle, ready to face whatever horrors lay within. Chapter 117. The air around the castle was heavy, an oppressive darkness that seemed to sink into their very bones. Without hesitation, Crimson took the lead. Walking ahead of the group with his sword in hand. His steps were steady and purposeful, his eyes scanning every shadow and corner of the decrepit hallway. The others followed close behind, their expressions a mixture of determination and unease. Ruby couldn't help but glance nervously at the gloomy walls. The castle felt alive, its dark, twisted architecture pressing in on them. Her grip on Crescent Rose tightened. "This place is huge," she muttered. "Searching it is going to take forever." From the front, Crimson's voice cut through the silence, calm and resolute. "No, it won't," he said without turning back. "Salem told me our mother is beneath the castle, we just need to find the stairs." Ruby blinked, startled by his confidence. The others exchanged uneasy glances but said nothing. It was clear Crimson wasn't guessing, knew exactly where they were headed. They pressed on, the eerie silence broken only by the faint echo of their footsteps. Barely a few minutes passed before they reached a grand staircase leading down into the depths of the castle. The steps were carved from black stone, worn and cracked with age. A faint, ominous glow emanated from below, casting flickering shadows on the walls. Crimson descended first, his sword held at the ready. The rest of the group followed cautiously, their weapons drawn. The air grew colder and heavier with each step, and an unnatural stillness settled over them. At the bottom of the stairs, the faint glow revealed a wide, open chamber. The walls were lined with jagged, crystalline formations that pulsed faintly with a sickly light. The floor was uneven, covered in a thin layer of ash. In the center of the chamber, waiting for them, were several Alpha Beowulf Grimm. Their glowing red eyes locked onto the intruders, and low, guttural growls filled the air. The group tensed, preparing for a fight, but Crimson didn't slow down and kept walking as if no Grimm stood there. Before anyone could say anything, the first Alpha Beowulf lunged at Crimson with terrifying speed. Crimson's movements were faster. With a sharp, precise swing of his sword, he cut through the Grimm mid-air, its body disintegrating into ash before it even hit the ground. The rest of the group stared in awe before finally lowering their weapons. Crow muttered, in retrospect, we should have just let Crimson come here alone and teleported to him, this is no different from a walk in the park for him. The others nodded in reluctant agreement, but Crimson didn't pause. Keep moving, we're getting close, he said, his voice calm. The group's expressions grew more serious as they followed. The air grew heavier as the group ventured deeper into the dungeon-like chambers, the oppressive atmosphere thick with the stench of decay. Along the way, they passed by rows of rusted bars and sealed doors. Each one hiding behind it a horrific sight, bones and corpses in varying states of decay. The clothing on these remains was from different eras, some ancient, some more recent, a grim testament to the centuries of cruel experiments and torture Salem had orchestrated in this desolate place. Ruby's steps faltered as she took in the macabre scene, her hands trembling. How could anyone do something like this? She whispered, her voice quivering with anger and sorrow. No one responded. Crimson, walking at the front, pressed forward with unnerving calm. His expression stoic and unreadable. The rest of the group followed, uneasiness etched into their faces. Every step felt heavier than the last, the silence broken only by the sound of their boots echoing against the stone floor. Finally, they reached the deepest chamber. A grotesque sight awaiting them. The room pulsed with an eerie orange light emanating from grim-like vines that coiled and twisted across the walls and ceiling. In the center of the pulsating mass was Summer Rose, her body suspended grotesquely by the vines. They pierced her flesh, wrapping around her like a predator devouring its prey. Ruby gasped and fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Mom, she choked out, her voice barely audible. Ren turned away, his face pale, while Raven's gaze hardened, though even she couldn't suppress a flicker of pain in her eyes. Crow, however, stepped forward, his sword in hand. I'm cutting her down. He growled, anger and desperation radiating from him. Stop, Crimson said firmly, raising a hand to halt Crow in his tracks. She's suffering. We can't just. She's alive, Crimson interrupted, his voice calm yet filled with conviction. His eyes never left Summer as he stared at her with an intensity that silenced any further protests. The group hesitated, torn between their desire to act and their trust in Crimson. Seconds stretched into what felt like eternity. Finally, Crimson broke the silence, his voice directed at Ruby. Ruby, do you think you can use your eyes in your current state? Ruby wiped her tears, taking deep, shaky breaths to steady herself. She nodded. I'll do it. Crimson nodded back. Prepare yourself, I'll signal you when it's time. He stepped closer to the grotesque mass, his blade already drawn. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of crescent-shaped slashes. Each one precise and deliberate, targeting key points on the vines. The room shook as the vines writhed and screeched in pain, the orange light dimming with every strike. Crimson paused, his stance steady as he surveyed his work. Now, Ruby. He commanded. Ruby focused, summoning every ounce of strength she had. Her silver eyes flared, and a blinding light engulfed the chamber. The radiance was so intense that everyone had to shield their eyes, the heat and purity of the light overpowering the darkness in the room. When the light subsided, the group blinked, their vision slowly adjusting. Crimson stood at the center, holding Summer in his arms. Her body, no longer ensnared by the vile vines, seemed frail yet alive. Aunt, Crimson said, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. Open a portal, now. Raven hesitated only for a moment before slicing the air with her sword, creating a swirling portal that connected them back to Atlas. Without delay, the group stepped through the portal into the safety of the waiting room in Atlas. Young, Weiss, Nora, and the others were already there, along with a medical team prepared for their return. The moment they arrived, the medics rushed to Summer's side, carefully transferring her from Crimson's arms to a stretcher. Crimson stepped back, his usual calm demeanor unshaken, as he made room for the professionals to do their work. Ruby, overwhelmed with emotion, clung to Crow, tears streaming down her face. Please save her, she cried, her voice cracking with desperation. Crow wrapped an arm around her, his own eyes glistening as he silently prayed for his love. The others stood in tense silence, a mix of worry, fear, and hope etched into their faces. The air in the waiting room was heavy with tension. The medics worked quietly in the adjacent chamber, the faint beeping of medical equipment occasionally drifting into the room. Ruby sat beside Crow, her eyes red from crying. clinging to the faint hope that her mother would recover. The others stood or paced in silence, their expressions grim, each lost in their thoughts. Crow, however, couldn't stay silent for long. His frustration bubbled to the surface, and he turned sharply to Crimson, his brows furrowed in anger and confusion. "Crimson," he began, his voice tight. "After everything we've seen, after seeing Salem's dungeon, your mother's state, and all the atrocities she's committed, do you not feel anything for her? Do you not feel any hate?" The question cut through the room like a blade. Everyone turned to Crimson, their gazes filled with curiosity, unease, and in some cases, silent agreement with Crow's sentiment. How could anyone not harbor hatred after witnessing such horrors? But Crimson stood as calm as ever, his expression serene, as though the weight of the world had no bearing on him. His hands rested loosely by his sides, his gaze steady and calm. "No," he said simply, his voice quiet yet firm. "I don't hate her." "How can you say that? After everything she's done to you, how can you not hate her?" Crimson exhaled softly and stepped closer, his calm demeanor making his presence feel all the more commanding. "Because hate solves nothing, Dad," he replied. "It only destroys. Hate doesn't bring back what was lost, it doesn't heal wounds, it creates more." Crow crossed his arms, his scowl deepening, but he didn't interrupt. The others leaned in slightly, sensing there was more to Crimson's response. "When I was younger," Crimson began, his tone steady and reflective. "I embraced my hatred, I moved and acted with hatred, I thought it was a fire that could burn away everything and help me move forward, but that fire only consumed me, it blinded me to everything, leaving me with nothing but misery." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room, meeting each person's eyes. "I have learned that hate is a chain, one that binds you to the person or thing you despise, it keeps you trapped, unable to move forward, and in that chain, you lose yourself." "Then what? You're just supposed to forgive someone like Salem? After everything she's done?" Crimson shook his head. "Forgiveness isn't the point, understanding is." He took a step closer, his voice gaining a quiet intensity. "I see Salem not as a monster, but as a person consumed by her own suffering. Everything she's done, the cruelty, the experiments, the pain, it all stems from her own despair. She's lost herself to the same cycle of hatred and vengeance that so many others fall into, that I fell into. If I hate her, I'm no different. If I hate her, I am blind, if I hate her, I lose my peace." His words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. For a moment, no one spoke. "So what do you want to do? If you don't hate Salem, what's next?" Crimson's gaze turned to the door where the medics were working on Summer. "I want to save the people I care about, to protect those I can, and if there's a way to stop Salem, it won't be through hate or vengeance, it will be through breaking the chains that bind her and everyone else to this endless cycle of suffering." The room fell silent again, but this time it was a different kind of silence. There was no tension, no confusion, only a quiet sense of understanding, even if not everyone fully agreed. Crow sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "You are too different from us, Crimson," he muttered, though his tone held a grudging respect. "But maybe you're onto something." Crimson didn't respond. He simply stood there, calm and resolute, waiting for the medics to bring news of Summer's condition. And though the wait continued, the weight of his words lingered, planting seeds of reflection in the hearts of everyone in the room. They began to understand the peace Crimson speaks of. Chapter 118. The night was heavy with anticipation. The medics had informed the group that Summer Rose was stable, alive after 15 long years. Her body bore the marks of her captivity, disfigurations etched into her skin like grotesque reminders of Salem's cruelty. A portion of her face, once so bright and warm, was marred beyond recognition. The doctors explained she would need months of rehabilitation before she could even walk unassisted. Yet, despite the grim news, one fact stood above all: Summer was alive. Crimson, Ruby, and the others sat vigil by her bedside that night, a quiet determination in their hearts. Ruby never left her mother's side, her hand tightly clutching Summer's as if letting go might make her disappear again. Crow leaned against the wall, silent but watchful, while Young paced the room. Even Raven stayed, her typical stoic demeanor softened by an air of anticipation. Crimson sat slightly apart from the group, a small, quiet smile on his face. They had brought Summer Rose back. The dawn broke gently, the soft light of morning creeping into the room. As if in harmony with the rising sun, Summer's eyelids fluttered open. Ruby was the first to notice, gasping loudly enough to alert everyone. "Mom," she whispered, her voice trembling. Summer's eyes blinked, unfocused at first, before locking onto Ruby. Her lips moved, forming a name that carried 15 years of longing. "Ruby." The room erupted into tears. Ruby threw herself onto her mother, sobbing openly. Young followed, holding both her sister and Summer in a fierce embrace. Crow, uncharacteristically emotional, wiped at his eyes before stepping closer. Even Raven, who rarely showed emotion, had tears glistening in her eyes. The joyful chaos grew as Raven opened a portal to Vale, bringing Taeyang into the room. The sight of his long-lost friend left him frozen, his legs trembling before he rushed to her side. Summer, you are here. And alive. He choked out, his voice breaking. Amid the joyous reunion, Crimson stayed in the background, watching with a small, contented smile. Looking back, he did things he never thought he would do, he did what he once thought impossible. And his reward is seeing his family reunited was enough for him. It filled him with content. But the joy was tempered by confusion. As Summer tried to piece together what had happened, the truth struck her like a blow. She couldn't remember anything from her confrontation with Salem. Her memories felt like they stopped abruptly, as if she had merely gone to sleep. How long has it been? She asked, her voice fragile. No one wanted to answer, but eventually, Ruby whispered, 15 years, Mom. 15 years. I've been gone for 15 years. Crimson, stepping forward for the first time, knelt beside her bed and placed a comforting hand on hers. It's okay now, he said gently. Everything is okay, you are here, with us, that's all that matters. But his words only seemed to make her cry harder. Crimson blinked, momentarily taken aback, until understanding dawned on him. In that moment, he realized why Ruby cried so much. She took after her mother. For the next several days, Summer was never alone. At least one member of the family was always by her side. Ruby practically attached herself to her mother, telling her stories of what had happened during her absence. Young joined in, recounting their adventures and struggles. Crow and Raven shared their own tales, though they all glossed over the darker parts. Much of their time was spent talking about Crimson. They spoke of his dedication to the family, of his heroics, his battles, his unique mindset, and his unyielding determination to protect the world. They told her about his fight with Salem, his countless victories against the Grimm, and even his old plans to become a musician instead of a huntsman. The more they talked, the more Summer listened in stunned silence. Our son is remarkable, Crow admitted one evening, grinning widely. He has a unique way of thinking and has done what no one else could. Summer didn't know what to say. Hearing these stories felt surreal, as though they were talking about a mythical figure rather than her own child. Then they told her about the promises she and Crimson exchanged, the ones that had driven him all these years. He said he promised you to make sure everything will be okay till you come back, and you promised to come back. Ruby explained, her voice thick with emotion. No matter what, he held on to that promise all this time, since our childhood. He was the anchor of the family. When we joined Beacon and Salem attacked, he was the first to take a stand and protect us. Summer cried again, her heart aching. I don't remember, she murmured. I don't remember him making a promise, I don't remember anything from that night. When Crimson visited later that day, she looked at him with tearful eyes. I forgot, she said, her voice trembling. I am a bad mother, I forgot the promise I made to you. Crimson smiled softly and shook his head. You're here now, he said. That's what matters, your promise was to come back no matter what, and you did. His words were kind, but they only deepened Summer's guilt. How much had her son endured to keep a promise she couldn't even remember? The days continued, and as Summer grew stronger, the family introduced her to Pira, Crimson's girlfriend. Summer immediately took a liking to the polite and kind-hearted girl, finding comfort in the thought that her son had someone who cared for him so deeply. They also introduced her to Weiss, Blake, Nora, and Ren, each sharing stories of how Crimson had impacted their lives. Weiss spoke with her usual refined poise, emphasizing Crimson's leadership and his ability to inspire those around him. Blake's words were quieter but filled with admiration for Crimson's unyielding resolve. Nora's exuberance added a touch of levity to the otherwise heavy atmosphere, while Ren's calm and measured praise highlighted Crimson's loyalty and strength in the face of adversity. Summer could hardly believe how many lives her son had touched and changed. One day, General Ironwood visited, accompanied by his trusted second-in-command, Winter Schnee. Summer remembered Ironwood from her time in Atlas, though she hadn't known him personally. He was uncharacteristically warm, expressing his gratitude for Crimson. Your son is a hero, Ironwood said earnestly. A savior to all of Remnant. I can't thank you enough for having him. Winter, standing just behind the general, bowed her head respectfully. It's an honor to meet you, Mrs. Rose, she said with sincerity. Your son's efforts have brought hope to a world that desperately needed it. Her tone, formal yet heartfelt, left Summer touched by the weight of their admiration. Later, the leader of the Ace Ops, Clover RWBY, along with Vine Ziki, arrived to pay their respects. Clover greeted Summer with a firm handshake and a warm smile. "It's a privilege to meet you," he began, his voice filled with genuine respect. "Crimson's deeds have not only saved countless lives but have also inspired every huntsman and huntress to be better. He's not just a hero, he's a symbol of what we all strive to be." Vine nodded in agreement, his serene expression reflecting his deep respect. "Your son's compassion and strength transcend mere duty. He has shown us what it means to fight not just for survival but for a brighter future." Their words left Summer overwhelmed with pride and a lingering sense of awe at just how far her son had come. Summer didn't know how to respond. The weight of her son's actions and reputation, the admiration he commanded from even the highest-ranking officials, left her speechless. But the biggest shock came weeks later when Summer learned about Crimson's dealings with Salem. She overheard a conversation between Ruby and Crow, and the words, "spending hours with Salem," froze her in place. When she confronted them, Ruby hesitated before answering. "He doesn't hate her," she said softly, her voice wavering. He said he pities her, and he's trying to make her normal." Her uncertainty was evident in the way she stumbled over her words. "The Queen of Grimm, Salem. Make her normal?" Ruby nodded hesitantly. "He believes there's a way to help her to break her out of this cycle, and he's actually been making progress. He even managed to turn her back into a human." The idea was incomprehensible to Summer. To her, Salem was the ultimate evil, an unredeemable force of destruction. The thought that her son was not only interacting with her but also trying to save her left her reeling. "I don't understand what is going on," she murmured, sitting down heavily. Neither did anyone else, really, but they all trusted Crimson. And that trust had never been misplaced. As the days passed, Summer began to marvel at her son in a new light. His strength, his resolve, his compassion, all of it felt almost too extraordinary to belong to one person. She even joked to Crow one evening. "Maybe your semblance stole and stored all the good luck in the world so we can have him." Crow laughed, though there was a hint of seriousness in his reply. "If anyone's going down in the history books, it's him." Crimson rose the living myth. Summer couldn't argue with that. Her son was more than she ever could have imagined, and though she still struggled to process everything, one thought remained constant: she was proud of him. No matter what lay ahead, she was determined to stand by his side, her family's side, and face the future together. After all, they had already overcome the impossible. Chapter 119. 6 years had passed since Summer's return. In that time, the world had changed drastically, and for once, the changes were for the better. Atlas, once a kingdom reduced to rubble by war and chaos, had risen from its ashes. The reconstruction effort spearheaded by the combined might of the United Kingdoms had paid off in record time. Towering skyscrapers and advanced infrastructure now stood as a testament to resilience and determination. Solidas, the frozen continent, had remained grim-free since the battle. This unprecedented peace turned it into a beacon of hope, attracting migrants from all over, remnants seeking safety and opportunity. Elsewhere, Vale had nearly recovered fully, bustling once more with life and energy. Mistral, however, continued to struggle with a shortage of huntsmen. Yet, with the world's unity, reinforcements often arrived to assist the kingdom in its darkest moments, ensuring it would not falter. Amidst this new world, families had found new beginnings. Taeyang had moved to Atlas, living with Yang and Raven under the same roof. Their home was a blend of old memories and new routines. Ruby, Summer, and Crow had also decided to live together, finding solace in each other's company and the semblance of normalcy it brought. Crimson and Pira, however, had perhaps the most memorable moment of the last 5 years. Their wedding had been nothing short of legendary. The entire kingdom of Atlas celebrated, the event broadcast across Remnant. Even to Salem's cell. Salem, confined but human once more, had watched the celebration quietly, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Despite the differences between them, Crimson continued his daily visits to Salem. Their conversations and storytelling sessions had become a ritual, one that both seemed to cherish in their own way. A year after their wedding, Crimson and Pira welcomed a daughter into the world. They named her Scarlet, after her brilliant red hair that mirrored her mother's. Scarlet became the light of their lives, and the family grew closer, their happiness radiating like a warm beacon in the coldness of Atlas. But today, that light seemed to flicker with the weight of an unexpected request. Salem had asked Crimson to find Ozma. Seated in her cell, Salem's expression was calm yet earnest. "I wish to speak with him," she said softly. "Please bring him to me." Crimson had studied her for a long moment before nodding. "I'll find him," he said simply, though the task itself would be anything but. Crimson found Oscar sitting alone in a quiet, dimly lit corner of a small tavern. 5 years had changed the boy. He was older now, his once youthful features hardened by time and the burdens of his shared soul. A glass of amber liquid sat before him, untouched but glimmering under the faint light. Crimson approached with his usual quiet confidence, his presence enough to make Oscar glance up. "Crimson," Oscar greeted, his voice weary but steady. "Hello, Oscar," Crimson said, pulling out a chair and sitting across from him. "Or should I call you Osbin?" Oscar Osbin sighed, leaning back in his chair. "Oscar is gone," he admitted, his tone heavy. "I've become Osbin now." Crimson nodded slowly, his crimson eyes softening. "I'm sorry for your loss, then," he said sincerely. Osbin looked at him, surprised by the sentiment, but said nothing. Crimson continued, his voice calm and direct. "Salem asked to see you, she wants to talk." Osbin stiffened at the mention of her name, his eyes widening in shock. "She what?" "She wants to talk," Crimson repeated, his gaze unwavering. For a moment, Osbin said nothing, his mind racing. Then, with a heavy breath, he stood. "Lead the way." The walk to Salem's cell was silent. When they arrived, Crimson opened the door and stepped aside, allowing Osbin to enter. Inside, Salem sat waiting. Osbin froze in the doorway, his breath catching as his eyes took her in. This was not the Salem he remembered. Gone was the monstrous figure, replaced by the woman he had once loved, a human once more. The sight stunned him, rendering him speechless. Crimson stepped back, giving them space. "I'll leave you two to talk," he said quietly, closing the door behind him. When Osbin emerged from the cell, his face was pale, his expression one of disbelief and raw emotion. Tears stained his cheeks, his usually composed demeanor completely shattered. Crimson stood waiting, his crimson eyes scanning Osbin's face but saying nothing. Osbin finally spoke, his voice trembling. "She apologized," he said, barely above a whisper. "For everything, for her actions, and she forgave me for mine. She said she doesn't hate me anymore." The weight of those words seemed to crush him further. Without another word, Osbin turned and left, his steps unsteady as he disappeared down the hallway. Crimson watched him go, his expression unreadable. Then, with a deep breath, he stepped back into the cell. Salem was sitting where he had left her, a faint smile on her lips. "I take it that went well," Crimson said, his tone light. She nodded, her smile growing. "It did, I feel lighter," she paused, then added. "I wish to see the city, and your family." Crimson blinked, caught off guard by the request. He studied her for a moment before nodding. "Wait here." He returned a short while later with a coat. Handing it to her, he said nothing as he opened the door and gestured for her to follow. The soldiers stationed outside the prison were immediately on edge at the sight of Salem walking freely beside Crimson. Some raised their weapons, others stepped forward to block their path. But Crimson gave them a single, sharp look. The air grew heavy, and the soldiers froze in place, their instincts screaming at them to stand down. Without a word, Crimson and Salem passed through, leaving the soldiers scrambling to report the incident. The report reached Ironwood swiftly, and his reaction was immediate. "Crimson freed Salem?" he said, his voice sharp with alarm. "Yes, General," Winter confirmed. Ironwood's mind raced. "Call the Ace Ops and any trusted huntsman we have available, contact Crow as well, I want eyes on them immediately." "Shall we stop them?" "No," Ironwood said firmly. "Do not, just observe. I trust Crimson, but Salem," he trailed off, his expression darkening. "She's not someone I can trust. I'm afraid she may be using his kindness against him." With that, orders were given, and the watch for Crimson and Salem began not to fight, but to watch, to ensure the safety of Remnant hung in the balance. Salem walked beside Crimson, her gaze darting from one building to the next, taking in the sights with a soft smile. The city was alive with activity, people moving about. Vendors calling out their wares, and children laughing as they played. The sight seemed to leave her in awe, her expressions shifting between quiet joy and wistful longing. As they walked, some of the citizens noticed Crimson, their faces lighting up in recognition. Specialist rose. A shopkeeper greeted warmly. "Out for a stroll?" Crimson nodded with a small smile. "Just showing a friend around," he replied, motioning subtly to Salem. "Friend, huh? Haven't seen her before." "She's new," Crimson said simply, avoiding any mention of Salem's name. He kept walking, leaving the conversation behind. From one street to another, they wandered the city, with Salem quietly observing the life around her. At times, she would pause to take in the sight of children playing or couples walking hand in hand, her smile growing softer with each moment. Crimson noticed the eyes watching them from distance. He knew Ironwood's men were following them, and as the day went on, the number of observers increased. Soldiers and huntsmen alike kept a cautious distance, their presence a constant reminder of the mistrust Salem carried with her. By the time the sun began to set, Crimson led Salem to his home. He opened the door and called out, "Pira, can you bring Scarlet outside?" From within, Pira's voice came, cheerful and unaware. "Coming." When she stepped out, Scarlet in her arms, her eyes fell on Salem. Pira froze mid-step, her body tense and her expression a mixture of shock and alarm. Scarlet, however, wriggled out of her mother's arms, her innocent curiosity driving her toward her father. Crimson, standing calmly beside Salem, smiled at his daughter. "Scarlet, come meet a friend of mine," he said gently. Pira hesitated, instinctively wanting to pull Scarlet back, but a single look from Crimson stopped her. His crimson eyes were steady and filled with a silent reassurance. Reluctantly, she let her daughter walk forward. From a distance, Crow, Ruby, Summer, Ironwood, and several huntsmen watched the scene unfold. Tension rippled through the air, especially as the little girl approached Salem. Some instinctively moved closer, their hands hovering near their weapons. Scarlet stopped in front of Salem, her bright eyes wide with curiosity. Salem knelt down, her smile soft but trembling. As she looked into the little girl's face, tears began to well in her eyes. Scarlet tilted her head, confused. "Why are you crying?" she asked, her small hand reaching out to wipe away Salem's tears. Salem's composure broke entirely. She pulled Scarlet into a gentle hug, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed openly. The sound of her cries echoed in the evening air, startling those watching. Crimson stood by, his expression calm but warm, as though he had been expecting this moment all along. Then, something extraordinary happened. A faint, radiant light began to emanate from Salem, surrounding her like a soft halo. Her sobs quieted, and she looked at Crimson, her face filled with a peace she hadn't known in millennia. "Thank you," she said, her voice steady and sincere. "For everything." Crimson smiled gently. "It was my pleasure knowing you, Salem," he said softly. "I'll miss our talks, I wish you eternal peace." Salem's body began to dissolve into the light, her form flickering like a candle before disappearing entirely. The glow lingered for a moment before fading into the twilight, leaving nothing behind but the memory of her presence. Scarlet looked up at her father, her small face filled with wonder. "Daddy, where did the ant go?" Crimson knelt down and scooped her into his arms. "She got tired, Scarlet," he explained. "She went to rest." Scarlet frowned slightly. "But why did she glow like that?" Crimson chuckled softly, brushing a strand of her red hair aside. "Because she was a nice person," he said simply. The people watching from the distance stood in stunned silence, their hearts heavy with a mixture of emotions. Crimson carried Scarlet back to Pira, gently placing the girl in her arms. Pira's expression was a mix of relief and confusion, but she said nothing, her trust in Crimson overriding her doubts. Crimson turned to the crowd that had gathered, his eyes meeting Ironwood's. The general, along with Crow and Ruby, looked at him expectantly, waiting for an explanation. "I'm going to make a grave for Salem," Crimson announced firmly, his voice carrying a weight of finality. "And I'll hold a funeral for her." Ironwood opened his mouth to speak, but Crimson continued before he could. "Once the funeral is done," Crimson said, his eyes sharp and determined. "We're going to start clearing this world of the grim, all of them." Without waiting for a response, Crimson turned and began to walk away, his steps steady and purposeful. Despite the lingering tension, there was a sense of peace around him, a quiet joy that Salem had finally found her rest. Chapter 120. After Salem's funeral, Crimson led humanity and the Faunus into the largest operation Remnant had ever seen, a global effort to eradicate the Grim once and for all. The kingdoms united, their people working side by side. Soldiers, huntsmen, engineers, and civilians alike played their roles in reclaiming the world. It wasn't an easy task, nor was it quick. Continent by continent, the armies of mankind pushed forward. The battlefields were both dangerous and grim. But hope burned brighter than fear. Years passed as cities expanded into once hostile territories, turning desolate wastelands into thriving communities. The Grim were hunted to extinction, their monstrous forms vanishing like shadows in the light of humanity's determination. Only the land of darkness remained, a blackened scar on the map that had birthed the Grim for millennia. It was a desolate, hostile place, untouched by light or warmth. Crimson led the final campaign into its depths, his crimson eyes blazing with unshaken resolve. When the last nest was destroyed, and the final Grim fell, the soldiers stood in silence. It was over. The threat that had loomed over them since the dawn of time was gone. Crimson turned to his comrades, his voice steady but filled with pride. "The future is ours now." The cheers that erupted shook the earth. Not long after Salem's death, something incredible happened. The curse that had bound Ojban for lifetimes was lifted. One day, Oscar came to the others, his face alight with confusion and wonder. "I'm back," he said. "Ojban's soul, it's gone, I can't hear him anymore." At first, they struggled to believe it, but the truth became undeniable. The power of the maidens, once tied to the relics and the gods' influence, vanished from the world. Alongside them, the magic bestowed upon Crow and Raven disappeared as well. The relics, still stored in their vaults, were now beyond reach, their magic locked away forever. Without the maidens, there was no key to retrieve them. For the first time in eons, the world was free from the influence of the brothers. Years passed, and with them came the slow but steady progression of time. Crimson's family grew. He and Pira welcomed more children into the world, and as the decades went by, grandchildren, and eventually great-grandchildren, followed. His days were filled with the laughter of children, the warmth of family gatherings, and the quiet pride of watching his descendants carry forward the peace he had helped build. Now, Crimson sat beneath the broken moon, its fractured form casting a soft, silvery glow across the world. He was 95 years old. His body worn with age but his spirit still strong. Around him, life bustled, his children, grandchildren, and even great-grandchildren all close by, their presence a comforting reminder that he was never alone. But as he sat there, his thoughts wandered to those he had lost. Pira, his steadfast partner, was gone. His parents, sisters, and lifelong friends had all passed on. The ache of missing them was sharp, but it didn't weigh him down. He carried their memories with him, finding solace in the family they had left behind. Great-grandpa. A little girl's voice broke through his thoughts, and he looked up to see a young child running toward him. Her red hair shone in the moonlight, and her bright eyes sparkled with a familiar energy. Crimson smiled, opening his arms as the girl climbed onto his lap. "What's wrong, Summer?" he asked, his voice warm. The girl pouted, crossing her arms. "My older brother is being mean to me, I hate him." Crimson chuckled softly, his hand resting gently on her back. "You don't hate him," he said. "I do," she insisted. "He's so annoying." Crimson shook his head, his expression growing serious but kind. "Listen to me, Summer, he's your family, it's okay to get upset with each other sometimes, but you should never hate him, never hate anyone." The little girl blinked up at him, confused. "Why not?" Crimson's gaze softened as he explained. "Because if you don't hate anyone, you'll never hate yourself. If you learn to hate others, that hate can grow inside you, and one day, it'll turn on you." Scarlet tilted her head, clearly still puzzled by his words, but she nodded anyway. "Okay, great-grandpa, I won't hate him, I think." Crimson chuckled again, ruffling her hair. "That's my girl." The two sat in silence for a moment before Crimson looked up at the broken moon, its fractured beauty a sight he never tired of. "Isn't it beautiful?" he said softly. "Even though it's broken, it still lights up the world, it's beautiful in its own way." Summer followed his gaze, her small face thoughtful. "Yeah, it is." Crimson's smile lingered as he closed his eyes, his body relaxing against the chair. The memories of his life played through his mind, off battles fought, bonds formed, and a world transformed. The faces of those he had loved and lost filled his thoughts, their presence as vivid as the stars above. And then, with the same quiet peace he had given so many others, Crimson's breathing stilled. His smile remained, even as his soul slipped away. The next day, the news of Crimson's passing spread across Remnant. The world mourned the loss of the man who had brought them peace, unity, and hope. His funeral was the largest in history, with people from every kingdom coming to pay their respects. Leaders and civilians alike gathered to honor his memory, their grief tempered by gratitude for all he had done. As the broken moon hung high in the night sky, the world remembered Crimson not as a warrior or a hero, but as the man who had carried them through the darkness and into the light. It was a sad day for Remnant, but the legacy Crimson left behind ensured that the peace he had fought for would endure for generations to come. Crimson opened his eyes, the ground beneath him was water-pure and translucent, stretching endlessly in every direction. Each step he took created soft ripples, the motion peaceful yet mesmerizing. Above him, the sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with soft, wispy clouds, and the warmth of the sun bathed everything in golden light. Crimson breathed in deeply, his spirit feeling lighter than it ever had before. He looked around, taking in the serene beauty of this boundless world, when his gaze caught sight of a figure standing in the distance. It was Yorichi. The man stood tall, his presence exuding a quiet strength. His warm smile radiated kindness, welcoming Crimson with open arms. Behind Yorichi, more figures began to appear, one by one. RWBY stood there, her silver eyes shining with happiness, a familiar, cheerful grin on her face. Yang stood beside her, her golden hair flowing freely as she waved at him. And there was Pira. She stood front and center, her emerald eyes locked on Crimson, her smile soft yet filled with overwhelming love. Behind them, Crow stood with his ever-present smirk, Tai with his warm, fatherly presence, and Summer, her silver eyes reflecting endless pride. Ironwood was there too, standing tall and proud as always, his stern demeanor softened by the warmth of his expression. Among them was Salem. Her form was clean and pure, she stood, her pale features serene and radiant. Many other friends and people he came to know and care about stood there as well. They were all smiling at him, their faces alight with joy. Yorichi stepped forward, his smile never wavering. "Welcome, brother," he said, his voice calm and filled with affection. Crimson couldn't help but smile in return. He took a step forward, then another, until his feet moved with certainty toward them. His crimson eyes shimmered as he spoke, his voice steady and full of warmth. "I'm here," he said, his tone carrying the weight of a life lived fully. "And I have so many stories to share with you." He approached them, his heart swelling with a mixture of joy, relief, and peace. But as he reached them, a brilliant light engulfed them all. The world seemed to dissolve into that radiant glow, and the figures of his loved ones began to fade. They disappeared, one by one, their smiles lingering even as they vanished. Where Crimson had stood, there now stood another figure, a being of immense grace and power. The god of harmony smiled gently, his eyes reflecting infinite wisdom. The god stood alone in the boundless void and spoke softly, as if addressing no one but himself. A soul, once fragmented like the moon, restored itself and illuminated the world anew. The god turned his gaze upward, his eyes focusing on the distant heavens. Far away, the broken moon of Remnant began to shimmer faintly. Its jagged pieces, scattered across the sky for countless centuries, began to move. Slowly but surely, the fragments started to come together, light flickering across their surfaces. Piece by piece, the moon began to restore itself, its luminous form growing whole once more. The god of harmony watched the transformation with a serene expression, his voice resonating through the void. Crimson rose, the moon finds its reflection in you, broken, yet beautifully restored. And as the moon of Remnant shone with renewed brilliance, the world carried on, forever changed by the man who had brought light to its darkest shadows. The end.